Lover at Last. The Black Dagger Brotherhood. Book 11. By J.R. Ward. Prelude. Quinn, son of Lowstrong, entered his family's home through its grand front door. The instant he stepped over the threshold, the smell of the place curled up into his nose. Lemon polish, beeswax candles, fresh flowers from the garden that the doggen brought in daily, perfume his mother's, cologne his father's and his brother's, cinnamon gum his sister's. If the Glade Company ever did an air freshener like this, it would be called something like Meadow of Old Money, or Sunrise over a fat bank account, or maybe the ever-popular We're Just Better Than Everyone Else. Distant voices drifted over from the dining room, the vowels round as brilliant-cut diamonds, the consonants drawled out smooth and long as satin ribbons. "Oh, Lily, this is lovely, thank you," his mother said to the server. "But that's too much for me. And do not give Solange so all that. She's getting heavy." Ah, yes, his mother's permadiet inflicted on the next generation. Glimmer females were supposed to disappear from sight when they turned sideways, each jutting collarbone, sunken cheek, and bony upper arm some kind of fucked-up badge of honor. As if resembling like a fire poker would make you a better person. And scribe virgin for fend if your daughter looked like she was healthy. "Ah, yes, thank you, Lilith," his father said evenly. "More for me, please." Quinn closed his eyes and tried to convince his body to step forward. One foot after another. It was not that tough. His brandy-new Ed Hardy kicks middle-fingered that suggestion. Then again, in so many ways, walking into that dining room was belly of the beast time. He let his duffel fall to the floor. The couple of days at his best friend Blaze's house had done him good. A break from the complete lack of air in this house. Unfortunately, the burn on re-entry was so bad, the cost-benefit of leaving was nearly equal. Okay, this was ridiculous. He couldn't keep standing here like an inanimate object. Turning to the side wall, he leaned into the full-length antique mirror that was placed right by the door. So thoughtful. So in keeping with the aristocracy's need to look good. This way, visitors could check their hair and clothes as the butler accepted coats and hats. The young pre-trans face that stared back at him was all even features, good jawline, and a mouth that, he had to admit, looked like it could do some serious damage to naked skin when he got older. Or maybe that was just wishful thinking. Hair was Vlad the Impaler, spikes standing up straight from his head. Neck was strung with a bike chain and not one bought at Urban Outfitters, but the link that had previously motivated his 12-speed. All things being equal, he looked like a thief who had broken in and was prepared to trash the place on the hunt for sterling silver, jewelry, and portable electronics. The irony was that the goth bullcrap wasn't actually the most offensive part of his appearance to his fam. In fact, he could have stripped down, hung a light fixture off his ass, and run around the first floor playing Jose Canseco with the art and antiques and not come close to how much the real problem pissed off his parents. It was his eyes. One blue, one green. Oopsie. His bad. The Glimmer didn't like defects. Not in their porcelain or their rose gardens. Not in their wallpaper or their carpets or their countertops. Not in the silk of their underwear or the wool of their blazers or the chiffon of their gowns. And certainly not ever in their children. Sister was okay well, except for the little weight problem that didn't actually exist, and a lisp that her transition hadn't cured and the fact that she had the personality of their mother. And there was no fixing that shit. Brother, on the other hand, was the real fucking star. A physically perfect, firstborn son prepared to carry forth the family bloodline by reproducing in a very genteel, non-moaning, no-sweat situation with a female chosen for him by the family. Hell, his sperm recipient had already been lined up. He was going to mate her as soon as he went through his transition. "How are you feeling, my son?" his father asked with hesitation. "Tired, sir," a deep voice answered. "But this is going to help." A chill frog marched up Quinn's spine. That didn't sound like his brother. Way too much bass. Far too masculine. Holy shit, the guy had gone through his transition. Now Quinn's Ed Hardy's got with the program, taking him forward until he could see into the dining room. Father was in his seat at the head of the table. Check. Mother was in her seat at the foot of the table opposite the kitchen's flap door. Check. Sister was facing out of the room, all but licking the gold rim off her plate from hunger. Check. The male whose back was to Quinn was not part of the SOP. Lucius was twice the size he'd been when Quinn had been approached by a doggen and told to get his things and go to Blaze. Well, that explained the Vaki. He'd assumed his father had finally relented and given in to the request Quinn had filed weeks before. But nope, the guy had just wanted Quinn out of the house because the change had come to the gene pool's golden child. Had his brother laid the chick? Who had they used for blood? His father, never the demonstrative type, reached out a hand and gave Lucius an awkward pat on the forearm. "We're so proud of you. You look perfect." "You do," Quinn's mother piped up. "Just perfect. Doesn't your brother look perfect, Solange?" "Yes, he does. Perfect." "And I have something for you," Lowstrong said. The male reached into the inside pocket of his sport coat and took out a black velvet box the size of a baseball. Quinn's mother started to tear up and dabbed under her eyes. "This is for you, my precious son." The box was slid across the white damask tablecloth, and his brother's now big hands shook as he took the thing and popped the lid. Quinn caught the flash of gold all the way out in the foyer. As everyone at the table went silent, his brother stared at the signet ring, clearly overwhelmed, as their mother kept up with the dab-dab, and even their father grew misty, and his sister sneaked a roll from the bread basket. "Thank you, sir," Lucius said as he put the heavy gold ring on his forefinger. "It fits, does it not?" Lowstrong asked. "Yes, sir. Perfectly. We wear the same size, then." Of course they did. At that moment, their father glanced away, like he was hoping the movement of his eyeballs would take care of the sheen of tears that had come over his vision. He caught Quinn lurking outside the dining room. There was a brief flash of recognition. Not the "hi howria" kind, or the "oh good my other son's home." More like when you were walking through the grass and noticed a pile of dog shit too late to stop your foot from landing in it. The male went back to staring at his family, locking Quinn out. Clearly, the last thing Lowstrong wanted was such a historic moment to be ruined, and that was probably why he didn't do the hand signals that warded off the evil eye. Usually everyone in the household performed the ritual when they saw Quinn. Not tonight. Daddy-O didn't want the others to know. Quinn went over to his duffel. Slinging the weight onto his shoulder, he took the front stairs to his room. Usually his mother preferred him to use the servant's set, but that would mean he'd have to cut through all the love in there. His room was as far away from the others as you could get, all the way over to the right. He'd often wondered why they didn't take the leap completely and put him in with the doggin, but then the staff would probably quit. Closing himself in, he dumped his duds on the bare floor and sat on his bed. Staring at his only piece of luggage, he figured he had better do that laundry soon, as there was a wet bathing suit in there. The maids refused to touch his clothes like the evil in him lingered in the fibers of his jeans and his t-shirts. The upside was he was never welcome at formal events, so his wardrobe was just wash and wear. Baby. He discovered he was crying when he looked down at his Ed Hardys and realized that there were a couple of drops of water right in the middle of the laces. Quinn was never getting a ring. Hell, this hurt. He was scrubbing his face with his palms when his phone rang. Taking the thing out of his biker jacket, he had to blink a couple of times to focus. He hit send to accept the call, but he didn't answer. "I just heard," Blaze said across the connection. "How are you doing?" Quinn opened his mouth to reply, his brain coughing up all kinds of responses. "Peachy fucking Jim dandy. At least I'm not fat like my sister. No, I don't know if my brother got laid." Instead, he said, "They got me out of the house. They didn't want me to curse the transition. Guess it worked, because the guy looks like he came through it okay." Blaze swore softly. "Oh, and he got his ring just now. My father gave him his ring. The signet ring with the family crest on it. The symbol that all males of good bloodlines wore to attest to the value of their lineage. I watched Lucius put it on his finger," Quinn said, feeling as if he were taking a sharp knife and drawing it up the insides of his arms. Fit perfectly. Looked great. Though like, how could it not? He began weeping at that point. Just fucking lost it. The awful truth was that under his counterculture fuck you, he wanted his family to love him. As prissy as his sister was, as scholar geek as his brother was, as reserved as his parents were, He saw the love among the four of them. He felt the love among them. It was the tie that bound those individuals together, the invisible string from one heart to the another, the commitment of caring about everything from the mundane shit to any true mortal drama. And the only thing more powerful than that connection was what it was like to get shut out from it. Every fucking day of your life. Blaze's voice cut in through the heaving. I'm here for you. And I'm so damn sorry that I'm here for you. Just don't do anything stupid. Okay? Let me come over. Leave it to Blaze to know that he was thinking about things that involved ropes and showerheads. In fact, his free hand had already gone down to the makeshift belt he'd fashioned out of a nice, strong weave of nylon because his parents didn't give him much money for clothes, and the proper one he'd owned had broken years ago. Pulling the length free, he glanced across to the closed door of his bath. All he needed to do was tie the thing to the fixture in his shower. God knew those water pipes had been run in the good old days, when things were strong enough to hold some weight. He even had a chair he could stand up on and then kick out from underneath him. I gotta go. Quinn? Don't you hang up on me, don't you dare hang up on me. Listen man, I gotta go. I'm coming over right now. Lot of flapping in the background, like Blaze was getting his clothes on. Quinn, do not hang up the phone, Quinn. 1. Present day. Now that a mutt-huckin' whip right ya. Johnsy looked over at the idiot who was hunkered down next to him in the bus stop. The pair of them had been parked in the plexiglass gerbil cage for 3 hours. At least, although comments like that had made it seem a matter of days. And we're going to make shit justifiable homicide. You a white boy, you know that? Johnsy pointed out. Say what? Okay, make that 3 years of waiting. Caucasian, dude. As in you need fucking sunblock in the summer. As in not like himself. Whatever, man. Check out that ride. As in why you gotta talk like you from the hood? You act a fool, yo. At this point, he just wanted to get the night over. It was cold, it was snowing, and he had to wonder who he'd pissed off to get stuck with vanilla ice over here. Matter of fact, he was thinking about pulling out of this bullshit altogether. He was making good paper dealing in Caldwell. He was 2 months out of prison for those murders he'd done as a juvie. The last thing he was interested in was hanging with some white bitch determined to get street cred through vocabulary. Oh, and then there was the rich neighborhood they were in. For all he knew, there was an ordinance out here that you weren't allowed on the streets after 10 p.m. Why the hell had he agreed to this? Will you, please, look, that, fine, automobile. Just to shut the guy up, Johnsy turned his head and leaned out of the shelter. As blowing snow got into his eyes, he cursed. Fucking upstate New York in the winter. Cold enough to ice cube your balls. Well, hello there. Across a shallow parking lot, sitting right in front of a sparkling clean, no graffitied 24-hour CVS. There was, in fact, a sweet-ass fucking whip. The Hummer was totally blacked out. No chrome anywhere, not on the wheels, not around the windows, not even on the grill. And it was the big body end going by. All that trim no doubt had the big engine in it. The ride was the kind of thing you'd see on the streets where he was from, the vehicle of a major dealer. Except they were far from the inner city out here, so it was just some cracker trying to look like he had a dick. Vanilla Man hiked up his backpack, one-strapping it. I'ma check it out. Bus is coming soon. Johnsy checked his watch and did some wishful thinking. 5, maybe 10 minutes. Come on. Bye, asshole. You scared or some shit? The SOB lifted his hands and started going paranormal activity. Oh, scurry. Johnsy outed his gun and punched the muzzle right into that dumbass face. I got no problem killing you right here. I done it before. I do it again. Now back the fuck off and do yourself a favor. Shut the fuck up. As Johnsy met the guy's eyes, he didn't particularly care what the outcome was. Shoot the bitch. Don't shoot him. Whatever. Okay. 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 Mr. Chatty backed away and left the bus stop. Thank fuck. Jonesy put his gat away, crossed his arms, and stared in the direction the bus was going to come out of. Like that might help. Stupid fucking idiot. He looked at his watch again. Man, enough with this shit. If a bus heading back into downtown got here first, he was just going to get on and fuck it all. Shifting the backpack he'd been told to get, he felt the hard contour of the jar inside. The pack he understood. If he was gonna transport product from the sticks into the hood, then yeah. But the jar? What the hell you need that for? Unless it was loose powder? The fact that he'd been chosen by Sea Rider, the man himself, for this had been pretty fucking cool. Until he'd met White Boy, and then the idea he was special lost some juice. The boss man's instructions had been clear. Hook up with the dude at the 4th Street stop. Take the last bus out to the burbs and wait. Transfer to the rural line when service resumed near dawn. Get off at the Warren County stop. Hoof it 1 mile to a farm property. Sea Rider would meet them and a bunch of other dudes out there for the business. And after that, Johnsy would be part of a new crew set to dominate the scene in Caldy. He liked that shit. And full respect to Sea Rider, that motherfucker was tight. High up in the hood. Strung. But if the rest of them were like vanilla, the roar of an engine made him assume something. Anything from the Caldwell Transit Authority had finally shown, and he got to his feet. No fucking way, he breathed. The blacked-out Hummer had pulled up right in front of the bus stop, and as the window went down, White Boy was full-on insane in the membrane behind the wheel, and not just because Cypress Hill was, in fact, blaring. Get in. Come on. Get in. What the fuck you do, yo? Johnsy stuttered, even as he shot around behind the SUV and jumped into the passenger seat. Holy motherfucking shit, bitch ass was not a total fool, not pulling off something like this. The guy floored the accelerator, the engine roared, and the teeth of the tires grabbed onto the snowpack and shot them forward at 50 miles an hour. Johnsy held on to whatever he found as they went gunning through a red light intersection and then rode up over the curb and across the parking lot of a Hannaford. As they shot out on the far side, the music buried the beeping sound that was going off because no one had put their seat belts on. Johnsy started grinning. Fucking yes, motherfucker. You crazy bitch. You fucking crazy-ass snowflake. I think that's Justin Bieber. Standing in front of a lineup of Lay's potato chips, Quinn looked overhead to the speaker inset into the ceiling tiles. Yup, I'm right. And I hate that I know that. Next to him, John Matthew signed, how do you know? The little shit is everywhere. To prove the point, he motioned to a greeting card display featuring short, cocky, and 15 minutes are up. I swear, that kid is proof the Antichrist is coming. Maybe it's already here. Would explain Miley Cyrus. Good point. As John went back to contemplating his finger food of choice, Quinn double-checked the store. 4 a.m. and the CVS was fully stocked and completely empty except for the two of them and the guy up at the front counter, who was reading a National Enquirer and eating a Snickers bar. No lessers. No band of bastards. Nothing to shoot. Unless that Bieber display counted. What are you going to have? John signed. Quinn shrugged and kept looking around. As John's Ostrix Notrum, he was responsible for making sure the guy came back to the Brotherhood's mansion every night in one piece, and after well over a year, so far so good. God, he missed Blay. Shaking his head, he randomly reached forward. When his arm came back at him, he'd snagged some sour cream and onion. Looking at the Lay's logo, and the close-up of a single chip, all he could think of was the way he and John and Blay used to hang out at Blay's parents' house, playing Xbox, drinking beers, dreaming of bigger and better post-trans lives. Unfortunately, bigger and better had turned out to be only the size and strength of their bodies. Although maybe that was just his POV. John was, after all, happily mated. And Blay was with... Shit, he couldn't even say his cousin's name in his head. You good, J-Man? He asked roughly. John Matthew snagged a Doritos Old School Original and nodded. Let's get drinks. As they headed deeper into the store, Quinn wished they were downtown, fighting in the alleys, going up against either of their two enemies. Too much downtime on these suburban details, and that meant too much dwelling on. He cut himself off again. Whatever. Besides, he hated having any contact with the Glimmerand. That shit was mutual. Unfortunately, members of the aristocracy were gradually moving back to Caldwell, and that meant Wrath had gotten inundated with calls about so-called Slayer sightings. Like the Omega's undead didn't have better things to do than stalk around barren fruit trees and frozen swimming pools. Still, the king wasn't in a position to tell the dandies to go F themselves. Not since Ecker and his band of bastards had put a bullet in that royal throat. Traitors. Fuckers. With any luck, this house was going to prove without a shadow of a doubt where that rifle shot had come from. and then the bunch of them could gut those soldiers, put their heads on stakes, and light the corpses on fire, as well as find out exactly who on the council was colluding with the new enemy. Yup, user-friendly was the name of the game. Now, so one night a week, each of the teams ended up here in the neighborhood he'd grown up in, knocking on doors and looking under beds, in museum-like houses that gave him the creeps more than any dark underpass downtown. A tap on his forearm brought his head around. Yeah, I was gonna ask you the same thing. Huh. You stopped here, and have just been staring at wool, you know. Quinn frowned and glanced at the product display, then lost all train of thought as well as most of the blood from his head. Oh, yeah, shit. Had someone turned up the heat? Baby bottles. Baby formula. Baby bibs and wet naps and Q-tips. Pacifiers. Bottles. Some kind of contraption. Oh God, a breast pump. Quinn did a 180 so fast, he got faced by a 6-foot-high stack of Pampers, bounced back into the land of NUKs, and finally ricocheted out of infant airspace thanks to an A+D rebound. Whatever the hell that shit was. Baby. 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 Oh good. He'd made it up to the checkout counter. Shoving a hand into his biker jacket, Quinn pulled his wallet free and reached behind for John's finger food. Gimme your stuff. As the guy started to argue, mouthing the words because his hands were full, Quinn snagged the Mountain Dew and Doritos that were clogging up communication. There you go. While he's ringing us up, you can yell at me properly. And what do you know, John's hands flew through the positions of ASL in various I got this combinations. Is he deaf? The guy behind the cash register asked in a stage whisper, as if someone using American Sign Language was some kind of freak. No. Blind. Oh. As the man kept staring, Quinn wanted to pop him. You going to help us out here or what? Oh yeah. Hey, you got a tattoo on your face. Mr. Observant moved slowly, like the barcodes on those bags were creating some kind of wind resistance under his laser reader. Did you know that? Really? I wouldn't know. Are you blind too? No filter on this guy. None. Yeah, I am. Oh, so that's why your eyes are all weird. Yeah, that's right. Quinn took out a 20 and didn't wait for change. Murder was just a little too tempting. Nodding to John, who was also measuring the dear boy for a shroud, Quinn went to walk off. What about your change? The man called out. I'm deaf too. I can't hear you. The guy yelled more loudly. I'll just keep it then. Yeah? Sounds good. Quinn shouted over his shoulder. Idiot was stage 5 stupid. Straight up. Stepping through the security bar, Quinn thought it was a miracle that humans like that got through the day and night at all. And the motherfucker had managed to get his pants on right and operate a cash register. Would miracles never cease? As he pushed his way outside, the cold slapped him around, the wind blowing at his hair, snowflakes getting in his nose. Quinn stopped, looked left, looked right. What where's my Hummer? In his peripheral vision, John's hands started flying around like he was wondering the same thing. And then the guy pointed down to the freshly fallen snow and the deep treads of 4 monster tires that made a fat circle and headed out of the parking lot. Goddamn motherfucking shit. Quinn gritted. And he thought Mr. Observant was the stupid one? 2. Back at the Brotherhood's mansion, Blaylock sat on the edge of his bed. His naked body flushed, a sheen of sweat across his chest and shoulders. Between his legs his cock was spent, and his hips were loose from all kinds of bump and grind. At the other end of the spectrum, his breath was squeezed, his flesh requiring just a little more oxygen than his lungs could provide. So naturally he reached for the pack of Dunhill Reds he kept on his side table. The sounds of his lover showering in the bath across the way, along with the spicy scent of hand-milled soap, were achingly familiar. Had it been almost a year now? Taking out one of the cigarettes, he picked up the vintage Van Cleef and Arpels lighter sacks had given him for his birthday. The thing was made of gold and marked with the firm's trademark mystery set rubies. A 1940s lovely that never failed to please the eye or do the job. As the flame jumped up, the shower turned off. Blay leaned into the lick of fire, inhaled, and flicked the top back down. As always, the slightest hint of lighter fluid lingered, the sweetness mingling with the smoke that he exhaled. Quinn hated smoking, had never approved of it. Which, considering the number of outrageous things the guy made a regular habit out of, seemed downright offensive. Sex with countless strangers in club bathrooms? Threesomes with males and females? Piercings? Tattoos in various places? And this guy didn't approve of smoking. Like it was a vile habit no one in his right mind would bother with. In the bathroom, the hair dryer he and Sax shared went on, and Blay could imagine that blonde hair he had just grabbed onto and pulled back hard, flowing in the artificial breeze, catching the light, shining with highlights that were natural. Saxton was beautiful, all smooth skin and sinewy body and perfect taste. God, the clothes in that wardrobe of his. Amazing. Like the Great Gatsby had jumped out of the pages of the novel, gone down to Fifth Avenue, and bought out whole blocks of haute couture. Quinn was never like that. He wore Hanes t-shirts and fatigues or leathers, and still sported the same biker jacket he'd had from just after his transition. No Ferragamos or Bally's for him. New rocks with soles the size of truck tires. Hair? Brushed if it was lucky. Cologne? Gunpowder and orgasms. Hell, in all the years Blay had known the guy, and it had been since birth practically, never seen Quinn in a suit. One had to wonder if the guy knew that tuxedos could be owned, not just rented. If Saxton was the picture-perfect aristocrat, Quinn was a straight-up thug. Here, tap your ashes in this. Blay jerked his head up. Saxton was naked, perfectly coiffed and scented with cool water, and holding out the heavy Baccarat ashtray he'd bought as a summer solstice gift. It was also from the 40s and weighed as much as a bowling ball. Blay complied, taking the thing and balancing it in the palm of his hand. Are you off to work? Like that wasn't obvious? Indeed. Saxton turned away and flashed a spectacular ass as he went to the closet. Technically, the guy was supposed to be living next door in one of the vacant guest rooms, but over time his clothes had migrated in here. He didn't mind the smoking, even shared every once in a while after a particularly energetic exchange, as it were. How's it going? Blay said on an exhale. Your secret assignment, that is. Rather well. I'm almost finished. Does that mean you can finally tell me what it's all been about? You shall find out soon enough. As the flapping of a shirt emanated from the walk-in, Blay turned his cigarette around and stared at the glowing tip. Saxton had been working on something top secret for the king since the fall, and there had been no pillow talk about it, which was probably only one of the many reasons Wrath had made the male his private lawyer. Saxton had all the discretion of a bank vault. Quinn, on the other hand, had never been able to keep a secret. From surprise parties to gossip to embarrassing personal details like whether you'd gotten laid together by a cheap whore at. Blay. I'm sorry, what? Saxton emerged, fully dressed in a tweed Ralph Lauren three-piecer. I said, I'll see you at last meal. Oh, is it that late? Yes, it is. Guess they'd screwed their way through the first place setting of the day, which was how they'd rolled ever since. God, he couldn't even think about what had happened a mere week ago. Couldn't even put into mental words how he felt about the one thing he'd never worried about coming to pass right in front of his own eyes. And he'd thought being rejected by Quinn was bad? Watching the guy have a young with a female. Shoot, he needed to respond to his lover, didn't he? Yes, absolutely. I'll see you then. There was a hesitation, and then Saxton came over and pressed a kiss to Blay's lips. You're off rotation tonight? Blay nodded, holding the cigarette out of the way so the male's beautiful clothes didn't get burned. I was going to read The New Yorker and maybe start from the terrace. Saxton smiled, clearly appreciating the appeal of both. How I envy you. After I'm finished, I'm going to take a few nights off and just relax. Maybe we could go somewhere. Maybe we could. The tight expression on that lovely face was quick and sad, because Saxton knew that they weren't going anywhere. And not just because a sandals all-inclusive was so not in their future. Be well, Saxton said, brushing his knuckle down Blay's cheek. Blay nuzzled that hand. You too. A moment later the door opened and shut, and he was alone, sitting on the messy bed, in the silence that seemed to crush him from all sides. He smoked his cigarette down to the filter, screwed it out in the ashtray, lit another. Closing his eyes, He tried to remember the sound of Saxton moaning or the sight of the male's back arching or the feel of skin on skin. He could not. And that was the root of the problem, wasn't it? Let me get this straight, V drawled over the cell phone connection. You lost your Hummer. Quinn wanted to put his head through a plate glass window. Yeah, I did. So could you please? How do you lose 8,000 pounds of vehicle? That's not important. Well, actually, it is if you want me to access the GPS and tell you where to find the damn thing, which is why you're calling, true? Or do you just think confession without detail is good for the soul or some shit? Quinn gripped his phone hard. I left the keys in it. I'm sorry? I didn't catch that. Bullshit. I left the keys in it. That was a dumbass move, son. No. Fucking. Kidding. So can you help me? Just emailed you the link. One thing when you recover the vehicle. Yeah. Check to see if the jackers took a moment to put the seat forward, get comfortable and shit. Because they probably weren't in a rush, what with having the keys. The sound of Vicious's yuck king it up was like getting paddled in the nuts with a car fender. Listen, I gotta go. I need both hands to hold my gut as I laugh my ass off at ya. Later. As the call went dead, Quinn took a moment to rein in the desire to throw the phone. Yeah, 'cause losing that, too, was gonna really help the situation. Going into his Hotmail account, and wondering just how long it was gonna take to live this one down, he got a bead on his frickin' car. It's heading west. He tilted the phone so John could see. Let's do this. Dematerializing, Quinn was dimly aware that the level of his rage was disproportionate to the problem. As his molecules scattered, he was a lit fuse waiting to connect with some dynamite, and it wasn't just about him being a dumbass or the missing car, or the fact that he was looking like an idiot to one of the males he respected most in the Brotherhood. There was so much other shit. Taking form on a rural road, he checked his phone again and waited for John to show up. When the fighter did, he recalibrated and they went farther west, closing in, cross-referencing the direction until Quinn ghosted onto the precise strip of ice-covered asphalt his fucking Hummer was on. About 100 yards ahead of the vehicle. Whatever SOB was behind the wheel was going 60 miles an hour in the snow, heading for a curve. Well, calling them stupid was exactly the kind of kettle black thing the night had devolved into. Let me shoot the wheels, John signed, like he knew a gun in Quinn's hand was not the best idea. Before the guy could up and out his 40, though, Quinn dematerialized right onto the hood of the SUV. He landed face first into the windshield, his ass getting hit with the kind of breeze that turned him into a bug on all that glass. And then it was a case of oh hey girl he. Thanks to the glow from the dashboard, he caught the OMG on the faces of the pair of guys in the front seat, and then his bright idea turned into goat fuck number 2 of the evening. Instead of hitting the brakes, the driver wrenched the wheel, like he could maybe avoid what had already landed on the Hummer's hood. The torque threw Quinn free, his body going weightless as he wrenched around in space to keep his eyes on his ride. Turned out he was the lucky one. As Hummers were designed and built for things other than aerodynamics and braking facility, the laws of physics grabbed onto all that top-heavy metal and rolled the shit. In the process, and in spite of the snow cover, metal met asphalt, and the high-pitched scream sopranoed out into night. The thunderous impact of the SUV nailing some kind of solid object the size of a house cut off all that caterwauling. Quinn didn't pay much attention to the crash, however, because he landed as well, the paved road smacking him on the shoulder and hip, his body doing its own version of greased pig down the snow-packed pavement. Crack! His momentum was stopped short as well, something hard catching him in the head. Cue a spectacular light show, like someone had lit off a firecracker right in front of his face. Then it was Tweety Bird time, little stars going around his vision as pain in various places started to check in. Pushing against whatever was closest to him, wasn't sure whether it was the ground or a tree or that red-suited fatty, Santa Claus. He eased himself over onto his back. As he flopped flat, the cold went to his head and helped to dull things. He intended to get up, check the Hummer, beat the shit out of whoever had taken advantage of his blonde moment. But that was just his brain playing with itself. His body had taken over the wheel and accelerator, and it had no intention of going anywhere the fuck. Laying as still as he could, and breathing out uneven clouds of frost, time slowed down and then began to morph. For a second, He became confused as to what had put him in this at-the-side-of-the-road condition. The accident he'd caused? Ort had honor guard from before the raids? Was this backflat on the asphalt thing a memory of his past or something that was actually happening? The good news was that sorting out reality gave his brain something to do other than continue to hammer away at the get-moving stuff. The bad news was that the memories from the night his family had disavowed him were more painful than anything he currently felt in his body. God, it was all so clear, the doggen bringing him the official papers and demanding some blood for a cleansing ritual. Him throwing that duffel bag over his shoulder and walking out of that house for the last time. The road stretching in front of him, empty and dark. This road, he realized. This actual road was the one he'd gone down on. Or was down on whatever. When he'd left his parents' house, he'd intended to head out west, where he'd heard there was a clan of rogue assholes just like him. Instead, four males had shown up in hooded robes and beaten him to death literally. He had gone to the door of the Fade, and on it, he had seen a future that he hadn't believed until it happened. Was happening right now. With Layla. Oh look, John was talking to him. Right in front of his eyes, the guy's hands were going through the motions, so to speak, and Quinn intended reply with some kind of update. Is this real? He mumbled. John looked momentarily confuzzled. It had to be real, Quinn thought, because the honor guard had come to him in the summer, and the air he was inhaling was cold. Are you okay? John mouthed as he signed. Shoving his hand into the snowy ground, Quinn pushed as hard as he could. When he didn't budge more than an inch or two, he let that speak for itself and passed the fuck out. 3. The sound of coke getting sniffed up a deviated septum made the man outside the door tighten his grip on his knife. Fucker. What a fucker. The first rule of any successful dealer was that you didn't use. Addicts who funded your business used. Associates you needed to leverage used. Bitches you needed out on the streets used. Management did not use. Ever. The logic was so sound it was fundamental and nothing different than, say, going to a casino that had a 6 million square foot facility, enough catered food for a small country, and goddamned gold leaf everywhere and being surprised that you lost all your money. If taking drugs was such a hot frickin' idea, why did people regularly die from the shit? Destroy lives over it? Get thrown in prison thanks to it? Dumbass. The man turned the knob and pushed. Of course the door was unlocked, and as he walked into the squalid room, the stench of baby powder would have overwhelmed him if he hadn't gotten used to the smell on himself. That nasty nose pincher was the only thing he hadn't liked about the change. Everything else, the strength, the longevity, the freedom'd been into. But damn, the smell. No matter how much cologne he used, he couldn't get rid of it. And yeah, he missed being able to have sex. Other than that, the lessening society was his ticket to domination. The sniffing stopped and the forelesser looked up from the People magazine he'd made the lines on. Beneath the residue, some dude named Channing Tatum was staring at the camera. All hot as fuck. Hey, what are you doing here? As those beady, strung-out eyes struggled to focus, the boss looked like he'd given a blowjob to a powered donut. I got something for you. More? Oh, my God. How did you know? I only got 2 ounces left and Connors, aka Sea Rider, moved fast, taking 3 steps forward, throwing his arm out wide, and swinging the knife in a fat circle that terminated in the side of the forelesser's head. The steel blade went in deep, slicing through the softer bone of the temple, piercing the buzzed-up gray matter. The forelesser went into a seizure, maybe because of the injury, more likely because his adrenal glands had just pumped 1 million cc's of holy shit into his bloodstream, and the stuff wasn't mixing well with the cocaine. As the little shit flopped off his chair and shimmied his way down to the floor, the knife stayed with Connors, disengaging from the side of the skull, its blade marked with black blood. Connors met the shocked stare of his now former superior and felt really good about this promotion he had going on. The Omega himself had come to him and offered him the job, no doubt recognizing, as they all did, that a SK8TR punk was not who you wanted in charge of any organization bigger than a poker game. Yeah, sure, the guy had been useful in growing the ranks. But quantity was not quality, and it didn't take the Army, Navy, Air Force, or Marines to see that the lessening society was being overrun by lawless ADHD juvies. Hard to promote any kind of agenda with that kind of rank and file unless you had a real professional running shit. which was why the Omega had put all this in motion. WH. You been fired, motherfucker. The final part of the forced retirement came with another stabbing motion, this one taking that blade and driving it right into the center of the chest. With a pop and a show of smoke, the regime change was complete. And Connors was the head of everything. Supremacy made him smile for a moment until his eyes went around the room. For some reason, he thought of that Febreze commercial, the one where they'd shit up someplace, spray like madmen, and drag real people, not actors, into the scene to sniff around. Man, except for the food remnants, which were a no-show because Slayers didn't require eats everything fit. The mold on the ceiling, the ratty furniture, the dripping over at the sink, and especially the crap that went along with a multi-chemical addiction like syringes, spoons, even the 2-liter Sprite bottle meth lab over in the corner. This was not a seat of power. This was a common crack house. Connors went over and snagged the little shit's cell phone. The screen was cracked and there was some kind of sticky patch on the back. The thing was not password protected, and when he went into the messages section, all kinds of kiss asses had blown up the phone, the texts blah blah blahing congrats about the induction ceremony that was going on tonight. But the forelesser hadn't known about it. Wasn't his gig. Connors wasn't going to retaliate, however. Those brown-nosing douches were just trying to stay alive and would suck anyone's dick to keep breathing. He fully expected the same list to be hitting him up, and he wanted them to. Spies had their purpose in the grand scheme of things. And man, there was work to be done. From what he had figured out during his own blessedly short period of ass-kissing, the lessening society had few assets left in terms of weapons or ammo or property. No cash, because what did come in from petty robberies had gone up the little shit's nose or into his arm. No master list of inductees, no troop organization, no training. Lot of rebuilding needed to happen fast. A cold draft shot into the room, and Connors turned around. The Omega had arrived from out of nowhere, the evil's white robes shining brightly, the black shadow underneath looking like an optical illusion. The repulsion that went through Connors was something he knew he was also going to have to get used to. The Omega always enjoyed a special relationship with his forelesser, and maybe that was why word had it they rarely lasted very long. Then again, given who he picked. I took care of him, Connors said, nodding to the scorch mark on the floor. I know, the Omega replied, that voice warping through the fetid, chilly air. Outside, a gust of wind blew snow against the windows, the gap on one sill letting some snowflakes in. As they entered the space, they fell to the floor in a shimmer, the temperature cold enough to sustain them, thanks to the master's presence. He is back home now. The Omega came forward like a draft, with no evidence that any kind of legs were moving him. And I am very pleased. Connors told his feet to stay put. There was nowhere to run to, nothing to escape. He just had to get through what was going to happen next. At least he had prepared for this. I got some new recruits for you. The Omega stopped. Indeed. A tribute, as it were. Or more like a defined endpoint to this shit. He had to head out soon, and he'd carefully planned these two events close together. The Omega, after all, was into his playthings, but liked his society and its purpose of eliminating vampires even more. You please me to no end, the Omega whispered as he closed in. I do believe we are going to get along just fine, Mr. C. For the chosen Layla had existed in her own body without any physical compromise for the entirety of her existence. Born in the scribe virgin's sanctuary, and trained in the rarefied, preternatural peacefulness there, she had never known hunger, or fever, or pain of any note. Not heat nor cold, nor contusion, concussion, or contraction. Her body had been, as with all things in the mother of the race's most sacred space, always the placid same, a perfect specimen functioning at the highest level. Oh God! She gulped as she shot out of bed and lurched into the bathroom. Her bare feet skidded on the marble as she threw herself to her knees, popped the toilet seat, and leaned over to go face to face with the bowl's epiglottal hole. Just do it, she gasped as the rolling nausea polluted her body until even her toes curled under and grabbed at the floor. Please, for the scribe virgin's sake. If she could just empty the contents of her stomach, surely the torture would relent. Taking her fore and middle fingers into her throat, she shoved them in so hard she choked. But that was the extent of it. There was no coordination of her diaphragm, No release of the greasy, spoiled meat in her stomach, not that she'd actually eaten fate or anything else for how long had it been? Days. Mayhap that was the problem. Snaking her arm around her hips, she put her sweaty forehead on the hard, cool lip of the toilet and tried to breathe shallowly because the sensation of air moving up and down the back of her throat made the impotent urge to throw up worse. Mere days ago, when she had been in her kneading, her body had taken control, the urge to mate strong enough to wipe out all thought and emotion. That supremacy had quickly passed, however, and likewise had the aches and pains from the relentless mating. Her skin and bones once again resuming their backseat to her brain. The balance was tipping back once more. Giving up, she carefully repositioned herself, placing her shoulders against the blessedly chilly marble wall. Considering how sickly she felt, her only extrapolation was that she was losing the pregnancy. She'd never seen anyone in the sanctuary go through this. Was this illness what was normal here on Earth? Closing her eyes, she wished she could talk to someone about it all. But very few knew her condition, and for the time being, she needed to keep things that way. Most were completely unaware that she had gone through her kneading or been serviced. Autumn's fertile period had hit first, and in response, the Brotherhood had scattered far and wide as there was no taking chances with exposure to those hormones for good reason, as she had learned firsthand. By the time people had returned to their normal rooms in the mansion, her own had passed, and any residual hormonal fluxes in the air had been chalked up by all and sundry to Autumn's fading time. The privacy in these 2 rooms of hers was not going to last if the pregnancy continued, however. For one, her status would be sensed by the others, especially males, who were particularly attuned to that sort of thing. And 2, after a while she would begin to show. Except if she felt this bad, however could the young survive? As a vague sensation of tightness settled into her lower belly, like her pelvis was being compressed by an invisible vice, she tried to train her mind on something, anything other than her physical sensations. Eyes the color of the night sky came to her. Penetrating eyes that stared up from a face that was bloodied and distorted and beautiful even in its ugliness. This was not an improvement. Eker, leader of the band of bastards. A traitor against the king. A hunted male who was enemy to the Brotherhood and lawful vampires everywhere. The fierce warrior who had been born of a noble mother who did not want him because of his visage, and an unknown father who had never claimed parentage. An unwanted burden shuffled from home to orphanage until he'd entered the Bloodletters training camp back in the old country. A remorseless fighter trained therein to great effect. Then, in his maturity, a master of death who toured the land with a band of elite fighters first aligned to the Bloodletter himself, and thereafter to scorned no one else. The information trail at the Sanctuary's library ended there because none of the Chosen were updating anything anymore. The rest, however, she could fill in herself. The Brotherhood believed the attempt on Wrath's life back in the fall had been made by Eker, and she had further heard there were insurrectionists within the Glimmer working with the fighter. Eker, a traitorous, brutal male with no conscience, no loyalty, no principle save to serve himself. Yet when she had looked into his eyes, when she had been in his presence, when she had unknowingly fed this new enemy, she had felt like a full female for the first time in her life. Because he had looked upon her not with aggression, but with, "Arrest that," she said aloud. "Stop that right now." As if she were a young getting into a cupboard or some such thing. Forcing herself to her feet, she drew her robe around her and resolved to leave her room and make her way down to the kitchen. A change of scenery was needed, and so was food, if only to give her churning stomach something to expel. On her way out, she did not check her hair or her face in the mirror, did not fuss over the way her robe fell, didn't waste even a moment worrying which of her identical sandals to wear. So much time she had wasted in the past over the minute details of her appearance. She would have been much better served studying or training herself for a vocation. But that had not been permitted within the allowed prescription of activity for a Chosen. As she stepped into the corridor, she took a deep breath, steadied herself, and started to walk in the direction of the king's study. Up ahead, Blaylock, son of Rock, burst out into the hall of statues, his brows down tight, his body clad in leather from the tops of his shoulders to the soles of his tremendous boots. As he strode forward, he was checking his weapons one by one, taking them out of holsters, replacing them, buckling them in. Layla stopped dead. And when the male finally looked upon her, he did the same, his eyes growing remote. Deep red of hair and lovely sapphire blue of eye, the fully blooded aristocrat was a fighter for the Brotherhood. But he was not a brute. No matter how he spent his nights out in the field, he remained at the compound a mannered, intelligent gentlemale of fine comportment and schooling. So it was not a surprise that even in his rush, he bent slightly at the waist in formal greeting before resuming his hurry to the grand staircase. In his descent down to the foyer, Quinn's voice came to her. "I'm in love with someone." Layla exercised her new habit of cursing under her breath. Such a sad state of affairs between those two fighters, and this pregnancy was not of aid. But the die had been cast, and they were all going to live with the consequences. As Blay hit the staircase, he felt like he was being chased, and that was nuts. Nobody who was any threat was behind him. There was no masher in a Jason mask, or sick bastard in a bad Christmas sweater with knives for fingers or killer clown. Just a probably pregnant chosen who happened to have spent a good 12 hours fucking his former best friend. No prob. At least, there shouldn't have been any problem. The trouble was, every time he saw that female he felt like he got punched in the gut. Which was another case of crazy. She had done nothing wrong. Neither had Quinn. Although, God, if she was pregnant. Blay booted all those happy thoughts to the background as he crossed through the foyer at a jog. No time to psychobabble, even if it was just to himself. When Vishouse called you on your night off and told you to be out front in your gear in 5 minutes, it was not because things were going well. No details had been given during the phone call. None had been asked for. Blay had taken only a moment to text Saxton, and then he'd thrown on the leather and the steel, ready for anything. In a way, this was good. Spending the night reading in his room had turned out to be torturous, and though he didn't want anyone in trouble, at least this pulled him into some activity. Bursting out through the vestibule, he came face to face with the Brotherhood's flatbed truck. The thing was kitted out to look authentically human, deliberately painted with red AAA logos and the made-up name of Murphy's Towing. Fake telephone number. Fake tagline of, "We're always there for you." Bullshit. Unless, of course, the "you" was one of the Brotherhood. Blay hopped up into the passenger seat and found Tor, not V, behind the wheel. "Is Vishouse coming?" "It's you and me." Kai's still working on the ballistics testing of that bullet. The brother hit the gas, the diesel engine roaring like a beast, the headlights swinging in a fat circle around the courtyard's fountain and across the lineup of cars parked wheelbase to wheelbase. Just as Blay checked out the vehicles and did the math about the one that was missing, Tor said, "It's Quinn and John." Blay's lids dropped shut for a split second. "What happened?" "I don't know much. John called V for an emergency assist." The brother looked over. "And you and I are the only ones free." Blay reached for the door handle, ready to pop the thing and dematerialize the fuck out of there. "Where are they?" "Calm down, son. You know the rules. None of us can be out alone. So I need your ass in that seat or I'm violating my own goddamn protocol." Blay slammed his fist into the door, punching hard enough that the sting in his hand cleared his head a little. Fucking band of bastards, cramping them all, and the fact that the rule made sense just pissed him off even more. Ecker and his boys had proven to be cagey, aggressive, and completely without morals. Not exactly the kind of enemy you wanted to meet up with all by your little lonesome. But come on. Blay grabbed his phone, intending to text John, but he stopped because he didn't want the guys distracted by his trying to get details. "Is there anyone who can get to them quick?" V called the others. "Fighting's heavy downtown and nobody can break out of it." "God damn it. I'll drive as fast as I can, son." Blay nodded, just so he didn't come across as rude. "Where are they and how far?" 15 to 20 minutes. And out past the burbs. Shit. Staring out the window and watching the snow streak by, he told himself that if John was texting, they were alive, and for God's sakes, the guy had asked for a tow truck, not an ambulance. For all he knew, they had a flat tire or a broken windshield, and getting hysterical was not going to shorten the distance, decrease the drama, if there was any, or change the outcome. "Sorry if I'm being an ass," Blay muttered, as the brother shot onto the highway. You do not need to apologize for being worried about your boys. Man, Tor was cool like that. As it was late at night, the Northway didn't have any cars, just a semi or two, the wired drivers of which were going like bats out of hell. The tow truck didn't stay on the four-laner for long. About 8 miles later, they got off at an exit well north of downtown Caldwell, in a suburban area that was known for mansions, not ranches, Mercedes, not Mazdas. What the hell are they doing out here? Blay asked. Researching those reports. About lessers? Yeah. Blay shook his head as they went by stone walls as tall and thick as linebackers, and gates of fine, wrought iron filigree which were closed to outsiders. Abruptly, he took a deep breath and relaxed. The aristocrats who were moving back into town were spooked and seeing evidence of lesser activity in everything around them, which did not mean that slayers were in fact jumping out from behind garden statuary or hiding in their basements. This was not a mortal event. It was a mechanical one. Blay rubbed his face and slapped the shit out of his inner panic button. At least until they came out on the other side of the zip code and found the accident. As they rounded a bend in the road, there were a pair of taillights glowing red at the side far off the shoulder, and upside down. The fuck, this was just a mechanical problem. Blay jumped out before Tor even started to pull over, dematerializing directly to the Hummer. Oh Christ, no! He moaned as he saw 2 sunburst patterns in the front windshield, the kind of thing that could only be made by a pair of heads slamming into the glass. Tripping through the snow, he went for the driver's side door, the sweet sting of gas knifing into his nose, the smoke from the engine making him blink. A high-pitched whistle cut through the night from over on the left. Whipping around, Blay searched the snow-covered landscape and found 2 hulking shapes about 20 feet away, clustered at the base of a tree nearly the size of the one the Hummer had gotten hung up on. Scrambling through the drifts, Blay rushed over and landed on his knees. Quinn was sprawled on the ground, his long, heavy legs stretched out, his upper body in John's lap. The male just stared at him with those mismatched eyes, unmoving, unspeaking. Is he paralyzed? Blay demanded, looking over at John. Not that I'm aware of, Quinn replied dryly. I think he's got a concussion, John signed. I do not. He went flying off the hood of his car and hit this tree. I mostly missed the tree, and I've had to hold him down ever since. Which is pissing me off. How we doing, boys? Tor said as he crunched over to them, his boots crushing the ice pack. Anyone injured? Quinn shoved himself free of John and leaped up to the vertical. Now we all just... At that point, the guy's balance went wonky, his body listing so hard that Tor had to catch him. You go wait in the truck, the brother said grimly. Fuck that. Tor jerked the guy forward so they were face to face. Excuse me, son. What did you say? 'Cause I know you didn't just F-bomb me. Did you? Okay, right. Blay knew firsthand that there were few things in life Quinn backed down from. That being said, a brother the guy respected, who was more than ready to finish the job that a pine tree had started, was definitely one of them. Quinn looked over to his ruined SUV. Sorry. Bad night. And I just got lightheaded for a split second. I'm fine. In typical Quinn fashion, the bastard broke free and walked off, heading toward the steaming pile of previously drivable metal like he'd thrown off his injuries by force of will, leaving everyone else in his dust. Blay got to his feet and forced himself to focus on John. What happened? Thank God for sign language. It gave him something to look at, and fortunately, John took his time filling in the details. When the narration was over, Blay could only stare at his friend. But come on, it wasn't as if anybody would make that shit up. Not about someone they liked, at any rate. Torment started to laugh. He pulled a hislop, is what you're saying. Not sure I know what that is? Blay cut in. Tor shrugged and followed Quinn's trail through the snow, motioning with his arm toward the wreck. Right here. This is the definition of a hislo precipitated by your boy leaving his keys in the ignition. He's not my boy, Blay said to himself. Never has been. Never will be. And the fact that that hurt worse than any kind of concussion was something like so much he kept quiet about. Off to the side and out of the glow of the headlights, Blay hung back and watched as Quinn crouched down by the driver's door and cursed softly. Messy. Very messy. Tor did the duty on the passenger seat. Oh look, a match set. I think they're dead. Really? What gave that away? The fact they aren't moving or that this guy over here has no facial features left. Quinn straightened up and looked across the undercarriage. We need to roll it and tow it. And here I thought we were going to toast marshmallows, Tor said. John? Blay? Get over here. The four of them lined up shoulder to shoulder between the sets of tires and dug in with their boots, locking their positions in the snow. For sets of hands palmed the panels. For bodies leaned into the ready. For pairs of shoulders tightened up. A single voice, Tor's, counted it out. On 3. 1, 2, 3-inch. The Hummer had already had a bad night, and this the wrong thing made it groan so loudly that an owl was flushed across the road and a pair of deer took flight on bounding hooves through the trees. Then again, the SUV wasn't the only one cursing. Everybody was going George Carlin under the deadweight as they worked to pry free gravity's hold on all that steel. The laws of physics were possessive, however, and as Blay's body strained, all his muscles tightening against his bones, he turned his head and shifted his grip. He was standing next to Quinn, right beside the guy. Quinn's eyes were focused straight ahead, his lips peeled back from his fangs, his fierce expression the result of total anatomical effort. It was close to what he looked like when he came. Holy inappropriateness, Batman. And too bad that fact did nothing to change his thought pattern. The trouble was, Blay knew from first-hand experience what an orgasm did to the guy, although not because he was one of the cast of thousands who'd been a recipient. Oh no, never that. God forbid the guy who'd stick his dick in anything that breathed and maybe some inanimate objects would ever do Blay. Yeah, because that discerning sexual palate, which had led to Quinn balling everything in Caldwell between the ages of 20 and 28, had filtered Blay out of the fuck pool. She starting to move, Tor gritted. Get under her. Blay and Quinn snapped into action, releasing their holds, crouching down, shoving their shoulders under the lip of the roof. Facing each other, their eyes met as breath exploded out of their mouths, their thighs going into action. Their bodies pitted in a war against all that cold, hard weight that happened to be slippery thanks to the snow. Their added power was the turning point literally. An axis formed on the opposite tires, and the Hummer's 4-ton burden started shifted on them, getting lighter and lighter. Why the hell was Quinn looking at him like that? Those eyes, that pair of blue and green, were locked on Blaysand. They were not moving. Maybe it was just concentration-like. He was actually focused only on the 2 inches in front of his face and Blay just happened to be on the far side of that. Had to be. Easy, boys. Tor called out. Or we'll flip the damn thing all the way over again. Blay let up on the graft and there was a moment of suspension. A split second where the impossible happened, where an 8,000-pound SUV balanced perfectly on the edge of 2 tires, where what had been excruciating became exhilarating. And still Quinn stared at him. As the Hummer landed with a bounce on all fours, Blay frowned and turned away. When he glanced back, Quinn's eyes were exactly where they had been. Blay leaned in and hissed, "What?" Before there was any kind of answer, Tor went over and opened the SUV's side door. The smell of fresh blood floated over on the breeze. Man, even if this isn't totaled, I'm not sure you're going to want it back. Cleanup in here is going to be a bitch. Quinn didn't respond, seeming to have forgotten all about the Allstate Mayhem commercial his SUV was living out. He just stood there, staring at Blay. Maybe the SOB had stroked out standing up? What's your problem? Blay repeated. I'll bring the flatbed over, Tor said as he started for the other vehicle. Let's leave the bodies right where they are. You can dispose of them on the way home. Meanwhile, Blay could feel John pausing and looking across at the pair of them, something Quinn didn't seem to care about, naturally. With a curse, Blay solved the problem by jogging over to the tow truck and walking alongside as Tor backed the thing up toward the Hummer's collapsed hood. Going for the winch, Blay unclipped the claw and started to free the cable. He had a feeling he knew what was on Quinn's mind, and if he was right, the guy had better stay quiet and stay the fuck back. He did not want to hear it. 5. As Quinn stood in the stiff wind and watched Blay hook up the Hummer, loose snow blew up over his boots, the quiet, soft weight gradually obscuring the steel-toed tops. Glancing down, he had the vague thought that if he stayed where he was long enough, he would be completely covered by it, from head to toe. Weird goddamn thing to come into his brain. The roaring of the flatbed's engine brought his head back up, his eyes shifting over as the winch began to drag his ruined ride off the snowpack. Blay was the one working the pull, the male standing to the side, carefully monitoring and controlling the speed of the draw so that no undue stress was put on the various mechanical components of this automotive Good Samaritan production. So careful, so controlled. In order to seem casual, Quinn went over by Tor and pretended that he, like the brother, was just monitoring the progress of the lift. It was all about Blay, of course. It had always been about Blay. Trying to add to all the nonchalance, he crossed his arms over his chest but had to drop them down again as his bruised shoulder hollered. "Lesson learned," he said to make conversation. Tor murmured something back, but damned if he heard it. And damned if he could see anything but Blay. Not for a blink. For a breath. For a beat of the heart. Staring across the swirling snow, he marveled at how someone you knew everything about, who lived down the hall, who ate with you and worked with you and slept at the same time you did could become a stranger. Then again, and as usual, that was about the emotional distance, not the same job under the same roof shit. The thing was, Quinn felt like he wanted to explain things. Unfortunately, and unlike his slut cousin, Saxton the cocksucker, he had no gift with words, and the complicated stuff in the center of his chest was making that mute tendency worse. After a final grind, the Hummer was up off the ground on the bed, and Blay started running chain in and out of the undercarriage. "Okay, you three take this piece of junk back," Tor said as flurries started to fall again. Blay froze and looked at the brother. "We go in pairs. So I need to leave with you," like he was beyond ready to bounce. "Have you looked at what we got here? An incapacitated hunk of junk with 2 dead humans in it. You think this is a play-it-loose situation?" "They can handle it," Blay said under his breath. "The 2 of them are tight. And with you they're even stronger. I'm just going to dematerialize home." In the stretch of silence that followed, the straight line that ran from Blay's ass up to the base of his skull was the equivalent of a middle finger. Not to the brother, though. Quinn knew exactly who it was for. Things moved fast from then on. The SUV getting secured, Tor departing, and John hopping behind the wheel of the flatbed. Meanwhile, Quinn went around to the truck's passenger side door, cranked it open, and stood to the side, waiting. Like a gentle male might, he supposed. Blay came over, stalking through the snow. His face was like the landscape. Cold, shut down, inhospitable. "After you," the guy muttered, taking out a pack of cigarettes and an elegant gold lighter. Quinn ducked his head briefly in a nod, then shuffled inside, sliding over the bench seat until his shoulder brushed John's. Blay got in last, slammed the door, and cracked the window, putting the lit end of his coffin nail right at the opening to keep the smell down. The flatbed did all of the talking for a good 5 miles or so. Sitting in between what used to be his 2 best friends, Quinn stared out the windshield and counted the seconds between the intermittent swipes of the wipers. 3, tune-up hand down, and 3, tune-up hand down. There was barely enough snow loose in the air to require the effort. "I'm sorry," he blurted. Silence, except for the growl of the engine in front of them and the occasional clang of a chain in back when they hit a bump. Quinn glanced over and what do you know? Blay looked like he was chewing on metal. "Are you talking to me?" the guy said gruffly. "Yeah, I am. You have nothing to apologize for." Blay stabbed the cigarette out in the dashboard's ashtray and lit another. "Will you please stop staring at me? Quinn put a hand through his hair and gave the shit a yank. I don't know what to say about Layla." Blay's head snapped around. "What you do with your life has nothing to do with me." "That's not true," Quinn said quietly. Not true. Blay, listen, Layla and I. What makes you think I want to hear one word about you and her? I just thought that you might need some, I don't know, context or something." Blay simply stared at him for a moment. "And why exactly do you think I'd want context?" "Because I thought you might find it, like, upsetting, or something." "And why would that be?" Quinn couldn't believe the guy wanted him to say it out loud. Much less in front of someone else, even John. Well, because of, Blay leaned in, his upper lip peeling back from his fangs. Just so we're clear, your cousin is giving me what I need. All day long. Every day. You and me. He motioned back and forth between them with the cigarette. We work together. That's it. So I want you to do us both a favor before you think I need to know something. Ask yourself, if I were flipping burgers at McDonald's, would I be telling the fucking fry guy this? If the answer is no, then shut the hell up. Quinn refocused on the windshield and considered putting his face through it. John, pull over. The fighter glanced across, then started shaking his head. John, pull the fuck over, or I'll do it for you. Quinn was vaguely aware that his chest was pumping up and down and that his hands had become fists. Pull the fuck over, he roared as he punched the dashboard hard enough to send one of the vents flying. The flatbed shot to the side of the road and the brakes squealed as their velocity slowed. But Quinn was already out of there. Dematerializing, he escaped through that crack in the window, along with Blay's frustrated exhale. Almost immediately, he reformed at the side of the road, unable to keep himself in his molecular state because his emotions were running way too high for that. Putting one shitkicker in front of the other, he trudged through the snow, his need to ambulate drowning out everything, including the ringing pain in both sets of knuckles. In the back of his head, something about the stretch of road registered, but there was too much noise in his skull for specifics to break through. No idea where he was going. Man, it was cold. Sitting in the flatbed, Blay focused on the lit end of his cigarette, the little orange glow going back and forth like a guitar string. Guess his hand was shaking. The whistle that went off next to him was John's way of trying to get his attention, but he ignored it, which got him slapped in the arm. This is a really bad stretch for him, John signed. You're kidding me, right? Blay muttered. You're absolutely fucking kidding me. He's always wanted a conventional mating, and he's knocked up a chosen. I'd say this is a great. No, here, right here. John pointed out to the asphalt. Here. Blay shifted his eyes to the windshield only because he was too tired to argue. Out in front of the flatbed, the headlights illuminated everything. The snow-covered landscape blindingly white, the figure walking at the side of the road like a shadow thrown. Red drops of blood marked the path of the footprints. Quinn's hands were bleeding from when he'd bashed up the dash. Abruptly, Blay frowned, sat up a little higher. Like puzzle pieces sinking into their proper slots, the random details about where they were, from the bend in the road to the trees to the stone wall beside them, came together and completed a picture. Oh shit! Blay banged his head back against the rest. Closing his eyes briefly, he wanted to find another solution to this. Anything other than him going out there. He came up with a big, fat nada. As he pushed open the door, the cold rushed into the warm interior of the truck cab. He didn't say anything to John. No reason to. Things like going out into a snowfall after someone were self-explanatory. Taking a deep drag, he clomped through the accumulation. The road had been plowed earlier, but that was a much earlier kind of thing, which meant he probably had to act fast. Here in this rich part of town, where the tax base was as broad as the rolling lawns, you'd better believe that another one of those house-size yellow muni plows was going to come by right before dawn. No need to play this out in front of humans, especially with the pair of leaking, dead Angones in the Hummer. Quinn, he said roughly. Quinn, stop. He didn't yell, didn't have the energy. This thing, whatever it was between them, had gotten exhausting long ago, and this current side-of-the-road showdown was just one more episode he didn't have the strength for. Quinn, seriously. At least the guy slowed down a little, and with any luck he was so pissed off, he wouldn't put all the clues to their location together. Jesus Christ, what were the chances? Blay thought as he glanced around. It was right about in this next half-mile or so where that honor guard had done their business and Quinn had nearly died from the beating. God, Blay remembered tooling up that night, a different set of headlights picking out a dark figure, this time bleeding on the ground. Shaking himself, he gave the name game one more shot. Quinn. The guy stopped, his shitkickers planting in the snow and going no farther. He didn't turn around, however. Blay motioned for John to kill the headlights, and a second later all he had to deal with was the subtle orange glow of the truck's parking lights. Quinn put his hands on his hips and looked up to the sky, his head tilting back, his breath escaping upward in a cloud of condensation. "Come back and get in the flatbed." Blay took another drag and released the smoke. "We need to keep moving." "I know how much Saxton means to you," Quinn said gruffly. "I get that. I really do." Blay forced himself to say, "Good." I guess hearing it out loud is still a shock. Blay frowned in the dim light. "I don't understand." "I know you don't, and that's my fault. All of T-Sis my fault." Quinn glanced over his shoulder, his strong, hard face set grimly. "I just don't want you to think I'm in love with her. That's all." Blay went to take a hit off his Dunhill, but didn't have enough draw in his lungs. "I'm sorry, I don't get why." "Well, that was an awesome reply. I'm not in love with her. She's not in love with me. We are not sleeping together." Blay laughed harshly. "Bullshit. Dead serious. I serviced her in her needing because I want a young, and so does she, and it began and ended there." Blay closed his eyes as the wound in his chest got ripped open all over again. "Quinn, come on. You've been with her this whole last year. I've seen you, everyone's seen you 2-inch. I took her virginity 4 nights ago. No one had been with her before that, including myself." Oh, there was a picture he needed in his head. "I am not in love with her. She is not in love with me. We are not sleeping together." Blay couldn't hold still any longer, so he paced around, the snow packing under his boots. And then from out of nowhere, the voice of the church lady from SNL came into his head. "Well, isn't that special?" "I'm not with anybody," Quinn said. Blay laughed again with an edge. "As in a relationship? Of course not. But do not expect me to believe that you're spending your off time crocheting doilies and alphabetizing a spice rack with that female. I haven't had sex in almost a year." That stopped him cold. God, where the fuck was all the air in this part of the universe? "Bullshit," Blay countered in a cracked voice. "You were with Layla 4 nights ago, as you said." In the silence that followed, the horrible truth raised its ugly-ass head again, the pain making it impossible for him to hide what he had so diligently been burying for the last few days. "You were really with her," he said. "I watched the library chandelier going back and forth under your room." Now Quinn was the one closing his eyes like he wanted to forget. "It was for a purpose." "Listen," Blay shook his head. "I'm really not clear on why you're telling me all this. I meant what I said. Don't need any explanation about what you do with your life. You and we grew up together, and that's it. Yeah, we shared a lot of stuff back then, and we were there for each other when it mattered. But neither one of us can fit into the clothes we used to wear, and this relationship between us is just the same. It doesn't fit in our lives any longer. We don't fit anymore. And listen, I didn't mean to get pissy in the truck, but I think you need to be clear on this. You and we have a past. That's it. That's all we'll ever have." Quinn looked away, his face once again in the shadows. Blay forced himself to keep talking. "I know this Layla thingy's a big deal to you, or I'm guessing it isho could it not be, if she's pregnant. For me, I honestly wish you both well. But you don't owe me any explanations, and what's more, I don't require them. I've moved on from childish crushes, and that's what I had for you. Back then, it was just an infatuation, Quinn. So please take care of your female, and don't worry that I'm slitting my wrists because you found someone to love, as I have. I told you, I'm not in love with her." Wait for it, Blay thought to himself. Because it's coming. This was classic Quinn right here. The male was incredible in the field, and loyal to the point of psychosis, and smart, and sexual to distraction, and 100,000 other things that Blay had to admit nobody else came close to. But he had one serious defect, and it wasn't his eye color. He couldn't handle emotion. At all. Quinn had always run from anything deep even if he didn't move. He could sit right in front of you and nod and talk, but when the emotions got strong for him, he would leave the inside of his skin. Just check right out. And if you tried to force him to confront them, well, that wasn't possible. No one forced Quinn to do anything. And yeah, sure, there were a lot of good reasons for the way he was. His family treating him like a curse. The Glimera looking down on him. Him having been rootless all his life. But whatever the stressors, at the end of the day, the male was going to run from anything that was too complicated or required something from him. Probably the only thing that could change that was a young. So no matter what he said now, there was no doubt he was in love with Layla. But having been through the kneading with her, and now waiting for the results, he was losing his mind from worry and pulling away from her. And therefore standing here at the side of the road, blabbering about things that made no damned sense. "I wish you both the very best," Blay said, his heart hammering in his chest. "I honestly do. I really hope this works out well for both of you." In the tense quiet, Blay pulled himself out of the hole he'd once again fallen into, clawing his way back to the surface, away from the painful, burning agony at the center of his soul. "Now, can we get in the truck and finish our job?" he said evenly. Quinn's hands lifted briefly to his face. Then he ducked his head, shoved those bleeding knuckles into the pockets of his leathers, and started back for the flatbed. "Yeah, let's do that." 6. "Oh, my God. I'm going to come. Farther south, in downtown Caldwell, in the parking lot behind the Iron Mask, Trez Latimer was happy to hear the newsflash and not surprised. But nobody else in the Tri-County area needed the update. As he worked himself in and out of the very willing participant underneath his body, he shut her up by kissing her hard, his tongue entering that hot mouth, all that unnecessary commentary getting cut off. The car they were in was cramped and smelled like the woman's perfume. Sweet and spicy and cheap shit. Next time he was going to pick a volunteer with an SUV or, better yet, a Mercedes S550 with some proper space in the back. Clearly, this Nissan product had not been built to house 275 fucking the brains out of a half-naked dental assistant. Or had she been a paralegal? He couldn't remember, and he had more immediate issues to worry about. With an abrupt shift, he broke off the lip lock because the closer he got to his own release, the farther his fangs extended from his upper jaw, and he didn't want to nick her by mistake. The taste of fresh blood would pitch him right over another more dangerous kind of edge, and he wasn't sure that feeding from her was a good idea. Scratch that. It was a bad idea. And not because she was just a human. Someone was watching them. Lifting his head, he looked out of the backseat window. As a shadow, his eyes were 3 to 4 times more perceptive than those of a normal vampire, and he was easily able to penetrate the darkness. Yup. Someone was popcorn and milk dudding it from over on the left by the staff entrance. Time to wrap this up. Immediately he took control, reaching in between their bodies, finding the woman's sex, and teasing her up as he continued to penetrate her, making her come so hard she jacked her head back and slammed it into the door. No orgasm for him. But whatever. Somebody loitering around took this fun and games quickie into different territory, and that meant he had to cut the crap. Even if he didn't get off. He had a number of enemies thanks to his various associations. And then there were complications that were all his own. Oh my fucking God. Going by the explosive exhale, all that torquing, and those pulses that gripped Trez's thick cock, the dental assistant paralegalvit tech was having a rocking good time. He, however, had already pulled out of this nonsense mentally and might as well have been stalking out of the car, gunning for that. It was a female. Yeah, whoever it was definitely of feminine derivation. Trez frowned as he realized who it was. Shit. Then again, at least it wasn't a lesser. A symphoth. A drug dealer he needed to take care of. A rival pimp with an opinion. A vampire who was out of line. I am his brother. But nah. Just a harmless woman. And too bad there was no going back to his slice of bliss. Mood was ruined. The dental assistant slash paralegal slash vet tech slash hairdresser was panting like she tried to put a fireman hold on a piano. That was amazing that was. Trez pulled out and tucked his cock back behind his fly. Chances were good he was going to have a case of neon balls in a half hour, but he'd deal with that when it came. You're incredible. You're the most incredible. Trez let the barrage of silly words fall over him. You too, baby girl. He kissed her to make it seem like he cared, and he did, in a way. These human women he used mattered in the sense that they were living beings, worthy of respect and kindness by the simple virtue of their beating hearts. For a small while they let him use their bodies and sometimes their veins, and he appreciated these gifts which were always given willingly, and sometimes more than once. And the latter was the problem that was standing over there. Zipping up, Trez carefully maneuvered his big body around so he didn't crush his 10-minute partner or give himself a craniotomy on the roof of the car. Baby girl didn't seem to want to move, however. She just lay there like a throw pillow against the seats, her legs still spread, her sex still ready, her breasts still out and about and defying gravity like two cantaloupes glued onto her rib cage. Must be under the muscle, he thought. Let's get you dressed, he suggested, pulling the halves of her lace-up bustier together. You were so fantastic. She was like Jellywell, except for the hard-as-a-rock fake boobs, all malleable and agreeable, but utterly unhelpful as he put her back together, sat her up and smoothed her extensions. This was fun, baby girl, he murmured, and he meant it. Can I see you again? Maybe. He smiled at her tightly so that his fangs didn't show. I'm around. She purred like a cat at that, and then proceeded to recite her number, which he didn't bother to memorize. The sad truth about women like her was that they were a dime a dozen. In this city of several million, there had to be a couple 100,000 20-somethings with tight asses and loose legs who were looking for a good time. In fact, they were all just variations of the same person, which was why he needed to keep them fresh. With so much in common, a revolving door of new supply was required to keep him interested. Trez was out of the car a minute and a half later, and he didn't bother scrubbing her memories. As a shadow, he had many mind tricks he could call upon, but he'd stopped bothering with that years ago. Not worth the effort, and occasionally he did like a repeat. Quick check of the watch. Damn it, he was already going to be late getting over to IAM's, but he clearly had to deal with the problem by the back door before he closed up shop. As he went over and stopped in front of the woman, she tilted her chin up and put one hand on her hip. This particular version of Ready and Willing had blonde hair extensions and liked hot pants as opposed to skirts, so she looked ridiculous in the cold, with her fluffy pink Patagonia parka and her bare-ass legs in the breeze. Kind of like a snowball on two toothpicks. Getting busy? She demanded. She was obviously trying to keep cool, but given the way her stiletto was tapping, she was hot and bothered, and not in a good way. Hey, baby girl. He called them all that. You having a good night? No. Well, that's too bad. Listen, I'll see you around. The woman made the colossal mistake of grabbing his arm as he went by her, her nails sinking into his silk shirt and clamping onto his skin. Trez's head snapped around, his eyes flaring, but at least he managed to catch himself before he bared his fangs. What the hell do you think you're doing? She said, leaning into him. Trez! Someone barked. Abruptly, his head of security's voice cut into his brain. And good thing. Shadows were a peaceable species by nature provided they were not aggressed upon. As Shex rushed over, like she knew murder was not 100% out of the realm of possibility, he ripped his arm free of that hold, feeling 5 blazes of pain from the woman's nails. Locking down his fury, he stared into the woman's face. Go on home now. You owe me an explanation. He shook his head. I'm not your boyfriend, baby girl. Damn straight. He know how to treat a woman. So go on home to him, Trez said grimly. What do you do? Fuck a different girl every night of the week? Yeah, and sometimes twice on Sundays. Shit, he should have scrubbed this one. When had he been with her? 2 nights ago? 3? Too late now. Go on home to your man. You make me sick. You fucking cocksucking motherfucker. As Shex stepped in between them and started speaking in a low voice to the hysteric, Trez was more than happy to have the backup because what do you know, the chick in the Nissan picked that exact moment to K-turn in the parking lot and drive right on over. Putting her window down, she smiled like she was into being the other woman. I'll see you soon, lover. Cue the crying. Baby girl with the pink parka, the boyfriend and the attachment disorder burst into a weeping jag worthy of a grave site. And naturally that was when IM showed up. As his brother's presence registered, Trez closed his eyes. Great. Just fucking wonderful. 7. About 10 blocks away from Trez's bad to worse night, Ecker was wiping the blade of his scythe off with a chamois cloth that was soft as a lamb's ear. Across the alley, Thro was on his phone, talking in a low voice. He had been thus air since the third of the 3 lessers they'd found in this quadrant of the city had been discharged back to the Omega. Ecker was not interested in any delay, cellular or otherwise. The rest of his band of bastards were elsewhere downtown, seeking out either or both of their 2 enemies, and he would prefer to be engaged thusly. But biological needs must. God damn it. Thro ended his call and looked over, his handsome face drawn in serious lines. She is willing. How kind of her. Ecker sheathed his scythe and put his cleaning cloth away. I am, however, less interested in her acquiescence than in the issue of whether she is able. She is. And how do we know this? Thro cleared his throat and glanced away. I went to her last night and availed myself. Ecker smiled coldly. So that explained his soldier's absence, and the reason for the departure was a relief. He had feared that the other male had. And however was she? She was viable. Did you sample all her charms? The gentle male, who had once been a highbrow member of the Glimmera, but was now useful, cleared his throat. Aye-ahighs. And how were they? When there was no answer, Ecker tracked through the black-stained snow, closing in on his second in command. How was she, Thro? Wet and willing. The male's flush grew deeper on his perfectly handsome face. She was adequate. How many times did you have her? Several. And in varying positions, I hope? When there was only a stiff nod, Ecker relented. Well, you have then faithfully discharged your duty to your fellow soldiers. I'm quite certain that the others shall want to partake of both vein and sex as well. In the awkward beat of silence that followed, Ecker would never have admitted it to anyone, but he'd pressed for details not to deliberately goad his subordinate, but because he was glad Thro had lain with the female. He wanted distance between the male and what had happened back in the fall. He wanted calendars full of years, and countless females, and rivers of other females' blood. There is but one stipulation, Thro said. Ecker thinned his mouth. As the female in question had not seen him yet, it couldn't be more cash besides. He did not need to feed as of now. Thanks to, and that is. It must be done at her abode. At first night tomorrow. Ah! Ecker smiled coldly. 'Tis a trap then. The Brotherhood does not know who made the inquiry. You identified 6 males, did you not? I used not our names. No matter. Ecker glanced around the alley, his senses reaching out, searching for lesser or brother. I do not underestimate the king's reach, nor should you. Indeed, his own ambitions had pitted them all against a foe of worth. The assassination attempt on Wrath's life back in the autumn had been his open declaration of war, and as expected, there had been a predictable fallout. The Brotherhood had found his band of bastards' lair, infiltrated it, and left with the rifle pack that contained the weapon that had been used to put a bullet into the blind king's throat. Undoubtedly, they were going for proof. The question was of what? He did not know as of yet whether the king lived or had died, and neither did the council, from what he understood. In fact, the Glimmera knew not that the attempt had even occurred. Had Wrath survived? Or had he been killed and the Brotherhood was at the moment busy trying to fill the vacancy? The old law was very clear about the rules of succession provided the king had offspring, which he did not. So it would be his next nearest kin, assuming there were any. Ecker wanted to know, but he made no inquiries. All he could do was wait until word presented itself, and in the meantime, he and his soldiers kept killing lessers, and he continued to shore up his power base within the Glimmera. At least both of those endeavors were going well. Every night they stabbed slayers back to the Omega, and his limp-wrist contact on the council, the not particularly venerable Elon, son of Larex, was proving quite naive and malleable, 2 characteristics very useful in a disposable tool. Ecker was, however, growing tired of the information void. And indeed, this business with that female Thro had found was necessary but fraught with danger. A female capable of selling her veins and her sex to multiple users was certainly able to trade information for cash, and though Thro had kept their identities quiet, the number of them had been given. The Brotherhood must have appropriately guessed that none of the band of bastards were mated, and that sooner or later, in this new land, they would require what they had had a sufficiency of in the old country. Mayhap this female was put up by the king and his private guard. Well, they would find out on the morrow. Ambushes were easily set, and there was nary a more vulnerable moment than when a hungry male was at the throat and between the legs of a female. Yet it was time. His soldiers were willing to fight, but their faces were drawn, their eyes sunken, their skin stretched too tightly across their cheeks. Human blood, that weak substitute, was not providing enough strength, and his bastards had been living off of it for too long. Back in the old country, there had been enough females to be of service when needs must. But e'er since they had come to the new world, they had had to make do. If this was a trap, he was willing to fight the brothers. Then again, he had been properly serviced. Dearest virgin scribe, he could not think of that. Ecker cleared his throat as pain in his chest made it hard to swallow. Tell the female, first darkness is too early. We shall come instead at midnight unto her, and arrange for human feedings as soon as the night falls. If the brothers are there, we shall engage with them from a position of relative strength. Throw's eyebrows rose as if he were impressed with Ecker's thinking. I shall do just that. Ecker nodded and looked away. In the silence, the events of the autumn crowded in between them, cooling the frigid December air even further. That sacred chosen was always with them both. The daylight is coming fast upon us, Throw said in his perfect accent. It is time to depart. Ecker glanced over to the east. The pre-dawn glow had yet to arrive, but his second in command was correct. Soon, very soon, the deadly light of the sun would rain down, and no matter that it was at its weakest, with the winter solstice so recently past. Call the soldiers off the field, Ecker said, and meet them at base. Throw typed in some combination of letters into a message that Ecker would not have been able to read. And then the soldier put his phone away with a frown. Are you not coming back? Throw asked. Go. There was a long pause, and then the other soldier said softly, Whither thou goest? In that moment, Ecker thought of each of his fighters. Zephyr, the sexual conqueror, Balthazar, the thief, Siphon, the assassin, and the other one who had no name and too many sins to count, so he was referred to as Sin. Then he considered fair, loyal Throw his second in command. Perfectly reared, impeccably blooded Throw. Handsome, comely Throw. Go now, he told the male. And what of you? Go. Throw hesitated, and in the pause, that night when Ecker had nearly died came back to them both. How could it not have? As you wish. His soldier dematerialized, leaving Ecker to stand against the wind alone. When he was sure he had been left, he sent his molecules likewise unto the cold gusts, venturing forth to the north, to a meadow that was covered in snow. Taking form, he stood at the base of its gentle hill, staring up at the beautiful tree standing proud and lovely at the apex. He thought of the soft rise of a female's breast, of her elegant collarbones, of the most sublime column of a pale neck. As the wind buffeted his back, he closed his eyes and stepped forward, drawn to return to the spot where he had met his pyrrhicant. Where was his chosen? Did she still live? Had the Brotherhood taken her life for her kind, generous, unknown gift to the enemy of her king? Ecker knew he would have died without her blood. Gravely injured during the attempt on Wrath's life, he had been on the verge of expiration when Throw had taken him out to this field and summoned the chosen, and the deed had been done. Throw had engineered it all, and, in the process, embedded a curse within Ecker's dark heart. His ambitions remained as they had been. He intended to wrestle the throne from the blind king and reign o'er the vampires. There was, however, a critical weakness that dogged him. That female. She had been wrongly drawn into the conflict among dagger-handed males, an innocent who had been manipulated and then used. He sorely worried over her welfare. Indeed, he had but one regret in his lifetime of evil deeds. If he had not sent Throw into the arms of the Brotherhood, his second in command would not have crossed her path and fed from her himself. And except for that intersection, Throw would not have then later called upon her service, and she would not have come unto them in that field, and Ecker would never have looked into those compassionate eyes, and lost a part of himself. He was but a filthy, malformed, sireless cur, a traitor of the order and protection she rightfully lived under. He had not deserved her gift, and neither had Throwand, not because he had fallen from his previous high station within the Glimmera. No mortal male was deserving. Coming to a stop under the tree, Ecker stared at the spot where he had lain sprawled before her, where she had knelt over him and scored her wrist, and he had opened his mouth to receive the power that only she could give him. There had been a moment when their eyes had met and time had stopped, and then she had slowly lowered her wrist to his mouth. Oh, that too brief contact. He had been convinced she was but an apparition of his errant mind, but as Throw had driven him back to the lair, it had come upon his consciousness that she was real. Very real. Weeks had passed, and then one evening, out in the city, he had sensed her, and followed the echo of her blood in his veins to see her. In those intervening minutes and hours, she had found out the truth about him. She had looked into the darkness, directly at him, and her distress had been evident. Thereafter, his lair had been infiltrated, likely because of her direction. With a gust of wind, snow started to fall again, the snowflakes thickening in the air, swirling around, getting into his eyes. Where was she now? What had they done with her? Off to the east, the glow of the sunrise began to gather in spite of the cloud cover, and his eyes burned so he was careful to keep them trained on the peach harbinger of daylight, just for the pain. He had never before been pulled asunder by his emotions like this. All his life he had been solely trained in survival, first through his years in the war camp, and then during his eons under the bloodletter, and now in this current era as head of his band of fighters. But she had cleaved him, creating a vital fissure. Sure as she had given him his life, she had taken a part of it, and he knew not what to do. Mayhap he would just stand here and allow himself to be incinerated. It seemed an easier plight than what he was living under the now. What fate had befallen her? He had to know. It was as critical as his quest for the throne. So where did you dump the bodies? V demanded as he strode out of the training center's rear exit. As Quinn waited for John and Blay to get out of the flatbed, he let one of them answer V's question. He was too done to bother, matter of fact, as he glanced out the windshield and took a gander at the facility's underground parking lot. He considered just stretching out across the truck's front seat and going to sleep. Too fucking tired to bother with anything else. In the end, though, he followed John's lead and shifted his sorry ass out the driver's side door. He had to go check on Layla, and that wasn't going to happen from here. Roadside confront notwithstanding, at least he and John and Blay had worked well together on the way home. About 10 miles before the cutoff to the Brotherhood compound, they had pulled off onto a lumbering road, stripped the 2 dead men, and launched the bodies into a natural sinkhole that had no bottom that anyone could see. Then it was a case of backtrack, K-turn out on the road and ghost away, allowing the snow, which had started to fall in earnest once again, to cover their tracks, as well as the various leaks that had left a trail of bright red blood. By noontime, assuming the accumulation estimates were correct, it would be as if nothing had happened at all. Perfect snow job. Har har. He supposed he should feel bad for the dead dude's family. Yes, no one was ever going to find those remains. But anecdotal evidence suggested the 2 guys had lived on the fringes, and not because they were hippies. Guns, knives, a switchblade, weed, and some X had been found in their various pockets. And God only knew what was in those backpacks. Violent lives tended to come to violent ends. Son of a bitch, V was saying as he walked around the Hummer on its flatbed pedestal. What the fuck did they run into? A cement barricade. John signed something, and V looked over sharply at Quinn. What the hell were you thinking? You could have been killed. Quinn thumped his own chest. Still beating. Dumbass. But the brother smiled, flashing sharp fangs. Meh, I would have done the same thing. Out of the corner of his eye, Quinn noted that Blay was quietly and unobtrusively drifting toward the door that opened into the facility. He was going to disappear in another second and a half, finished with the drama that had once again been dropped at his feet. Quinn felt a sudden, striking urge to follow the fighter into the hall and away from prying eyes. But like he needed to take another go at. Your cousin is giving me what I need. All day. Every day. Oh Jesus, he was going to throw up. So, any more personal effects? Quinn snapped out of the bullshit and got his useful on. "I'll get M." Hopping up onto the flatbed, he forced open the crumpled rear door of the Hummer and squeezed through a 12-inch gap to the back seat. It felt good to jam his body into places it didn't belong and didn't fit, gave his mind something to do, and the little ouchies from his injuries were another fantastic diversion. The 2 backpacks had been bounced around pretty damn good. He found the one they'd seen first in the wheel well behind the passenger's seat, and the other was up in front on top of the brake and the accelerator. Weird luggage for those 2 as far as he could tell. The pedestrian vibe didn't go with all the other kinds of urban tough guy that the stiffs had been sporting. Way more middle school than middleman in the drug trade. Unless they needed a place to put their meth lab merit badges or some shit. As Quinn crabbed his way back into the rear seat, he made an abrupt decision not to go out the way he came in. Twisting himself around, he lay out on the ruined leather and brought his knees to his chest. With a sharp inhale, he punched his shitkickers into the other side door and blew it open, the metal hinges ripping free with a scream, the panel bouncing with a crash on the concrete. Satisfying. While the sounds echoed through the parking garage, V lit one of his handrolls and leaned into the hole Quinn had just made. "You know they have door handles for that, true?" Quinn sat and realized he'd just kicked open the only side that hadn't been wrecked. Well, if that wasn't a metaphor for his whole fucking life at this point. Throwing the pair of packs out, he launched himself free, landing hard as John caught the payload and started to unzip. Crap. Blay had left. The door into the training center was just closing. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "Any cell phone's still gotta be somewhere inside, even though the windows are shattered. The glass is still intact, so there should have been no fly out." Well, the brother said on the exhale. Quinn frowned and looked over at what John had found. "What the hell, are you kidding me?" His best friend had just pulled out a ceramic jar, a cheapo one, like what you'd get from the housewares department at Target. And what do you know? The other guy had packed one, too. What were the chances? "We need to find those phones," Quinn muttered, jumping up onto the flatbed again. "Anyone got a flashlight?" Vishouse took off his lead-lined leather glove and held up his glowing hand. "Right share." As the brother hopped up on the thin edge of the bed, Quinn went into a tuck and got back in the Hummer's rear compartment. "Don't hit me with that thing, will ya, V? It'd be a spanking you'd never forget. I promise you." Man, that hand was handy. As V put it inside, the whole interior was lit up bright as day, all the carnage inside throwing sharp, dark shadows. Crawling around, Quinn reached under seats, patting with his palms, stretching into corners. The smell was god-awful. A nasty combination of gas, burned plastic, and fresh blood, and every time he put a hand down, it fluffed up the residue from the airbag's powder. But it was worth all the pseudo-yoga positions. He emerged with a pair of iPhones. "I hate these things," V muttered as he put his glove back on and took the matched set. Returning to the relatively fresh air, Quinn caught his breath and cracked his neck, then jumped down again. There was some kind of conversating at that point, and he nodded a couple of times like he knew what the fuck was being said. "Listen, you mind if I take a TO and check in for a sec?" he interjected. V's diamond eyes narrowed. "With who?" Right on cue, John jumped in, asking about the Hummer and its rehab plan like somebody waving a torch in front of a T-Rex to redirect it. As V started talking about the SUV's future as lawn sculpture, Quinn nearly blew a kiss at his buddy. No one knew about Layla except for John and Blay, and things needed to stay that way during this early period. As Quinn was John's ostrix notrum, he couldn't go far and he didn't. He eased on over to the door Blay had put to good use and got out his phone. As he dialed one of the house extensions and waded through the rings, he stared at his ruined vehicle. He could remember the night he got the damn thing. Although his parents had had money, they hadn't felt a great burning need to provide for him as they had for his brother and sister. Before his transition, he'd gotten by selling red smoke on the sly, but he hadn't done a huge amount of traffic, just enough to close the gap of his paltry allowance and keep from mooching off Blay all the time. The cash crunch had ended as soon as he'd been promoted to John's personal guard. His new job had come with a serious salary, $75,000 a year. And considering he didn't pay taxes to the bullshit human government, and his room and board were paid for, he had a lot of green left over. The Hummer had been his first big purchase. He'd done his research on the internet, but the truth was he'd already known what he wanted. Fritz had gone out and done the negotiating and the official purchasing, and that first time Quinn had gotten behind the wheel, cranked the key, and felt the rumble under the hood, he'd nearly teared up like a pussy. Now it was ruined. He was hardly a mechanic, but the structural damage was so severe, it just made no sense to save it. "Hello!" The sound of Layla's voice snapped him back to attention. "Hey, I'm just back. How you feeling?" The precise enunciation that came back at him reminded him of his parents. Every word perfectly pronounced and chosen with care. "I am well, thank you very much. I have rested and watched television, as you suggested. They had a $1 million listing marathon." "What the hell is that?" "A show where they sell houses in Los Angeles. I thought for a little bit that it was fiction, but it turns out it's a reality show? I thought they made it all up. Madison has great hair and I like Josh Flagg. He's rather shrewd and very kind to his grandmother." He asked her a couple more questions, like what had she eaten and had she taken a nap, just to keep her talking, because in between the syllables he was looking for clues of discomfort or worry. "So you're okay?" he said. "Yes, and before you ask, I have already requested that Fritz bring me up last meal. And yes, I will eat all my roast beef." He frowned, not wanting her to feel caged. "Listen, it's not just for the young's sake. It's also for yours. I want you to be well, you know?" Her voice dropped a little. "You have always been thus. Even before Waze, you have only ever wanted the best for me." Focusing on the car door he'd busted, he thought of how good it had felt to kick the shit out of something. "Well, my plan is to hit the gym for a while. I'll check on you again before I crash. 'Kay? All right, be well. You too." As he hung up, he realized V had stopped talking and was looking over at him like maybe something was way off, hair on fire, pants around the ankles, eyebrows shaved. "You got yourself a female there, Quinn?" the brother drawled. Quinn looked around for a life raft and got a whole lot of nothing. "Ah." V exhaled over his shoulder and came across. "Whatever. I'm gonna go work on these phones. And you need to buy yourself another vehicle, anything, as long as it's not a Prius." Later, when John and he were alone, it was pretty clear the guy was warming up to say something about the showdown at the side of the road. "I don't want to hear it, John. I just don't have the strength right now." "Shit," John signed. "That about covers it, my man. You heading up to the house?" Under the strict interpretation of the Ostrix Notrum job, Quinn needed to be with John 24/7. But the king had given them a dispensation if they were within the confines of the compound. Otherwise Quinn would have been learning way too much about his buddy and Shex. And John would have had to witness him and Laylam, yeah. When John nodded, Quinn opened the door and held it wide. "After you." He refused to look his friend in the face as the fighter passed. Just couldn't do it. Because he knew exactly what was on the guy's mind, and he had no interest in talking about what had happened on that stretch of road he'd walked down before. Not the crap from tonight. Not the crap from all those nights ago, thanks to the honor guard. He was finished with chatting it up. Shit never helped anyone over nothin'. Saxton, son of 2HM, closed the final book of oral history and could only stare at the fine-grained leather cover with its gold-embossed detailing. The last one. He couldn't believe it. How long had this research been going on? 3 months? For months? How could it be over? A quick visual survey of the Brotherhood's library, with its hundreds and hundreds of volumes of law, discourse, and royal decrees, and he thought, yes, indeed, it had taken months and months to go through them all. And now, with the digging complete, the notations made, and the legal path for what the king wanted to accomplish carved out, there should have been a sense of accomplishment. Instead, he felt dread. In his training and practice as a lawyer, he had tackled sticky problems before, especially after he had come here to this vast house and begun to function as the blind king's personal solicitor. The old laws were very convoluted, archaic not just in their wording, but in their very content, and the ruler of the vampire race was not at all like that. Wrath's thinking was both straightforward and revolutionary, and when it came to his rule, the past and the future did not often coexist without a good deal of reframing off the old laws. This was on a whole different level, however. Wrath, as sovereign, could do fairly much what he wanted provided the appropriate precedents were identified, recast, and recorded. After all, the king was the living, breathing law, a physical manifestation of the order necessary for a civilized society. The problem was, tradition didn't happen by accident. It was the result of generations upon generations living and making choices based on a certain set of rules that was accepted by the public. Progressive thinkers trying to lead entrenched, conservative societies in new directions tended to run into problems. And this further alteration of the way things were done? In the current political environment, where Rath's leadership was already being challenged. You're deep in thought. At the sound of Blais's voice, Saxton jumped and nearly lost his Montblanc over his shoulder. Immediately, Blais reached forward as if to calm what had been ruffled. "Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's all right." Saxton frowned as he regarded the soldier's wet and bloodied clothing. "Dearest Virgin Scribe, what happened tonight?" Evidently in lieu of answering, Blais headed over for the bar on the antique bomb chest in the corner. As he took his time choosing between the sherry and a Dubonnet, it was rather clear he was preparing a sequence of words in his head, which meant it had to do with Quinn. In fact, Blais cared for neither sherry nor Dubonnet, and sure enough he helped himself to a port. Saxton eased back in his chair and looked upward at the chandelier that hung so far above the floor. The fixture was a stunning specimen from Baccarat, made in the middle 19th century, with all of the leaded glass crystals and careful workmanship one would expect. He recalled it swinging from side to side subtly, the rainbow refractions of light twinkling all around the room. How many nights ago had that been? How long since Quinn had serviced that chosen directly above this room? Nothing had been the same since. A broken-down car. Blais took a long swallow. Just mechanical issues. Is that why your leathers are wet, and there is blood down the front of your shirt? Saxton wondered. And yet he kept the demand to himself. He had become used to keeping things to himself. Silence. Blais finished his port and poured another with the kind of alacrity typically reserved for drunkards. Which he was not. "And you?" the male said. "How's your work?" "I'm finished." "Well, nearly so." Blais's blue eyes shot over. "Really? I thought you were going to be at this forever." Saxton traced that face he knew so well. That stare he'd looked into for what seemed like a lifetime. Those lips he had spent hours locked onto. The crushing sense of sadness he felt was as undeniable as the attraction that had brought him to this house. His job, his new life. "So did I," he said after a moment. "I, too, thought it would last far longer than it did." Blais stared down into his glass. "It's been how long since you started?" "I can't remember." Saxton put a hand up and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "It does not matter." More silence, in which Saxton was willing to bet the very breath in his lungs that Blaylock's mind had retreated to the other male, the one he loved like nobody else, his other half. "So what was it?" Blais asked. "I'm sorry. Your project. All of this work." Blais motioned his glass around elegantly. "These books you've been poring over. If you're finished, you can tell me what it was all about now, right?" Saxton briefly considered telling the truth that there had been other, equally pressing and important things that he had been quiet on. Things that he had thought he could live with, but which, over time, had proven too heavy a burden to carry. "You shall find out soon enough." Blais nodded, but it was with that vital distraction that he had had since the very beginning. Except then he said, "I'm glad you're here." Saxton's brows rose. "Indeed. Rath should have a really good lawyer at his side." Saxton pushed his chair back and got to his feet. Yes, how true. It was with a strange feeling of fragility that he gathered his reams of papers. It certainly seemed, in this tense, sad moment, as though they were all that sustained him, these flimsy, yet powerful sheets with their countless words, each handwritten and crafted with care, contained neatly in their lines of text. He did not know what he would do without them on a night like this. He cleared his throat. "What plans have you for what little remains of the eve?" As he waited for the reply, his heart pounded within his rib cage, because he, and he alone, seemed to realize that the assignment from the king wasn't the only thing that was ending tonight. Indeed, the baseless optimism that had sustained him in the initial stages of this love affair had decayed into a kind of desperation that had had him grasping at straws in an uncharacteristic way, but now, even that was gone. It was ironic, really. Sex was but a transient physical connection, and there were many times in his life when that had been all he'd been looking for. Even with Blaylock, in the beginning, such had been the case. Over time, however, the heart had gotten involved, and that had left him where he was tonight. At the end of the road. Work out. Saxton shook himself. I'm sorry. I'm going to work out for a while. After you've had a decanter of port? Saxton thought. For a moment, he was tempted to push for precise details on the night, the minute who's and what's and where saws if they might unlock some sort of relief. But he knew better. Blay was a compassionate, kind soul, and torture was something he did only as part of his job when it was necessary. There would be no relief coming, not from any combination of sex, conversing, or silence. Feeling as though he were bracing himself, Saxton buttoned his double-breasted blazer up and checked that his cravat was in place. A pasby of his pectoral revealed his pocket square was precisely arranged. But the French cuffs of his shirt need a sharp tug, and he took care of that promptly. I must needs take a break before I prepare to speak with the king. My shoulders are killing me from having been at that desk all night. Have a bath. It might loosen things up. Yes, a bath. I'll see you later then, Blay said as he poured himself another and came over. Their mouths met in a brief kiss, after which Blay turned and strode out into the foyer, disappearing up the stairs to go change. Saxton watched him depart, even moved forward a couple of steps so that he could see those shit-kickers, as the brothers called them, ascend the grand staircase one step at a time. Part of him was screaming to follow the male up into their bedroom and help him out of those clothes. Emotions aside, the physical sizzle between the two of them had always been strong, and he felt like he wanted to exploit that now. Except even that Band-Aid was fraying. Going over and pouring himself a sherry, he sipped it and went to sit before the fire. Fritz had refreshed the wood not long ago, and the flames were bright and active over the stack of logs. This was going to hurt, Saxton thought, but it wasn't going to break him. He would eventually get over this. He'll move on. Hearts were broken all the time. Wasn't there a song about that? The question was, of course, when did he talk to Blaylock about it? 9. The sound of cross-country skis traveling over snow was a rhythmic rush, repeated at a quick clip. The storm that had drifted down from the north had cleared after dawn, and the rising sun that shone beneath the lip of the departing cloud cover sliced through the forest to the sparkling ground. To Sola Mort, the shafts of gold looked like blades. Up ahead, her target presented itself like a Faberge egg sitting on a stand. The house on the Hudson River was an architectural showpiece, a cage of seemingly fragile girders holding stack upon stack of countless panels of glass. On all sides, reflections of the water and the nascent sun were like photographs captured by a true artist, the images frozen in the very construction of the home itself. You couldn't pay me to live like that, Sola thought, unless it was all bulletproof. But who had the money for that? According to the Caldwell Public Records Department, the land had been purchased by a Vincent DiPietro 2 years before and developed by the man's real estate company. No expense had been spared on the construction, at least, given the valuation on the tax rolls, which was north of $8 million. Just after building was completed, the property changed hands, but not to a person. To a real estate trust with only a lawyer in London listed as trustee. She knew who lived here, however. He was the reason she'd come. He was also the reason she had armed herself so thoroughly. Sola had lots of weapons in easy-to-reach places. A knife in a holster at the small of her back, a gun on her right hip, a switch hidden in the collar of her white-on-white camo parka. Men like her target did not appreciate being spied, even though she came only in search of information, and not to kill him. She had no doubt that if she were found on the property, things would get tense. Quick. As she took her binocs out of an inside pocket, she kept still and listened hard. No sounds of anything approaching from the back or the sides, and in front she had a clear visual shot at the rear of the house. Ordinarily, when she was hired for one of these kinds of assignments, she operated at night. Not with this target. Masters of the drug trade conducted their business from 9 to 5, but that would be PM to AM, not the other way around. Daytime was when they slept and fucked, so that was when you wanted to case their houses, learn their habits, get a read on their staff and how they protected themselves during their downtime. Bringing the house into close focus, she made her assessment. Garage doors, back door, half windows that she guessed looked out of the kitchen. And then the full floor-to-ceiling glass sliders started up, running down the rear flank and around the corner that turned to the river's shoreline. 3 stories up. Nothing moving inside that she could see. Man, that was a lot of glass. And depending on the angle of the light, she could actually see into some of the rooms, especially the big open space that appeared to take up at least half of the first floor. Furniture was sparse and modern, as if the owner didn't welcome people loitering. Bet the view was unbelievable, especially now with the partial cloud cover and the sun. Training the binocs on the eaves under the roofline, she looked for security cameras, expecting one every 20 feet. Yup. Okay, that made sense. From what she'd been told, the homeowner was cagey as Helen. That kind of relentless mistrust tended to be accessorized with a good dose of security-conscious behavior, including but not limited to personal guards, bulletproof cars, and most certainly constant monitoring of any environment the individual spent any amount of time in. The man who'd hired her had all those and more, for example. She whispered, refocusing the binoculars. She stopped breathing to make sure nothing shifted. This was all wrong. There was a wave pattern to what was inside the house. What furniture she could see was subtly undulating. Dropping the high-powered lenses, she looked around, wondering if maybe her eyes were the problem. Nope. All the pine trees in the forest were behaving appropriately, standing still, their branches unmoving in the cold air. And when she put the magnifiers up again, she traced the rooftop of the house and the contours of the stone chimneys. All were utterly inanimate. Back to the glass. Inhaling deep, she held the oxygen in her lungs and balanced against the nearest birch trunk to give her body extra stability. Something continued to be off. The frames of those sliding glass doors and the lines of the porches and everything about the house, static and solid. The interiors, however, seemed pixelated somehow, like a composite image had been created to make things appear as if there were furniture, and that image had been superimposed on something like a curtain that happened to be subjected to a soft current of air. This was going to be a more interesting project than she'd assumed. Reporting on the activities of this business associate of a friend of hers had not exactly lit a fire under her ass. She much preferred greater challenges. But maybe there was more to this than first appeared. After all, camouflage meant you were hiding something, and she'd made a career out of taking things from people that they wanted to keep. Secrets, items of value, information, documents. The vocabulary used to define the nouns was irrelevant to her. The act of penetrating a locked house or car or safe or briefcase and extracting what she was after was what mattered. She was a hunter, and the man in that house, whoever he was her prey. 10. Blay had no business getting near a handweight, much less the kind of iron that was down in the training center's gym. Hammering back that port on an empty stomach had made him fuzzy and uncoordinated. But he had to have some kind of a direct Iona plan, a destination to drag his sorry ass to. Anything other than going up to his room, sitting on that bed again, and starting the day in the same way he'd started the night, smoking and staring off into space. Probably with a lot more port added in. Stepping out of the underground tunnel, he walked through the office and pushed the glass door open. As he went along, still drinking from a half-full glass, his mind was circling itself, wondering when all this bullcrap between him and Quinn was going to end. On his deathbed, God, he didn't think he could last that long, assuming he had a normal lifespan ahead of him. Maybe he needed to move out of the mansion. Before Wellesley had been killed, she and Tor had been able to live in a house of their own. Hell, if he did that, he wouldn't have to see Quinn except during meetings, and with so many people in and around the Brotherhood, it was easy to get out of eyeshot. He'd been doing that for a while now, actually. In fact, under that construct, the pair of them wouldn't have to cross paths at all. John was always partnered with the guy because of the whole Ostrix Notram thing, and between the rotation schedule and the way territory was divided up, he and Quinn never fought together except in an emergency. Saxton could go back and forth to work. Blay stopped dead at the entrance to the weight room. Through the glass window, he saw a set of weights going up and down on the reclining squat machine, and he knew by the Nikes who it was. Goddamn it, he couldn't get a break. Leaning in, he hit his head once, twice, 3. You're supposed to do reps on the machines, not on the door. Manny Manello's voice was as welcome as a steel-toed kick in the ass. Blay straightened up, and the world went wee a little, the point that he had to surreptitiously put his free hand on the jam just so that the balance issue didn't show. He also tucked his nearly done drink out of sight. The doc probably wouldn't think working out while under the influence was a good thing. How are you? Blay asked, even though he didn't really care, and that wasn't a commentary on Payne's Hellrun. He didn't give a crap about much at the moment. Manello's mouth started to move and Blay passed the time watching the man's lips form and release syllables. A moment later, a goodbye of some sort was exchanged, and then Blay was alone with the door again. It seemed like a planker move to just stand there, and he'd told the good doctor he was going in. And besides, there were, 25 machines in the room? Plus barbells and free weights, treadmills, stairmasters, elliptical splinty to go around. I'm not in love with Layla. With a curse, Blay pushed his way in and braced himself for an awkward ohaitsu. Except Quinn didn't even notice the arrival. Instead of going with the overhead music, the guy was wearing headphones that went all around his ears, and he'd moved over to the chin-up bar so he was facing away into the concrete wall. Blay stayed as far back as possible, hopping on a random machine pecs. Whatever. After putting down his glass and adjusting the pin on the stack of weights, he settled onto the padded seat, gripped the double handles, and started pushing out from his chest. All he had to look at was Quinn. Or maybe that was more because his eyes refused to go anywhere else. The male was wearing a black wife-beater that put those tremendous shoulders of his on full display, and the muscles along them flexed up hard as he reached the apex of the pull, the ridges and contours those of a fighter, not a lawyer. Blay stopped himself right there. It was unfair to the point of nausea to make any comparison like that, ever. After the past year or so, he knew Saxton's body nearly as well as his own, and the male was beautifully built, so lean and elegant. Quinn ground out another lift, the weight of his heavy lower body straining the strength in those arms and that torso. And, thanks to his exertions, sweat had broken out all over his skin, making him glow under the lights. The tattoo on the back of his neck shifted as he released and descended to hang from his grip, and then it was up again, and down, and up. Blay thought about the way the male had looked as they turned over the Hummer. Powerful, masculine, erotic. This was not happening. He was not, in fact, sitting here eyeing Quinn like this. Images filtered in from years past, turning his brain into a television screen. He saw Quinn bending over a human woman who had been laid out up on the edge of a flat table, his hips pumping as he fucked her, his hands locked onto her hips to hold her in place. He hadn't had a shirt on at the time, and his shoulders had been tight, as they were now. Hard body being used well. There were so many pictures like that, with Quinn in different positions with different people, male and female. In the beginning, right after their transitions, there had been such a feeling of excitement as the two of them had gone on the hunt together, or rather, Quinn had gone trolling and Blay had taken whatever had been brought back. So much sex with so many people, although at that point, Blay had stuck only with the females. Maybe because he'd known they were safe, that they didn't count in so many ways. So uncomplicated in the beginning. But sometime along the way, things had started to shift and he'd begun to realize that as he watched Quinn with the randoms, he was picturing himself under that body, receiving what the guy was so good at giving. After a time, it hadn't been some stranger's mouth on Quinn's cock. It was his own. And when those orgasms came, and they always did, he was the one taking them in. It was his hands on Quinn's body, and his lips locked hard, and his legs that were spread. And that had fucked everything up. Shit, he could remember staying awake during the day and staring at his ceiling, telling himself that when they were yet again at the club, in those bathrooms, or wherever it went down, he wouldn't do that anymore. But each time they went out, it was like an addict being offered the precise flavor of pill he needed. Then there had been those two kisses, the first one down the hall from here, in the clinic's examination room, and he'd had to beg for it. And then their second up in his bedroom, just before he'd gone out with Saxton for the first time. He'd had to beg for that, too. Abruptly, Blay gave up pretending that he was actually pumping iron and put his hands down on his thighs. He told himself to leave. Just get the fuck off the seat and walk out before Quinn moved to the next thing and his cover was blown. Instead, he found his eyes back on those shoulders and that spine, on the tight waist and tighter ass on those muscular legs. Maybe it was the alcohol. The afterburn of that argument in the flatbed. The whole sex with Layla thing. But at the moment he was sexed up. Hard as stone. Ready for it. Blay looked down his chest to the front of his loose shorts and felt like shooting himself in the head. Oh Jesus, he needed to get out of here right now. As Quinn continued set after set of pull-ups, his hands were numb, and he felt like his biceps were being peeled from his bones with dull knives, and that was just mindless chatter in comparison to his shoulders. They were the real problem. Someone clearly had come up from behind, put varnish stripper across them, and then buffed them with an industrial sander. No idea how many reps he'd done. No clue how many miles he'd run. No count of the sit-ups, squats, or lunges. He just knew he was going to keep going. Goal: total exhaustion. He wanted to pass out the moment he went upstairs and got horizontal on his bed. Dropping from the bar, he put his hands on his hips, lowered his head, and breathed heavily. His right shoulder immediately seized up, but that was his dominant side, so he expected it. To loosen the knot of muscles, he swept his arm around in a big circle as he turned. Quinn froze. On the other side of the blue mats, Blay was on the machine closest to the door, sitting as still as the weights he was not lifting. The expression on his face was volcanic. But he wasn't mad. No, he wasn't. He had a heart-on big enough to see from across the room. Maybe across the state. Quinn opened his mouth. Shut it. Opened it again. In the end, he decided this was a prime example of how life never failed to surprise. Of all the situations he thought they would ever be in, this was not it. Not after, well, everything. He pulled his earphones off and let them hang from his neck, the pounding beat downshifting from concert roar to impotent little hiss. Is that for me? He wanted to ask. For a split second he thought it might be, but then how arrogant was that? The guy had just finished giving a speech about how the two of them were nothing but hourly wagers working side by side on vats of trans fat. Then Blay shows up with an arousal the size of a crowbar, and the first thing to come to his mind was it could possibly, maybe, sort of kind off for him. What a prick he was. And P.S. what the hell would he do if he suddenly found himself in a parallel universe, with Blay pulling a hey how bowda in that department? Of course he wanted the guy. For fuck's sake, he'd always wanted him to the point where he had to wonder how much of that pushing away thing that he'd done, for Blay's benefit, hadn't really been for his own. Pondering that one, he noticed the glass down by the guy's feet. Alcohol was involved. Sincerely doubted the dark inch in that squat glass was Coca-Cola. Shit, for all he knew, Saxton had just texted him a crotch shot and a half, and that was the cause of all that erection. And wasn't that a deflator? Your cousin is giving me what I need all day long. Every day. You got something else to say to me? Quinn asked harshly. Blay shook his head back and forth once. Quinn frowned. Blay was not a hothead, never had been, and that was part of the reason that, for the longest time, they'd been so tight. Balance and all that crap. At the moment, however, the guy seemed like he was a thin inch from losing it. Trouble in paradise between the happy couple? Nah, they were too good together. Okay. Man, the idea of hanging around here while Blay amped up for another session with Saxton the Magnificent was untenable. I'll see you later. As he walked by, he felt Blay's eyes on him, but they weren't on the level of his face. At least, it didn't seem like it. What the fuck was going on here? Pushing out into the hall, he paused to double-check that the concrete walls weren't melting and that he didn't suddenly have fish for hands or something. Neither were true, but a trippy sense of unreality dogged him as he went down to the locker room. A shower was mandatory. He was covered in sweat, and as much as the doggen loved a good mess, he wasn't about to give them more work just because he tried to kill himself in the gym. Hard, aroused, ready for sex. As that image of Blay battered around the inside of his skull, he closed his eyes and then hit the door into the land of tile and water fixtures. He intended to go over to the showers directly, but ended up stalling out in the front half of the room, where the lockers were stacked in orderly rows and the benches ran down the middle of the aisles. Parking it, he unlaced his Nikes, kicked them off, and peeled his socks free. Totally fucking aroused. Blay had been out of his mind for it. For some reason, Quinn's last 2 sexual encounters popped into his head. There had been that red-headed guy at the Iron Mask, the one he'd seduced and fucked in the bathroom. He'd picked the random out of the crowd for that one defining physical characteristic, and naturally the sesh had done nothing extraordinary for him. Then again, it had been like wanting Herradura and putting ginger ale down your throat. And then there had been the stuff with Layla, which had been nothing but a physically demanding job, like digging a trench or building a wall. God, he felt like a louse for thinking like that, and he meant no disrespect to the chosen. But at least it was fairly clear she was of a similar mind. That was it for the last year. Just those two. Nearly 12 months of nothing. And he hadn't been jerking off, either. He just wasn't interested in anything, like his balls had gone into hibernation. Funny, right after his transition he'd banged anything with 2 legs and a beating heart. And as he struggled to remember some of those many faces God knew, he hadn't bothered to get names a lot of the time. An uncomfortable feeling tightened his gut. All that anonymous, nameless, faceless fucking in front of Blay. Always with the guy, come to think of it. At the time, it had felt like a buddy-slash-buddy kind of situation, but now he wondered. Yeah, screw that. He knew what it had been about. He was such a pussy, wasn't he? Getting to his feet, he stripped naked and let his wife-beater and his b-ball shorts flop onto the bench in a wet mess. Walking to the shower room, he picked one of the shower heads at random, cranked the thing on, and stepped under the spray. The water was nut-shrinking cold, but he didn't care. He faced the onslaught, shutting his lids and opening his mouth. That redhead in the club almost a year ago, when he'd been seducing the guy into the loo, it had been Blay in his mind the whole time. It was Blay he'd pushed back against the sink and kissed hard. Blay's cock he'd sucked off, and Blay's body he'd taken from behind, and, for the love, he groaned. From out of nowhere, the image of his old friend sitting on the machine just now, his knees wide, his cock straining against the oh-so-thin material of those shorts, entered his mind and shot down his spine, going straight between his legs. With a curse, he sagged and had to put a hand out on the slick tile. Oh fuck! Leaning in, he rested his forehead on his arm and tried to concentrate on the feel of the water hitting the nape of his neck. Not even close. All he was aware of was the heartbeat in his cock. Well, that and a ringing fantasy of him dropping to his knees and pressing in between Blay's open thighs, licking his way into that mouth while burrowing under the waistband of those shorts and starting to give the guy a hand job he would never fucking forget. Among so many other things. Turning around to face away from the spray, Quinn pushed his hands into his hair, sluicing it back, arching his spine. He could feel his cock sticking straight out from his hips, begging for attention. But he wasn't going to do anything about it. Blay deserved better than that somehow. Yeah, it didn't make sense, but it just felt nasty to be jerking off in the shower over the guy's arousal about someone else. Hell, the guy's partner. Quinn's own cousin, for Chris' sakes. As his erection just hung out there, unfazed by that logic, he knew it was going to be a long frickin' day. 11. Blay dropped his head with a curse as the weight room door eased shut. And of course, from that vantage point, all he could see was his cock. Which did not help. Shifting his eyes back up, he stared across at the chin-up bar, and knew he had to do something. Sitting here half-drunk with a party in his pants was hardly a position he wanted to get caught in. If a brother like Rage walked in on this, Blay would be hearing about it for the rest of his natural life. Besides, he was in his workout gear, surrounded by equipment, so he might as well get busy, pump some iron, and hope that Mr. Happy sank into a depression from lack of attention. Good plan. Really? Yup. When he glanced at the clock sometime later, he realized 15 minutes had passed and he was no closer to constructive, repetitive motion, unless you counted breathing. His erection had a suggestion for that kind of goal. And his palm was immediately on board, going between his legs, finding that hard. Blay burst up from the seat and went for the door. Enough with the bullshit was going to hit the loo in the locker room in the hope of cycling some of the alcohol out of his system. Then he was going to get on a treadmill and sweat the rest of the booze out. After which it was time to head to bed where, if he needed an outlet of the erotic variety, he was going to find it in the appropriate place. The first sign that his new plan might have taken him only farther into the weeds came as he pushed his way into Lockerlandia. The sound of running water meant someone was doing the soap and shampoo thing. He was so focused on kicking himself in the butt, However, he didn't bother with any extrapolations, which would have made him stop, turn around, and find another toilet ASAP. Instead, he went past the lockers and did his business. It wasn't until he was washing his hands that the math started to add up. Of its own volition, his head cranked around in the direction of the showers. "You need to leave," he told himself. As he turned off the faucet, the subtle squeak seemed loud as a scream, and he refused to look at himself in the mirrors. He didn't want to see what was in his eyes. Go back to the door. Just go back to the door. Just. The failure of his body to follow that simple command was not merely an exercise of physical rebellion. It was tragically his pattern, and he would regret it later. At the moment, however, when he made the choice to walk over and duck around the tiled wall of the shower room, when he kept himself mostly hidden, when he spied on a male he shouldn't have, the mad rush of emotion was so achingly familiar. It was a suit of clothes tailor-fitted to his madness. Quinn was facing into the showerhead he was standing under, one hand braced against the slick wall. His dark head bowed under the spray. Water ran over his shoulders and down the acres of supple skin that covered his powerful back, and then flowed onto his magnificent ass and went ever farther, past those long, strong legs. In the last year, the fighter had filled out quite a bit. Quinn had been big after his transition, and had gotten even larger during those first few months of intense eating. But it had been a while since Blay had seen the male without his clothes-owning man. The punishing gym routines he'd been putting himself through showed in all that hard-cut muscle. Abruptly, Quinn shifted his position, pivoting around, tilting his head back, sluicing the water through his dark hair, that incredible body arching. He'd kept his PA. And holy shit, he was aroused. An orgasm immediately threatened the head of Blay's cock, his balls getting tight as fists. Wheeling around, he left the locker room like he was shot out of a cannon, punching through the door, jumping out into the corridor. Oh, shit fucking gadamfic. Walking as fast as he could, he tried to get that image out of his head, reminding himself that he had a lover, that he'd moved on from all this, that you could self-destruct over the same thing only so many times and then you were done. When none of that worked, he replayed the speech he'd given to Quinn in the tow truck. Where the hell was the office? Stopping short, he looked around. Oh, fantastic. He'd gone in the opposite direction from what he'd intended, and was now down past the clinic and into the classroom part of the training center. Miles from the entrance to the tunnel. Laceration that deep. But he wouldn't have it. Manny Manello's deep voice preceded the man walking out into the corridor from the main examination room. A second later, Doc Jane made an appearance right behind him, an open chart in her hand, her fingertip tracing down a page. Blay ducked through the first door he came to, and ran right into a wall of blackness. Padding around for a light switch because he was too scattered to turn any bulbs on mentally, he found one, flipped it, and blinded himself. Ow! The sharp shooter that rocketed from his shin to his brain told him he'd walked into something large. A desk. He was in one of the mini offices that satellite the classrooms, and that was good news. With the training program still suspended because of the raids, there was no one down here, and no one likely to think of a reason to be in this empty little room. He could have some privacy for a while, and that was a blessing. God knew he wasn't going to try to make it to the mansion now. With his luck, he'd run into Quinn, and the last thing he needed was to be anywhere near the guy. Going behind the desk, he sat down in the cushy office chair and brought his legs up, stretching them across the flat top that should have had a computer, a plant, and a holder full of pens on it. Instead, it was barren, although not dust-covered. Fritz would never stand for that, even in an unused space. Rubbing at the sore spot on the front of his calf, it was clear that he was going to have one hell of a black and blue mark. But at least the pain distracted him from what had driven him down here. That didn't last, though. As he tilted the chair back and closed his eyes, his brain returned to the locker room. Was the torture never going to end, he thought. And, God, his cock was pounding. Considering his choices, he willed the lights off, closed his eyes, and ordered his brain to shut up and go to sleep. If he could just catch a few down here for an hour or two, he'd wake up sober, flaccid, and ready to face people again. Now, this was a good plan, and it was also the perfect environment. Dark, a little cool, super quiet in the way only facilities underground were. Shimmying his body even deeper into the chair, he crossed his arms over his chest and got ready for the REM train to pull into his station. When that didn't work, he started to imagine all kinds of off situations, like vacuums unplugged from the wall, and fires extinguished with water, and TV screens going black. Quinn had looked so eminently fuckable like that. His slick, smooth body carved with muscle, his sex so thick and proud. All that water would have made him both slippery and hot, and, dearest virgin scribe, Blay would have given almost anything to walk over the tile, get down on his knees, and take that sex into his mouth, feeling that blunt head with its piercing stroke over his tongue as he went up and down. The disgusted noise he made echoed around, sounding louder than it probably had been. Opening his eyes, he tried to clear any fantasies that involved sucking out of his mind. But all the pitch black didn't help. It just formed the perfect screen to keep projecting on. Cursing, he gave that yoga thing a shot, where you relax the tension in each and every part of the body, starting with the permatwist between his eyebrows, then the rigid ropes that ran from his shoulders up to the base of his skull. His chest was tight, too. His pecs contracted for no good reason, his biceps digging into his upper arms. Next, he was supposed to focus on his abs and then his butt and his thighs, his knees and calves. This little piggy went homes. He didn't make it that far. Then again, trying to talk his arousal into any kind of malleability would have required powers of persuasion that his half-drunk brain didn't possess. Unfortunately, there was only one surefire way of getting rid of Mr. Happy. And in the dark, by himself, with the umbrella of no one will ever know protecting the moment, why shouldn't he just work the damn thing, drain the burn, and pass out? It was no different from waking up at the fall of night with an erection because God knew there was no emotional anything involved. And he was under the influence, right? So that was another pass. He wasn't cheating on Saxton, he told himself. He wasn't with Quinn, and Saxton was the one he wanted. For a while, he continued to argue the pros and cons, but eventually his hand made the decision for him. Before he knew it, his palm was burrowing under his loose waistband, and the hiss he let out when he gripped himself was like a gunshot in the silence. And so was the groan of the chair as the thrust of his hips pushed his shoulders into the leather padding. Hot and hard, thick and long. His cock was begging for attention, but the angle was all wrong, and there was no room for stroking in the damn shorts. For some reason, the idea of stripping from the waist down made him feel dirty, but his sense of propriety went into the shitter pretty fast when all he could do was squeeze. Lifting his ass, he swept the shorts off and then realized he was going to need something to clean up the mess with. The shirt came off next. Naked in the dark, sprawled out long from the chair and to the desktop, he gave himself over, spreading his thighs, pumping up and down. The friction made his eyes roll back in his head, made him bite his lower lip. God, the sensations were so strong, flowing through his body. Fuck. Quinn was in his mind. Quinn was in his mouth. Quinn was inside of him. The two of them moving together. This was wrong. He froze. Just stopped dead. Shit. Blay released his cock, even though the mere process of letting the betrayal go made him grit his molars. Opening his eyes, he stared into the darkness. The sound of his breath punching in and out of his chest made him curse again. So did his pounding need for an orgasm, which he refused to give in to. He was not going to take this any further. From out of nowhere, that image of Quinn arched under the falling spray slammed into his brain, taking over everything. Against his higher reasoning and his loyalty and his sense of fairness, his body went into instant overload, the orgasm shooting out of his cock before he could stop it, before he could tell it no, that wasn't right, before he could say not again. Never again. Oh God. The sweet, stabbing sensation repeated over and over until he wondered if it was ever going to end, even though he didn't help things along. This physical reaction might be outside of his control. His response to it was not. When he finally stilled, his breath was harsh and the coolness across the bare skin of his chest suggested he'd broken out in a sweat, and as his body recovered from the rush, his awareness returned and his deflating erection was like a barometer of his mood. Reaching forward, he patted over the desk until he found his shirt. Then he wadded it up and pressed the thing into the juncture of his thighs. The rest of the mess he was in was not going to be so easy to clean up. Across town, on the 18th floor of the Commodore, Trez sat in a sleek steel and leather chair that faced a wall of windows overlooking the Hudson River. The noonday sun was shining down from a crystal-clear, chrome-like sky, everything 10 times brighter because of the fresh snow that had fallen overnight on the shores. "I know you're there," he said dryly, taking a sip from his coffee mug. When there was no reply, he spun his chair around on its swivel base. Sure enough, Iam had come in from his bedroom and was sitting on the couch, iPad on his lap, forefinger striping across the screen. He would be reading the New York Times online edition, of course. He did that every morning when they got up. "Well," Trez bit out. "Go on." The only response he got was one of Iam's brows lifting. For like a split second, the smug bastard wouldn't even look over. "Must be a fascinating article. What's it about?" "Recalcitrant brothers." Trez passed some time nursing his hot coffee. "Iam, seriously, this is bullshit." After a moment, his brother's dark stare lifted. The eyes that met his were, as always, completely uncluttered of emotion and doubt and all the messy stuff that mere mortals struggled with. Iam was preternaturally sensible rather in the way of a cobra. Watchful, intelligent, ready to strike, but unwilling to waste the power until it was needed. "What?" Trez ground out. "It's redundant to tell you what you already know. Humor me." He took another draw off the rim of the mug and wondered why the hell he was volunteering for this. "Go on." Iam's lips pursed the way they did when he was considering his response. Then he flopped the red cover of the iPad down, each of the 4 sections landing like footsteps across the screen. He then put the thing aside, uncrossed his leg, and leaned forward to balance his elbows on his knees. The guy's biceps were so thick, the sleeves of his shirt looked like they were going to split wide. "Your sex life is out of control." As Trez rolled his eyes, his brother kept on talking. "You are fucking 3 or 4 women a night, sometimes more. It's not about feeding, so don't waste either of our time by excusing it in that fashion. You are compromising the professional standards of, I run liquor and prostitutes. Don't you think that's a little highbrow?" Iam picked up the iPad and waved it back and forth. "Should I go back to reading? I'm just saying. You asked me to speak. If this is a problem, the solution is not to get defensive because you don't like what you hear. The answer is to not invite me to talk." Trez ground his teeth. See, this was the issue with his fucking brother. Too goddamn reasonable. Bursting up, he stalked across the open living room. The kitchen was like everything else in the condo. Modern, airy, and uncluttered, which meant that as he poured himself some more caffeine, he could see his brother in his peripheral vision. Man, sometimes he hated this place. Unless he was in his bedroom with the door shut, he couldn't get a break from those damn eyeballs. "Am I reading or talking?" Iam said calmly, like he didn't care either way. Man, Trez desperately wanted to tell the guy to shove his nose back into the Times. But that was like a defeat. "Ged." Trez went back to his chair and settled in for more ass-kicking. "You're not behaving in a professional manner. You eat your own food at Sal's. My linguine with clam sauce doesn't require a restraining order when I decide the next night I want the Fra Diavolo." Good point. And somehow that made him feel nearly violent. "I know what you're doing," Iam said steadily. "And why? You're not a virgin, of course you do. I know what they sent you." Trez froze. "How?" "When you didn't respond, I received a phone call." Trez pushed the rug with his foot and turned himself around to face the river. Shit. He figured he'd clear the air with this, give his brother a little bitch session so that the two of them could go back to being normal. Usually they were close as skin to bone, and the relationship was as fundamental as that to him. He could handle just about anything except friction with his brother. Unfortunately, the problems that had gotten alluded to over there were about the only thing in that just about anything. Ignoring it will not make it go away, Trez. This was said with a certain gentleness of tone, like the guy felt bad for him. As Trez looked out over the river, he imagined that he was at his club, with humans all around and cash trading hands and the women who worked there doing their thing in the back. Nice, normal, in control and comfortable. You have responsibilities. Trez tightened his grip on his mug. I didn't volunteer for them. It doesn't matter. He spun around so fast, Hot coffee went flying and landed on his thigh. He ignored the sting. It should. Fucking should. I'm not some inanimate object that can be given to somebody. That whole thing is bullshit. Some would find it an honor. Well, I don't. I'm not getting mated to that female. I don't care who she is or who set it up or how important it is to the Hisby. Trez braced himself for a barrage of "oh you do." Instead, his brother looked sad, as if he wouldn't have wanted the curse, either. I'll say it again, Trez. This is not just magically going to disappear, and trying to fuck your way out of it? That's not only futile, it's potentially dangerous. Trez rubbed his face. The women are just humans. They don't matter. He turned back to the river again. And frankly, if I don't do something, I'm going to go insane. A couple of orgasms has to be better than that, right? As silence resumed, he knew his brother disagreed with him. But proof positive that his life was in the shitter was the fact that the conversation dried up at that point. Iam apparently wasn't into kicking a guy when he was down. Whatever. He didn't care what was expected of him was not going back and being condemned to a life of service. He didn't care if it was to the Queen's daughter. 12. It was late in the afternoon when Wrath hit the wall. He was at his desk, ass on his father's throne, fingers running over a report written in Braille, when all of a sudden he couldn't take one more damn word of text. Shoving the papers aside, he cursed and ripped his wraparounds off his face. Just as he was about to throw them at a wall, a muzzle kicked his elbow. Putting an arm around his golden retriever, he tightened his hand on the soft fur that grew along the dog's flanks. You always know, don't you? George burrowed in deep, pressing his chest into Wrath's leg, which was the cue that someone wanted to be up and over. Wrath leaned down and gathered all 90 pounds up in his arms. As he settled the forepaws, lion's mane, and flowing tail so that everything fit, he supposed it was a good thing he was so fucking tall. Big thighs offered a bigger lap. And the act of stroking all that fur calmed him, even though it didn't ease his mind. His father had been a great king, capable of withstanding countless hours of ceremony, endless nights filled with the drafting of proclamations and summonses, whole months and years of protocol and tradition. And that was before you layered on the perennial stream of bitching that came at you from every corner. Letters, phone calls, emails, although of course the latters hadn't been an issue in his pop's era. Wrath had been a fighter once. A damn good one. Putting his hand up, he felt along the side of his neck, to the place where that bullet had entered him. The knock on the door was sharp and to the point, a demand more than a respectful request for entrance. Come in, V, he called out. The astringent witch hazel scent that preceded the brother was a clear tip-off that somebody was feeling pissy. And sure enough, that deep voice had a nasty edge. I finally finished the ballistic testing. Damn fragments always take forever. And, Wrath prompted, it's a 100% match. As Vishouse sat down in the chair across the desk, the thing creaked under the weight. We got M. Wrath exhaled, some of the impotent buzz draining from his brain. Good. He ran his palm from the top of George's boxy head down to his ribs. This is our ammunition, then? Yup. What was going to happen anyway is now nice and legal. The Brotherhood had known all along who had been on the trigger of the shot that had nearly killed him back in the fall, and the duty of picking off the band of bastards one by one was something they were looking at as so much more than a sacred duty to the race. Listen, I gotta be honest, true? When are you not? Wrath drawled. Why the hell are you tying our hands? Didn't know I was. With Tor. Wrath repositioned George so that the blood supply to his left leg wasn't completely cut off by the dog's weight. He asked for the proclamation. We all have a right to take out Ecker. That asshole is the prize we all want. It shouldn't be restricted to just him. He asked. It makes it more difficult to kill the bastard. What if one of us finds him out there and Tor isn't with us? Then you bring him in. There was a long, tense silence. Do you hear me, V? You bring that piece of shit in, and let Tor do his duty. The goal is to eliminate the band of bastards. And how's that keeping you from the job? When there was no reply, Wrath shook his head. Tor was in that van with me, my brother. He saved my life. Without him, As the sentence drifted, V cursed softly like he was running the math on that memory, and coming to the conclusion that the brother who had to cut a plastic tube free of his camelback and performed a tracheotomy on his king in a moving vehicle miles away from any medical help might have slightly more right to kill the perp. Wrath smiled a little. Tell you what, just because I'm nice guy, I'll promise you all a crack at him before Tor kills the motherfucker with his bare hands. Deal? V laughed. That does take the sting off of it. The knock that interrupted them was quiet and respectful, a couple of soft taps that seemed to suggest whoever it was would be happy to be blown off, content to wait, and hoping for an immediate audience all at the same time. Yeah, Wrath called out. Expensive cologne announced his solicitor's arrival. Saxton always smelled good, and that fit his persona. From what Wrath remembered, in addition to the guy's great education and the quality of his thinking, he dressed in the fashion of a well-bred son of the Glimmerer, i.e. perfectly. Not that Wrath had seen it recently. He put his wraparounds on in a quick surge. It was one thing to be exposed in front of V. Not going to happen in front of the young, efficient male who was coming through the door no matter how much Sax was trusted and consulted. What have you got for me? Wrath said as George's tail brushed back and forth in greeting. There was a long pause. Mayhap I should come back? You can say anything in front of my brother. Another long pause, during which V was probably eyeing the attorney like he wanted to take a chunk out of his fancy. Pretty boy asked for suggesting there was an information divide that needed to be respected. Even if it's about the Brotherhood? Saxton said levelly. Wrath could practically feel V's icy eyes swing around. And sure enough, the brother bit out, "What about us?" When Saxton remained silent, Wrath clued into what it was. "Can you give us a minute, V? Are you fucking me?" Wrath picked up George and put him down on the floor. "I just need 5 minutes. Fine. Have fun with it, my lord." V spat as he got to his feet. "Fucking A." A moment later, the door slammed shut. Saxton cleared his throat. "I could have come back. If I'd wanted that, I would have told you to. Talk to me." A deep breath was taken and let out, as if the civilian was staring at that exit and wondering if V's pissed-off departure might just cause him to wake up dead later on in the day. The audit of the old laws is complete, and I can provide you with a comprehensive listing of all sections that require amendment, along with proposed rewording, and a timeline on which the changes could be made if yes or no. That's all I care about. Going by the whisper-soft sound of loafers treading an obeson, Wrath extrapolated that his lawyer was going for a little walkabout. From memory, he pictured the study, with its pale blue walls and its curlicue molding and all the flimsy, antique French furniture. Saxton made more sense in this room than Wrath did with his leathers and his muscle shirt. But the law prescribed who was to be king. You need to start flapping your gums, Saxton. I will guarantee you that you won't be fired if you tell me how it is straight up. Try editing the truth or softballing it. And you're out on your ass. I don't care who you're sleeping with. There was another throat clearing. And then that cultured voice came at him from head-on across the desk. Yes, you can do as you wish. I have concerns about the timing, however. Why? 'Cause it's going to take you 2 years to make the amendments. You're making a fundamental change to a section of society that protects the species, and it could further destabilize your rule. I am not unaware of the pressures you're under, and it would be remiss of me not to point out the obvious. If you alter the prescription of who may enter the Black Dagger Brotherhood, it could well give even further opening for dissent. This is unlike anything you've attempted during your reign, and it's coming in an era of extreme social upset. Wrath inhaled long and slow through his nose and caught a whole lot of no bad juju. There was no evidence to suggest the guy was being duplicitous or not wanting to do the work. And he had a point. I appreciate the insight, Wrath said, but I'm not going to bow to the past. I refuse to, and if I had doubts about the male in question, I wouldn't be doing this. How do the other brothers feel? That's none of your business. In fact, he hadn't broached this idea with them yet. After all, why bother if there was no possibility of moving forward? Tor and Beth were the only ones who knew exactly how far he was prepared to take this. How long will it take you to make it legal? I can have everything drawn up by dawn tomorrow nightfall at the latest. Do it. Wrath made a fist and banged it onto the arm of the throne. Do it now. As you wish, my lord. There was a rustle of fine clothing, as if the male were bowing, and then more padding feet before one half of the double doors opened and shut. Wrath stared off into the nothingness he was provided by his blind eyes. Dangerous Times was right. And frankly, the smart thing to do was add more brothers, not think of reasons not told. Off the counter-argument to that was, if those 3 boys were willing to fight alongside them without being inducted, why bother? But fuck that. It was old school to want to honor someone who had put his life on the line so your own could continue. The real issue, even apart from the laws, however, was what would the others think? That was more likely to put the kibosh on this than any legal snafu. As night fell hours later, Quinn lay naked in tangled sheets, neither his body nor his mind at rest, even as he slept. In his dream, he was back at the side of the road, walking off from his family's house. He had a duffel over one shoulder, a proclamation of disinheritance shoved into his waistband, and a wallet that was $11 away from being empty. Everything was crystal clear, nothing denatured due to memory's faulty playback. From the humid summer night to the sound of his new rocks on the pebbles at the shoulder to the fact that he was aware he had nothing in his future. He had nowhere to go, no home to return to, no prospects, not even a past anymore. When the car pulled in behind him, he knew it was John and Blay. Except, no, it was not his friends. It was death in the form of 4 males in black robes who streamed out of 4 doors and swarmed around him. An honor guard, sent by his father to beat him for dishonoring the family's name. How ironic. One would assume that knifing a sociopath who'd been trying to rape your buddy would be considered a good thing. But not when the assailant was your perfect first cousin. In slow motion, Quinn sank down into his fighting stance, prepared to meet the attack. There were no eyes to look directly into, no faces to note, and there was a reason for that. The fact that the robes obscured their identities was supposed to make the person who transgressed feel as though all of society was disapproving of the actions he had taken. Circling, closing in, eventually they were going to take him down, but he was going to hurt them in the process. And he did. But he was also right. After what seemed like hours of defense, he ended up on his back, and that was when the beating really happened. Lying on the asphalt, he covered his head and his nut sack as best he could. The blows raining down on him, black robes flying like the wings of crows as he was struck again and again. After a little while, he felt no pain. He was going to die here at the side of the road. Stop! We're not supposed to kill him. His brother's voice cut through it all, sinking in a way that the pummeling no longer did. Quinn woke up with a shout, throwing his arms over his face, his thighs thrusting up to protect that groin of his. No fists or clubs were coming at him, and he was not at the side of the road. Willing on some lights, he looked around the bedroom that he'd been staying in since he'd been kicked out of his family's home. It didn't suit him in the slightest, the silk wallpaper and the antique something his mother would have picked out, and yet at the moment, the sight of all that old crap someone else had chosen, bought, hung, and kept after made him calm down. Even as the memory lingered. God, the sound of his brother's voice. His own brother had been part of the honor guard that had been sent for him. Then again, that sent a more powerful message to the Glimmerer about how seriously the family was taking things, and it wasn't as if the guy hadn't been trained. He'd been taught the martial arts, although naturally he'd never been allowed to fight. Hell, he'd barely been permitted to spar. Too valuable to the bloodline. If he got hurt, the one who was going to walk in Daddy-O's footsteps and eventually become a Leodire of the council could be compromised. Small risk of a catastrophic injury to the family. Quinn, on the other hand, before he'd been disavowed, he'd been put into the training program, maybe in hopes that he'd sustain a mortal injury in the field and have the good grace to die honorably for everyone. Stop! We're not supposed to kill him. That had been the last time he'd heard his brother's voice. Shortly after Quinn had been thrown out of the house, the Lessening Society had gone on a raid and slaughtered them all, father, mother, sister, and Luchas. All gone. And even though a part of him had hated them for all they'd done to him, he wouldn't wish that kind of death on anyone. Quinn rubbed his face. Shower time. That was all he knew. Getting up on his feet, he stretched until his back cracked, and checked his phone. A group text to everyone announced there was a meeting in Wrath's study, and a quick glance at the clock told him he was out of time. Which was not a bad thing. As he flipped into high gear and hustled into the bath, it was a relief to focus on real stuff instead of the bullshit past. Nothing he could do about the latter except curse it. And shit knew he'd done enough of that for 12 lifetimes. Wakey wakey, he thought. Time to go to work. 13. Around the same time Quinn was cleaning himself up at the main house, Blay came awake in the chair in that little underground office. The headache that served as his alarm clock was not from the port, it was from the fact that he'd skipped last meal. But man, he wished the booze had been behind the pounding in his skull. He could have used the out that he'd been a total, sloppy, lost-his-mind mess when he'd come down here. Cursing, he withdrew his legs from the desktop and sat up. His body was stiff as a board, aches blooming in all kinds of places as he willed on the overhead light. Crap, he was still naked. But come on, like the modesty elves would have snuck in and clothed him in his sleep, just so he wasn't reminded of what he'd done. Putting his shorts on, he shoved his feet into his trainers, and then reached for his shirt before remembering what he'd used it for. As he stared at the crumpled folds of cotton and felt the stiff places in the soft cloth, he realized that no amount of rationalization was going to change the fact that he'd cheated on Saxton. Physical contact with someone else was only one way of measuring infidelity, and yeah, that was the biggest divide. But what he'd done last night had been a violation of the relationship, even though the orgasm had been caused by his brain, not his hand. Getting to his feet, he was half dead as he went to the door and opened it a crack. If there was anyone around, he was going to duck back inside and wait for a clear shot into the corridor. He so completely did not want to get caught coming out of this empty office, half-clothed and looking like hell. The upside to living at the compound was that you were surrounded by people who cared about you. The downside was that everybody had eyes and ears, and no one's business was just their own. When he didn't hear voices or footsteps, he exploded out into the hall and started walking briskly, like he'd been somewhere for a good reason and was heading to his room for an equally important purpose. He had a feeling he'd gotten away with it when he hit the tunnel. Sure, he didn't usually go shirtless, but a lot of the brothers or males did when they were coming from the gym. Nothing unusual. And he really felt like he'd won the lottery when he stepped out from under the mansion's grand staircase and got another good dose of empty bowling alley. The only problem was that, going by the sounds of china being cleared in the dining room, it must be later than he'd thought. He'd obviously missed first meal. Bad news for his head, but at least he had some protein bars in his room. His luck ran out as he took the stairs up to the second floor. Standing in front of the closed doors to Rath's study, Quinn and John were dressed for fighting, their weapons strapped on, their bodies covered in black leather. No way in hell was he looking at Quinn. Just having the guy in his peripheral vision was bad enough. "What's going on?" Blay asked. "We've got a meeting now," John signed. "Or at least we're supposed to. Didn't you get the text?" Shit, he had no idea where his phone was. His room? Hopefully. "I'll hit the shower and be right back. You might not have to rush. The brothers have been sequestered for the last half hour. I don't have any idea what's going on." Next to the guy, Quinn was rocking back and forth in his shitkickers, his weight shifting like he was on a walk even as he went nowhere. 5 minutes, Blay muttered. "That's all I need." He hoped the Brotherhood would open those doors by then. The last thing he wanted was to get stuck passing time anywhere near Quinn. Cursing as he went, Blay jogged down to his room. Usually he took his time getting ready, especially if Sax was in the mood, but this was going to be a wham-bam, thank you, ma. As he opened his door, he froze. What the hell? Duffels. On the bed. So many of them he couldn't see more than 1.5 inches of the king-size duvetand. He knew whose they were. Matching Gucci's, in white with the navy blue logo and the navy blue and red cloth strapping, because according to Saxton, the traditional brown-on-brown with the red and green was too obvious. Blay shut the door quietly. His first thought was, holy shit, Saxton knew. Somehow, the guy knew what had happened in the training center. The male in question came out of the bathroom with an armful of shampoo, conditioner, and product. He stopped dead. "Hi," Blay said. "Taking a vacation?" After a tense moment, Saxton calmly came over, put his load down in a travel bag, and turned back around. As always, his beautiful blonde hair was swept off his forehead in thick waves. And he was dressed perfectly, in another tweed suit with matching waistcoat, a red cravat and red pocket square adding just the right accent of color. "I think you know what I'm going to say." Saxton smiled sadly. "Because you're far from stupid just as I am." Blay went to sit down on the bed, but had to recalibrate because there was nowhere to put himself. He ended up on the chaise lounge, and, with a discreet lean to one side, he tucked the wadded shirt under the skirting. Out of sight. It was the least he could do. God, was this really happening? "I don't want you to go," Blay heard himself say roughly. "I believe that." Blay looked across all those duffels. Why now? He thought of the pair of them just the day before, under the sheets having hard sex. They had been so close, although if he were brutally honest, maybe that had just been physically. Take out the maybe. "I've been fooling myself." Saxton shook his head. "I thought I could keep going with you like this, but I can't. It's killing me." Blay closed his eyes. "I know I've been out a lot in the field. That's not what I'm talking about." As Quinn took up all the space between them, Blay wanted to scream. But what good would that do? It appeared that he and Saxton had gotten to the same difficult corner at the same sorrowful moment. His lover looked over the luggage. "I've just finished that assignment for Wrath. It's a good time to make a break. Move out and find another job." "Wait, so you're leaving the king as well?" Blay frowned. "However things stand between us, you need to keep working for him. That is bigger than our relationship." Saxton's eyes dipped down. "I suspect that is far easier for you to say." "Not true," Blay countered grimly. "God, I'm so sorry. You've done nothing wrong. You need to know that I'm not angry at you, or bitter. You've always been honest, and I've always known that things were going to end like this. I just didn't know the timeline. I didn't know until I reached the end. Which is now. Oh fuck." Even though he knew Saxton was right, Blay felt a compulsive need to fight for them. "Listen, I've been really distracted for the last week, and I'm sorry. But things have a way of regulating, and you and I will get back to normal. I'm in love with you." Blay shut his mouth with a clap. "So you see," Saxton continued hoarsely, "it's not that you have changed. It's that I have, and I'm afraid my silly emotions have put us at quite a distance from each other." Blay surged to his feet and strode across the fine-napped carpet to the other male. When he got to his destination, he was relieved to the point of tearing up that Saxton accepted his embrace. And as he held his first true lover against him, feeling that familiar difference in their heights and smelling that wonderful cologne, part of him wanted to debate this breakup until they both gave in and kept trying. But that wasn't fair. Like Saxton, he'd had the vague notion that things were going to end at some point. And like his lover, he was also surprised it was now. That didn't change the outcome, however. Saxton stepped back. "I never meant to get emotionally involved. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Shit, that was all that was coming out of his mouth. "I would give anything to be different. I wish I could be different." "I know." Saxton reached up and brushed a hand down the side of his face. "I forgive you, and you need to forgive yourself." Whatever, he wasn't sure he could do that, especially as, at this moment, and as fucking usual, an emotional attachment he didn't want and couldn't change was yet again robbing him of something he wanted. Quinn was a fucking curse to him. The guy really was. About 15 miles south of the Brotherhood's mountaintop compound, Assail woke up on his circular bed in the Grand Master suite of his mansion on the Hudson. Above him, in the mirrored panels mounted on the ceiling, his naked body was gleaming in the soft glow of the lights installed around the base of the mattress. The octagonal room beyond was dark, the interior shutters still down, the fallen night hidden. As he considered all the glass in the house, he knew so many vampires would have found these accommodations unacceptable. Most would have avoided the manse altogether. Too much risk during daylight hours. Assail, however, had never been bound by convention, and the dangers inherent in living in a building with so much access to light were something to be managed, not bound by. Getting up, he went over to the desk, signed into his computer, and accessed the security system that monitored not just the house, but the grounds. Alerts had sounded several times during the earlier hours of the day, notifications not of an impending attack, but of some kind of activity that had been flagged by the security system's filtering program. In truth, he lacked the energy to be overly concerned, an unwelcome sign that he needed to feed. Asael frowned as he reviewed the report. Well, wasn't this instructive? And indeed, this was why he'd installed all his checks and balances. On the image's feed from the rear cameras, he watched as a figure dressed in snowfield camouflage traveled on cross-country skis through the forest, closing in on his house from the north. Whoever it was stayed hidden in and among the pines for the most part, and surveyed the property from various vantage points for approximately 19 minutes, before traversing the westerly border of trees, crossing into the neighbor's property, and going down onto the ice. 200 yards later the man stopped, got out the binoculars again, and stared at Asael's home. Then he circled around the peninsula that jutted out into the river, re-entered the forest, and disappeared. Bending in closer to the screen, Asael replayed the approach, zooming in to identify facial features, if possible, and it was not. The head was covered with a knit mask, with cutouts only for the eyes, nose, and mouth. With the parka and ski pants on as well, the man was covered in his entirety. Sitting back, Asael smiled to himself, his fangs tingling in territorial response. There were but two parties who might be interested in his business, and going by the daylight that had reigned during this recon, it was clear the curiosity was not generated by the Brotherhood. Wrath would never use humans as anything other than a last resort food source, and no vampire could withstand that amount of sunshine without turning into a torch. Which left someone in the human world, and there was only a single man with the interest and the resources to try to track him and his whereabouts. "Enter," he said, just before a knock sounded on his door. As the pair of males came in, he didn't bother to look away from the computer screen. "How did you sleep?" A familiar, deep voice answered, "Like the dead. How fortunate for you. Jet lag can be a bore, or so I've heard. We had a visitor this morning, by the way." Asael leaned to one side so his two associates could review the footage. It was odd to have housemates, but he was going to have to get used to their presence. When he had come to the new world, it had been a solo trip, and he had intended to keep things that way for numerous reasons. Success in his chosen field, however, had mandated that he pull in some backup, and the only people you could even partially trust were your family. And the pair of them offered a unique benefit. His two cousins were a rarity in the vampire species, a set of identical twins. When fully clothed, the only way anyone could tell them apart was by a single mole behind the earlobe. Other than that, from their voices and their dark, suspicious eyes to their heavily muscled bodies, they were a mirror reflection of each other. "I'm going out," Asael announced to them. "If our visitor comes again, be hospitable, will you?" Eric, the older one by a matter of minutes, glanced over, his face highlighted by the glow around the bed base. Such evil in that handsome combination of featuresto, the point that one nearly felt pity for the interloper. "'Twill be a pleasure, I assure you. Keep him alive. But of course, that is a finer line than you two have at times appreciated. Trust me, it's not you whom I am worried about." Asael looked at the other one. "Do you understand me?" Eric's twin remained silent, although the male did nod once. That grudging reaction was precisely why Asael would have preferred to keep his new life simple. But it was impossible to be in more than one place at a time, and this violation of privacy was proof that he couldn't do everything by himself. "You know how to locate me," he said, before dismissing them from his room. 20 minutes later, he left the house showered, dressed, and behind the wheel of his bulletproof Range Rover. Downtown Caldwell at night was beautiful at a distance, especially as he came over the inbound bridge. It was not until he penetrated the grid system of streets that the city's sludge became evident. The alleyways with their filthy snowdrifts and their oozing dumpsters and their discarded, half-frozen homeless humans told the true story of the municipality's underbelly. His work site, as it were. When he got to the Benloy's art gallery, he parked in the back in one of two spaces that were parallel to the building behind the facility. As he stepped free of the SUV, the cold wind swept into his camel hair coat, and he had to hold the two halves together as he crossed the pavement, approaching an industrial-sized door. He didn't have to knock. Ricardo Benloy's had plenty of people working for him, and not all of them were of the art dealer associate type. A human male the size of an amusement park opened the way and stood to the side. "He expecting you?" "No, he is not. Disneyland nodded. You want to wait in the gallery? That would be fine. You need a drink? No, thank you. As they walked through the office area and into the exhibition space, the deference a sale was now accorded was a new thing earned through both the huge product orders he'd been putting in as well as the spilled blood of countless humans. Thanks to him, suicides among disenfranchised males age 18 to 29 with criminal drug records had struck an all-time high in the city, making even the national news. Imagine that. As newscasters and reporters tried to make sense of the tragedies, he merely continued growing his business by any means necessary. Human minds were awfully suggestible. It required hardly any effort at all to get middlemen drug dealers to train their own guns on their temples and pull those triggers. And in the same way nature abhorred a vacuum, so too did the demands of chemical supplementation. A sale had the drugs. The addicts had the cash. The economic system more than survived the forced reorganization. I'll head up, the man said at a hidden door, and let him know you're here. Do take your time. Left to his own devices, a sale strolled around the high-ceilinged open space, linking his hands and putting them at the small of his back. From time to time, he paused to look at the art that was hung on the walls and partitions, and was reminded why humans should be eradicated, preferably by slow and painful means. Used paper plates tacked to cheap particle board and covered with handwritten quotes from TV commercials? A self-portrait done in dentifrice? And equally offensive were the aggrandizing plaques mounted next to the messes declaring this nonsense to be the new wave of American expressionism. Such a commentary on the culture in so many ways. He's ready now. Assail smiled to himself and turned around. How accommodating. As he entered through that sneaky door and ascended to the third level, Assail did not fault his supplier for being suspicious and wanting more information on his single largest customer. After all, in the shortest of time, the drug trade in the city had been rerouted, redefined, and captured by a complete unknown. One could respect the man's position. But the digging was going to end here. At the top of the set of industrial stairs, two other big men stood in front of another door, sure and solid as load-bearing walls. As with the guard on the first floor, they opened things up fast and nodded at him with respect. On the far side, Benlois was sitting at the end of a long, narrow room that had windows down one side and only 3 pieces of furniture. His raised desk, which was nothing but a thick slab of teak with a modernist lamp and an ashtray on it. His chair of some modern derivation, and a second seat across from him for a single visitor. The man himself was like his environment. Neat, officious, and uncluttered in his thinking. In fact, he proved that however illicit the drug trade was, the management principles and interpersonal skill sets of a CEO went a long way if you wanted to make millions in it and keep your money. Assail. How are you? The diminutive gentleman rose and put out his hand. This is an unexpected pleasure. Assail went across, shook what was extended and did not wait for an invitation to sit down. What may I do for you? Benlois said as he himself resettled on his chair. Assail took a Cuban cigar from out of his inside pocket. Snipping the end off, he leaned forward and put the snubbed piece right on the desk. As Benlois frowned like someone had defecated on his bed, Assail smiled just short of flashing his fangs. It's what I may do for you. Oh, I have always been a private man, living a private life by choice. He put away his clipper and took out his gold lighter. Popping the flame, he leaned in and puffed to get the cigar into a sustainable burn. But above and beyond that, I am a businessman engaging in a dangerous manner of trade. Accordingly, I take any trespass of my property or intrusion upon my anonymity as a direct act of aggression. Benlois smiled smoothly and eased back in his throne-like chair. I can respect that, of course, and yet I am confounded as to why you feel the need to point this out to me. You and I have entered into a mutually beneficial relationship, and it is very much my desire to continue this association. Assail puffed on the cigar, releasing a cloud of French blue smoke. Therefore, I want to pay you the respect you are due, and make clear before I take action that if I discover any person upon my premises whom I have not invited thereupon, I shall not only eradicate them, I shall find the source of inquiry. He puffed again, and do what I must to defend my privacy. Am I being clear enough? Benlois' brows dropped down low, his dark eyes growing shrewd. "Am I?" Asael murmured. There was, of course, only one answer. Assuming the human wanted to live much past the following weekend. "You know, you remind me of your predecessor," Benlois said in his accented English. "Did you meet the Reverend? We ran in some of the same circles, yes? He was killed rather violently. About a year ago now. His club was blown up. Accidents happen. Usually in the home, so I've heard. Something you might keep in mind." As Asael met those eyes straight on, Benlois dropped his stare first. Clearing his throat, the eastern seaboard's biggest drug importer and wholesaler swept his palm over his glossy desk, as if he were feeling the grains that ran through the teak. "Our business," Benlois said, "has a delicate ecosystem that, for all its financial robustness, must be carefully maintained. Stability is rare and highly desirable for men like you and me." "Agreed. And to that end, I plan to return at the conclusion of the evening with my interim payment, as scheduled. As I always have, I come to you in good faith, and give you no reason to doubt me or my intentions." Benlois offered another smooth smile. "You make it sound as if I am behind." He moved his hand around, waving it dismissively through the air. "Whatever has upset you?" Leaning in, Asael dipped his chin and glared. "I am not upset. Yet." One of Benlois' hands surreptitiously dipped out of sight. A split second later, Asael heard the door down at the other end of the room open. Keeping his voice low, Asael said, "This was a courtesy to you. The next time I find anyone on my property, whether you sent them or not, I shall not be even half so polite." With that, he got to his feet and ground the lit cigar out upon the desk. "I bid you a fond good evening," he said before walking away. 14. Talk about a late start. As Quinn dematerialized away from the mansion, he couldn't believe that it was 10 o'clock at night and they were just getting started. Then again, the Brotherhood had stayed holed up in Wrath's study forever, and when he and John had finally been let in, V's announcement that the proof against the band of bastards was ironclad had led to a good half hour of trash-talking Ecker and his buddies. Lot of creative uses of the word fuck, as well as some crackerjack suggestions for places to put inanimate objects. He'd never thought of doing that with a garden rake, for example. Fun. And Blay had missed it all. Reassuming his form in a woodland area south and west of the compound, Quinn steeled himself against making any inferences about what had detained the guy, although the fact of the matter was, the fighter had gone up to his room and hadn't come back. And whereas most accidents happened in the home, it was a good guess that he hadn't had a slip and fall. Unless Saxton had been playing throw rug on the marble in their bathroom. Feeling like he wanted to slap himself, he surveyed the snow-covered landscape while John, Rage, and Z appeared next to him. The coordinates for the location had been found in the phones of those car thieves from the night before, the seemingly abandoned property about 10 or 15 miles past where he'd caught up with his stolen Hummer. "What the hell is that?" As someone spoke up, he glanced over his shoulder. What the hell was right. Looming behind them was a boxy building tall as a church steeple and as unadorned as a recycling bin. "Airplane hangar," Zodist announced as he started walking in that direction. "Has to be." Quinn followed, bringing up the rear in case anyone decided to pull a hi-howria. From out of thin air, Blay made his appearance, the male suited up in leather, and as heavily armed as the rest of them. In response, Quinn's feet slowed, then stopped in the snow, mostly because he didn't want to lose his footing and look like an asshole. God, that was one grim motherfucker, he thought as Blay started walking forward. Was there some trouble in paradise? Even though there was no eye contact between them, Quinn felt compelled to say something. What's? He didn't finish the doing part of the sentence. Why bother? The guy stalked past him like he wasn't there. I'm great, Quinn muttered as he resumed trudging through the ice pack. Doing awesome. Thanks for Skingo. You having probs with Saxton? Really? How'd you like to go out and get a drink and talk about it? Yeah, perfect. I'll be your after-dinner mint. He cut off the fantasy monologue as the breeze shifted and his nose got a whiff of sweet and nasty. Everyone got their weapons out and focused on the airplane hangar. We're upwind, Rage said quietly. So there's got to be a big-ass mess in there. The five of them approached the facility cautiously, fanning out, searching the ambient blue glow of reflected moonlight for anything that moved. The hangar had two entryways, one that was bifurcated and big enough to fit a wingspan through, and the other that was supposed to be for people and looked Barbie size in comparison. And Rage was right. In spite of the fact that the icy winter gusts were hitting them in the back, the smell was enough to tingle the insides of the nose, and not in good way. Man, cold usually dimmed the stink, too. Communicating via hand signals, they split into two groups, with him and John taking one side of the mammoth double doors, and Rage, Blay, and Z zeroing in on the smaller entrance. Rage went for the requisite handle while everyone braced for engagement. If there was a football team's worth of lessers in there, it made sense to send the brother in first, because he had the kind of backup nobody else did. His beast loved slayers, and not in a relationship sense. Talk about your thin mints. Hollywood put his hand over his head. Threetwin. The brother penetrated in total silence, pushing the door open and slipping inside. Z was next and Blay went in with them. Quinn felt a heartbeat of pure terror as the male jumped into the unknown with nothing but a pair of 40s to protect him. God, the idea that Blay could die tonight, right in front of him on this run-of-the-mill assignment, made him want to stop all this defending the race bullshit and turn the fighter into a librarian. A hand model. Hairdresser. The shrill whistle that came no more than 60 seconds later was a godsend. And Z's all clear was the signal for him and John to change positions, shuffling laterally to the now open door, and going through the, "Okay, wow. Talk about your oil slick." And holy fucking A from the stench. The three who'd gone in first had busted out their flashlights, and the beams lightsabered around the cavernous space, cutting through the darkness, illuminating what at first looked like nothing but a sheet of black ice. Except it wasn't black and the shit wasn't frozen. It was congealed human blood about 300 gallons worth, mixed with a whole lot of omega. The hangar was the site of a massive induction, the scale of which made that thing out at that farmhouse a while back look like nothing more than a play date. "Guess those boys who took your whip were heading to one hell of a party," Rage said. "Word," Z muttered, as the beams of the flashlights highlighted an old, decrepit airplane in the back and absolutely nothing else. Z shook his head. "Let's search the outer area. There's nada in here." Given that the cabin was nothing much from the exterior, just your typical hunting/fishing shack out in the woods, Mr. C was tempted to bypass the damn thing. Thoroughness had its virtues, however, and the cabin's location, about a mile or two into the tract of land, suggested it might have been used as a headquarters at some point. All things considered, it would have been smarter to check out the property before he'd used that airplane hangar for the largest induction in the Lessening Society's history. But priorities were what they were. First, he had to put himself in control. Second, he had to justify the promotion. And third, he had to deal with all those new lessers. And that meant he needed resources. Fast. Following the Omega's messy, grand ceremony, and the nauseous period that had lasted a number of hours thereafter, Mr. C had ordered the new recruits onto a school bus that he'd stolen from a used truck dealership a week ago. Between exhaustion and the physical discomfort they were in, they had been such good little boys, filing on and sitting 2 by 2 like they were on some kind of fucked-up Noah's Ark. From there, he'd driven them himself because you didn't trust assets like that to anybody else. The Brownswick School for Girls. The defunct prep school was in the suburbs on 35 acres of ignored, overgrown, dilapidated grounds, rumors of its being haunted keeping the normal folks out. For now, the Lessening Society were squatters, but the for sale sign on the corner near the road meant he could fix that. As soon as he pulled some cash together. With his boys finishing up their recovery back at the school, and the current slayers downtown trolling for the Brotherhood, he was out on his own, cataloging the few assets left in the society, including this stretch of mostly empty forest north of the city. Although he was beginning to believe he was wasting his time. Stepping up on the cabin's shallow porch, he shone a flashlight in through the nearest window. Pot-bellied stove. Rough wood table with 2 chairs. 3 bunks that had no mattresses or sheets on them. Galley kitchen. Heading around back, he found an electric generator that was out of gas, and a rusted-out oil tank which suggested the place had had some kind of heating in it at some point. Returning to the front, he toggled the door latch and found it locked. Whatever. Not much in there. Taking the map out of the inside of his bomber jacket, he unfolded the thing and located where he was. Checking off the little square, he got out his compass, adjusted his heading, and started walking in a northwesterly direction. According to this map which he'd found at the former Forlesser's crack house, this tract of property totaled some 500 acres and had these cabins sprinkled around at random intervals. He gathered that the place had once been a camping area owned by multiple people, a kind of modern-day hunting preserve that had been lost to the New York state tax burden and purchased by the society back in the 80s. At least, that was what the handwritten notations in the corner said, although God only knew if the society was still the owner of record. Considering the financial state of the organization, the good ol' NYS might well have a gorilla-sized tax lien on the acreage now, or have resized the shit. He paused and checked the compass again. Man, being a city boy, he hated rooting around out in the woods at night, clomping through the snow, checking shit off like some kind of forest ranger. But he had to see with his own eyes what he had to work with, and that was happening only one way. At least he had a revenue stream lined up. In another 24 hours, when those boys of his were finally on their feet again, he was going to start refilling the coffers. That was the first step to reclamation. Step 2? World domination. 15. She was bleeding. As Layla looked down at the toilet paper in her hand, the red stain on all that white was the visual equivalent of a scream. Reaching behind herself, she flushed and had to use the wall to steady her balance as she got to her feet. With one hand on her lower belly and the other thrown out at the sink counter and then the door jamb, she stumbled into the bedroom and went right for the phone. Her first instinct was to call Doc Jane, but she decided against that. Assuming she was in the process of miscarrying, there was a possibility of sparing Quinn the wrath of the Primale provided she kept this under wraps. And using the Brotherhood's personal physician probably wasn't the best way to ensure privacy. After all, there was only one reason a female bled, and questions about her needing and how she'd handled it would inevitably follow. At the table by the bedside, she opened the drawer and drew out a small black book. Locating the number for the race's clinic, she dialed with a shaking hand. When she hung up a little later, she had an appointment in 30 minutes. Except how was she going to get out there? She couldn't dematerialize anxious, and anyway, pregnant females were discouraged from that. And she didn't feel as though she could drive herself. Quinn's lessons had been comprehensive, but she couldn't imagine, in her condition, getting on a highway and trying to keep up with the flow of human traffic. Fritz Perlmutter was the only answer. Going to the closet, she retrieved a soft chemise, twisted it into a thick rope, and secured it between her legs with the help of several pairs of underwear. The solution to her bleeding issue was incredibly bulky and made it hard to walk, but that was the least of her problems. A phone call to the kitchen secured the butler to drive her. Now she just had to get down the stairs, out the vestibule, and into that long saloon car in one piece and without running into any of the males of the household. Just as she was about to leave her room, she caught her reflection in the mirrors upon the wall. Her white robe and her formal hairstyle announced her rank of chosen as nothing else could. Nobody beside the scribe virgin's sacred females in the species dressed like this. Even if she appeared under the assumed name she had provided to the receptionist, all would guess her otherworldly affiliation. Throwing off her robing, she attempted to draw on a pair of yoga pants, but the wadding she had applied to herself made that an impossibility. And the jeans she and Quinn had bought together wouldn't work, either. Withdrawing the chemise, she used paper towels from the bath to deal with her problem and managed to get the denim on. A heavy sweater provided bulk and warmth, and a quick brush out and tie back of her hair made her look almost normal. Leaving her room, she held hard to the cellular device that Quinn had given her. She thought only briefly about calling him, but in truth, what was there to say? He had no more control over this process than she did. Oh, dearest virgin scribe, she was losing their young. The thought occurred to her just as she came to the apex of the grand staircase. She was losing their young. At this very moment, here outside of the king's study. All at once the ceiling crashed down on her head and the walls of the grand, spacious foyer squeezed in so tight she could not draw a breath. Your Grace! Shaking herself, she looked down the red carpet runner. Fritz was standing at the foot of the stairs, dressed in his standard livery, his old, lovely face clothed in concern. "Your Grace, shall we go now?" he said. As she nodded and cautiously started downward, she couldn't believe it had all been for naught. All those hours of straining with Quinth's frozen aftermath where she hadn't dared to move the wondering and the worrying and the quiet, treacherous hope. The fact that she had given the gift of her virginity away for naught. Quinn was going to be in such pain, and the failure she was bringing upon him added immeasurably to her own suffering. He had sacrificed his own body in the course of her needing, his desire for a young of blood tie prompting him to do something he would not otherwise have chosen to. That biology had its own agenda did not ease her. The loss still felt like her fault. Hair of the dog that bit you. Saxton believed that was the crude and yet rather apt saying. Standing naked in front of the mirror in his bath, he put the hair dryer down and drew his fingers through things up top. The waves settled into their normal pattern, the blonde strands finding a perfect arrangement to complement his square, even face. The image he regarded was exactly as it had appeared the night before and the night before that, and yet as familiar as his reflection was, he felt like it was of a different, separate person. His insides had changed so much, it seemed only reasonable to assume the transformation would be echoed in his appearance. Alas, it was not. Turning away and walking out to his closet, he supposed he should not be surprised, either by his inner upset or his outer, false composure. After he and Blay had spoken, it had taken him an hour to move everything from the bedroom he had stayed in with his former lover back to this suite down the hall. He'd been given these accommodations when he'd initially come to stay within the household, but as things had progressed with Blay, his belongings had gradually made their way into that other room. The process of migration had been incremental, just as his love had been. A case of one shirt here and a pair of shoes there, a hairbrush one night, and socks the next, a conversation of shared values followed by a 7-hour sexual marathon chased with a tub of Breyer's coffee ice cream and only one spoon. He had been unaware of the distance traveled by his heart, similar to the way a hiker became lost in the wilderness. A half-mile out and you could still see where you had started, could easily find the way back home. But 10 miles and a number of forks in your trail later and there was no going back. At that point, you had no choice but to marshal the resources to build yourself a shelter and put down fresh roots. He had assumed he would be constructing this new personal place with Blay. Yes, he had. After all, how long could unrequited love truly survive? As fire required oxygen to kindle, so too did emotion. Not when it came to Quinn, apparently. Not for Blay. Saxton was resolved about not leaving the royal household, however. Blay had been right about that wrath. The king did need him and moreover, he enjoyed his work here. It was fast-paced, challenging, and the egoist in him wanted to be the lawyer who reformed the law the proper way. Assuming the throne didn't get overturned and he didn't lose his head under a new regime. But you couldn't live your life worried about things like that. Withdrawing a houndstooth suit from the closet, he picked a button down and a vest out, and laid everything on the bed. It was a sad, rather unattractive cliché to go looking for something nubile and pneumatic to self-medicate emotional pain with, but he much preferred having an orgasm over getting sloppy drunk. Also, the pretend until you find purpose again maxim did hold water, and was especially true as he looked at himself all dressed up in the bathroom's full-length mirror. He certainly appeared to have it together, and that helped. Before he left, he double-checked his phone. The old laws had been recast per Rath's orders, and now he was on standby awaiting his next assignment. He would find out what it was soon enough, he imagined. Rath was notoriously demanding, but never unreasonable. In the meantime, he was going to drown his sorrow in the only kind of six-pack that appealed, something 20-ish, 6-foot-ish athletic, and preferably dark-haired. Or blonde. 16. Someone's already been by here. As Rage spoke, Quinn got out his penlight and shone the discreet beam down onto the ground. Sure enough, the prints through the snow were fresh, not airbrushed with loose flakes, and they went directly out into the clearing in the forest. Clicking the light off, he focused on the hunting cabin up ahead that seemed to be abandoned to the cold weather. No stream of smoke curling out of its stone chimney, no glow of illumination, and most important, no sense of anything. The 5 of them closed in, circling the clearing and sidling up with a wide-angle approach. When there was no defensive reaction from anything, they all mounted the shallow porch and scoped out the interior through the single-paned windows. "Nada," Rage muttered as he went to the door. A quick test of the handle and it was locked. With a thrust, the brother slammed his massive shoulder into the panels and set the thing flying, fragments of the locking mechanism falling in a scatter along with splinters of wood. "Hi, honey. I'm home," Hollywood shouted as he marched inside. Quinn and John followed protocol and stayed on the porch as Blay and Z filed in and searched. The woods were quiet around them, but his keen eyes traced those footprints which, after a sojourn to the cabin, headed off in a northwesterly direction. Damn well suggested someone was out here with them, searching the property at the same time. Human? Lesser? He was thinking the latter, given all the shit in that hangar and the fact that this whole property was remote and relatively secure because of that. Although they were going to want to bring Stanley Steamer into that building for a cleanup first. Blay's voice drifted out the open door. "I got something." It took all of Quinn's training not to break covenant with surveying the landscape and turn to look inside, and not because he particularly cared about whatever had been found. Throughout their searching, he'd been constantly checking on Blay, measuring to see if that mood had changed. If anything, it had only gotten worse. Soft voices went back and forth in the cabin, and then the three of them emerged. "We found a lockbox," Rage announced as he unzipped his jacket and slid the long, thin metal container in against his chest. "We'll open it later. Let's find the owner of those boots, boys." Dematerializing at 50 to 60-foot clips, they fanned out through the trees, tracking the prints in the snow, following silently. They came across the lesser about a half-mile later. The lone slayer was marching through the snow-covered forest at a clip that only a human with Olympic training could have sustained for more than a couple hundred yards. Clothes were dark, a pack was on the back, and the fact that he was navigating by sight alone was another clue that it was the enemy. Most Homo sapiens would not have been able to move that fast in such little light without battery-powered illumination. Using hand signals, Rage orientated the group into a reverse triangle formation that cupped around the lesser's trail. Continuing to advance along with him, they observed for about a football field's length and then, all at once, they closed in, surrounded the slayer, and blocked him at contrasting compass points with gun muzzles. The lesser stopped moving. He was a newer recruit, his dark hair and olive coloring suggesting that he was of Mexican or perhaps Italian descent, and he got points for showing no fear. Even though he was looking at a hurting, he merely calmly glanced over his shoulder, as if to confirm that he had in fact been ambushed. "How you doing?" Rage drawled. The lesser didn't bother to answer, which was in contrast to what they had been seeing lately. Unlike the others, this was no young punk to talk smack and flash his gat. Calm, calculating, controlled, he was the kind of enemy that improved your job performance. Not exactly a bad thing. And sure enough, his hand disappeared into his coat. "Don't be stupid, my man," Quinn barked, prepared to put a bullet in the bastard at a moment's notice. The lesser didn't stop moving. "Fine." He pulled his fucking trigger and dropped the bitch. The instant the lesser hit the snow, Blay froze with his guns in place. The others did the same. In the silent seconds that passed, they kept eyes locked on the downed slayer. No movement. No response from the periphery. Quinn had incapacitated the thing, and it appeared to have been working alone. Funny, even if Blay hadn't heard the shot in his left ear, he'd have known Quinn was the shooter. Everyone else would have given the enemy another chance to think things over. As Rage whistled in a short burst, that was the cue to close in. The five of them moved like a pack of wolves over downed prey, swift and sure, crossing the snow with guns up. The slayer remained utterly still, but there hadn't been a death in the family, so to speak. You needed a steel dagger through the chest for that. But this was the desirable state. You wanted them to be able to talk, or at least in a condition to be forced to talk. Later, when he replayed what happened next, when his mind churned and burned over the facts obsessively, when he stayed up days trying to piece together how it all rolled out in hopes of divining a change in procedure that would ensure something like it never, ever went down again, Blay would dwell on the twitch. That little twitch in the arm. Just an autonomic jerk seemingly unconnected with any conscious thought or will. Nothing dangerous. No signal of what was to come. Just a twitch. Except then, with a move that was blinking fast, the Slayer outed a gun from somewhere. It was unprecedented. 1 second he was deadweight on the ground. The next, he was shooting in a controlled manner in a fat circle. And even before the popping sounds faded, Blay caught the horrific image of Zodis taking a slug right in the heart, the impact strong enough to stop the brother's forward momentum, his torso throwing back, his arms ripping out to the side as he flipped off his feet. Instantly, the dynamic changed. No one was looking to interrogate the bastard anymore. For daggers flashed high, for bodies jumped in, for arms slashed down with cold, sharp blades, for impacts struck one right after another. They were too late, however. The Slayer disappeared right out from under them, their weapons stabbing the black-stained snow beneath where the enemy had landed, instead of an empty chest cavity. Whatever there would be time to question the unprecedented disappearance afterward. At the moment, they had a fighter down. Rage all but launched himself on top of the brother, putting his body in the way of anything and everything. Z? Oh, mother of the race. Blay got out his phone and dialed. When Manny Manello answered, there was no time to be wasted. We have a brother down. Gunshot to the chest. Wait! Z's voice was a surprise, and so was the brother's arm shooting up and shoving Rage to the side. Will you get off me? But I'm giving you CPR. I will die before kissing you, Hollywood. Z tried to sit up, his breathing heavy. Don't even think about it. Hello? Manello's voice came through the phone. Blay. Hold on. Quinn dropped to his knees next to Zodist, and in spite of the fact that the brother didn't like to be touched, took hold under one armpit and helped the male get his torso off the snow. I have the clinic on the line, Blay said. What's your status? In reply, Z reached up and unhinged his dagger holster. Then he dragged down the zipper of his leather jacket and ripped his white t-shirt in half, to reveal the most beautiful bulletproof vest Blay had ever seen. Rage sagged in relief to the point that Quinn had to catch him with his free hand and keep the guy off the ground, too. Kevlar, Blay mumbled to Manello. Oh, thank God, he's wearing Kevlar. That's great, but listen. I need you to take the vest off and check to see if it held the bullet. 'Kay? Roger that. He glanced over at John and was glad to find the guy up on his feet, 2 guns out straight, eyes scanning the environs while the rest of them assessed the situation. I'll take care of it. Blay shuffled over and crouched down in front of the brother. Quinn might have had the balls to make contact with Zodist, but he wasn't going to do that without express permission. Dr. Manello wants to know if you can remove the vest so we can see if there was any injury? Z jerked his arms and then frowned, appeared to give things another try. After a third attempt, the brothers' hands managed to lift as high as the Velcro straps, but they couldn't seem to do much. Blay swallowed hard. May I take care of it? I promise not to touch you as much as possible. Great grammar there. But he was serious. Z's eyes lifted to his. They were black from pain, not yellow. Do what you have to, son. I'll keep it tight. The brother looked away. His face screwed down hard into a grimace, the scar that made an S-curve from the bridge of his nose to the corner of his mouth standing out in harsh relief. With a stern lecture, Blay ordered his hands to be steady and sure, and the message was somehow carried out. He tore apart the fastening strips at the shoulders, the rips louder than the screaming in his head, and then peeled off the vest, terrified of what he was going to find. There was a big round patch directly in the center of Z's broad, muscled chest, right where the heart was. But it was a bruise, not a hole. It was just a bruise. Surface wound only. Blay dug his finger into the dense webbing of the vest and found the slug. I can feel the bullet in the vest. Then why can't I move my... The smell of the brothers' fresh blood seemed to hit everyone's noses at the same time. Someone cursed, and Blay leaned in. You've been hit under the arm, too. Bad? Z asked. Over the phone, Manello said. Get in there and look around if you can. Blay lifted that heavy limb and flashed his penlight in at the underside. Apparently a bullet had entered the torso through the vest's small, unprotected pocket under the PETA 1-in-a-million shot that if you tried to recreate, you couldn't possibly pull off. Fuck. I don't see an exit wound. It's right on the side of his ribs, way up high. He's breathing steadily? Manello asked. Labored but steady. Was CPR administered? He threatened to castrate Hollywood if there was any kind of lip lock. Look, let me just dematerialize. Ze coughed a little. Gimme some room. Everyone offered a variety of opinions at that point, but Zadist would have none of it. Shoving people away, the brother closed his eyes and Blay knew they had a real problem when nothing happened. Yes, Zadist hadn't been killed, and he was a hell of a lot better off than he would have been without the vest. But he was not able to move himself, and they were in the middle of nowhere, so deep in the woods that even if they called for backup, nobody was going to be able to get an SUV within miles of them. And worse, Blay had the sense that the Slayer that had been taken down had been something considerably more than your run-of-the-mill lesser. No telling when reinforcements would be coming in. The sound of a text hitting somebody's phone sounded, and Rage looked down. Shit, the others are backed up downtown. We've got to handle this on our own. God damn it, Zadist muttered under his breath. Yup, that about covered it. 17. Ecker had not expected this. As he and his soldiers materialized to the communal feeding's prearranged location, he had anticipated a property that was run down or mayhap on the verge of condemnation, a place in such financial state that a female would be forced into selling her veins and her sex to stay afloat. No such thing. The environs of the estate were appointed to a glimmer standard, the sprawling manor house up on the hill glowing with warm light, the grounds manicured to within an inch of their lives, the smaller retainer cottage just inside the gates in perfect condition despite its obvious age. Mayhap she was a lesser cousin of some great lineage? Who is this female? He asked Thro. His second-in-command shrugged. I know not of her family personally, but I did verify her affiliation with a bloodline of worth. All around, his fighters were antsy, their combat boots packing the snow beneath their feet as they paced in place, their breath leaving their nostrils as if they were racehorses at the gate. One wonders if she knows what she volunteered for, Ecker murmured, not particularly caring whether the female did or did not. Shall I? Thro asked. Yes, afore the others burst free of their wills and break into that fair cottage of hers. Thro dematerialized over to a quaint front door, its arched top and little lantern something one would expect to find outfitting a dollhouse. His right-hand male was not persuaded by the charm, however. The overhead illumination was abruptly cut off, surely because Thro willed it so, and the soldier's knock was hard and quick, a demand, not an inquiry. Moments later, the portal opened. Firelight spilled out into the night, the golden yellow beams so intense they appeared at least nominally capable of melting the snow cover, and right in the middle of that lovely illumination, the figure of a female cut a dark, curvy silhouette. She was naked, and the scent that drifted over on the icy breeze indicated that she was very ready. Zypher growled softly. Keep your wits about you, Ecker commanded, lest your hunger be used as a weapon against us. Thro spoke to her and then reached into his inner pocket to take out the cash. The female accepted what was given and then stretched one arm up high upon the jamb, angling her body so that one luscious breast was bathed in that soft light. Thro glanced over his shoulder and nodded. The others didn't wait for further invitation. Ecker's fighters converged upon the doorway, their male bodies so large, and in such number, that the female was instantly rendered invisible. With a curse, he closed in on foot as well. Zypher naturally went in first, taking her lips and cupping her breasts. But he wasn't alone. The three cousins fought for position, one going behind and arching his hips, as if he were rubbing his cock against her ass, the other two reaching for her nipples and her sex, their hands worming in as she was swarmed. Thro spoke above the rising moans. I shall stay outside on guard. Ecker opened his mouth to command otherwise, and then realized it would make him look like he was avoiding the scene, and that was hardly a masculine thing to do. You do that, he muttered. I shall guard the interior. His males picked up the female, their dagger hands finding hold on her arms, her thighs, her waist, and en masse they carried her backward into the cozy confines. Ecker was the one who shut the door and made sure there was no locking device to pen them in. He was also the one to scope out the inside of the cottage. As his bastards carried their meal toward the fire, where a large fur rug had been laid flat upon the floor. He leaned into the closest window, lifted the drapery, and checked the panes of glass. Old and leaded, with wooden struts, not steel. Not secure. Good. Someone get inside of me? The female moaned in a deep voice. Ecker didn't bother to ascertain whether she was accommodated or not, although her rippling groan suggested she was. Instead, he looked around for any other doors or places from which an ambush could be staged. There appeared to be none. The cottage didn't have a second floor, the skeleton of its roof arching up above his head, and there was only a shallow bathroom, the door of which was open, a light left on revealing a claw-footed tub and an old-fashioned sink. The open kitchen was but a stretch of countertop and a few modest appliances. Ecker glanced over at the action. The female was lying on her back, her arms teed out from her torso, her neck exposed, her legs spread wide. Zeifer had mounted her and was rhythmically thrusting into her, her head moving back and forth on the white fur as she absorbed the pounding. Two of the cousins had latched onto her wrists, and the other had taken out his cock and was fucking her mouth with it. Indeed, there was little of her that was not covered with male vampire, and her ecstasy at being used was obvious not only to the eye, but to the ear. Around the erection that was going in and out of her plump lips, her heavy breathing and erotic moans escaped into the balmy, sex-scented air. Ecker walked over to the kitchen sink. There was nothing in the deep belly of it, no lingering remnants of a meal, no half-filled, abandoned glasses. There were dishes in the cupboards, however, and when he opened the European-sized refrigerator, bottles of white wine were lined up horizontally on the shelves. A male curse brought his eyes back to the fun and games. Zeifer was just orgasming, his body bowing forward while his head kicked back, and in the midst of his release, one of the cousins was shoving him out of the way, taking his place, lifting the hips of the female and digging his arousal into her wet pink sex. At least Zeifer seemed entirely content to trade places. He bared his fangs, ducked his head under the now heaving chest of his comrade, and nipped the breast of the female so he could feed close to her nipple. The one at her mouth orgasmed as well, and she swallowed his release, sucking the head of the fighter's cock in desperate pulls, then letting go and licking at her slick mouth as if she were still hungry. Somebody else soon obliged, yet another arousal plunging in between her lips, the counter-thrusting rhythm of what was going on at her head, as well as between her legs bouncing her back and forth in a way she seemed to get off on. Ecker went over and double-checked the bathroom, but his first assessment had been correct. There was nowhere to hide in its tight confines. Having secured the interior, he had naught to do but lean back against the corner that offered the greatest visual access and witness the feeding. As things intensified, his fighters lost what semblance of civility they had, taking swipes at one another as lions would over a fresh kill, their fangs flashing, their eyes wild with aggression as they jockeyed for access. They did not completely lose their heads, however, and they took care of the female. Soon enough, someone scored his vein and put it to her lips. Ecker dropped his eyes to his boots and allowed his peripheral vision to monitor the environs. There was a time when he would have become aroused at the sight, not because he was particularly interested in the sex, but more in the same manner that when he saw food, his stomach would grumble. And accordingly, in the past, when he had had the need to take a female, he had done just that. Usually in the dark, of course, so the dear girl wouldn't be offended or afeared. He could well imagine the strained expressions males sported when they were in their erotic throes did little to improve his looks. Now, though, he felt curiously unplugged from it all, as if he were watching a team of males move some heavy furniture or perhaps rake a lawn. It was his chosen, of course. Having had his lips against her pure skin, having looked into her luminous green eyes, having smelled her delicate scent, he was utterly uninterested in the well-used charms of that female in front of the fire. Oh, his chosen had never known such grace existed, and moreover, he could not have e'er surmised that he would be touched so completely by that which was antithetical to him. She was his opposite, kind and giving when he was brutal and unforgiving, beautiful to his ugliness, ethereal to his filth. And she had marked him, sure as if she had struck him and left a scar deep within his flesh. He was wounded and weakened by her. There was naught to be done. Lo, even the memory of the moments he had shared with her, when she had been fully clothed, and he had been so gravely injured, were enough to stir him at his hips, his sorry sex stiffening for no good reason at all. Even if they had not been on different sides of the war for the throne, she would never have let him come to her as a male does when he is enthralled with a female of worth. That breezy autumn night when they had met under that tree, she had been performing a valid service in her own mind. It had naught to do with him in particular. But oh, he wanted her nonetheless. Abruptly, the female before the fire arched under the shifting, orgasming weights atop her, and he refocused on her. As if she sensed his sexual arousal, her blissed-out, fuzzy stare drifted over in his direction, and brief surprise flickered across her facer what little he could see of it around the thick forearm offering her nourishment. Shock widened her eyes. She evidently had failed to notice his presence, but now that she had, fear, not passion, clearly flared within her. Unwilling to disrupt the action, he shook his head and flashed her his palm in a stop motion to reassure her that she was not going to have to bear his bite or worse, his sex. The messaging apparently worked, because the dread left her expression, and as one of his soldiers presented his cock for attention, she reached out and began stroking it over her head. Ecker smiled to himself in a nasty way. This whore wouldn't have him, and yet his body, in all its biological stupidity, insisted on responding to that chosen as if the sacred female would e'er look twice at him. So silly. Checking his watch, he was surprised to find that the feeding had been going on for an hour already. So be it. Provided his males complied with his two basic rules, he was content to let this continue. They had to remain substantially clothed, and their weapons had to be holstered with the safeties off. That way, if the tenor changed, they could defend themselves quickly. He was more than willing to give them the time. After this interlude, the lot of them were going to be at their full strength, and with the way things were going with the Brotherhood, they were going to need to be. No. Fucking no way. Quinn had to agree with Z's Red on Rage's bright idea. The bunch of them had struggled through the woods, with Rage bearing most of Z's weight while everyone else circled the pair, ready to pick off anything or anyone who threatened from the fringes. They were now back at the airplane hangar, and Hollywood's solution to their mobility problem seemed like a complication with mortal implications. Not anything that was actually going to help. How hard can it be to fly a plane? As everyone, including Z, just looked at him, Rage shrugged. What? Humans do it all the time. Z rubbed his chest and slowly sank to the ground. After gathering his short breath, he shook his head. First of all, you don't know if damn thing can even get airborne. It probably has no gas and you've never flown before. You want to tell me what our other option is? We're still miles from any plausible pickup location, you're not improving, and we could get ambushed. Let me at least get in there and see if I can get the engine to turn over. This is a bad call. In the quiet that followed, Quinn did the math himself and glanced over at the hangar. After a moment, he said, I'll cover you. Let's do this. Bottom line, Rage was right. This foot race of an evac was taking too long, and that lesser had disappeared before they'd stabbed him, not the other way around. Had the Omega given his boys some special powers? Whatever, a smart fighter never underestimated the enemy, especially when one of his own was down. They needed to get Z to safety, and if that meant an airlift, so the fuck be it. He and Rage filed into the hangar and flicked on their flashlights. The airplane was right where they'd left it in the back corner, looking like it was the ugly stepchild of some much prettier mode of transportation that had long since fled the scene. Closing in, Quinn saw that the propeller appeared to be sound, and, although the wings were dusty, he could hang his weight off of them. The fact that the door hatch squeaked like a bitch when Rage opened the way in was less than good news. Phew! Rage muttered as he recoiled. Smells like something died in there. Man, must have been one hell of a stinky if the brother could differentiate it from the rest of the smell inside the hangar. Maybe this wasn't such a hot idea. Before Quinn could offer a second read on the stench, Rage turned himself into a pretzel and squeezed through the oval hole. Holy shit, keys. There are keys, can you believe it? How about gas? Quinn muttered, as he swept his flashlight beam around in a wide circle. Nothing but that dirty-ass floor. You might want to step back there, son, Rage hollered out of the cockpit. I'ma try and fire this old lady up. Quinn eased away, but come on. If the thing was going to go up in flames, like 15 feet was going to make much of a difference. The explosion was loud, the smoke was thick, and the engine sounded like it was suffering from a mechanical strain of whooping cough. But shit evened out. The longer they let it run, the more even the rhythm became. "We gotta get out of here before we asphyxiate," Quinn yelled into the plane. Right on cue, Rage must have put the thing in drive or something, because the airplane eased forward with a groan like every nut and bolt in its body hurt. And this thing was going to get airborne? Quinn jogged in front and hit the double base seam. Gripping one side, he threw all the power in his body into the pull and ripped the thing apart, various latches and locks popping free and going flying. He hoped the airplane didn't take inspiration from those fragments. In the moonlight, the expressions on John's and Blaze's faces were pretty fucking priceless as they got a good look at the escape plan and he knew where they were coming from. Rage hit the brakes and squeezed out again. "Let's load him up." Silence. Well, except for the wheezing plane behind them. "You're not taking it up," Quinn said, almost to himself. Rage frowned in his direction. "Excuse me. You're too valuable. If that thing goes down, we can't lose two brothers. Not going to happen. I'm expendable, you are not." Rage opened his mouth like he was going to argue. But then he shut it, a strange expression settling onto his beautiful face. "He's right," Z said grimly. "I can't put you in jeopardy, Hollywood. Fuck that. I can dematerialize out of the cockpit if... And you think you're going to be able to do that when we're in a spiral? Bullshit." A smattering of gunshots came from the tree line, piffing into the snow, whizzing by the ear. Everyone snapped into action. Quinn dived into the plane, pulled himself into the pilot's seat, and tried to make sense of all the fucking hell. There were a lot of dials. The only saving grace he had was that he'd rat-tat-tat-tat. Watched enough movies to know that the lever with the grip was the gas and the bow tie-shaped wheel was the thing you pulled up to go up and pushed down to go down. "Fuck," he muttered as he stayed in a tuck position as much as he could. Given the popping sounds that followed, John and Blay were shooting back, so Quinn sat up a little higher and glanced at the rows of instruments. He figured the one with the little gas tank was what he was looking for. Quarter of the tanks left. And the shit in there was probably half condensation. This was a really bad idea. "Get him in here," Quinn yelled, sizing up the empty, flat field to the left. Rage was on it, throwing Zodist into the airplane with all the gentleness of a longshoreman. The brother landed in a crumpled pile, but at least he was cursing, which meant he was with it enough to feel pain. Quinn didn't wait for any door-shutting bullcrap. He released the foot brake, hit the accelerator, and prayed they didn't skid out in the snow. Half the glass windshield shattered in front of him, the bullet that did the damage ricocheting around the cockpit, the whiff from the seat next to him suggesting the headrest had caught the slug, which was better than his arm. Or skull. The only good news was that the plane seemed ready to get the hell out of there, too. That rusty-ass engine spinning the prop at a dead run like the POS knew getting off the ground was the sole way to safety. Out the side windows, the landscape started striping by, and he oriented the middle of the runway by keeping the two sets of trees equidistant. "Hold on," he yelled over the din. Wind was ripping into the cockpit like there was an industrial fan filling up the space where the pane of glass had been, but it wasn't like he was planning on going high enough to require pressurization. At this point, he just wanted to clear the forest up ahead. "Come on, baby, you can do it, come on." He had the throttle down flat, and he had to tell his arm to ease off. There was no more juice to be had, but breaking the goddamn thing was guaranteed to fuck them even harder. The din got louder and louder. Trees moved faster and faster. The bumps became more and more violent, until his teeth were clapping together, and he became convinced one or both of the wings were going to unhinge and fall by the wayside. Figuring there was no time to waste, Quinn pulled back as hard as he could on the steering wheel, gripping the thing tightly, as if that could somehow be translated to the body of the plane and keep it all together. Something fell from the ceiling and fluttered back in Z's direction. Map? Owner's manual? Who the fuck knew? Man, those trees at the far end were getting close. Quinn pulled even more, in spite of the fact that the wheel was as far toward him as it could gouge was a crying shame, because they were out of runway and still not off the ground. Scraping sounds raked down the belly of the plane, as if underbrush were reaching up and trying to grab onto the steel plating. And still those trees were even closer. His first thought as he stared death in the face was that he was never going to meet his daughter. At least not on this side of the fade. His second and final was that he couldn't believe he'd never told Blay he loved him. In all the minutes and hours and nights of his life, in all the words he'd spoken to the male over the years they'd known each other, he'd only ever pushed him away. And now it was too late. Dumbass. What a fucking dumbass he was. 'Cause it sure as hell appeared that his library card was getting stamped tonight. Straightening up so the full force of that cold blast hit him square in the face, Quinn glared into the rush, picturing those pines ahead that he couldn't see because his eyes were watering from the wind. Opening his mouth, he screamed bloody murder, adding his voice to the maelstrom. God damn it, he wasn't going down like a pussy. No ducking. No pathetic "oh please God no save me." Fuck that. He was going to meet death with his fangs bared and his body braced and his heart pounding not from fear, but from a whole boatload of "blow me, Grim Reaper." As Quinn was trying to get airborne, Blay had his gun muzzle pointed into the tree line and was pumping off rounds like he had an endless supply of lead, which he didn't. This was a total goat fuck. He and John and Rage were without any cover. There was no way of knowing how many slayers were in those woods. And for the love of God, all that ancient airplane was doing was leaving a toxic cloud of smoke in its wake as it rattled off like it was on a Sunday stroll. Oh, and that POS was far from fucking bulletproof, but evidently had gas in its tank. Quinn and Z were not going to make it. They were going to slam into that forest at the end of the field assuming they didn't get blown up first. In that moment, when he knew that one way or another a fireball was imminent, he split in half. The physical part of him remained plugged into fending off the attack, his arms sticking straight out, his forefingers squeezing out bullets, his eyes and ears tracking the sounds and sights of muzzle flashes and the movements of his enemy. The other part of him was in that airplane. It was as if he were watching his own death. He could imagine so very clearly the violent vibrating of the plane, and the out-of-control bumps over the ground, and the sight of that solid line of trees coming at him sure as if he were staring out of Quinn's eyes and not his own. That foolhardy son of a bitch. There had been so many times when Blay had thought, he's going to kill himself. So many times on and off the field. But now this was the one that was going to stick. The bullet struck him in the thigh, and the pain that raced from his leg to his heart suggested that his full attention needed to shift back to the fight. If he wanted to live, he had to completely focus. Yet even as the conviction hit him, there was a split second when he thought, just end this all now. Just be done with all the bullshit and the punishment of life, the almost there's, the if-onlys, the relentless chronic agony he'd been in. He was so tired of it all. He had no idea what made him hit the snow. One moment he was staring toward the plane waiting for the burst of flames. The next he was chest down on the ground, his elbows digging into the frozen, intractable earth, his injured leg throbbing. Pop! 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 The roar that interrupted the sound of bullets was so loud he ducked his head. Like that would help him avoid the chronic airplane's fireball. Except there was no light and no heat, and the sound was overhead. Soaring. That bucket of bolts was actually in the air. Above them. Blay spared a second to look up, just in case he'd gotten shot in the head and his perception of reality was fucked. But not hat piece of shit crop duster was up in the sky, making a fat turn and taking off in the direction that, if it could stay aloft, would eventually lead Quinn and Z to the Brotherhood's compound. If they were lucky. Man, that flight path wasn't pretty. It was not an eagle going straight and true through the night sky. More like a barn swallow fresh out of the nest with a broken wing. Back and forth, tipping from side to side, to the point where it looked more like they had pulled off the impossible and gotten in the air only to quickly crash and burn over the forest. From out of nowhere, something caught him in the side of the face, smacking him so hard he flopped over onto his back and nearly lost hold of his 40s. A hand. It had been a hand that had palmed his puss like a basketball. And then a massive weight jumped on his chest, flattening him into the snowpack, making him exhale so hard, he wondered if he didn't need to look around for his liver. Will you get your fucking head down? Rage hissed in his ear. You're going to get shot again. As the lull in shooting stretched from seconds to a full minute, Lessers emerged from the tree line up ahead, the quartet of slayers walking through the snow with their weapons drawn and poised. "Don't move," Rage whispered. "Two can play at this game." Blay did his best not to breathe as heavily as the burn in his lungs was telling him he needed to. Also tried not to sneeze as loose flakes tickled his nose on every inhale. Waiting, waiting, waiting. John was about 3 feet away and lying in a contorted position that made Blay's heart flicker. The guy subtly flashed a thumbs up, like he was reading Blay's mind. "Thank fuck." Blay shifted his eyes around without changing the awkward angle of his head, and then discreetly exchanged a gun for one of his daggers. As an unhinged hum started to vibrate in his head, he calibrated the Lesser's movements, their trajectories, their weapons. He was nearly out of bullets, and there wasn't time to reload from his ammo belt, and he knew that John and Rage were in a similar situation. The knives that V had handmade for them all were their only recourse. Closer, closer. When the 4 slayers were finally in range, his timing was perfect. And so were the others. With a coordinated shift and surge, he leaped up and started stabbing at the 2 closest to him. John and Rage attacked the others. Almost immediately, more slayers came from the woods, but for some reason, probably because the Lessening Society wasn't arming inductees all that well, there were no bullets. The second round rushed across the snow with the kind of weapons you'd expect to find in an alley fight: baseball bats, crowbars, tire irons, chains. Fine with him. He was so juiced and pissed off he could use the hand-to-hand. 19. Sitting on the examination table, with a frail paper gown covering her, and her bare feet hanging off the padded lip, Layla felt as though she were surrounded by instruments of torture. And she supposed she was. All manner of stainless steel implements were laid out upon the countertop by the sink, their clear plastic wrappings indicating they were sterile and prepared for use. She had been at Havers's clinic for an absolute eternity. Or at least it seemed that way. In contrast to the rushing ride across the river, when the butler had driven like he knew time was of all essence. Ever since she had arrived herein there had been delay after delay. From the paperwork, to the waiting for a room, to the waiting for the nurse, to the waiting for Havers to present the blood test results to her. It was enough to make one mad in the head. Across from where she sat, a print framed in glass hung upon the wall, and she had long memorized the image's brushstrokes and colors, the bouquet of flowers depicted in vibrant blues and yellow. The name underneath it read, Van Gogh. At this point, she never wanted to see irises again. Shifting her weight about, she grimaced. The nurse had given her a proper pad for her bleeding, and she was horrified to realize that she was going to need another soon. The door opened on a knock, and her first instinct was to run, which was ridiculous. This was where she needed to be. Except it was merely the nurse who had settled her here, taken that blood sample and her vitals, and made notations on a computer. "I'm so sorry, there's been another emergency. I just want to reassure you that you are next in line." "Thank you," Layla heard herself say. The female came over and put a hand on Layla's shoulder. "How are you doing?" The kindness made her blink quickly. "I fear I shall need another," she pointed down at her hips. The nurse nodded and squeezed gently before going over to the cupboards and extracting a peach-wrapped square. "I've got more here. Would you like me to take you back down to the bathroom?" "Yes, please." "Wait, don't get on your feet yet. Let me get you a better cover." Layla looked down at her hands, her tangled, knotted hands that could not be still. "Thank you. Here you go." Something soft was draped around her. "Okay, let's get you standing." Sliding off the table, she wobbled a little, and the nurse was right there, taking hold of her elbow, steadying her. "We're going to go slowly." And they did. Out in the hall, there were nurses rushing from room to room, and people coming and going for appointments, and other staff going at a dead run, and Layla couldn't believe she had ever been as fast as them. To keep out of the crush, she and her kindly escort stayed close to the wall to avoid getting mowed over, but the others were really quite nice. As if all knew that she suffered in some grave manner. "I'm going to come in with you," the nurse said when they got to the facilities. "Your blood pressure is very low, and I'm concerned you're a fall risk. Okay?" As Layla nodded, they went in and the lock was turned. The nurse relieved her of the blanket, and she awkwardly shuffled the paper out of the way. Sitting down, she, "Oh, dearest virgin scribe." "Shoo, it's okay. It's all right." The nurse bent down and gave her the fresh pad. "Let's take care of this. You're all right here. No, you'll want to give that to me. We have to send it to the lab. There's a chance it can be used to determine why this is happening, and you're going to want that information if you try again." Try again. As if the loss was already done. The nurse snapped on gloves and got a plastic bag from out of a console. Things were taken care of discreetly and with alacrity, and Layla watched as the name she'd given was written on the outside of the bag in black marker. "Oh, honey, it's okay." The nurse took off her gloves, snapped out a paper towel from the holder on the wall, and knelt down. Taking Layla's chin in her gentle hand, she carefully dried cheeks that had become wet with tears. "I know what you're going through. I lost one, too." The nurse's face became beautiful with compassion. "Are you sure we can't call your Helrin?" Layla just shook her head. "Well, let me know if you change your mind. I know it's hard to see them upset and worried, but don't you think he'll want to be with you?" Oh, however was she going to tell Quinn? He had seemed so sure of everything, as if he had already looked into the future and stared into the eyes of their young. This was going to be a shock. "Will I know if I ever was pregnant?" Layla mumbled. The nurse hesitated. "The blood test may tell, but it depends on how far along you are with what's happening." Layla stared at her hands again. Her knuckles were white. "I need to know whether I'm losing a young or this is just the normal bleeding that occurs when one does not conceive. That's important. It's not for me to say I'm afraid. You know, though, don't you?" Layla looked up and met the female's eyes. "Don't you?" Again, "It's not my place. But with this much blood? I was pregnant." The nurse made a hedging motion with her hands, her lips pursing. "Don't tell Havers I said this, but probably. And you must know, there is nothing you can do to stop the process. It's not your fault, and you've done nothing wrong. It's just, sometimes, these things simply happen." Layla hung her head. "Thank you for being honest with me. And in truth, that is what I believe to be occurring. A female knows. Now let's take you back." "Yes, thank you very much." Except Layla struggled with getting her panties in place as she stood up. When it became clear she couldn't get her hands coordinated, the nurse stepped in and helped with enviable ease, and it was all so embarrassing and frightening. To be so weak and at the mercy of another for such a simple thing. "You have the most gorgeous accent," the nurse said as they rejoined the traffic in the hall, sticking once again to their slow lane. "It's so old country me grandman would approve. She hates how English has become our dominant language here. Thinks it's going to be the downfall of the species." The conversation about nothing in particular helped, giving Layla something to focus on other than how long she was going to be able to go until she needed to make this trip again, and whether things were getting worse with the miscarriage, and what it was going to be like when she was forced to look Quinn in the eye and tell him she had failed. Somehow they made it back to the exam room. "It shouldn't be much longer. I promise." "Thank you." The nurse paused by the door, and as she went still, shadows crossed the depths of her eyes, as if she were reliving parts of her own past. And in the silence between them, a moment of communion was struck, and though it was unusual to have something in common with an earthbound female, the connection was a relief. She had felt so alone in all this. "We have people you can talk to," the female said. "Sometimes talking afterward can really help." "Thank you. Use that white handset if you need help or feel dizzy. Okay? I'm not far." "Yes, I shall." As the door shut, tears watered up her vision, and yet even as she ached in her chest, the crushing sense of loss seemed disproportionate to the reality. The pregnancy was only in the very beginning stages logically. There was not much to lose. And yet to her this was her young. This was the death of her young. There was a soft knock at the door, and then a male voice. "May I come in?" Layla squeezed her eyes shut and swallowed hard. "Please." The race's physician was tall and distinguished, with tortoiseshell glasses and a bow tie at his throat. With a stethoscope around his neck and that long white coat, he looked like the perfect healer, calm and competent. He closed the door and smiled at her briefly. "How are you feeling?" "Fine, thank you." He regarded her from across the room, as if assessing her medically even though he did not touch her or use instruments. "May I speak frankly?" "Yes, please." He nodded and pulled over a rolling stool. Sitting down, he balanced a file on his lap and stared into her eyes. "I see that you haven't listed your Helren's name nor your father's." "Must I?" The physician hesitated. "Have you no next of kin, my dear?" When she shook her head, his eyes registered true sadness. "I'm so sorry for your losses. So there is no one here for you?" "No." When she just sat there, saying nothing, he took a deep breath. "All right, but I can pay," she blurted in a rush. She wasn't sure where she could get the money. "But, oh my dear, do not worry about that. I need not be remunerated if you are not able." He opened the file and moved a page out of the way. "Now, I understand that you have gone through your kneading." Layla just nodded, as it was all she could do to keep from screaming, "What is the test result?" "Well, I have looked at your blood results and they have shown some things I didn't expect. If you so consent, I would like to take another sample and send it to my lab for a few more tests. Hopefully, I'll be able to make sense of it all, and I'd like to do an ultrasound, if you don't mind. It's a standard exam that will give me an idea how things are progressing. As in, how much longer I have to miscarry until it is complete," she said grimly. The race's physician reached out and took her hand. "Let's just see how you are, shall we?" Layla took a deep breath and nodded again. "Yes." Havers went to the door and called for the nurse. When the female entered the room, she rolled in with her what appeared to be a desktop computer mounted on a cart. There was a keyboard, a monitor, and some wands mounted on the sides of the contraption. "I shall allow my nurse to do the draw. Her hands are far more competent than mine in that regard." He smiled in a gentle way. "And in the meantime, I'm going to check on another patient. I shall return imminently." The second needle stick was far better than the first, as she knew what to expect, and she was briefly left by herself when the nurse departed to deliver the goods to the lab whatever that was. Both of them returned shortly. "Are we ready?" Havers asked. When Layla nodded, he and his nurse conversed, and the equipment was arranged close to where she was sitting. The physician then rolled back over on his stool and pulled out two arm-like extensions from the sides of the examination table. Flipping what looked like a pair of stirrups free, he nodded to the nurse, who dimmed the lights and came around to put her hand on Layla's shoulder. "Will you lie back?" Havers said, "and move down so that you're at the end of the table. You're going to put your feet here after you remove your undergarments." As he indicated both of the footrests, Layla's eyes peeled wide. She'd had no idea that the examination was going to be. "Have you never had an internal exam before?" Havers said with hesitation. As she began to shake her head, he nodded. "Well, that's not uncommon, especially if this was your first kneading. But I can't take off," she stopped. "I'm bleeding. We'll take care of that." The physician seemed utterly sure. "Shall we get started?" Layla closed her eyes and leaned back so she was lying flat, the thin paper that covered the padded surface crinkling under her weight. With a lift of the hips and a quick shuffle, she did away with what covered her. "I'll take care of that for you," the nurse said quietly. Layla's knees locked together as she patted around with her feet for those forsaken stirrups. "That's it." That rolling stool squeaked as the doctor closed in. "But move down farther." For a split second, she thought, "I can't do this." Curling her arms around her lower belly, she squeezed them in, as if she could somehow hold the baby inside of her at the same time she kept herself from flying apart. But there was nothing she could do, no conversation she could have with her body to calm it down and keep what had implanted. No loving pep talk she could impart to her young so it would keep trying to survive. No strain of words to calm her total panic. For a split second, she longed for the cloistered life she had once found so stifling. Up in the scribe virgin sanctuary, the placid nature of her existence had been something she had taken for granted. Indeed, ever since she had come down to earth and tried to find purpose here, she had been rocked by trauma after trauma. It made her respect the males and females whom she had been told were beneath her. Down here, everyone seemed to be at the mercy of forces outside of their control. "Are you ready?" the doctor asked. As tears rolled out of the corners of her eyes, she focused on the ceiling above her, and gripped the edge of the table. Yes, do it now. 20. Holy shit. Quinn was completely out of control. Almost no visibility. Plane wobbling back and forth like it had the DTs. Engine cutting in and out. And he couldn't even check on Z. Too much wind to yell over, and he wasn't taking his eyes off wherever they were headed, or more like wherever they were going to crash land, even though he couldn't see a damn thing. What in a million years had made him think this was a good idea? The one thing that appeared to be working was the compass, so at least he could orientate himself to where home base was. The Brotherhood compound was due north and a little east, on the top of a mountain surrounded by the invisible defensive boundary of Vismais. So directionally, he was right on, assuming that NSEW dial was in fact more operational than, say, everything else in the Tinkin shitbox. As he looked to his right, the unrelenting wind coming through the half-shattered windshield slammed into his ear canal. Out the side window he could see a whole lot of dark, which he took to mean they had passed through the suburbs and were out over the farmland. Maybe they'd already hit the rolling hills that eventually turned into the mountain. A sound like a car backfiring got his attention in a bad way, but what was worse? The sudden silence that followed. No engine clatter. Just the wind whistling into the cockpit. Now they were really in trouble. For a split second, he thought about dematerializing out. He was strong enough, aware enough, but he wasn't leaving Z. A strong hand landed on his shoulder, scaring the balls off him. Z had dragged himself forward, and going by the expression on his face, he was having trouble staying on his feet, and not just because of the bucking and weaving. The brother spoke up, his deep voice cutting through the din. "Time for you to go." "Fuck that," Quinn hollered back. Reaching forward, he went to try the ignition. "Couldn't hurt, right? Don't make me throw you out. Try it." "Quinn." The engine kicked back on, and the din re-intensified. All good news. The trouble was, if the bastard had gone out once, it was going to go out again. Quinn shoved his hand into his jacket. As he snagged his cell phone, he thought of everyone they were both leaving behind, and he passed the thing to the brother. If there was a hierarchy in the reach out and touch order, Z was at the top of the list. He had a Shellin and a daughter, and if anyone was going to make a call, it was him. "What's this for?" Zodist said darkly. "You can figure it out. And you can leave. Not leaving, gotta fly this death trap until we hit something." There was some further arguing at that point, but he wasn't moving from the driver's seat, and as strong as the brother was under normal circumstances, Z wasn't in any condition to muscle around so much as a loaf of bread. And the convo didn't last long. After the talk dried up, Z disappeared, no doubt ducking back into the rear, so he could make that last contact with those he loved. Smart move. Left to his own devices, Quinn closed his eyes and threw a prayer up to anyone who might hear the thing. And then he pictured Blaze's face. "Here." He flipped open his lids. His cell phone was right in front of his face, held in place by Z's sturdy grip. And the GPS map was up and rolling, the little blinking arrow showing him exactly where they were. "Another 3 miles. The brother yelled over the roaring noise. "That's all we need." There was a boom and a fizzle, and then another round of that god-awful quiet. Cursing, Quinn focused hard on the little screen, all the while hoping things would restart on their own. More north, obviously, but farther east. A lot farther. His guesstimate had been good, but hardly spot on. Without the phone, they'd be fucked. Well, that and the whole no-engine thing. Checking the precise location, he made some calculations in his head, and steered them to the right, trying to get that pointed indicator on the map heading exactly to their mountain. Then it was time to try to jumpstart the engine again. They were losing altitude. Not in that movie spiral way where there was a close-up on the altimeter and the thing was spinning fast as you wish the propeller was. But slowly, inexorably they were drifting down, and if they lost enough forward momentum, which was what that unreliable sewing machine under the hood was supposed to provide, they were going to drop out of the sky like a stone. Working the ignition over and over again, he muttered, "Come on! Come on! Come on!" It was hard to keep the nose up with only one hand, and just as he was going to have to devote all of his attention to fighting with the steering wheel, Z's arm shot forward, kicked his hand out of the way, and took over trying to restart the engine. For a split second, Quinn had an absurdly clear snapshot of the slave band peeking out from the cuff of the brother's leather jacket, and then it was all business. God, His shoulders were on fire from pulling back on the wheel shaft. And to think he was dying to hear that racket from the... All at once, the engine coughed back to life, and the change in their altitude was immediate. The instant those spark plugs and pistons started roaring again, the numbers began going up. Keeping the throttle fully engaged, he checked the fuel gauge. Maybe they were just out of gas and it wasn't a mechanical issue? Talk about splitting hairs. Just a little farther. Baby, just a little more. Come on. Baby girl, you can do it. As an endless stream of murmured encouragement left his lips, the impotent words were drowned out by the only thing that mattered but come on. Like the Cessna spoke English? Man, it seemed like it took forever. The hoping and praying. His brain bouncing back and forth between best and worst-case scenarios as miles were crossed at a dead goddamn slow pace. Tell me you called your females, Quinn shouted. Tell me you can keep us up off the ground. Not without lying. Bank us harder east. What? East. Go east. Z zoomed in on the map and started running his fingertip in one direction, east to west. You want to land this way behind the mansion? Quinn supposed he should take it as a positive sign that the guy was making landing plans that didn't involve fireballs. And the suggestion was a good one. If they could orient themselves along the long side of that big-ass house, on the far side of the swimming pool, they might wipe out a line of fruit trees, but there would be roughly the same amount of field they'd used to take off from. Better than slamming into the huge retaining wall that ran around the property. The engine didn't pop this time. It just went dead like it was tired of playing hard to get, and was going to take a permanent too. At least they were within landing range. One shot. That was all they had. A single attempt to land them on the ground that, assuming he could coast them into the vicinity of the property, penetrate the mize and manage not to hit the house, the pit, the cars, the gates, or anything of real or other sort of property would result in him delivering the proud father and loving Helrin and superb fighter back into the arms of his family. But Z wasn't all he was thinking about. The Primale would oversee Layla's health and safety. Blay had his loving parents and Sax John had his sheks. They were all going to be okay. Quinn wrenched around. Get in a seat. Back there. Get into a seat and strap yourself in. The brother opened his mouth, and Quinn did the unthinkable. He slapped his open hand over the male's lips. Sit the fuck down and strap in. We've come this far, let's not be the reason this fucks up. He snatched the phone back. Go. I got us. Z's black eyes locked on his, and for a split second, Quinn wondered if he wasn't going to get thrown out of the cockpit. But then the miraculous happened. An instant connection sprang up between them, a chain with links as thick as thighs locking in from one to the other. Z lifted his forefinger and pointed directly into Quinn's face. After he nodded once, he disappeared into the rear. Quinn refocused. Their coasting was keeping them aloft, and thanks to Z's direction, that little extra pull to the right had set them up well. According to the GPS, they were closing in on the juncture of roads that split around the base of the mountain, inch by inch. Inch by inch. He was pretty sure they were over the property now. As the plane sank farther, he braced himself, continuing to pull back hard on the steering staff until his shoulders bit into the seat behind him. There was no landing gear to put down, the shit had been locked in place all along. A sudden whistling noise penetrated the cockpit, and that, along with an abrupt change in angle, announced that gravity had started to win the fight, claiming the fiberglass and metal construction along with its pair of living and breathing as its prize. They weren't going to make it was too soon. A wild vibration followed, and for a moment, he wondered if they hadn't hit the ground and not noticed treetops. Maybe? No. Something. The mize? The sudden buffering seemed to extend upward, and what do you know, the plane reacted differently, the nose leveling out through no effort of Quinn's or help from the dead weight of that engine. Even the side-to-side teeter-tottering stopped. Apparently, V's invisible defense not only kept out humans and lessers, it could hold a Cessna in the air. Except then he had another problem. That vital lift didn't seem to let up. With the way shit was going, it was like he was gonna float up here for frickin' ever, overshooting the only landing strip they had. Abruptly, the rattling resumed, and he checked the altimeter. They'd sunk down about 25 feet, and he had to wonder if they'd penetrated the barrier. Lights. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Lights. Out the side window, down below, he could see the glow of the mansion and the courtyard. It was too far away to make out the details, but it had to be up, the small offshoot had to be the pit. Instantly, his brain three-dimensionalized and reoriented everything. Fuck. His angle was wrong. If he kept going like this, he was going to land front to back on the property rather than down that long side. And the bitch of it was, he didn't have enough lift to execute a nice fat circle to get them pointed in the right direction. When you were out of options, you had no choice but to make it work. His biggest problem remained missing the back lawn. There was only one clearing on the mountain. Everything else? Trees that were going to chew them up. He needed to be lower, like now. Brace yourself. Even though it was counterintuitive, he shoved the drive shaft forward and pointed them at the ground. There was an instant spike in speed, and he prayed that he could recover from it when he got into the strike zone. And shit, the intense shaking got even worse, to the point that it made him dizzy as hell, and his forearms stung from holding on to the wheel. Faster, closer, faster, louder, closer. And then it was time. The house and gardens were up ahead, and coming at them at a dead fucking run. He pulled up hard, and the new velocity gave them a brief lift. Over the house. Get ready! He screamed at the top of his lungs. As slow-mo took over, everything was magnified. The sounds, the seconds, the sting in his eyes as he stared straight ahead, the feel of his body thrusting back into the seat. Fuck, he didn't have any kind of harness on. He hadn't bothered with it. Too much else to think of. Dumbass. At that very instant, they made contact with something. Hard. The plane bounced up, hit something else, ricocheted off kilter, bounced again. All the while, his head smacked into the panels above him, and his ass got spanked by the seat and his. Cue the paint mixer. The next phase of the landing from hell was a shake, rattle, and roll that nearly threw him out of the cockpit. This was the ground had to be damn, they were going fast. Lights whipped by the side windows. Everything going Studio 54 until he was practically blinded. And given which side the strobe lighting was on, he figured they were in the garden but they were running out of space. Wrenching the wheel, he sent them into a tailspin, hoping that the same laws of physics that applied to out-of-control cars could translate here. No brakes, limited field, and the only way to slow their momentum was drag coefficient. Centrifugal force slammed him against the side of the cockpit, and snow pelted his face. Then something sharp. Shit, they weren't slowing down at all. And that 20-foot-tall, 18-inch-wide security wall was coming up fast. Talk about your full stops. 21. Blay dematerialized to the mansion the instant the last Slayer in that clearing was sent back to the Omega. With Quinn up in the air with Z, there was no reason to waste time waiting for another squadron to make an appearance. Although really, like there was anything anyone could do to help the pair of them? Reforming in the courtyard, directly above him, making no sound at all, that godforsaken airplane blocked out the moon. Holy shit, they'd made it, and goddamn, they were so close, he felt like he could reach up and touch the undercarriage of the Cessna. The stone silence was not a good sign, however. The first impact came from the tops of the arborvitae hedge that confined the garden. The plane bounced off the pointed stops, caught some air, and then went out of sight. Blay dematerialized around to the back terrace just in time to see the Cessna slam into the snow. The crash like a fat man doing a belly flop in a pool, great waves of white kicking up all over the place. And then the aircraft turned into the biggest weed whacker known to man, the combination of its steel body and too-fast velocity ripping through stands of fruit trees and beds of flowers that had been secured for the winter, and shit, even the lineup of bird fountains. But fuck all that. He didn't care if the whole place got regraded, as long as that plane stopped before the retaining wall. For a split second, he was of half a mind to materialize in front of the thing and put his hands out, but that was crazy. If the Cessna didn't seem even annoyed at the marble statuary it was now mowing down, it wasn't going to give two shits about a living, breathing male. For no apparent reason, all that out of control began to spin. The wing facing Blay swinging around as if Quinn was trying to steer. The fishtail was the perfect movie. It went without saying that there were no brakes, and assuming the corkscrew stayed tight, it would give them more area to lose forward momentum in. Shit, they were getting really close to the retaining wall. Sparks lit up the night, along with a metal-on-stone scream that announced that really close to the wall had been replaced with right up against, but thanks to the wrenching turn Quinn had pulled off, they had skidded into a parallel position, rather than a head-on one. Blay started running in the direction of the light show, and as he did, others joined him, a whole cast of people falling in line. There was no stopping this, but they could damn well be on hand when things crunch ended. The airplane finally met an inanimate object it couldn't get the best of. The shed that was used to keep some of the lawn equipment and gardening supplies in at the very rear of the garden. Dead stop. And it was way too quiet. All Blay heard was the pfing impact of his shitkickers traveling through the snow, and his breath punching out into the cold air, and the scramble of the others behind him. He was the first to reach the aircraft, and he went for the door that by some miracle was facing outward and not into the concrete wall. Wrenching the thing open, and getting out his flashlight, he didn't know what to expect inside. Smoke? Fumes? Blood and body parts? Zadist was sitting rigid in a backward-facing seat, his big body strapped in, both hands locked on the armrests. The brother was staring straight ahead and not blinking. "Have we stopped moving?" he said hoarsely. Okay, apparently even a brother could feel shock. "Yes, you have." Blay didn't want to be rude, but now that he was sure one of them had made it, he had to see if Quinn. The male stumbled out of the cockpit. In the light of Blay's beam, he looked like he'd been on a hardcore amusement ride. His hair slicked back from his windburned forehead. His blue and green eyes peeled wide in a face that was striped with fresh blood, every limb on him shaking. "Are you all right?" he hollered. Like maybe his ears were ringing in the aftermath of a lot of noise. "Jai something." "I'm right here," the brother answered, grimacing as he pried one of his clawed hands off the armrest and held it up. "I'm okay, son, I am all right." Quinn grabbed onto what was extended, and that was when his knees went out from under him. He just crumpled around their clasped palms, his voice cracking so much he could barely speak. "I just wanted you to be okay, Dad. I just wanted you to be okay, oh. God, for your daughter, I just wanted you to be okay." Zadist, the brother who never touched anyone, reached out and put his free hand on Quinn's bent head. Looking up, he said softly, "Don't let anyone in here. Give him a minute, 'kay?" Blay nodded and turned away, blocking the doorway with his body. "They're all right, they're all right." As he babbled at the crowd, the number of faces staring up at him was a good dozen, but Bella wasn't among them. Where was she? Zadist. Zadist. The scream carried all the way across the glowing blue lawn as, up at the terrace, a lone figure shot out into the snow at a dead run. Lots of people shouted back at Bella, but he doubted she heard a thing. Zawadist. As she skidded into range, Blay immediately reached for her, concerned she was going to slam right into the side of the plane. And oh God, he was never going to forget the expression on her facete was more horrific than any war atrocity he'd ever seen, as if she were being flayed alive, sure as her arms and legs were strapped down and pieces of her very flesh were being peeled from her body. Quinn jumped out of the aircraft. "He's okay. He's all right. I promise Yoha's just fine." Bella froze, like that was the last thing she expected anyone to say. "Minallah, come inside," Z said in that same quiet tone he'd used on Quinn. "Come in here." The female actually looked at Blay like she needed a check-in that she was hearing correctly. In response, he simply took her elbow and helped her through the aircraft's little doorway. Then he turned away and once again blocked the portal. As sounds of a female weeping openly in relief emanated, he saw Quinn draw his hands over his eyes like the male was clearing his own face of tears. "Holy shit, son. I didn't know you could fly a plane," somebody said. As Quinn looked up and appeared to glance across the landscape, Blay did the same. "Talk about your post-apocalyptic scenes." There was a gully extending all along the flight path, like the finger of God had drawn a little line right through the garden. "Actually, I can't," Quinn mumbled. V put his hand rolled between his lips and extended his palm. "You got my brother home in one piece. Fuck the rest of that shit." "Word. Yeah. Thanks be to God. Hell yeah. Amen." One by one, the Brotherhood came forward, each putting his dagger hand out. The procession took time, but nobody seemed to worry about the cold. Blay certainly couldn't feel it. to the point that he became paranoid. Reaching into the warmth of his leather jacket, he found his rib cage and pinched himself as hard as he could. Ow! Shutting his eyes, he sent up a silent prayer that this was reality and not the horror that might have been. All the attention was making Quinn jumpy, and it wasn't like his little flight of fancy had been a zen frickin' experience. The burn in his face from all that wind, the aches in his shoulders and his back, the wobbly legs, she felt like he was still up there, still praying to nothing he believed existed, still and forever on the verge of dying. Plus, he was so damn embarrassed breaking down in front of Z like that. Come on. What a fucking pussy. Mind if I take a look? Doc Jane said as she approached the crowd. Yeah, good idea. The whole purpose of this was because Z had been injured badly enough not to be able to dematerialize. Quinn, the female said. I'm sorry. Oh, he was in the way. Here, let me get out of the... No, not Zodist. You. Huh. You're bleeding. Am I? The doctor turned his hands over. See. Sure enough, his palms were dripping red. You just wiped your face. You have a deep cut on your head. Oh, okay. Maybe that was why he felt so spacey? What about Z? Manny's already in there. Guess he'd missed that part. You want to look at me here? She laughed a little. How about we get you back to the housey if you can walk? I'll take care of him. Let me get him. I'll take him. Got him. The chorus of volunteers was a surprise, and so were all the helping arms that appeared from out of nowhere. He was literally enveloped by thick fighting arms, and all but carried away from the sight like someone surfing the crowd at a concert. He glanced back, hoping to see Blay, praying to meet the guy's eyes, just to connect, even though that was crazy. But Blay was there. That beautiful blue stare was right there, so steady and true as it met his own that he felt like breaking down all over again. And he drew strength from those eyes, just as he'd done back when they'd spent so much time together. The truth was that he wished it were Blay getting him back to the mansion, but no one said shit to the Brotherhood when they kicked in en masse like this. And besides, no doubt the guy would feel like that was too close. Quinn refocused on the way ahead. Holy shit. The garden was utterly decimated. Half of the 10-foot-high hedge next to the house cut down. All kinds of trees knocked over, bushes mowed through, the remnants of the crash landing scattered around like bomb shrapnel. Man, there was a lot of debris that looked like aircraft parts. Oh, check it, a steel panel. Hold on, he said, pulling himself free. Bending down, he picked the sharp-edged fragment out of where it had melted into the snow. He could have sworn the thing was still warm. I'm really sorry, he said to no one in particular. The king's voice boomed from in front of him. For keeping my brother alive? Quinn looked up. Wrath had come out of the library with George on one side of him and his queen on the other. The male looked as big as the mansion behind him and just as strong. Even blind, he seemed like a superhero in those wraparound shades. I fucking trashed your yard, Quinn muttered as he went up to the royal male. I mean landscaped it in a bad way. It'll give Fritz something to do in the spring. You know how much he loves to pull weeds. That's the least of your problems. I'm pretty sure you're in backhoe territory. Wrath came forward, meeting him halfway across the terrace. This is the second time, son, that I've ruined something mechanical in the last 24 hours? I know, right next thing you know, I'll be blowing up a battleship. Those jet-black brows sank low. That is not what I'm talking about. Okay, this had to end right now. He really hated having the attention on him. Deliberately ignoring the king's statement, he said, Well, the good news, my lord, is that I'm not looking for a three-peat. So I think we're safe from now on. There was a lot of grumbling in agreement. Can I get him to the clinic now? Doc Jane cut in. Wrath smiled, his fangs flashing in the moonlight. You do that. Thank God was so done with tonight. Where is Layla? The doctor asked as they stepped into the warmth of the library. I think you need to feed. Fuck. As the mother hens in black leather behind him started clucking in support of that idea, Quinn's eyes rolled back in his head. One crisis tonight was more than enough. The last thing he was interested in was explaining exactly why the Chosen could not be used as a blood source. You look woozy, somebody said. I think he's going over. And that was the last thing he heard for a while. 22. Across the river, at Havers's clinic, Layla finally had to get off the examination table and wander around the little room. She had lost all track of time at this point. Indeed, it felt as though she had been staring at the four walls forever and would be for the rest of her natural life upon the earth. The only part of her that remained fresh and engaged was her mind. The unfortunate thing was that it relentlessly churned over what that nurse had said, that this was a miscarriage. That, in all likelihood, she had conceived. When the knock she'd been waiting for finally came, it was unexpected and made her jump. "Come in," she said. The nurse who had been so kind entered but appeared changed. She refused to meet Layla's eyes, and her face was frozen in a mask. Draped over her arm was a bolt of white cloth, and she thrust the fabric forward while looking away. And then she dropped to a curtsy. "Your Grace," she said in a shaky voice. "We Haverswe had no idea." Layla frowned. "What are you?" The nurse shook the robing, as if trying to get Layla to accept it. "Please, put this on." "What is this about?" "You have chosen blood in you." The nurse's voice quavered. "Havers is distraught." Layla struggled to comprehend the words. So this was not about her pregnancy? What I don't understand. Why is he's upset because I am a chosen? The other female blanched. "We thought you were fallen?" Layla put her hands over her eyes. "I may soon be depending on what happens." She did not have the energy for this. Would someone just tell me what the test results are, and what I need to do to take care of myself? The nurse fumbled with the draping, still trying to hand it over. "He can't come back in here." "What?" "Not if he cannot be in here with you. And he should never have." Layla jacked herself forward, her temper flaring. "Let me make myself perfectly clear. I want to talk to the doctor." At the demand, the nurse actually looked up at her face. "I have a right to know what he found out about my body. You tell him to get in here now." There was nothing shrill in her voice. No high-pitched hysteria, just a flat, powerful tone she'd never heard come out of her mouth before. "Go, and get him," she commanded. The nurse lifted the drapery up. "Please, put this on." Layla forced herself not to yell. "I'm just another patient." The nurse frowned and squared her shoulders. "Excuse me, but that is not accurate. And as far as he's concerned, he violated you during the exam." "What?" The nurse just stared at her. "He's a good male. A fine male who is very traditional in his ways." "What in the scribe virgin's name does that have to do with anything? The pre-male can kill him for what he did to you." "During the exam? I consent. It was a medical procedure I needed." "It does not matter. He did something unlawful." Layla closed her eyes. She should have just used the Brotherhood's clinic. "You must realize where he's coming from," the nurse said. "You are of a hierarchy that we don't come in contact with and moreover, should not. I have a beating heart and a body that requires help. That's all anybody else needs to know. The flesh is the same. The blood is not. He must come see me." "He will not." Layla refocused on the female, and then put her hand upon her lower belly. For all of her life, up until now, she had lived on the side of the righteous, serving faithfully, discharging her duties, existing within the prescribed parameters that were dictated by others. No more. She narrowed her eyes. "You tell that doctor he either comes and tells me in person what is going on, or I will go to the pre-mail and recite word for word what happened in here." She deliberately shifted her stare to the machine that had been used during her internal exam. As the nurse blanched, Layla felt no joy at the leverage she used. But there was no regret either. The nurse bowed deeply and backed out of the room, leaving that ridiculous fabric on the shallow counter by the sink. Layla had never considered her chosen status as either burden or benefit. It simply was all she had known. Her lot cast, the fate that she had been given made manifest through breath and consciousness. Others were clearly not so phlegmatic, however, especially down here. And this was just the beginning. Then again, she was losing the pregnancy, wasn't she? So this was the end. Reaching out, she took the white fabric and wrapped it around herself. She didn't care about the physician's delicate sensibilities, But if she covered herself up as they'd asked, maybe he would focus on her instead of what she was. Almost immediately there was a knock on the door, and when Layla answered, Havers entered, looking like there was a gun to his head. Keeping his eyes on the floor, he only partially closed them in together before crossing his arms over his stethoscope. If I had known your status, I would never have treated you. I came to you willingly, a patient in need. He shook his head. You are a holiness upon the earth. Who am I to intervene in such a sacred matter? Please, just put an end to my suffering, and tell me where I stand. He removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I cannot divulge that information to you. Layla opened her mouth. Shut it. Excuse me. You are not my patient. You're young and the premale Ariso. I will speak to him when I can. No, you mustn't call him. The look he gave her suggested a disdain she imagined he usually reserved for prostitutes. And then he spoke in a low, vaguely threatening voice. You are not in a position to demand a thing. Layla recoiled. I have come here of my own volition, as an independent female. You are a chosen. Not only is it unlawful for me to harbor you, but I can be prosecuted for what I did to you earlier. A chosen's body is her own. The primale's by law as it should be. You are unimportant, naught but a receptacle for what you are given. How dare you come in here like this, pretending to be a simple female? You put my practice and my life at risk with such duplicity. Layla felt a wild rage tremble along every nerve ending in her body. Whose heart beats within this chest? She pounded on herself. Whose breath is drawn here? Havers shook his head. I will speak with the premale and only him. You cannot be serious. I alone live within this flesh. No one else does. The physician's face tightened in distaste. As I said, you are but a vessel for the divine mystery in your womb. The very premale is within your flesh. That is more important, and accordingly, I will hold you here until... Against my will? I don't think so. You will stay here until the premale comes to fetch you. I shall not be responsible for setting you loose upon the world. The two of them glared at each other. With a curse, Layla threw off the draping. Well, that's a great plan as far as you're concerned. But I'm getting naked right now and I will be walking out like that if I must. Stay and watch. If you like her you could try to touch me. But I believe that would be considered another violation of some sort or another for you, wouldn't it? The physician left so quickly he stumbled out into the hall. Layla didn't waste a second, yanking on her clothes and rushing into the corridor. Although it was unlikely that there was only the one way in and out through the reception area, there had to be escape routes. In case of an attack, unfortunately, she had no clue about the layout of the facility. So her only choice was to head up front. And she had to do it on foot. She was too pissed off to dematerialize. Falling into a jog, Layla went in the direction she'd come from, and almost immediately, as if they had been instructed to do so, female nursing staff jumped in her way, choking the hall, making it impossible for her to pass. If anyone shall touch my person, she hollered in the old language, I shall regard it as a violation of my sacred sanctity. All of them froze. Meeting each one in the eye, she came forward and forced them to part, a path forming among the still figures and then closing shut behind her. Out in the waiting area, she stopped in front of the reception desk and stared hard at the female who was sitting up in alarm. You have two choices. Layla nodded to the reinforced exit door. Either you voluntarily open that for me, or I blow it apart with my will, exposing yourselves and your patients to the onslaught of sunlight that is coming in. She checked the big-faced clock on the wall. Less than 7 hours. I'm not sure you can fix that kind of damage in time, are you? The click of the lock being sprung sounded loudly in the resonant silence. Thank you, she murmured politely as she headed out. Your acquiescence is much appreciated. After all, far be it from her to forget her manners. Sitting behind his desk, with his leather-clad ass cozied in the throne his father had made centuries and centuries ago, Wrath, son of Wrath, was running his forefinger up and down the smooth silver blade of a dagger-shaped envelope opener. Beside him on the floor, a faint snoring rose from George's muzzle. The dog slept only during rare moments of downtime. If someone knocked or entered, or if Wrath himself moved in any way, that big head rose, and that heavy collar jingled. The instant alert also came if somebody walked by in the hall, or ran a vacuum cleaner anywhere, or opened the vestibule door down in the foyer, or set a meal out, or sneezed in the library. After the head raise, there was a sliding scale of response from nothing, dining room activity, vacuum, sneeze, to a chuff, downstairs door opening, walk by, to an at-attention sit-up, knock, entry. The dog never was aggressive, but rather served as a motion detector, leaving the decision about what to do to his owner. Such a gentleman the guide dog was. And yet, although a tame nature was as much a part of the animal as his soft, long fur and his big, rangy body, Wrath had seen glimmers from time to time of the beast inside the lovely disposition. When you were around a bunch of highly aggressive, heavy-nut fighters like the Brotherhood, heads got hot from time to time even toward the king. And the shit didn't bother Wrath been with the motherfuckers too long to get riled at a little chest pumping or sack grabbing. George, however, didn't like that. If any of them got into meathead territory toward their king, the hackles on that gentle dog would rise and he would growl in warning as he pressed his body close to Wrath's leg like he was prepared to show the brothers just how long real fangs were in the event things got physical. The only thing Wrath loved more in his life was his queen. Reaching down, he stroked the dog's flank, then refocused on the feel of his finger on the letter opener. Jesus Christ. Airplanes falling out of the sky, brothers getting injured, Quinn saving the day again. At least the night hadn't been all drama of the heart attack variety. In fact, they'd started out on a good note with the proof that they needed to move on the band of bastards. V had done his ballistics testing, and G-fucking-whiz, the bullet that had come out of Wrath's neck had started its journey in a rifle found at Ecker's lair. Wrath smiled to himself, his fangs tingling at the tips. Those traitors were now officially on the hit list, with the full backing of the law, and it was time due to a little flushing. At that moment, George let out a chuffin. The insistent knock that followed suggested Wrath might have missed the first bang on his door. Yeah. He knew who it was before the Brotherhood even entered. V and the cop. Rage. Tor. Fury. And at last Z, who, going by the thump, seemed to be using a cane. They shut the door. When no one sat down or made small talk, he knew exactly why they had come to him. "What's the verdict, ladies?" he drawled as he leaned back in the throne. Tor's voice answered him. "We've been thinking about Quinn." He bet they had. After introducing the idea at the meeting earlier tonight, he hadn't pressed them for a yes or no. There was plenty of shit that, as king, he was more than willing to cram down people's throats. Who the brothers were going to welcome into the club was not one. And Zodist spoke up in the old language. "I, Zodist, son of Agni, inducted in the 242nd year of the reign of Wrath, son of Wrath, hereby nominate Quinn, an orphan in the world, for membership unto the Black Dagger Brotherhood." Hearing formal words out of the brother's mouth was a shocker. Z, above all of them, thought the past was a bunch of bullshit. Not when it came to this, apparently. Jesus, Wrath thought. They were going to run with it. And Fast thought it would take longer than this. Days of mulling over. Weeks. Maybe a month, and then maybe a no-go for a variety of reasons. But they were playing ball, and accordingly so was Wrath. "Upon what basis do you make this pledge of and your bloodline's name?" Wrath asked. Now Z dropped the formal and went for the real. "He brought me home safe to my Shellin and my little female tonight, at the risk of his own life." Fair enough. Wrath scanned the males who were standing around his desk, even though he couldn't see them with his eyes. Sight didn't matter, though. He didn't need operational retinas to tell him where they all were or how they were feeling about shit. The sense of their emotions were clear. They were, as a group, steadfast, resolved, and proud. But formalities needs must. Wrath started with the one all the way on the end. V. I was ready to get on board when he crawled all over Ecker. There was a grumble of agreement. Butch. That Boston accent came across loud and clear. "I think he's a wicked strong fighter. And I like the guy. He's aging up good. Dropping all that attitude. Getting serious. Rage. You should have seen him tonight. He wouldn't let me take that plane up, said two brothers were too much to lose. More of that grumbling approval. Tor. That night you were shot? I got you out of there thanks to him. He's the right stuff. Fury? I like him. I really do. He's the first to run into any situation. He will literally do anything for any one of use, it doesn't matter how dangerous. Wrath rapped his desk with his knuckles. It's settled, then. I'll tell Saxton to make the changes, and we'll do it. Tor cut in. With all due respect, my lord, we need to resolve the Ostrix Notrum designation. He can't be watching John's ass as his primary directive anymore. Agreed. We'll tell John to release him, and I can't believe the answer will be no. After that, I'll have Saxton draw up the papers, and then following Quinn's induction, you take care of the ink on his face. Like if John had died of natural causes or some shit. There was a rustling of clothes, as if some of the brothers were making the symbol of Dearest Virgin Scribe Forbid over their chests. Roger that, V said. Wrath crossed his arms over his chest. This was a historic moment, and well he knew it. Butch's induction had been legal because of the blood tie the male had with royalty. Quinn was a different story. No royal blood. No chosen or brotherhood blood, although he technically was an aristocrat. No family. On the other hand, that kid had proven himself again and again on the field, living up to a standard that, as far as the old laws currently stated, was reserved only for those of specific lineages, and that was bullshit. It wasn't that Wrath didn't appreciate the scribe virgin's breeding plan. The prescribed matings between the strongest males and the smartest females had in fact produced extraordinary results when it came to fighters. But it had also resulted in defects like his blindness. And it restricted merit-based promotions. Bottom line, this recasting of the laws concerning who could and could not be in the Brotherhood was not only appropriate in terms of the kind of society he wanted to create, it was a matter of survival. The more fighters, the better. Plus, Quinn had truly earned the honor. So be it, Wrath murmured. 8's a good number. A lucky number. That low growl of agreement rippled through the air once again. The sound one of complete and utter solidarity. This was the future, Wrath thought as he smiled and bared his fangs. And it was right. 23. As Solamort stood in her boss's office, her body was poised for a fight. Then again, that was her SOP, and not anything specific to the environment or the way the conversation was going. The latter certainly didn't improve her mood, however. I'm sorry, what? She demanded. Ricardo Benlois smiled in his typical cool, calm way. Your assignment is completed. Thank you for your time. I haven't even told you what I found out there. The man eased back in his chair. You may collect your fee from my brother. I don't get this. When he'd called her no more than 48 hours ago, it had been a priority. You said, your services are no longer required for that particular purpose. Thank you. Was he working with someone else? But who in Caldwell did the kinds of things she did? You don't even want to know what I found out. Your assignment has been terminated. The man smiled again in such a professional manner, you'd have sworn he was a lawyer or a judge, not a lawbreaker on a global scale. I'm looking forward to working with you again in the future. One of the bodyguards in the back took a couple steps forward, as if he were getting ready to take the trash out. There's something going on in that house, she said as she turned away. Whoever it is hiding. I don't want you going back there. Sola stopped and looked over her shoulder. Benloy's voice was as mild as ever, but his eyes were dead on. Well, this was interesting. And the only possible explanation that held any logic was that Mr. Mysterious in that big glass house had warned Benlois off. Had her little visit been discovered? Or was this the result of the kind of hardball that routinely went down in the drug trade? Getting sentimental on me? She said softly. After all, she and Benlois went back quite a ways. You are a very useful commodity. His slow smile took the sting out of the words. Now go and be safe, Nina. Oh, for fuck's sake, there was no reason to bicker with the man. And she was going to get paid, so what the hell did she care? She gave him a wave, strode to the door, and proceeded down the stairwell. Out in the gallery space, she headed into the back of the house, where the legitimate employees worked during legitimate business hours. Bypassing the file cabinets and the desks, which looked Barbie-sized thanks to the industrial ceiling 50 feet overhead, she went into a narrow corridor that was marked only with security cameras. Knocking on the door was pointless, but she did it anyway, the stout fireproof panels absorbing the sound of her knuckles like they were hungry. To help Benloy's brother out, not that Eduardo needed, it turned to the nearest lens so her full face showed. The locks released a moment later, and as strong as she was, even she had to put her shoulder into opening the way in. Talk about another world. Ricardo's office was minimalist to the extreme. Eduardo's was something even Donald Trump, with his gold fetish, would feel suffocated by. Any more marble and lame in here and you'd be in a whorehouse. As Eduardo smiled, his fake teeth were the shape and color of piano keys, and his tan was so deep and uniform, it looked like it had been colored on him with magic marker. As always, he was dressed in a three-piece Suida uniform, kind of like Mr. Rourke's from Fantasy Island, except black instead of white. And how are you tonight? His eyes took a travel down her body. You're looking very well. Ricardo said to come see you for my money. Instantly, Eduardo went stone-cold serious, and she was reminded of why Ricardo kept him around. Blood ties and competence together were a powerful combination. Yes, he told me to expect you. Eduardo opened up a desk drawer and took out an envelope. Here it is. He extended his arm across his desk, and she took what he offered, opening it immediately. This is half. She looked up. This is 2,500. Eduardo smiled exactly like his brother did. Facially, but not in the eyes. The assignment was not completed. Your brother called it off. Not me. Eduardo put his palms up. That is what you will be paid. Or you can leave the money here. Sola narrowed her stare. Slowly closing the flap of the envelope, she turned the thing over in her hand, reached forward, and put it face up on the desk. Keeping her forefinger on it, she nodded once. As you wish. Turning away, she went to the door and waited for the unlock. Nina, don't be like this, Eduardo said. When she didn't reply, the creak of his chair suggested he was getting up and coming around. Sure enough, his cologne wafted right into her nose and his hands landed on her shoulders. Listen to me, he said. You are very important to Ricardo and me. We do not take you for granted. Mucho respect. Yes. Sola looked over her shoulder. Let me out. Nina. Right now. Take the money. No. Eduardo sighed. You do not need to be this way. Sola enjoyed the guilt that threaded through the man's voice. The reaction was, in fact, precisely what she was after. Like a lot of men from their culture, Eduardo and Ricardo Benlois had been reared by a traditional mother, and that meant feeling guilt was a reflex. More effective than yelling at them or kneeing them in the balls. Out, she said. Now. Eduardo sighed again, deeper and longer this time, the sound a confirmation that her manipulation had once again truly found home. He wouldn't give her the money she was owed, however. Over-the-top office decor and flashback to his childhood dynamic aside, he was tighter than a bank vault. That being said, she was confident that she'd effectively ruined his evening, so there was satisfaction in that, and she was going to take care of what Ricardo owed her. He could do it above board. Or, as he had chosen, he could force her hand. That came with a surcharge, of course. Yup, it would have been so much cheaper for him just to give her the contract price. But she was not responsible for the decisions of others. Ricardo will be upset, Eduardo said. He hates being upset. Please just accept the money. This is not right. The logical part of her brain suggested that she take the opportunity to point out the unfairness of being cheated out of what she was owed. But if she knew these brothers, silencio, the silence. As nature abhorred a vacuum, so did the conscience of a well-raised, well-bred South American. Sola. She just crossed her arms over her chest and stared straight ahead. Cue the Spanish. Eduardo broke into his native tongue, as if his angst had stripped him of his English skills. He finally gave up and let her out about 10 minutes later. There would be roses on her doorstep at 9 a.m. She wasn't going to be home, however. She had work to do. What do you mean, they didn't show up? Assail demanded in the old language. As he sat back in the seat of his Range Rover, he held his cell phone tight to his ear. The red traffic light up ahead was hindering his forward progress, and it was difficult not to see it as a cosmic parallel. His cousin was factual, as always. The pickups did not arrive at the prescribed time. How many of them? 4. What? But there was no need for the mail to repeat it. And no explanations? Nothing on the street from the 7 others, if that's what you mean. What did you do with the extra product? I brought it home with me just now. As green flashed overhead, a sail hit the gas. I'm making the interim payment to Benloy's, and then I'll meet you. As you wish. A sail turned right and headed away from the river. 2 blocks up, a left had him approaching the gallery again. Another left and he was going behind it. There was a car already parked in the back, a black Audi, and he eased in behind the sedan. Reaching into the foot of the passenger seat, he took the silver metal briefcase by its black handle and got out of the SUV. At that moment, the rear door of the gallery opened and someone emerged. A female human going by the scent. She was tall and had long legs. Dark, heavy hair pulled back. Chin was up, as if she were ready to fight or had just been in one. But none of that was material to him. It was her parka camouflage white on cream parka. Good evening, he said in a low voice as they met in the middle of the alley. He on his way in, she on her way out. She stopped and frowned, her hand sneaking into the interior of that coat of hers. In a flash, he wondered what her breasts looked like. Have we met? She said. We are right now. He put his hand out and deliberately enunciated his words. How do you do? She stared at his palm and then refocused on his face. Anyone tell you that you sound like Dracula with that accent? He smiled tightly so his fangs didn't show. There have been certain comparisons made from time to time. Are you not going to shake my hand? No, she nodded to the gallery's back door. You a friend of the Benloyses? Indeed. And you? I don't know them at all. Nice briefcase, by the way. With that, she turned on her heel and walked over to the Audi. After the blinkers flashed, she got in, the wind catching her hair and blowing it over her shoulder as she disappeared behind the wheel. He stepped out of her way as she pulled forward and sped off. Assail watched her go and found himself thinking with disdain about his business associate Benloy's. What kind of man sent a female to do that kind of business? As the brake lights flared briefly and then rounded the corner, Assail sincerely hoped that the line that had been drawn earlier in the night was respected. It would be a shame to have to kill her. Not that he would hesitate for an instant if it came down to that. 24. As Zypher lay on hard concrete, his many years as a member of the band of bastards meant he was well familiar with the lack of accommodations he was currently enjoying. His ass was numb from the cold as well as the absence of a mattress beneath his heavy body. Likewise, his head was cushioned only by the rucksack he had used to bring his few belongings to their new HQ in this warehouse basement. Further, the thin, rough blanket that covered him was not long enough, leaving his socked feet exposed to the chilly, damp air. But he was in heaven, absolute heaven. Coursing through his veins was the blood of that female, and oh, the sustenance. Having gone without a proper feeding source for almost a year, he had become inured to the fatigue and the restless muscles and the aches. But that was over now. Indeed, it was as if he were inflating with strength. His skin filling out again to its proper dimensions, his height returning once more to its feet and inches, his mind both logy in the aftermath and sharpening moment by moment. Now, if he had had a bed, he would have enjoyed it, of course. Soft pillows, sweet-smelling sheets, clean clothes, warm air in winter, cool air and summer, food for an empty stomach, water for a dry throat, all of these were good if one could get them. They were not necessary, however. A clean gun, a sharp blade, a fighter of equal skill to his left and to his right. That was what he required. And of course, during downtime, it was good to have a female willing and on her back, or her stomach, or her side with one knee up to her breasts and her sex exposed and ready for him. He wasn't fussy like that. Dearest Virgin Scribe, this was bliss. Not a word that he used very often, and he didn't want to sleep through this awakening. Even as the others lay sunk in the repose of the dead, each in the same spacey recovery that he, himself, was buffered in, he remained utterly aware of his glorious internal glow. There was only one thing that was getting on his nerves: the pacing. He cracked an eyelid. Just on the edge of the candlelight, Ecker was walking back and forth, his path restricted by two of the massive column supports that held up the floor above them. Their leader was never at ease, but this restlessness was different. Going by the way he was holding his cellular device, he was waiting for a calendar that explained why he was where he was. The only place you could get a phone signal down below was standing beneath one of the two trapdoors. The panels of them were made of wood, and the steel mesh that had been tacked underneath had been the only alteration made when they had chased off the vagrant humans, sealed up the exterior floors, and moved in. That way, vampires couldn't materialize down below. And shit, new humans weren't strong enough to pry open those 6-inch thick wooden boards. The tinkling noise that emanated from their leader's phone was far too civilized for the environs. The false bell sounding out cheerfully sure as a wind chime tickled by a spring breeze. Ecker stopped and looked at the phone as he let it ring once more. Twice more. Clearly, the male did not want to appear as if he had been waiting. When he finally answered and put the phone to his ear, his chin lifted and his body calmed. He was back in control. "Elon," he said smoothly. There was a pause, and then those always low brows went all the way down. "At what date and time?" Cypher sat up. "The king called it?" Silence. "No, not at all. Only the council would be allowed at any rate. We shall remain on the periphery at your request." The last part was spoken with no small amount of irony, although it was doubtful that the aristocrat on the other end of the conversation picked up on that. From what little Cypher had seen and heard from Elon, son of Larex, he was less than impressed. Then again, the weak were easily manipulated, and Ecker well knew this. "There is something you should know, Elon. An attempt was made upon Wrath's life in the fall, and be not surprised if there is an implication against myself and my soldiers at this forthcoming meeting. What? It occurred at a sales, actually, but any other specifics are not relevant. So, indeed, one can surmise that Wrath is calling the gathering for the purpose of exposing me and mine. Recall that I have warned you of such. Just remember that you have been utterly protected. The brothers and the king do not know of our relationship, that is, unless one of your gentlemales has reported it in some manner to them. We, however, have remained tight-lipped. Further, know also that I am not afraid of being branded a traitor or becoming a target for the Brotherhood. I realize, however, that you are of a far more cultured and refined sensibility, and not only do I respect this, I shall do all in my power to insulate you from any brutality." "Aha, right," Cypher thought with an eye roll. "You must remember, Elon, you are protected." As Ecker smiled more widely, it was with a full show of fangs, as if he were on the verge of latching onto the other male's throat and tearing out his windpipe. Goodbyes were said shortly thereafter, and then Ecker ended the call. Cypher spoke up. "All is well." Their leader's head turned on the top of his spine, and as their eyes met, Cypher felt sorry for the idiot on the phone and for Wrath and the Brotherhood. The light in his leader's stare was pure evil. "Oh, all is very well indeed." 25. As the sound of unanswered ringing came through the landline, Blay held the receiver to his ear and sat down on the edge of his bed. This was weird. His parents should have been home this time of the night. It was so close to dawn. "Hello?" his mother said finally. Blay exhaled long and slow and shifted himself back against the headboard. Folding the bottom of his robe over his legs, he cleared his throat. "Hi, it's me." The happiness that suffused the voice on the other end made him feel warm in his chest. "Blay, how are you? Let me get your father so he can hop on the other extension." "No, wait." He closed his eyes. "Let's just talk. You and me. Are you okay?" He heard the sound of a chair streaking across a bare floor and knew right where she was, at the oak table in her precious kitchen. "What's going on? You haven't been hurt, have you?" "Not on the inside. I'm okay." "What is it?" Blay rubbed his face with his free hand. He and his parents had always been close ordinarily. There was nothing that he didn't talk to them about, and this breakup with Saxton was exactly the kind of thing he'd usually bring up. He was upset, confused, disappointed, a little depressed, all the usual emotional stuff he and his mom processed in a two-way street of phone calls. As he stayed silent, however, he was reminded that there was, in fact, one thing he had never broached with them. One very big thing. "Blay, you're scaring me." "I'm okay." "No, you're not." "True enough. He supposed he hadn't come out to them with respect to his sexual orientation because your love life was not something most people shared with their parents. And maybe there was also a part of him, however illogical it was, that worried about whether or not they would look at him differently. Take out the maybe. After all, the Glimmer's policy on homosexuality was pretty clear. Provided you were never overt about it, and you mated someone of the opposite sex like you were supposed to, you wouldn't be expelled for your perversion. Yeah, 'cause getting hitched to someone you weren't attracted to or in love with, and lying to them about sustained infidelity, was so much more honorable than the truth. But God help you if you were a male and had a boyfriend on the up and upus he had had for the last 12 months or so. I broke up with someone, and now it was crickets on his mother's side. Really? She said after a moment, like she was shocked, but trying to keep from showing it. You think that's a surprise? Guess what's coming next, Mom, he thought. Because holy shit, he was going to. Wait, was he really going to do this now over the phone? Shouldn't it be in person? What exactly was the protocol here? Yes, he swallowed hard. I've been in a relationship for most of the past year, actually. Omi. The hurt in her tone stung him. I were your father and I never knew. I wasn't sure how to tell you. Do we know her? Or her family? He closed his eyes, his chest compressing. You know the family. Yes. Well, I'm very sorry it didn't work out. Are you okay? How did it end? It just died, to be honest. Well, relationships are so very difficult. Oh, my love. My dearest heart, I can hear how sad you are. Would you like to come home and... It was Saxton, Quinn's cousin. There was a sharp inhale over the connection. As his mother went utterly silent, Blaze's arm started shaking so badly, he could barely hold the phone. His mother swallowed hard. I didn't know. That you. He finished what she could not in his head. I didn't know that you are one of those people. Like gays were social lepers. Oh hell. He shouldn't have said a thing. Not one fucking thing about this. Goddamn it, why did he have to blow his whole life up at the same time? Why couldn't his first real lover break up with him and then he'd wait a couple of years, maybe a decade, before he came out to his parents and they shut him down? But knew he had to. Is that why you've never talked about who you were with? She asked. Because. Maybe. Yes. There was a sniffle, and then a hitched breath. Her disappointment coming over the connection was too much to bear, the crushing weight settling on his chest and rendering it impossible to breathe. How could you? He rushed to cut her off, because he couldn't bear to have her sweet voice say the words. Mommin, I'm sorry. Look, I didn't mean it, okay? I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just... What have I or we ever done? Mommin, stop. Stop. In the pause that followed, he thought about quoting her some Lady Gaga, and backing it up with a whole lot of it's not your fault, you've done nothing wrong as a parent stuff. Mommin, I just... He broke down at that point, weeping as quietly as he could. The sense that, in his mother's view, he had let down his family just by being who he was a failure of acceptance that he was never going to get over. He just wanted to live honestly and out front with no apology, like everyone else. To love who he loved, be who he was, but society had a different standard, and as he had always feared, his parents were a part of that. Dimly, he was aware of his mother speaking to him, and he struggled to pull it together and end the call. To make you think you couldn't come to us with this? That it's something that would change how we feel about you. Blay blinked as his brain translated what he'd just heard into some language that made any kind of sense. I'm sorry? What? Why have you? What did we do to make you feel that anything about you would make you somehow diminished in our eyes? She cleared her throat, as if she were gathering herself. I love you. You are my heart beating outside of my chest. I don't care who you are mated to, or whether they have blonde hair or black hair, blue or green eyes, male or female parts, as long as you are happy. That's all I worry about. I want for you what you want for yourself. I love you. Blaylock, I love you. What are you saying? I love you. Mommin, he croaked, tears forming again. I just wish you hadn't told me over the phone, she muttered. I'd like to hug you right now. He laughed in an ugly, sloppy way. I didn't mean to. I didn't plan this. It just came out. Funny choice of words, he thought. And I'm sorry, she said. That things didn't work out with Saxton. He's a very nice gentle male. Are you sure it's over? Blaze scrubbed his face as reality recalibrated itself. The love he'd always known clearly still with him, in spite of the truth. Or maybe because of it. In moments like this, he felt like the luckiest son of a bitch in the world. Blaze. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. About Saxton. He thought about what he'd done in that office down in the training center when he'd been alone. Yes, Mommin, it's over. I'm very sure. Okay, so here's what you have to do. You take some time and do some healing. You'll know when you've done enough. Then you have to be open to meeting somebody new. You are such a catch, you know? And here she was, telling him to go meet another guy. Blaze, did you hear me? I don't want you to spend your life alone. He mopped his face again. You are the best mother on the planet, you know that. So when are you coming home to see me? I want to cook for you. Blaze relaxed into the pillows, in spite of the fact that his head was starting to ache likely because even though he was alone, he'd still tried to hold things together during his crying jag. Likely also because he still hated where he was with Quinn. And he still missed Saxton in a way because it was hard to sleep alone. But this was good. This honesty went a long way for him. Wait. He sat upright off the pillows. Listen, I don't want you to say anything to Dad. Dearest Virgin Scribe, why not? I don't know. I'm nervous. Honey, he's not going to feel any differently than I do. Yeah, but as the only born son and the last of the bloodlineage with the whole father/son thing, please. Let me tell him face to face. Oh, like that didn't make him want to throw up. I should have done that with you. I'll come as soon as I'm off rotation. I don't want to put you in the position of keeping something from him. Don't worry about that. This is your information. You have the right to share it with people whenever and however you want. I would appreciate your doing it soon, though. Under normal circumstances, your father and I tell each other everything. I promise. There was a lull in the conversation. So tell me about work. How's it going? He shook his head. Mommin, you don't want to hear about that. Sure I do. I don't want you to think my job is dangerous. Blaylock, son of my beloved Helrin. Exactly what kind of an idiot do you think I am? Blaze laughed and then got serious. Quinn flew an airplane tonight. Really? I didn't know he could fly. Wasn't that the theme song for the evening? He can't. Blaze eased back again and crossed his feet at the ankles. Zodist got injured and we had to get him out of this remote location. Quinn decided toy mean, you know how he is, he'll try anything. Very adventurous, a little wild. But what a lovely young male. Such a crying shame what his family did to him. Blaze fiddled with the tie on his robe. You always did like him, didn't you? It's funny. I think a lot of parents wouldn't approve of him in so many levels. That's because they buy into that whole tough guy exterior. To me, it's what's inside that counts. She made a clucking sound, and he could just picture her shaking her head sadly. You know, I'll never forget the night you brought him over for the first time. He was this tiny scrap of a pre-trans, with that obvious imperfection that I'm sure he'd been given a hard time about at every turn. And yet, even with that, he walked right up to me, stuck out his hand, and introduced himself. He met me directly in the eye, not in any kind of confrontation, but as if he wanted me to take a good look at him and throw him out then and there if I needed to. His mother exhaled a soft curse. I would have taken him in that very night, you know, in a heartbeat. To hell with the glimmer. You really, truly, totally are the best mother on earth. Now she laughed. And to think you say that without my even putting food in front of you. Well, lasagna would make you the best mother in the universe. I'll start boiling the noodles now. As he closed his eyes, the return of the easy back and forth that had been the hallmark of their relationship seemed extra special. So tell me more about Quinn's bravery. I love to hear you talk about him. You get so animated. Man, Blaze refused to think about any of the whys on that one. He just launched into the tale with some judicious editing so he didn't divulge anything the brothers wouldn't want on the airways, not that his mother would ever say a thing to anybody. Well, we were out scoping this area and... Do you need aught else, sire? Quinn shook his head and chewed as fast as he could to clear his mouth. No thanks, Fritz. Mayhap some more roast beef? Nah, thanks, okay? He backed out of the way as more of the perfectly cooked meat hit his plate. But I don't need more potatoes, more squash, and I'll bring you another glass of milk, the butler said with a smile. As the old dog Jen turned away, Quinn took a bracing breath and tucked into his round two. He had a feeling that all of this food was Fritz's way of saying thank you, and it was odd the more he ate, the more he started to feel hungry. Come to think of it, when was the last time he'd had a meal? As the butler delivered more moo, Quinn drank up like a good little boy. Damn, he hadn't meant to waste this time in the kitchen. His original intention, when he'd come up from the clinic, had been to go right to Layla's room. Fritz, on the other hand, had had other ideas, and the old guy hadn't taken no for an answer, which suggested that it had been an order from on high, like from Tor as head of the Brotherhood, or the king himself. So Quinn had given up and given in and ended up sitting at this granite counter, getting stuffed tight as a piñata. At least surrender was delicious. He thought a little later as he put his fork down and wiped his mouth. Here, sire. Something for your dessert. Oh, thanks, but, well, what do we have here? A bowl of coffee ice cream with hot fudge sauce all over it, no whipped cream or nuts. Just the way he liked it. You really didn't have to. It is your favorite, no? As a matter of fact, yeah. And look, here was the silver spoon. You know, it would be rude to let the stuff melt. As Quinn started in on dessert, the stitches that Doc Jane had put in over his eyebrow began to throb under their bandage, and the pain reminded him of what a crazy-ass night it had been. It seemed surreal to consider that an hour ago he'd been on the verge of death. Dancing through the dark sky in a rattletrap piece of crap airplane, he had no idea how to fly. Now, it was a case of Breyer's best, with hot fudge. And to think he was actually relieved there were no nuts or whipped cream to shave off lest his palate be ruined. Because, yeah, that was a serious-ass problem right there. As his adrenaline glands burped and a shot of anxiety trembled along every nerve in his body, he knew damn well the aftershocks were going to come and go. Kinda like whiplash for his nervous system. But dealing with a case of post-disaster heebs was hell of a lot better than going up in flames. Or down, as the case would have been. After part 2 of his meal was finished, he did his best to help clean up before he went to see Layla. But Fritz got into a flutter about him even trying to carry his bowl and spoon anywhere near the sink. Giving in yet again, he headed out through the dining room and paused to look around at the long table, picturing everyone sitting in their usual chairs. All that mattered was that Z was back safely in the arms of his Shalon and no one else had been injured. "Excuse me, sire," Fritz said as he hustled by. The door. Up ahead in the foyer, the dog Jen went to the security check-in screen. A second later, he sprang the lock on the interior of the vestibule. And in came Saxton. Quinn hung back. The last thing he wanted to do was tangle with that male right now. He was going to check on Layla, and then crash out. The scent that drifted over to him wasn't right. Frowning, he went over to the archway. Up ahead, his cousin chatted with Fritz for a moment and then started to walk toward the grand staircase. Quinn inhaled deep, his nostrils flaring. Yeah, okay, that was Saxton's fancy cologne, but there was another smell mingling with it. Another cologne was all over the male. It was not Blaze, or anything the fighter would wear. And then there was also the unmistakable scent of sex. There was no conscious thought going on as Quinn marched out into the open and barked. "Where you been?" His cousin halted, looked over his shoulder. "I beg your pardon?" "You heard me." On closer goddamn inspection, it was really frickin' obvious what the guy had been up to. His lips were red and there was a flush on his cheeks that Quinn was willing to bet had jack shit to do with the cold weather. "Where the fuck you been?" "I don't believe that's any of your business, cousin." Quinn stalked over the mosaic floor, not stopping until his shit-kickers were steel-toed to the guy's pretty loafers. "You fucking slut." Saxton had the nerve to look bored. "No offense, dearest relation of mine, but I don't have time for this." The guy pivoted around. Quinn snapped a hand out and grabbed an arm. With a yank, he brought them nose to nose again. And shit, the stank on the guy made him sick to his fucking stomach. Blay is out risking his life in the war and you're fucking some random behind his back? Real classy. Cocksucker. Quinn, this is not your concern. Saxton tried to shove him off. Not a good idea. Before Quinn knew what he was doing, he locked his palms around the male's throat. "How fucking dare you?" he said with his fangs fully bared. Saxton slapped both his hands on Quinn's wrists and tried to get free, jerking, pulling, getting absolutely nowhere. "You re-choking. I should kill you right here, right now," Quinn growled. "How the fuck could you do that to him? He's in love with you." Quinn, the strangled voice grew thinner and thinner. QH. The thought of everything his cousin had, and everything the guy wasn't taking care of, gave him super strength, and he channeled it right into his hands. "What the hell else you need, asshole? You think some strange is gonna be better than what you've got in your bed?" The force of his onslaught started to push Saxton backward, the guy's shoes squeaking on the smooth floor as Quinn's shit-kickers drove both of them on. Things halted when Saxton's shoulders slammed into the staircase's huge banister. "You fucking slut," someone shouted. So did someone else. And then there was a shitload of fast footfalls coming from different directions, followed by a bunch of people pulling at his arms. Whatever. He just kept his eyes and his hands locked, the fury in his gut turning him into a bulldog that would not let go. 26. "So do you think you guys will ever come back to Caldwell?" Blay asked his mother. "I don't know. Your father goes in and out for work so easily every night, and we both like the quiet and the privacy here in the country. Do you think it's any safer in town now?" From out of nowhere, shouts penetrated the closed door of his room. A lot of them. Blay glanced across and frowned. "Hey, Mommin, I'm sorry to cut you off, but there's something going on in the house." Her voice dropped, fear lacing her words. "You're not being raided, are you?" For a moment, that night at their Caldwell home a year and a half ago came back to him in a fast series of stomach churners. His own mother fleeing in terror, his father taking up arms against the enemy, the house ruined. Even though the shouting seemed to be getting worse, he couldn't get off without reassuring her. No, Mament, this place is tight as a tick. Nobody can find us, and even if they could, they can't get inside. It's just sometimes the brothers get into arguments. Honestly, it's fine. At least he hoped it was. Things really appeared to be ramping up. "Oh, that's such a relief. I can't have anything happening to you. Go take care of things, and call me when you know you're coming for a visit. I'll get your room all set, and I'll make you that lasagna." On command, his mouth started watering, and so did his eyes a little. "I love you, Mom, and thank you. Thank you for trusting me. Now go find out what's happening, and be safe. I love you." Hanging up, he shifted off the bed and hit the door. The second he was out into the Hall of Statues, it was clear there was a big-time fight going on in the main part of the house. There were a lot of male voices carrying on, all of which were at a volume that had "emergency" written all over it. Breaking into a jog, he beelined for the second-story balcony. When he got a gander at the foyer, he didn't immediately understand what he was seeing down below. There was a whole knot of people at the base of the staircase, all with their arms reaching forward like they were trying to break apart a fight. Except it wasn't between two brothers. What the fuck? Were they really trying to peel Quinn off Saxton? Jesus, the vicious bastard had his hands around his cousin's throat and was, going by the gray pallor of the other male's face, about to kill him. "What the hell are you doing?" Blay screamed, as he took the stairs at a dead run. When he got to the fray, there were too many brothers in the way, and those were not the kind of males you just elbowed aside. Unfortunately, if anyone was going to get through to Quinn, it would be him. But how the hell was he going to get the dumbass's attention? "There you go," he thought. Shooting across the foyer, he broke the glass of the old-fashioned manual fire alarm with his fist, and then reached in and pulled the lever down. Instantly, noise exploded through the space, the acoustics of the cathedral ceiling acting like a magnifier as the jet engine-loud alarm went haywire. It was like hitting a bunch of fighting dogs with a bucket of water. All the action stopped and heads popped out of the tangle, looking around. The only one who didn't pay any mind was Quinn. He was still locked on and squeezing hard. Blay took advantage of all the "hey what is that" and was able to push his way through. Focusing on Quinn, he shoved his face right into the guy's grill. "Let him go now." The moment his voice registered, An expression of shock replaced the cold violence that had marked Quinn's puss-like. He'd never expected to have Blay check in. And that was all it took. One simple command from him and those hands released so quick, Saxton dropped to the floor like deadweight. "Doc Jane! Manny!" someone called out. "Get a medic!" Blay wanted to scream at Quinn right then and there, but he was too terrified about Saxton's condition to waste time on any "what the fuck is wrong with yous." The lawyer wasn't moving at all. Grabbing the guy's beautiful suit, Blay rolled him out flat and went for the carotid with his fingertips, praying he found a heartbeat. When he didn't, he tilted Saxton's head back and bent down to begin administering CPR. Except then Saxton let out a cough and dragged in a trunk load of air. "Manny's coming," Blay said roughly, even though he didn't know that to be true. "But come on, someone had to be on the way. Stay with me." More coughing, more breathing, and the color started to come back into that handsome, refined face. With a shaking hand, Blay pushed back the soft, thick blonde hair from the forehead he had touched so many times before. As he looked into the fuzzy eyes staring up at him, he wanted to feel something soul-defining and life-altering, and he prayed for that kind of reaction. Hell, in that moment, he would have traded both his past and present for it. But it was simply not there. Regret, anger on the male's behalf, sadness, relief logged all of those. That was it, however. "Here, let me check him out," Doc Jane said as she put her black doctor's bag down and knelt to the mosaic floor. Blay shuffled back to give V's Shellen some room, but he stayed close, even though it wasn't like he could do anything. Hell, he'd always wanted to go to medical school, but not so he could resuscitate ex-lovers because some cocksucking psycho had tried to strangle them in the front goddamn hall. He glared up at Quinn. The fighter was still being held back by rage. Like the brother wasn't entirely sure the episode was over. "Let's get you to your feet," Doc Jane said. Blay was right on that, helping Saxton up, holding him steady, heading him over to the stairs. The pair of them were silent as they ascended, and when they got to the second floor, Blay took them down into his room out of habit. "Shoot. No, it's fine," Saxton murmured. "Just let me sit down in here for a minute, would you?" Blay thought about the bed, but when Sax stiffened as he headed in that direction, he settled for the chaise longue. Helping the male off his feet, he awkwardly stepped back. In the silence that followed, violent anger hit him from out of nowhere. Now his hands shook for a different reason. "So," Saxton said hoarsely, "how was your night? What the hell happened down there?" Saxton loosened his tie, unbuttoned his collar, took yet another deep breath. Family tiff, as it were. "Bullshit." Saxton shifted exhausted eyes over. "Must we do this? What happened? I think you and he need to talk. And once you do, I won't have to worry about being jumped like a felon again." Blay frowned. "He and I have nothing to say to each other. With all due respect, the ligature marks around my neck would suggest otherwise. How we doing there, big guy?" As Rage's voice registered in Quinn's ear, it was clear the brother was checking to see if the drama was well and truly over. Not necessary. The instant Blay had told him to cut the crap, Quinn's body had obeyed, sure as if the guy held the remote to his TV. Other people were milling around, looking him over, obviously also waiting to see if he showed any inclination to race up after Saxton and resume the death grip routine. "You good?" Rage prompted. Yeah, I'm okay." The iron bars across his chest loosened and gradually dropped. Then a big hand clapped him on the shoulder and gave him a squeeze. "Fritz hates dead bodies in the front hall. But there's not a lot of blood with strangulation," somebody pointed out. "Cleanup would have been easy. Just a floor polish afterward." Another guy chimed in. There was a heavy pause at that point. "I'm gonna go upstairs." As the hairy eyeballs started again, Quinn shook his head. "Not for a repeat. I swear on my—" Well, he didn't have a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, a young, although hopefully, that last one was a yet kind of thing. "I just won't, 'kay?" He didn't wait for any further commentary. No offense, but a plane crash and a homicide attempt on one of his few remaining relations was enough for the night. With a curse, he started for the second floor and remembered he still needed to do a drive-by with Layla. Hanging a right at the top of the stairs, he went down to the guest room the Chosen had moved into and knocked on the door softly. Layla, in spite of the fact that they were going to have a young together, he didn't feel comfortable just barging in without an invitation. Round 2 with the knuckles was a little louder. So was his voice. Layla? She must be sleeping. Backing off, he went for his own room, walking past Wrath's office with its closed doors, and then going down the Hall of Statues. As he went by Blaze's door, he couldn't help but stop and stare at the damn thing. Jesus Christ, he'd nearly killed Saxton. Still felt like following through. He'd always known his cousin was a slut, and he hated being right about that. What the fuck was Sax thinking? The guy had the ultimate in his bed every goddamn day, and yet somehow some random in a bar or a club or the frickin' Caldwell Municipal Library was better than that. Or even necessary. Faithless son of a bitch. As his hands cranked into fists and he entertained the idea of kicking his way into that room just to pound Saxton's face into soup, he nearly couldn't control the impulse. Let him go now. From out of nowhere, Blaze's voice reverberated through his head once again, and sure enough, the violence was unplugged. Literally, between one moment and the next, he went from wild bull to neutral. Weird. Shaking his head, he walked over to his bedroom, went in, and shut the door. After willing on the lights, he just stood there, feet glued to the floor, arms hanging like limp ropes, head lolling on the top of his spine. All about the going nowhere. For no apparent reason, he thought of one of Fritz's beloved Dysons. The thing rolled into a service closet, left in the dark until somebody took it out for use. Great. He'd been reduced to the level of a vacuum cleaner. Eventually he cursed, and ordered himself to carry on with getting undressed and going to bed. The night had been a ball-buster from the moment the sun had gone down, and the good news was that the sorry mess was finally over. Shutters were in place to keep out the sun. House was getting quiet. Time for a REM sleep reboot. As he gingerly took his muscle shirt off and grunted at all the aches and pains, he realized he'd left his leather jacket and his weapons down in the clinic. Whatever. He had extras up here if he needed them during the day, and he could get his stuff brought up before first meal. Going for the fly of his leathers, The door behind him exploded open with such force. It ricocheted off the wall only to be caught on the rebound by the hard grip of one pissed-off motherfucker. Blay was ripshit as he stood in the jams, his body trembling with such rage that even Quinn, who had faced off with a lot of things in his life, went whoa. What the fuck is wrong with you? The male barked. Are you kidding me? Quinn thought. How could the guy not have recognized that foreign scent on his own lover? I think you need to put that to my cousin. As Blay marched forward, Quinn moved around the guy too. Blay snatched a grab and bared his fangs with a hiss. Running. In a quiet voice, Quinn said, No, I'm shutting the damn door so no one else hears this. I don't give a fuck. Quinn thought of Layla down at the other end of the hall, trying to sleep. Well, I do. Quinn disengaged and shut them in together. Then before he could turn around, he had to close his eyes and take a little TO. You disgust me, Blay said. Quinn hung his head. You need to get the fuck out of my life. The bitterness in that familiar voice went straight into his heart. You stay the hell out of my business. Quinn looked over his shoulder. You don't even care that he was with someone else? Blay's mouth opened, closed. Then those brows dropped low. What? Oh, great. In the rush of everything, Blay had clearly not clued in to the whys. What did you say? Blay repeated. You heard me. When there was no reply, no cursing, nothing thrown in terms of punches or objects, Quinn turned around. After a moment, Blay crossed his arms, not around his chest, but his middle, as if he were vaguely nauseated. Quinn scrubbed his face and spoke in a broken voice. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry that I don't want this for you. Blay shook himself. What, those blue eyes focused? That's why you attacked him? Quinn took a step forward. I'm sorry, I just came in through the door and I caught the scent, and I just lost it. I wasn't even thinking. Blay blinked, like maybe he was getting confronted with a foreign concept. That's why the hell would you do that? Quinn took another step forward, and then forced himself to stop in spite of an almost overwhelming need to get close to the guy. And as Blay shook his head like he was having problems understanding all of it, Quinn didn't mean to speak. But he did. Do you remember down in the clinic, well over a year ago, he pointed to the floor like, in case the guy had forgotten where the training center was. It was before you and Saxton first, right? No finishing that one, not if he wanted to keep down all that food he'd eaten. Remember what I told you? As Blay seemed confused, he helped the guy out. I told you that if anyone ever hurt you, I would hunt them down and leave them for the sun? Even he heard the way his voice dropped to a menacing growl. Saxton hurt you tonight, so I did what I said I was going to do. Blay rubbed his face with his hand. Jesus, I told you what was going to happen, and if he does that again, I can't promise you I won't finish the job. Look, Quinn, you can't be doing that shit. You just can't. Don't you care? He was unfaithful. That's not okay. Blay exhaled long and slow, like he was tired of carrying a weight. Just don't do that again. Now Quinn was the one shaking his head. He didn't get it. If he were in a relationship with Blay, and Blay stepped out on him, he'd never get over it. God, why hadn't he taken advantage of what he'd been offered? He shouldn't have run. He should have stayed put. Unbidden, his feet took another step forward. I'm sorry. All of a sudden, he was saying those words over and over again, repeating them with each footfall that brought him closer to Blay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He didn't know what the fuck he was saying or doing. He just had an urgency to repent for all his sins. There were so many when it came to this honorable male who was standing dead still before him. Finally, there was only one step left before his bare chest hit Blay's. Quinn's voice dropped to a whisper. I'm sorry. In the thick silence that followed, Blay's mouth parted but not in surprise. More like he couldn't breathe. Reminding himself not to be a world revolves around me asshole, Quinn brought it back to what was happening between Blay and Saxton. I don't want that for you, he said, his eyes roaming around that face. You've suffered enough, and I know you love him. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Blay just stood in front of him, his expression frozen, his eyes darting around as if they couldn't light on anything. But he didn't pull back, jerk away, storm off. He stayed right where he was. I'm sorry. Quinn watched from a vast distance as his own hand reached out and touched Blay's face, the fingertips running over the 5 o'clock shadow. I'm sorry. Oh God, to touch him, to feel the warmth of his skin, to inhale his clean, masculine scent. I'm sorry. What the fuck was he doing? Man too late to answer the was reaching forward with his other hand and putting the palm on that heavy shoulder. I'm sorry. Oh God, he was drawing Blay in, pulling that body up against his own. I'm sorry. He moved one of his hands to the nape of Blay's neck and pushed it deep into the thick hair that curled under there. I'm sorry. Blay was stiff, that spine straight as an arrow, his arms remaining around his tight belly. But after a moment, almost as if he were confused by his own reaction, the male began to lean in, that weight shifting subtly at first and then more so. With a quick jerk, Quinn wrapped his arms around the single most important person in his life. It was not Layla, although he felt a pang at that denial. It was not John or his king. It wasn't the brothers. This male was his reason for everything. And even though it killed him that Blay was in love with someone else, he'd fucking take this. It had been too long since he'd touched the guy, and never like this. I'm sorry. Palming the back of Blay's head, he urged the male closer to him, tucking that face into his own neck. I'm sorry. As Blay went with it, Quinn shuddered, turning his own face inward, breathing in fully, pulling all of the sensations deep into his brain so he could remember this forever. And while his palm rubbed up and down, soothing that muscled back, he did what he could to make amends for so much more than his cousin's infidelity. I'm sorry. With a quick shift, Blay shook his head, shook himself free, pushed back, pushed away. Quinn's shoulders dropped. I'm sorry. Why do you keep saying that? Because, in that moment, as their eyes met, Quinn knew it was time. He'd blown so much with Blay. There had been so many missteps and deliberate misunderstandings, so many years, So many denials, all on his part. He'd pussied out for so long. But that was over. As he opened his mouth to speak the 3 words on his tongue, Blaze's eyes grew hard. I don't need your help, okay? I can take care of myself. Pound, pound, pound. His heart was thumping so loud, he wondered if it was going to explode. You're going to stay with him, Quinn said numbly. You're going to. You don't pull that shit with Saxton, not ever again. Swear to it. Even though it killed him, Quinn was powerless to deny the guy anything. Okay. He lifted his palms. Hands off. Blaze nodded, the deal sealed. I just want to help you, Quinn said. That's all. You can't, Blaze countered. God, even though they were once again at odds, he craved more contact, and abruptly, he saw the pathway to exactly that. Tricky proposition, but at least there was some internal logic to it. His arms lifted, his hands seeking, finding, latching on. Blaze's shoulders. Blaze's neck. Sex surged in him, hardening his cock, making him pant. But I can help you. How? Quinn edged in close, bringing his mouth right to Blaze's ear. Then he deliberately put his bare chest against Blaze. Use me. What? Teach him a lesson. Quinn tightened his hold and tilted Blaze's head back. Pay him back the right way. With me. To make things crystal clear, Quinn extended his tongue and ran it up the side of Blaze's throat. The hiss in response was loud as a curse. Blaze punched into him, shoving him back. Have you lost your fucking mind? Quinn cupped his heavy, hard sex. I want you, and I'll take you any way I can, even if it's only to get back at my cousin. Blaze's expression played table tennis between utter disbelief and epic anger. You fucking asshole. You turned me down for years and then all of a sudden do a 180? What the fuck is wrong with you? With his free hand, Quinn played with one of his nipple rings and focused on what was doing at Blaze's hip level. Underneath that robe, the male became fully erect, that terry cloth no match for the likes of that kind of hard-on. Are you out of your goddamn mind? What the fuck? Usually Blaze didn't curse or raise his voice. It was a turn-on to see him lose it. Locking his eyes on his friends, Quinn slowly sank down onto his knees. Let me take care of that. What? He leaned forward and tugged at the bottom of the robe, pulling it toward him. Come here. Let me show you how I do. Blaze grabbed the tie that kept the two halves together and yanked it tighter. What the hell are you doing? God, the fact that he was on his knees, begging, seemed only appropriate. I want to be with you. I don't give a shit why, just let me be with you. After all this time? What's changed? Everything. You're with Layla. No. I'll say it however many times you need to hear it. I'm not with her. She's pregnant. One time. I was with her once, and just like I told you, it was only because I want a family, and so does she. One time, Blaze, and never again. Blaze's head fell back, his eyes closing as if someone were driving spikes under his fingernails. Don't do this to me, for God's sake. You can't do this, as his voice gave out. The anguish was a sad insight into all the problems Quinn had caused. Why now? Maybe it's you who wants to get back at Saxton. Fuck my cousin. It's got nothing to do with him for me. If you were alone, I'd still be right on this carpet, on my knees, wanting to be with you. If you were mated to a female, if you were dating someone all casual and shit, if you were in a million different places in life, I'd still be right here. Begging you for something, anything one time, if that's all you've got. Quinn reached out again, going under the robe, stroking a strong, muscled leg, and when Blaze stepped back again, he knew he was losing the battle. Shit, he was going to lose this chance if he didn't. Look, Blaze, I've done a lot of shitty things in my life, but I've always kept it real. I almost died tonight, and that sets a male straight. Up there in that airplane, looking over the dark night, I didn't think I was going to make it. Everything got clear for me. I want to be with you because of that. Actually, he'd known a fuck of a lot sooner, way before the Cessna situation, but he was hoping the explanation made sense to Blaze. Maybe it did. In response, the guy weaved on his feet, as if he were going to give inner leave. There was no telling which one it was. Quinn rushed to get more words out. I'm sorry I've wasted so much time, and if you don't want to be with me, I get it. I'll back off, I'll live with the consequences. But for the love of God, If there's a chance for whatever reason on your side, revenge, curiosity, hell. Even if you'll let me fuck you just once and never, ever again, for the sole reason of driving a stake through my heart. I'll take it. I'll take you any way I can get you. He reached out a third time, snaking his hand around the back of Blaze's leg, stroking, pleading. I don't care what it costs me. 27. Looming over Quinn, Blaze was preternaturally aware of everything around him. The feel of Quinn's hand on the back of his thigh, the way the hem of the robe brushed against his calf, the scent of sex thickening the air. In so many ways, he had wanted this his whole life, or at least ever since he'd survived his transition and had any sexual impulse at all. This moment was the culmination of countless daydreams and innumerable fantasies. His secret desire made manifest. And it was honest. Quinn's mismatched eyes were without shadows or doubts. The male was not only speaking the gods honest as he knew it in his heart. He was at peace with laying himself vulnerable like this. Blaze closed his lids briefly. This submission was the opposite of everything that defined Quinn as a male. He never surrendered, not his principles, not his weapons, never, ever himself. Then again, the turnaround did make some kind of sense. Facing death did tend to be followed by a come-to-Jesus chaser. The trouble was, he had a feeling this wasn't going to last. This eye-opener was undoubtedly tied to that plane ride. But as with a heart attack victim resuming his piss-poor diet soon afterward, the revelation probably didn't have a long shelf life. Yeah, Quinn meant what he was saying in this heady moment, there was no doubting that. It was hard to believe it was permanent, however. Quinn was who he was. And soon enough, after the shock wore off, maybe at nightfall, maybe next week, maybe a month from now, was going to go back to his closed-off, hands-off, distant self. Decision made. Blaze reopened his lids and bent down. As their faces got closer, Quinn's lips parted, the fuller, lower one pursing as if he were already trying out the taste of what he wanted and liking it. Fuck. The fighter was so magnificent, his powerful bare chest glowing in the lamplight, his skin carrying a sheen of arousal, his pierced nipples rising and falling to the driving beat of his heated blood. Blaze ran his hand down the corded muscles of the arm that linked them, from the heavy thickness of the shoulder to the bulge of the biceps and the cut curl of the triceps. He removed the palm from his thigh and stepped away. Quinn paled to the point of going gray. In the silence, Blaze didn't say a word. He couldn't. This voice was gone. On sloppy, loose legs, he scrambled for the way out, his hand flapping around the doorknob until it gathered enough coordination to open up the exit. Walking out, he couldn't have said whether he slammed the door or shut it quietly. He didn't make it far. Barely 3 feet toward his room, he collapsed back against the smooth, cool wall of the hallway. Panting. He was panting. And all that effort wasn't doing any good. The suffocation in his chest was getting worse, and abruptly his vision was replaced by black and white checkerboard squares. Figuring he was about to pass out, he sank down onto his haunches and put his head between his knees. In the recesses of his mind, he prayed that the hall stayed empty. This was not the kind of thing he wanted to explain to anyone. Outside of Quinn's room, hard-on obvious, body shaking like he had his own personal earthquake going on. Jesus Christ. I almost died tonight. That sets a male straight. Up there in that airplane, looking over the dark night, I didn't think I was going to make it. Everything got clear for me. No, Blaze said out loud. No. Putting his head in his hands, he tried to breathe calmly, think rationally, act reasonably. He couldn't afford to go any deeper in this. Those heated, glossy, mismatched eyes had been the stuff of legend. No, he hissed. As his voice resonated inside his own skull, he resolved to listen to himself. No further. This would go no further. He'd long ago lost his heart to that male. There was no reason to lose his soul, too. An hour later, maybe 2, maybe 6, Quinn lay naked between cool sheets, staring up in the dark at a ceiling he could not see. Was this horrible, aching pain what Blaze had felt? Like after that showdown in his parents' basement, when Quinn had been prepared to leave Caldwell, and made it clear that there were going to be no ties between them anymore? Or maybe after that time they'd kissed in the clinic, and Quinn had refused to go any further? Or following that final collision when they had nearly come together, right before Blaze's first date with Saxton? So damn hollow. Like this room. Really. Without illumination, and essentially empty, just 4 walls and a ceiling. Or a bag of skin and a skeleton, as it were. Shifting his hand up, he put it over his beating heart just to reassure himself he still had one. Man, fate had a way of teaching you things you needed to know, even if you weren't aware the lesson was required until it had been served to you. He'd spent way too much time wrapped up in himself and his defect and his failure to his family and society. Such a tangled fucking mess he'd been for so long, and Blay, because he'd cared, had been sucked into the vortex. But when had he ever supported his best friend? What had he ever really done for the guy? Blay had been right to leave this room. Too little, too late, wasn't that the saying? And it wasn't like Quinn was offering any kind of winner. Underneath the surface, he was no more stable, really. No more at peace. Nope, he deserved this. The slice of light was lemon yellow, and it cut through the black field of his vision as if the blindness were cloth and the beam a sharp knife. A figure slipped into his room silently and shut the door. By the scent, he knew who it was. Quinn's heart began to thunder as he shot upright off the pillows. Blay! There was the softest of rustling, a robe being dropped from the shoulders of a tall male. And then, moments later, the mattress depressed as a great, vital weight got up upon it. Quinn reached through the darkness with unerring accuracy, his hands finding the sides of Blay's neck sure as if they had been led by sight. No talking. He was afraid that words would cheat him of this miracle. Lifting his mouth, he pulled Blay down to his own, and when those velvet lips were in range, he kissed them with a desperation that was returned. All at once, the pent-up past was released in a fury, and as he tasted blood, he didn't know whose fangs had scored what. Who the fuck cared? On a hard yank, he laid Blay down and then he rolled over on top of the other male, spreading those thighs and pushing himself between them until his hard cock came up against Blay's. They both groaned. Dizzy from all the naked skin, Quinn began pumping his hips up and back, the friction of their sexes and their hot flesh magnifying the wet heat of their mouths. Frenzy everywhere, hurry, 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 holy fucking shit. There was too much hunger to make any sense of where his hands were, or what he was rubbing against, or for fuck's sake, there was too much skin to touch, too much hair to pull, too much. Quinn came hard, his balls going tight, his erection kicking between them, his cum going everywhere. Didn't slow him down in the slightest. With a quick jerk, he broke away from the mouth he could have spent the next 100 years working, and shoved himself down Blay's chest. The muscles he came across were nothing like the human guys he'd fucked. This was a vampire, a fighter, a soldier who had trained heavily and worked his flesh into a condition that was not just useful but downright deadly. And holy hell was that a turn-on, but more than that, though this was Blay. It was finally, after all these years, Blay. Quinn dragged his fangs down abdominals that were rock-tight, and the scent of himself on Blay's skin was a marking that he knew he'd done on purpose. That dark spice was going other places, too. He groaned when his hands found Blay's cock, and as he circled the hard column, the guy arched up sharply, a curse cutting through the room, much in the same way the light had just moments before. Quinn licked his lips, stood Blay's sex up, and let the head of that thick, blunt cock part his mouth. Sucking down deep, he took it to its base, opening his throat wide, swallowing everything. In response, Blay's hips shot up, and rough hands bit into his hair, forcing his head even farther down until he couldn't get any breath to his lungs, and who the fuck needed oxygen? Anyway? Digging his hands under Blay's ass, he tilted that pelvis and started going up and down, his neck straining under the punishing rhythm, his shoulders bunching and releasing as he followed through on exactly what he'd been offering before Blay had left. He wasn't stopping with this, though. Nope. This was just the beginning. 28. As Blay jacked back against the pillows on Quinn's bed, his head nearly snapped off his spine. Everything was out of control, but he wouldn't have slowed things down in the slightest. With his hips pumping up and down, his cock was pushing in and sucking out of Quinn's mouth. Thank God the lights were off. The sensations alone were too much to handle. Adding a visual? He wouldn't be able to. The orgasm rocketed out of him, his breath catching, his body going tight all over, his sex kicking hard. And as he came in great spasms, he was milked by that mouth and man. That suction kept the release barreling through him, great waves of tingling pleasure sweeping from his brain to his balls, his body hitting a different plane of existence altogether. Without warning, he was flipped over with a rough hand, his body handled like it didn't weigh a damn thing. Then an arm shot under his pelvis and popped him up onto his knees. There was a brief lull, during which all he heard was heavy breathing behind him, the panting getting faster and harder. He heard Quinn orgasm and knew exactly what that was for. Even though his whole body went weak with anticipation, he knew he had to get good and braced as a heavy hand landed on his shoulder, and the penetration was a branding iron, brutal and hot, going right to the core of him. And he cursed on an explosive exhale, not because it hurt, although it did in the best possible sense. Not even because this was something he had wanted forever, although he had. No, it was because he had the strangest sense he was being marked, and for some reason that made him. A hiss sounded at his ear, and then a pair of fangs sank into his shoulder, Quinn's grip shifting to his hips, his torso locked in so many places now. And then the relentless hammering started, Blaze's molars clapping together, his arms having to hold both their bodies up, his legs and torso straining under the onslaught. He had a feeling the headboard was slamming against the wall, and for a split second, he remembered that chandelier in the library going back and forth as Layla had been subjected to this. Blay cursed the image. He couldn't allow himself to go there, he just couldn't. God knew there was plenty of time to dwell on that stuff later. Right now, this was too damn good to waste. As the pounding continued, his palms slid on the fine cotton sheets, and he had to reposition them, pushing down into the soft mattress to try to keep himself in place. God, the sounds that Quinn was making, the grunting that reverberated from between the fangs buried in his shoulder, the thumping, yeah, that was the headboard. Definitely. With pressure building up again in his balls, he was tempted to palm himself, but no hope of that. He needed both arms on the job. Like Quinn read his mind, the male reached around and gripped him. No pumping needed. Blay came so hard his vision went twinkle twinkle little star. And at that very instant, Quinn started orgasming too, those hips spearing inside and freezing for a split second before withdrawing an inch and going deep for another kicking explosion. And yeah, wow, the combination of them both doing their thing was so erotic. It just primed everything all over again. There was no break for recovery, no pause at all. Quinn just resumed driving. If anything, it was like the release had made his needs stronger. As the sex raged on, and in spite of all the strength he had in his upper body, Blay ended up getting fucked clean off the bed, one hand locking on the side table to keep him from hitting the wall. Crash. Shit, he said roughly. The lamp. Quinn wasn't interested in home furnishings, apparently. The male just yanked Blay's head around and started kissing him, that pierced tongue penetrating his mouth, licking and sucking like he couldn't get enough. Dizzy. He got downright dizzy from it all. In every fantasy he'd ever had, he'd always pictured Quinn as a ferocious lover, but this Wason another level. So it was from a distance that he heard himself say in a guttural voice, "Bite me again." A great growl from above threaded into his ears, and then another hiss ripped through the darkness as Quinn shifted positions, his massive weight torquing so that those sharp fangs could sink in deep on the side of the throat. Blay cursed and wiped clean the rest of whatever was on the table, his chest taking the place of the objects, his sweat-streaked skin squeaking on the varnish as he lay half on his side. Throwing a hand out, he caught the flat plane of the floor and shoved back, keeping them both stable as Quinn fed and fucked him so good. Too many times to count, until the pillows were on the floor, the sheets were torn, another lamp got knocked over and he wasn't sure, but he thought they banged the picture over the bed off the wall. When stillness finally replaced all the straining and effort, Blay breathed heavily and still felt like he was underwater. Quinn was doing the same. The growing wet patch at Blay's throat suggested things had gotten so out of hand that there had been no sealing up the vein that had been taken. Whatever. He didn't care, couldn't think, wasn't going to worry. The blissed out, floating aftermath was too glorious to spoil. His body at once hypersensitive and numb, hot and temperate, sore and satiated. Man, the sheets were going to need to be cleaned, and Fritz was undoubtedly going to have to find some super glue for those lamps. Where exactly was he? Putting his hand out, he patted around and ran into carpet and a dust ruffle and a blanket chest. Oh, right hanging off the far end of the bed. which would explain the head rush he was rocking. When Quinn finally eased off of him, Blay wanted to follow, but his body was far too interested in being an inanimate object. Or more like a bolt of cloth, maybe. Gentle hands lifted him up and carefully, gingerly, rolled him over onto his back. There was some other movement at that point, and then he felt himself get repositioned against pillows that had been returned to their rightful place. Finally, a lightweight blanket was settled halfway up his body, as if Quinn knew that he was just about too hot to have any more coverage, and yet already feeling the chill as the sweat that covered him started to dry. His hair was brushed back from his forehead, and then his head was eased to the side. Lips like silk kissed down the column of his neck, and then long, slow lapping sealed the puncture wounds that he had asked for and been given. When it was done, he allowed his head to be turned toward Quinn. Even though it was pitch dark, he knew exactly what the face staring into his own looked like: flush on the cheeks, half-masked lids, lips red. The kiss that was pressed against his own mouth was reverent, the contact no heavier than the warm, still air in the room. It was the consummate lover's kiss, the kind of thing he had wanted even more than the hot sex they'd just had. Panic struck in the center of his chest and resonated outward through him in the blink of an eye. His hands shot out of their own volition, shoving Quinn away. "Don't touch me. Don't you touch me like that ever." He sprang up off the bed and landed God only knew where in the room. Fumbling around, he hit various pieces of furniture, but then was able to orientate himself by the thin line of light that shone under the way out. Grabbing his robe from the floor, he did not look back as he left. Couldn't bear to see the aftermath in any kind of light. That made it all too real. Eventually, Quinn had to will the lights in his bedroom on. He couldn't stand the darkness any longer. As illumination flooded the space, he blinked hard and had to put his arms up to shield his eyes. After things recalibrated in Retina Land, he looked around. Chaos. Total chaos. So all of that had actually happened, huh? And how ironic that the inside of his head made this goddamn mess look military order in comparison. "Don't you touch me like that." Ah hell, he thought as he scrubbed his face. He couldn't blame the guy. For one thing, he'd shown about as much finesse as a bulldozer. Wrecking ball. Arm tank. The problem was, it had all been too much to show any patience. Instinct, as pure as octane and just as flammable, had lit him up. The session had been a case of letting the shit out. Oh God, he'd marked the guy. Fuck. Not exactly good form, considering Blay was already in love and in a relationship and going back to his lover's bed. Then again, when a male was with the one he wanted, especially if it was the first time, that was what happened. Hell broke loose. It went without saying that it had been the best sex of his life. The first right fit after a long history of not even closes. The thing was, at the end, he'd wanted Blay to know that. Had been searching for words and relying on touch to pave the way to the confession. But it was clear the male didn't want to get close like that. Which brought up a second, even more profound regret. Revenge sex was not about attraction. It was about utility. And Blay had used him just like he'd asked to be used. That hollow feeling came back tenfold, 100-fold. Unable to stand the emotion, he burst up to his feet and had to curse. The notable tightness in his lower back had fuck all to do with the airplane accident, and everything to do with the pneumatics he'd just spent the last hour or longer throwing around. Shit. Going into the bath, he left the lights off, but there was more than enough to go by from the bedroom as he turned on the shower. This time, he waited for the water to get warm. His body was not up for another shocker. It was so pathetic, but the last thing he wanted was to wash Blay's scent off his skin, but he was being driven mad from it. God, this must be what the Hellwrens in the house felt like when they got all possessive. He was of half a mind to stalk down the hall, burst into Blay's room and shove Saxton out of the way. Matter of fact, he would have loved for his cousin to watch, just so the guy knew that. To cut off that really frickin' healthy train of thought, he stepped into the glass enclosure and went for the soap. Blay was in a relationship, he pointed out to himself again. The sex they'd just had not been about emotionally connecting. So he was, in this moment of emptiness, getting shanked by his own history. Looked like this was another case of fate giving him what he deserved. As he washed himself, the soap wasn't half as soft as Blay's skin, and didn't smell a quarter as good. The water wasn't as hot as the fighter's blood had been, and the shampoo wasn't as soothing. Nothing came close. Nothing ever would. As Quinn turned his face to the spray and opened his mouth, he found himself praying Saxton wandered off the range again, even though that was a shitty thing to hope for. Problem was, he had a horrible feeling that another case of the infidelities was the only way Blay would come to him again. Closing his eyes, he went back to that moment when he'd kissed Blay at the end, really, truly kissed him. Their mouths meeting gently in the quiet after the storm. As his mind rewrote the script, he wasn't pushed away to the far side of a boundary he himself had created. No, in his imagination, things ended as they should have, with him stroking Blay's face and willing the lights on so they could look at each other. In his fantasy, he kissed his best friend again, pulled back, and, "I love you," he said into the spray of the shower. "I love you." As he closed his eyes against the pain, it was hard to know how much of what ran down his cheeks was water, and how much was something else. 29. The following day, late in the afternoon, a sales visitor came back. As the sun set and the last of the dusky pink rays pierced through the forest, he watched on his monitor as a lone figure on cross-country skis stood among the trees, poles balanced against hips, binoculars up at the face. Or her hips and her face, as it were. The good news was that his security cameras not only had fantastic zoom, but their focus and sightline were easily manipulated by the computer's joystick. So he went in even tighter. As the woman dropped the binoculars, he measured the individual lashes around her dark, calculating eyes, and the red tinge to her fine-pored cheeks, and the steady rhythm that beat in the artery running up to her jawline. The warning he'd given to Benlois had been received. And yet here she was again. It was clear she was connected in some way with that drug wholesaler, and the night before she had apparently been angered by Benlois, given the way she had marched out of the back of that gallery looking like someone had insulted her. And yet Assail had not seen her before, and that was odd. In the past year or so, he had familiarized himself with the each and every of Benlois' operation, from the incalculable number of bodyguards, to the irrelevant gallery staff, to the canny importers, to the man's flesh and blood brother who oversaw the finances. So he could only assume she was an independent contractor, hired for a specific purpose. Except why was she still on his own property? He checked the digital readout on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. 4:37. Ordinarily hardly a time to rejoice, as it was still too early to go out. But daylight saving time had kicked in, and that human invention to manipulate the sun actually worked in his favor 6 months out of the year. It was going to be a little hot out there, but he would deal with it. Assail dressed quickly, pulling on a Gucci suit along with a white silk shirt, and grabbing his double-breasted camel hair overcoat. His pair of Smith & Wesson 40s were the perfect accessories, of course. Gunmetal was forever the new black. Grabbing his iPhone, he frowned as he touched the screen. A call had come in from Revenge, along with a message. Striding out of his room, he summoned the Leodire of the council's voicemail and listened to it on the way downstairs. The male's voice was all about the noble shit, and one had to respect that. "Assail, you know who this is. I'm calling a council meeting, and I want not just a quorum, but perfect attendance. The king's going to be there, and so will the Brotherhood. As the eldest surviving male of your bloodline, you've been on the council roster, but recorded as inactive because you stayed in the old country. Now that you're back, it's time to start going to these happy little get-togethers. Call me with your schedule, so I can work out a time and location for everyone." Coming to a halt before the steel door that blocked off the bottom of the stairs, he put the phone in one of his inside pockets, unlatched the lock, and slid the way open. The first floor was dark because of the filtering shades that blocked out all light, and the huge open space of the living room appeared like a cavern in the earth, rather than a glass cage perched on the shores of a river. From the direction of the kitchen, he heard sizzling and smelled bacon. Walking in the opposite direction, he went into the burled walnut-paneled office he'd given his cousins to use and entered his 20-square-foot walk-in humidor. Inside, the temperate air, which was kept at a precise 70 degrees and a humidity of exactly 69%, was perfumed with the tobacco from dozens and dozens of boxes of cigars. After due consideration of his lineup, he took 3 Cubans. The Cubans were the best, after all. and were another thing Benlois provided him with for a price. Sealing up his precious collection, he re-emerged into the living room. The sizzling had stopped, the subtle sounds of silver on china replacing the hiss. As he came around into the kitchen, his two cousins were sitting on bar stools at the granite counter, the pair of them eating in precisely the same rhythm, as if there was some drumbeat unheard by others that regulated their movements. They both looked up at him with the same angle to their heads. "I'm leaving for the evening. You know how to reach me," he said. Eric wiped his mouth. "I've tracked down 3 of those missing dealers, 3 back in action. Ready to move. I'm making a delivery at midnight." "Good, good." Assail quickly ran a check of his guns. "Try to find out where they were. Will you?" "As you wish." The pair of them bowed their heads in a joint bob, and then went back to their breakfasts. No food for him. Over by the coffee pot, he picked up an amber-colored vial and unscrewed the top. The lid had a little silver spoon attached to it, and the thing made a tinkling noise as he filled its belly with coke. 1 hit per nostril. Wakey wakey. He took the rest with him, putting it into the same pocket as his cigars. It had been a while since he'd fed, and he was beginning to feel the effects, his body lagging, his mind prone to a fuzziness that was unfamiliar. The downside to the new world? Harder to find females. Fortunately, uncut cocaine was a good substitute, at least for the time being. Slipping a pair of nearly opaque-lensed sunglasses on, he went through the mudroom and braced himself at the back door. Throwing the thing open, Assail recoiled and groaned at the onslaught, his weight weaving in his loafers. In spite of the fact that 99% of his skin was covered by multiple layers of clothing, and even with the dark glasses, the fading light in the sky was enough to make him falter. But there was no time to give in to biology. Forcing himself to dematerialize into the woods behind his house, he set about tracking the woman in the near darkness. It was easy enough to locate her. She was on the retreat, moving with speed on those cross-country skis, winding her way through the fluffy pine boughs and the skeletal oaks and maples. Extrapolating from her trajectory, and applying the same internal logic she had demonstrated on the security tapes from the previous morning, he was soon out ahead of her, anticipating right where her. Ah yes, the black Audi from the gallery, parked at the side of the plowed road about 2 miles from his property. Assail was leaning against the driver's side door and puffing on a Cuban as she came out of the line of trees. She stopped dead in the dual tracks she'd made, her poles at wide angles. He smiled at her as he blew out a cloud of smoke into the gloaming. "Fine evening for exercise. Enjoying the view off my house." Her breath was quick from the exertion, but not from any fear that he could sense, which was a turn-on. "I don't know what you're talking about." He cut off the lie. "Well, I can tell you that at the moment, I'm enjoying my view." As his eyes went deliberately down her long, athletic legs in their form-fitting ski pants, she glared at him. "I find it hard to believe you can see anything with those glasses." "My eyes are very sensitive to light." She frowned and looked around. "There's hardly any left in the sky." "There's enough to see you." He took another puff. "Would you like to know what I told Benlois last night?" "Who?" Now she annoyed him, and he sharpened his voice. "A piece of advice. Don't play games with Methat, will get you killed faster than any trespassing." Cold calculation narrowed her stare. "I wasn't aware that property offenses carried a capital punishment. With me, there's a whole list of things that have mortal repercussions." She kicked up her chin. "Well, aren't you dangerous?" As if he were a kitten pawing at a string and hissing. Assail moved so fast, he knew damn well her eyes were incapable of tracking him. One moment he was yards away, the next he was standing on the tips of her skis, trapping her in place. The woman shouted in alarm and tried to jump back, but, of course, her feet were stuck in their bindings. To keep her from falling over, he grabbed her arm with the hand that wasn't holding his cigar. Now her blood ran with fear, and as he inhaled the scent, he hardened. Jerking her forward, he stared down at her, tracing her face. "Be careful," he said in a low voice. "I take offense quite readily, and my temper is not easily assuaged." Although he could think of at least one thing she could give him that would calm him. Leaning in, he inhaled deeply. God, he loved that scent of hers. But now was not the time to get distracted by all that. I told Benlois to send people to my home at his own risk and theirs. I'm surprised he didn't inform you of those, shall we say, very clear property boundaries. From the corner of his eye, he caught a subtle bunching of her shoulder. She was going to go for a weapon with her right hand. Assail put his cigar between his teeth and caught that slender wrist. Applying pressure, and stopping only when pain deepened her breath. He bowed her body back so that she was completely, utterly aware of the power he had over himself, over her, over everything. And that was when the arousal happened for the woman. It had been so long, perhaps too long, since Sola had wanted a man. It was not that she didn't find them desirable as a rule, or that there had been no offers for horizontal encounters from members of the opposite sex. Nothing had seemed worth the aggravation. And maybe, after that one relationship that hadn't worked out, she had regressed back to her strict Brazilian upbringing, which would be ironic, considering what she did for a living. This man, however, got her attention. In a big way. The holds on her arm and her wrist were nothing polite, and more than that, there was no quarter given because she was a woman. His hands squeezing to such a degree that pain funneled into her heart, making it pound. Likewise, the angle he'd forced her back into was testing the limits of her spine's ability to bend, and her thighs were burning. To be turned on was a gross dereliction of self-preservation. In fact, staring up into those black glasses, she was acutely aware that he could kill her right here, snap her neck, break her arms just to see her scream before suffocating her in the snow, or maybe knock her out and throw her in the river. Her grandmother's heavily accented voice came into her mind. Why can you not meet a nice boy, a Catholic boy from a family we know? Marisol, you break my heart with this. I can only assume, that dark voice whispered with an accent and inflection she was unfamiliar with, that the message was not passed on to you. Is that correct? Did Benlois simply fail to convey to you that information, and that is why, after I expressly indicated my intentions, you still showed up looking at my house? I think that's what happened. Mayhap a voicemail that has yet to be received. Or a text message in email. Yes. I believe that Benlois' communication was lost. Isn't that right? The pressure on her was tightened even further, suggesting that he had strength to spare, which was a daunting prospect, to say the least. Isn't that right? He growled. Yes, she bit out. Yes, that's right. So I can expect not to find you on your skis around here anymore. Isn't that right? He jerked her again, the pain making her eyes roll back a little. Yes, she choked. The man relented enough so that she could grab some breaths. Then he kept speaking, that voice strangely seductive. Now, there is something I need before I let you go. You will tell me what you know about Milovit. Sola frowned, thinking that was silly. No doubt a man like this would be well aware of any information a third party could garner about him. So it was a test. Given that she very much wanted to see her grandmother again, Sola said, I don't know your name, but I can guess what you do and also what you've done. And what's that? I think you are the one who has been shooting all those penny ante dealers in town to secure territory and control. The papers and the news reports have labeled the deaths suicides. She just continued on. There was, after all, no reason to argue. I know that you live alone, as far as I can tell, and that your house is outfitted with some very strange window treatments. Camouflage designed to appear as the interior of the home, but they are something else above and beyond that. I just don't know what. That face above her own remained utterly impassive. Calm. Peace. As if he wasn't muscling her in place or threatening bodily harm. The control was erotic. And, he prompted, that's it. He inhaled on the cigar in his mouth, the fat orange circle on the end glowing more brightly. I'm only going to let you go once. Do you understand that? Yes. He moved so quickly she had to swing her arms out to regain her balance on her own, her poles digging into the snow. Wait, where did he? The man appeared right behind her, his feet planted on either side of the tracks her skis had made, a physical barricade to the path she had traveled from his house. As her left biceps and her right wrist burned from blood returning to the areas it had been squeezed out of, a warning tickled across the nape of her neck. Get out of here, Sola, she told herself. Right now. Unwilling to run the risk of another capture, she shot forward into the plowed road, the waxed, scaled bottoms of her skis struggling to find purchase on the packed, iced-over snow. As she went, he followed her, walking slowly, inexorably, like a great cat who was tracking prey that he was content only to play with for now. Her hands shook as she used the tips of her poles to spring the bindings, and she struggled to get her skis back in the rack on her car. The whole time, he stood in the middle of the road and watched her, that cigar smoke drifting over his shoulder in the cold drafts that funneled toward the river. Getting inside her car, she locked the doors, started the engine, and looked in the rearview mirror. In the glow from her brake lights, he appeared downright evil, a tall, black-haired man with a face as handsome as a prince's, and as cruel as a blade. Hitting the gas, she pulled off the shoulder and sped away, the car's all-wheel drive system kicking in and giving her the traction she needed. She glanced into the rearview again. He was still there. Sola's foot shifted onto the brake and nearly punched down. He was gone, sure as if he had disappeared into thin air. One moment there in her sight, the next, invisible. Shaking herself, she punched the gas again and made the sign of the cross over her heavily beating heart. With a crazy panic, she wondered, just what the hell was he? 30. Just as the shutters were rising for the night, Layla heard the knock upon her door, and even before the scent drifted in through the panels, she knew who had come to see her. Unconsciously, her hand went to her hair and found that it was a mess, matted from her having tossed and turned all day long. Worse, she hadn't even bothered to change from the street clothes she'd put on to go to the clinic. She couldn't deny him entrance, however. "Come in," she called out, sitting up a little higher and straightening the covers that she'd pulled up to her breastbone. Quinn was dressed in fighting clothes, which she took to mean he was on rotation for the night, but mayhap not. She was not privy to the schedule. As their eyes met, she frowned. "You don't look well." He brought a hand up to the bandage over his eyebrow. "Oh, this? It's just a scrape." Except it wasn't the injury that had drawn her notice. It was his blank stare and the grim hollows under his cheekbones. He stopped, sniffed the air, blanched. Immediately, she looked at her hands, her once again tangled hands. "Please shut the door," she said. "What's happening?" When the thing was closed as she requested, she took a deep breath. "I went to Havers's last night." "What?" "I've been bleeding." "Bleeding?" He rushed forward, all but skidding onto the bed. "Why the hell didn't you tell me?" Dearest Virgin Scribe, it was impossible for her not to cower in the face of his furrying truth. She was out of strength at the moment, and unable to rally any self-preservation. Instantly, Quinn dialed back on his anger, the male pulling away and walking around in a tight circle. When he faced her again, he said gruffly, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. I'm worried about you. I'm sorry, and I should have told you, but you were out fighting, and I didn't want to bother you. I don't know, honestly, I probably wasn't thinking straight. I was frantic." Quinn sat down beside her, his huge shoulders curling in as he linked his fingers and put his elbows on his knees. "So what's going on?" All she could do was shrug. "Well, as you can sense, I am bleeding." "How much?" She thought about what the nurse had said. "Enough." "For how long?" "It started about 24 hours ago. I didn't want to go to Doc Jane because I wasn't sure how private that would be, and also, she doesn't have a lot of experience with pregnancy in our species." "What did Havers say?" Now she was the one frowning. "He refused to tell me." Quinn's head cranked around. "Excuse me? Because of my chosen status, he will speak only with the pre-male." "Are you fucking me?" She shook her head. "No. I couldn't believe it either, and I'm afraid I left there under less than optimal circumstances. He reduced me to an object, as if I am of no concern at all, naught but a repository." "You know that's not true." Quinn took her hand, his mismatched eyes burning. "Not to me. Never to me." She reached out and touched his shoulder. "I know, but thank you for saying that." She shuddered. "I need to hear that right now. And as for what's happening with me," the nurse said, "there's nothing anyone can do to stop this." Quinn looked down at the carpet and stayed that way for the longest time. I don't understand. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Swallowing that horrible sense of failure, she sat up and stroked his back. I know you wanted this as much as I did. You can't be losing it. It's just not possible. From what I understand, the statistics are not good. Not at the start and not at the end. No, it's not right. I saw her. Layla cleared her throat. Dreams don't always come true, Quinn. It seemed like such a simplistic thing to say. So self-obvious as well. But it hurt to the core. It wasn't a dream, he said baldly. But then he shook himself and looked at her again. How are you feeling? Does it hurt? When she didn't immediately answer, because she didn't want to lie to him about the cramping, he got to his feet. I'm going to get Doc Jane. She snagged his hand, holding him in place. Wait, think about this. If I'm losing the young. She paused to gather some strength after she put that into words. There's no reason to tell anyone anything. No one needs to know. We can just let nature. Her voice cracked at that point. But she forced herself to go on. Take its course. To hell with that. I'm not going to jeopardize your life just to avoid a confrontation. It won't stop the miscarriage, Quinn. The miscarriage isn't the only thing I'm worried about. He squeezed her hand. You matter. So I'm going to get Doc Jane right now. Yeah. Fuck the keep shit quiet for real, Quinn thought as he headed for the door. He'd heard stories about females hemorrhaging out during miscarriages, and though he wasn't about to share any of that stuff with Layla, he was going to act on it. Quinn, stop, Layla called out. Think about what you're doing. I am. And clearly, he didn't wait for any more arguing. You stay there. Quinn. He could still hear her voice as he shut the door and took off at a run, going down the short hall and descending the stairs. With any luck, Doc Jane was still lingering over last meal with her hellrenth pair of them, had been at the table when he'd gone up to check on Layla. As he hit the foyer, his Nikes squeaked on the mosaic floor as he made for the archway into the dining room. Seeing the physician right where she'd been was a stroke of luck, and his first instinct was to bark out her name. Except then he realized there were a number of brothers at the table, eating dessert. Shit. It was easy for him to say that he'd deal with the fallout if what they'd done got wide airtime. But Layla? As a sacred chosen, she had a lot more to lose than he did. Fury was a pretty fair guy, so there was a good chance he would be cool with it. The rest of society? He'd been there / done that when it came to being shut out, and he did not want that for her. Quinn rushed around to where V and Jane were eased back and relaxed, the brother smoking a hand-rolled, the ghostly physician smiling at her mate as he cracked a joke. The instant the good doctor looked over at him, she sat forward. Quinn dropped down and whispered into her ear. Not even a second later, she was on her feet. I gotta go, Vishouse. The brother's diamond eyes lifted. Apparently, one look at Quinn's face was all it took. He didn't ask any questions, just nodded once. Quinn and the physician hurried out together. To Doc Jane's infinite credit, she didn't waste time with any how did this pregnancy happens. How long has she been bleeding? 24 hours. How heavily? I don't know. Any other symptoms? Fever? Nausea? Headaches? I don't know. She stopped him as they came to the grand staircase. Go to the pit. My bag's on the counter by the bowl of apples. Roger that. Quinn never ran so fast in his life. Out of the vestibule, across the courtyard in the snow, punching in the code to the pit, racing into V and Butch's place. Ordinarily, he would never have entered without knocking hell, without a prearranged appointment time. Fuck that tonight, though. Oh good, that black bag was in fact by the Fugis. Grabbing the thing, he raced out, shot back past the parked cars, and stamped his feet as he waited for Fritz to open the way into the mansion. He nearly plowed the doggen over. As he got up to the second floor, he bolted past the open doors to Rath's study and broke into the guest room Layla had been using. Closing the door, he panted on his way over to the bed, where the good doctor was sitting where he just had been. God, Layla was white as a sheet. Then again, fear and blood loss would do that to a female. Doc Jane was in mid-sentence as she took her bag from him. I think I should start by taking your vitals. Boom! As the thunderous noise rang throughout the room, Quinn's first thought was to throw himself on both the females as a shield. But it wasn't a bomb. It was fury throwing the door wide. The brothers' yellow eyes were glowing, and not in a good way, as they went from Layla to Doc Jane to Quinn and back again. "What the hell is going on in here?" he demanded, nostrils flaring as he clearly caught the same scent Quinn had. "I see the doctor going up the stairs at a dead run. Then it's Quinn with her bag. And now someone had better start talking. This goddamn minute." But he knew, because he was looking at Quinn. Quinn faced the brother. "I got her pregnant." He didn't get a chance to finish the sentence. Barely got through the P-word as a matter of fact. The brother all but picked him up and threw him against the wall. As his back absorbed the impact, his jaw exploded in pain, which suggested the guy had also corked him a good one. Then rough hands pinned him in place with his feet dangling about 6 inches from the nice oriental rug just as people started to pool in the doorway. Great. An audience. Fury shoved his face into Quinn's and bared his fangs. "You did what to her?" Quinn swallowed a mouthful of blood. "She went into her kneading. I serviced her. You don't deserve her." "I know." Fury slammed him again. "She's better than this." "I agree." Bang. Again with the wall. "Then why the fuck did you?" The growl that permeated the room was loud enough to rattle the mirror on the wall next to Quinn's heat as well as the silver brush set on the bureau and the crystals on the sconces by the door. At first he was sure it was Fury, except then the brother's brows came down hard and the male looked over his shoulder. Layla was out of bed and closing in on the pair of the man. Holy fucking shit. The look in her eyes was enough to melt paint off a car door. In spite of the fact that she was not well, her fangs were bared, and her fingers were curled into claws, and the icy draft that preceded her made the back of Quinn's neck prickle in warning. That growl was nothing that should have come out of a male, much less a delicate female of chosen status. And if anything, her nasty tone of voice was worse. "Let him go." She was looking up at Fury as if she were fully prepared to rip the brother's arms out of their sockets and beat him with the stumps if he didn't do exactly what she said. Pronto. And hey, what do you know, suddenly Quinn could breathe right, and now his Nikes were back on the floor. Just like magic. Fury put his palms out in front of him. "Layla, you do not touch him. Not about this, are we clear with each other?" Her weight was on the balls of her feet, as if she could lunge for the guy's throat at any second. "He was the father of my young, and he will be accorded all the rights and privileges of that station." "Layla, do we understand each other?" Fury nodded his multicolored head. "Yes, but," in the old language she hissed, "if any harm shall befall him, I will come after you, and find you where you sleep. I do not care where you lay your head or who with. My vengeance shall rain upon you until you drown." That last word was drawn out, until its syllable was lost in more growling. Dead silence. Until Doc Jane said dryly, "And this is why they say the female of the species is more dangerous than the male." "Word," someone muttered from out in the hall. Fury threw his hands up in frustration. "I just want what's best for you. And not only as a concerned friend, this is my fucking job. You go through your kneading without telling anyone, lay with him like Quinn was dog shit, and then not tell anyone you're in medical trouble. And I'm supposed to be happy about this? What the fuck?" There was some kind of conversation between the pair of them at that point, but Quinn didn't hear it. All of his consciousness had retreated deep into his brain. Man, the brother's happy little commentary shouldn't have hurt like a bitch. It wasn't like he hadn't heard that stuff before, or hell, even thought it about himself. But for some reason, the words triggered a fault line that rumbled right down into the core of him. Reminding himself that it was hardly a tragedy to have the obvious pointed out, he pulled free of the shame spiral and glanced around. Yup, everyone had shown up at the open door, and once again, things he would have preferred remain private were happening in front of a cast of thousands. At least Layla didn't care. Hell, she didn't even seem to notice. And it was kind of funny to see all these professional fighters unwilling to get within a mile of the female. Then again, if you wanted to survive doing the work they did, accurate risk assessment was something you developed early, and even Quinn, who was the object of the protective instinct the Chosen was rocking, wouldn't have dared touch her. "I hereby renounce my chosen status, and all the rights and privileges thereto. I am Layla, fallen from this heartbeat onward. Fury tried to cut her off. Listen, you don't have to do this. And evermore. I am ruined in the eyes of both tradition and practicality. Virgin no more, conceived of a young, even though I am losing it. Quinn banged the back of his head into the wall. God damn it. Fury dragged a hand through his thick hair. Fuck. When Layla wobbled on her feet, everyone went for her. But she pushed all hands away and walked under her own steam back to the bed. Lowering her body gingerly, as if everything hurt, she hung her head. My die is cast, and I am prepared to live with the consequences, be as they may. That is all. There were a number of brows going up at her dismissal of the whole crowd, but nobody said boo. After a moment, the peanut gallery shuffled off, although Fury stayed put. So did Quinn and the doctor. The door was shut. Okay. Especially after all that, I really need to check your vitals, Doc Jane said, easing the female back against the pillows and helping to resettle the covers that had been thrown off. Quinn didn't move as a blood pressure cuff was slid up a slender arm and a series of puff-puff-puffs sounded. Fury, on the other hand, paced around at least until he frowned and took out his phone. Is this why Havers called me last night? Layla nodded. I went there looking for help. Why didn't you come to me? The brother muttered to himself. What did Havers say? I don't know because I didn't listen to the voicemail. I thought I'd have no reason to. He indicated he would deal only with you. At that, Fury looked over at Quinn, that yellow stare narrowing. Are you going to mate her? No. Fury's expression grew icy again. What the hell kind of male are you? He's not in love with me, Layla cut in. Nor I with him. As the primale's head whipped around, Layla continued. We wanted a young. She sat forward as Doc Jane listened to her heart from behind. It began and finished there. Now the brother cursed. I don't get it. We are both orphans in many ways, the Chosen said. We are seeking a family of our own. Fury exhaled and wandered over to the desk in the corner, taking a load off in the dainty chair. Well, I guess this changes things a little. I thought that. It matters not, Layla interjected. It is what it is. Or was, as the case may be. Quinn found himself rubbing his eyes for no particular reason. Not like they were blurry or some shit. Not at all. It was just Sodom sad. The whole fucking thing. From Layla's condition, to Fury's impotent exhaustion, to his own driving ache in the chest. It was just some seriously sad goddamned business. 31. This is just what I'm looking for. As Trez spoke, he walked around the vast, empty space of the warehouse, his boots making loud impacts that echoed. From behind him, he could easily sense the relief that wafted out of the real estate agent standing by the door. Negotiating with humans? Like taking candy from a baby. You could transform this part of the city, the woman said. It's a real opportunity. True enough. Although it wasn't like the kind of stores and restaurants that would follow him were highbrow. More like tattoo and piercing shops, cheap buffets, XXX theaters. But he didn't have a problem with all that. Even pimps could take pride in their work and frankly, he tended to trust tattoo artists way away more than many so-called upstanding citizens. Trez pivoted around. The space was tremendous, nearly as tall as it was wide, with rows upon rows of square windows, many of which had been broken and covered up with plywood. The roof was sounder, at least mostly so, the corrugated tin sheaths keeping the snow, although not the cold, out. The floor was concrete, but there was obviously a lower level at various points. There were trapdoors set underfoot, although none of them were easily opened. Electricals looked okay. HVAC was non-existent. Plumbing was a joke. In his mind, however, he didn't see the place as it was now. Nope. He could picture it transformed, a club of limelight proportions. Naturally, the project was going to require a huge capital infusion and a number of months to get the work done. In the end, however, Caldwell was going to have a new hotspot and he was going to have another venue to make money in. Everybody wins. So would you like to make an offer? Trez looked over at the woman. She was Ms. Professional in her black wool coat, and her dark suit with the below-the-knee skirt 90% of her flesh covered, and not just because it was December. And yet, even all buttoned up with the sensible hair, she was pretty in the way that all women were to him. She had breasts and soft, smooth skin, and a place for him to play in between her legs. And she liked him. He could tell by the way she dropped her eyes from his, and by the fact that she didn't seem to know what to do with her hands. They were in her coat pockets, then playing with her hair, then tucking her silk shirt in. He could think of some things to keep her busy. Trez smiled as he walked across to her and didn't stop until he was just inside her personal space. Yes, I want it. The double entendre hit home, her cheeks reddening not from the cold, but arousal. Oh, good. Where do you want to do it? He drawled. Make the offer, you mean? She cleared her throat. All you have to do is tell me what you want and I'll make it happen. She wasn't used to casual sex. How sweet. Here. I'm sorry, she said, finally looking up into his eyes. He smiled slow and tight so his fangs didn't show. The offer. Let's do that here. Her eyes widened. Really? Yeah, really. He stepped in closer, but not so close that they were touching. He was happy to seduce her, but she had to be 100% sure she was into the grind. You ready? Tomakeith offer. Yeah. It's cold in here, she said. Maybe at my office? That's where most of Thefers get handled. From out of nowhere, the image of his brother sitting on the sofa at home, staring at him like he was the frickin' problem, hit him hard, and as it stuck around, he realized that he'd had sex with almost every woman he'd come across in the last how long? Well, obviously, if they weren't of mateable age, he hadn't been with them. Or fertile. Which cut out, like a dozen or two. Great. What a hero. What the fuck was he doing? He didn't want to go back to this woman's office for one thing. There wasn't enough time. Assuming he wanted to be at the Iron Mask for opening. So the only option was right here, standing up, her skirt around her waist, her legs around his hips. Quick, to the point. Then go their separate ways. After he'd told her how much cash he was willing to pay for this warehouse, of course. But then what? It wasn't like he was going to bang her at the closing. He rarely did repeats, and only if he was seriously attracted or really itchy, which in this case he was not. For Chris' sakes, what exactly was he getting out of this? It wasn't like he was going to see her naked, or have much skin-on-skin contact. Unless that was the point. When was the last time he'd really been with a female? Like properly. As in ice dinner, little music, some necking that led to a bedroom, then long, slow, patient shit where he had a couple of orgasms. And no choking sense of panic when it was over. You were going to say something? The woman prompted him. Am was right. He didn't need to be doing this crap. Hell, he wasn't even attracted to the realtor. She was standing in front of him. She was available. And that wedding ring on her finger meant she was probably not going to cause a lot of trouble after it was over because she had something to lose. Trez took a step back. Listen. As his phone went off in his coat, he thought, perfect timing, and checked it. It was I am. Excuse me. I have to take this. Hey, what you doing, little brother? Iam's reply was soft, like he'd lowered his voice. We got company. Trez's body tensed. What kind and where? I'm home. Oh shit. Who is it? It's not your betrothed, relax. It's Anesli, the high priest. Fantastic. Well, I'm busy. He's not here to see me. Then he'd better go back where he came from, because I'm otherwise engaged. When there was nothing but silence over the connection, all he had to do was dub in the ass-kicking. Unable to keep still, he stalked around. Look, what do you want me to do? Stop running and deal with this. There's nothing to deal with. I'll catch you later, 'kay? He waited for a response. Instead, the line went dead. Then again, when you expected your brother to clean up your crap, the guy wasn't likely to be in the mood for a protracted goodbye. Trez hung up and glanced over at the realtor. Smiling widely, he walked to her and looked down. Her lipstick was a little too coral for her complexion, but he didn't care. The shit wasn't going to be on her mouth for much longer. Let me show you how warm I can make it in here, he said with a slow smile. Back at the Brotherhood mansion, up in Layla's room, a kind of détente had been reached among the various interested parties. Fury wasn't trying to turn Quinn into a wall hanging. Layla was getting assessed. and the door had been shut so that anything that went down was going to have no more than a quartet of first-hand witnesses. Quinn was just waiting for Doc Jane to speak. When she finally took her stethoscope off from around her neck, she sat back, and the expression on her face gave him no hope. He didn't understand it. He had seen his daughter at the door to the Fade. When he'd been beaten and left for dead at the side of the road by the honor guard, he had gone up to God only knew where, had approached the white portal and had seen in the panels a young female whose eyes had started out one color and ended up blue and green like his own. If he hadn't been witness to that, he probably wouldn't have lain with Layla in the first place. But he'd been so sure that destiny was spelled out that it had never dawned on him. Shit, maybe that young was the result of another pairing somewhere else down the line. But like he was going to be with anyone else? Ever? Not possible. Not now that he'd had Blay once. Nope. Even if he and his former friend never got between the sheets again, he was never going to be with anybody else. Who could compare? And celibacy was better than second bistwitch again, was what would be offered by the rest of the planet. Doc Jane cleared her throat and took Layla's hand. Your blood pressure is a little low. Your pulse rate is sluggish. I think both of these can be improved with a feeding. Quinn all but jumped on the bed with his wrist outstretched. I got a trite here. Doc Jane put her hand on his arm and smiled at him. But that's not what I'm worried about. He froze, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Fury do the same. Here's the problem. The doctor refocused on Layla, speaking gently and clearly. I don't know a lot about vampire pregnancy, so as much as I hate to say this, you need to go back to Havers's. She put her hand up, as if she anticipated arguments from all corners. This is about her and the young. We have to get them to somebody who can treat her appropriately, even if, under other circumstances, none of us would darken that guy's door. And Fury, she looked over at the brother, you have to go with her and Quinn. Your being there will make it easier on everybody. Lot of tight lips after that. She's right, Quinn said finally, and then he turned to the pre-mail. And you need to say you're the father. She'll get more respect that way. With me, he might well refuse to treat her if she's fallen, and has gotten fucked by a defective. He could turn us away. Fury opened his mouth. Shut it. It wasn't like there was much else to say. As Fury got out his phone and called the clinic to inform the staff they were coming in, his tone of voice suggested he was ready to light the place up if Havers and his crew screwed around. With that getting sorted, Quinn went over to Layla. In a low voice, he said, It's going to be different this time. He's going to make things happen. Don't worry, you're going to get treated like a queen. Layla's eyes were wide, but she kept it together. Yes, all right. Bottom line, the brother wasn't the only one ready to throw down. If Havers turned any of that glimmer of distaste on Layla, Quinn was going to beat the ego out of that male. Layla didn't deserve that shit, not even for choosing a reject to mate with. Fuck. Maybe it was better that she lose the pregnancy. Did he really want to condemn a child to his DNA? You're coming too? She asked him, like she wasn't really tracking. Yup, I'll be right there. When Fury hung up, he looked back and forth between them, his yellow eyes narrowing. Okay, so they'll take us the second we get there. I'll have Fritz get the Mercedes warmed up, but I'm driving. I'm sorry, Layla said as she stared up at the great male. I know I've let the Chosen and you down, but you did tell us to come to this side and live. Fury put his hands on his hips and exhaled. As he shook his head, it was clear he wouldn't have picked any of this for her. Yeah, I said that. That I did. 32. Oh, great unleashed power, Ecker thought as he regarded his soldiers, each of them armed and ready for a night of fighting. After 24 hours of recovery following that group feeding, they were chomping at the bit to get out and find their enemies, and he was ready to let release them from the warehouse's underspace. There was only one problem. Someone was walking the floor above. As if on cue, footsteps traversed the wooden hatch over his head. For the last half hour, they had tracked the progress of their uninvited visitors. One was heavier masculine form. The other was light-era feminine variety. There were no scents to catch, however. The underground level was hermetically sealed. In all likelihood, It was just a pair of humans passing through, although why two non-vagrants would waste time wandering around such a decrepit structure on a cold night, he could not guess. Whoever they were, whatever the reason they came, however, he would have no problem defending his squatters' rights, such as they were. But there was no harm in waiting. If he could avoid slaughtering some useless humans here, it meant he and his soldiers could continue to use the space undisturbed. No one said a thing as the walking about continued. Voices mingled, low and higher. Then a phone went off. Ecker tracked the ringing and the conversation that ensued, walking in silence over to the other hatch where the speaker chose to stop. Going still, he listened hard, and caught one half of a very uninteresting conversation that gave nothing away as to the identity of the parties. Not long thereafter, the unmistakable sounds of sex filtered down. As Zypher chuckled softly, Ecker glared in the bastard's direction to shut him up. Even though each of the trapdoors had been locked from below, one never knew what kind of trouble those rats without tails could bring to any situation. He checked his watch, waited for the moaning to stop, motioned for his soldiers to stay put when it did. Moving in silence, he proceeded over to the trapdoor in the far corner of the warehouse, the one that opened up into what must have been a supervisory office. Unlatching it, he palmed one of his guns, dematerialized out and inhaled. Not a human. Well, there had been one here, but the other was something else. Over in the corner, the outer door clapped shut and the lock was engaged. Ghosting across the way, Ecker put his back against the warehouse's sturdy brick wall and looked out of one section of the cloudy glass windows. A pair of headlights flared down in front, in the shallow parking lot. Dematerializing up and out of a busted pane, he shot forward to the roof of the warehouse across the street. Well, wasn't this interesting? That was a shadow down there, sitting behind the wheel of the BMW with the driver's side window down, and a human female leaning into the SUV. Second time he'd run into one in Caldwell. They were dangerous. Getting out his phone, he called Throw's number by finding the male's picture in his contacts, and ordered his soldiers to go and fight. He would deal with this departure alone. Down below, the shadow reached out, pulled the woman into him by the neck, and kissed her. Then he put the vehicle in reverse and drove off without looking back. Ecker shifted his position to keep up with the male, going from rooftop to rooftop, as the shadow headed toward the club district on the surface roads that ran parallel to the river. At first, the sensation in his body suggested a change in wind direction, the chilly gusts seeming to come up from behind him, as opposed to hitting him face first. But then he thought no, it was purely internal. Whatever ripples he felt were under his skin. His chosen was nearby. His chosen. Immediately abandoning the shadow's trail, he peeled off and headed closer to the Hudson River. What was she doing down? In a car. She was traveling in a car. From what his instincts were telling him, she was going at a fast speed that was nonetheless trackable. So the only explanation was that she was on the Northway, going 60 or 70 miles an hour. Proceeding back in the direction of the rows of warehouses, he focused on the signal he was picking up on. As it had been months since he'd fed from her, he was panicked to find that the connection created by her blood in his veins was finito to the point that it was difficult to pinpoint the vehicle. But then he locked in on a luxury sedan thanks to the fact that it slowed down and got off at the exit that funneled traffic onto the bridges. Dematerializing up onto the girders, he planted his combat boots on the pinnacle of one of the steel risers and waited for her to pass under him. Shortly thereafter she did, and then continued onward, heading to the other half of the city on the opposite shore. He stayed on her, maintaining a safe distance, although he wondered who he was fooling. If he could sense his female, it would be the same for her, but he would not abandon her trail. As Quinn sat in the passenger seat of the Mercedes, his Heckler & Koch 45 was held discreetly on his thigh, and his eyes flipped incessantly from the rearview mirror to the side window to the windshield. Next to him, Fury was behind the wheel, the brother's hands doing a 10 and 2 so tightly it was like he was strangling somebody. Man, there was too much goddamn shit unraveling right now. Layla and the young. That whole Cessna incident. What Quinn had done to his own cousin the night before. And then, well, there was the Blay thing. Oh dear God in heaven, the Blay thing. As Fury got off the exit that would take them onto the bridges, Quinn's brain shifted from worrying about Layla to reviewing all kinds of pictures and sounds and tastes from the daylight hours. Intellectually, he knew what had happened between them hadn't been a dream, and his body sure as hell remembered everything. Like the sex had been a kind of branding on his flesh that changed the way he looked forever. And yet, as he went about dealing with the newest frickin' drama, the 2 short sessions seemed prehistoric, not less than a night old. He feared it was a one and only. "Don't you touch me like that." Groaning, he rubbed at his head. "It's not about your eyes," Fury said. "I'm sorry." Fury glanced into the back seat. "Hey, how we doing?" he asked the females. When Layla and Doc Jane answered in some sort of affirmative, he nodded. "Listen, I'm going to shut the partition for a sec, 'kay? All good up here." The brother didn't give them a chance to answer one way or another, and Quinn stiffened in his seat as the opaque shield rose up, cutting the sedan into 2 halves. He wasn't going to run from any kind of confrontation, but that didn't mean he was looking forward to round 2 of this one, and if Fury was cutting the pair in the back off, it wasn't going to be pretty. "Your eyes are not the problem," the brother said. "Excuse me?" Fury looked over. "My being pissed off about this has got nothing to do with any defect. Layla's in love with you." "No, she's not." "See, you're really pissing me off right now." "Ask her." "While she's miscarrying your young?" the brother snapped. "Yeah, I'll do that." As Quinn winced, Fury continued. "See, here's the thing with you. You like living on the edge and being all wild, frankly. I think it helps you come to terms with the bullshit your family put you through. If you iconoclast everything, nothing can hurt you. And believe it or not, I don't have a problem with that. You do you, and get through your nights and your days any way you can. But as soon as you break the heart of an innocent, especially if she's under my care, that's when you and I have an issue." Quinn looked out his window. First off, props to the big man over there. The idea that there was a judgment against Quinn based on his character instead of a genetic mutation he hadn't volunteered for was a refreshing change. And hey, it wasn't that he didn't agree with the guy, at least not until about a year ago. Back before then? Hell yeah, he'd been out of control on a lot of levels. But things had changed. He had changed. Evidently, Blay becoming unavailable was the kind of boot in the balls he'd needed to finally grow the fuck up. "I'm not like that anymore," he said. "So you are in fact prepared to mate her?" When he didn't reply, Fury shrugged. "And there you go. Bottom line, I am responsible for her, legally and morally. I may not be behaving like the pre-male in some respects, but the rest of the job description I take pretty goddamn seriously. The idea that you got her into this mess makes me sick to my stomach, and I find it very hard to believe that she didn't do this to please you. You said you both wanted a young? Are you sure that it wasn't just you, and she did it because she wanted to make you happy? That's very much her way." This was all presented as a rhetorical, and it wasn't like Quinn could criticize the logic, even if it happened to be wrong. But as he dragged a hand through his hair, the fact that Layla was the one who had come to him was something he kept to himself. If Fury wanted to think it was all his fault, that was finite. Carry that load. Anything to take the pressure and attention off Layla. Fury stared across the seats. "It wasn't right, Quinn. That's not what a real male does. And now look at the situation she's in. You did this to her. You put her in the back seat of this car, and that's just wrong." Quinn squeezed his eyes shut. Well, wasn't that going to be banging around the inside of his head for the next 100 years? Give or take. As they started over the bridge and left the twinkling lights of downtown behind, he kept his godforsaken yap shut, and Fury fell silent as well. Then again, the brother had said it all, hadn't he? 33. Assail ended up further tracking his prey from behind the wheel of his Range Rover. Much cozier this way, and it wasn't as if the woman's location was an issue now. While he'd been waiting by the Audi for her to come off his property, he'd attached a tracking device to the underbelly of her side view mirror. His iPhone took care of the rest. After she'd left his neighborhood in a rush following his deliberate dematerialization from sight just to further destabilize her, she had crossed the river and headed around to the backside of the city, where the houses were small, packed in close to one another, and finished with aluminum siding. As he trolled behind her, keeping at least 2 blocks between their vehicles, he regarded the brightly colored lights in the neighborhoods. the thousands of strands of twinklers strung among bushes and hanging from roof lips and boxing out windows and door frames. But that wasn't the half of it. Manger scenes placed prominently on tiny front lawns were spotlit, and there were also fat white snowmen with red scarves and blue pants that glowed from within. In contrast to the seasonal accoutrements, he was willing to bet the Virgin Mary statues were permanent. When her vehicle stopped and stayed that way, he closed in, parking 4 houses down and killing his lights. She didn't get out of the car right away, and when she finally did, she wasn't wearing the parka and tight ski pants she'd had on while spying on him. Instead, she had changed into a thick red sweater and a pair of jeans. She'd let her hair down, and the heavy, brunette weight reached below her shoulders, curling at the ends. He growled in the darkness. With quick, easy strides, she surmounted the 4 shallow concrete steps leading up to the modest entrance of the home. Propping open the screen door with its curlicue metalwork, she buttressed the thing with her hip, let herself in with a key, and closed things back up. As a light came on downstairs, he watched her shape walk through the front room, the thin privacy drapes giving him only a sense of her movement, not any kind of clear view. He thought of his own screens. It had taken him a long time to perfect that invention, and the Hudson River house had been perfect for piloting them. The barriers worked even better than he'd anticipated. But she was smart enough to have picked up on the anomalies, and he wondered what the giveaway had been. On the 2nd floor, a light came on, as if someone who had been resting had stirred at her arrival. His fangs pulsed. The idea that some human man was awaiting her in their mated bedroom made him want to establish his dominance, even though that didn't make sense. After all, he was tracking her for his own self-protection, and nothing more. Absolutely nothing more. Just as his hand sought the car door handle, his phone rang. Good timing. When he saw who it was, he frowned and put the cell up to his ear. 2 calls in such a short time. To what do I owe this honor? Revenge was not amused. You didn't get back to me. Was I required to? Watch yourself, boy. Assail's eyes remained locked on the little house. He was curiously desperate to know what was going on inside. Was she heading up the stairs, undressing as she went? Exactly who was she hiding her pursuits from? And she was in fact hiding them otherwise. Why change in the car prior to entering the house? Hello. I appreciate the kind invitation, he heard himself say. It's not an invitation. You're a goddamn member of the council now that you're in the new world. No. Excuse me? Assail thought back to the meeting at Elon's house in the early winter, the one Revenge had not known about, the one to which the band of bastards had shown up and flexed their muscle. He also thought of the attempt on Wrath, the blind king's Lithian Assail's own property, for God's sakes. Too much drama for his liking. With practiced ease, he launched into the same speech he had given Ecker's faction. I am a businessman by predilection and purpose. Although I respect both the current sovereignty and the council's power base, I cannot divert energy or time away from my enterprise. Not now, nor in the future. There was a stretch of silence. And then that deep, ever so evil voice came over the connection. I've heard about your business. Have you? I was in it myself for a number of years. So I understand. I managed to do both. Assail smiled into the darkness. Mayhap I am not as talented as you. I'm going to make something perfectly clear. If you don't show up at that meeting, I'm going to assume you're playing on the wrong team. By that very statement, you acknowledge there are two and they are opposed. Take it as you will. But if you're not with me and the king, you are my enemy and his. And that was precisely what Ecker had said. Then again, was there any other position in this growing war? The king was shot at your house, Assail. So I recollect, he muttered dryly. I'd think you'd want to put to rest any notion of your involvement. I already have. I told the brothers that very night that I had nothing to do with it. I gave them the vehicle in which they escaped with the king. Why would I do any such thing if I were a traitor? To save your own ass. I am quite accomplished at that without the benefit of conversation, I assure you. So what's your schedule like? The light on the second story was extinguished, and he had to wonder what the woman was doing in the darkness and with whom. Of their own volition, his fangs bared themselves. Assail. You are seriously boring me with this hard-to-get bullshit. Assail put the Range Rover in gear. He was not going to sit upon the curb whilst whatever happened inside happened. She was clearly home for the night and staying there. Besides, his phone would alert him in the event that her car was once again set into motion. As he rolled into the street and gathered speed, he spoke with clarity. I am herewith resigning my position on the council. My neutrality in this battle for the crown shall not be questioned by either side. And you know who the players are, don't you? I shall make this as bald as I am able. I have no side here, revenge. I do not know how to state this more plainly, and I will not be pulled into the war either by you and your king, or by any other. Do not attempt to push me, and know that the neutrality I present to you is exactly what I give to them. On that note, he had made a vow to Elon and Ecker not to reveal their identities, and he was going to keep it not because he believed the group would e'er return the favor to him, but rather for the simple fact that, depending upon who won this tussle, a confidant to either side would be viewed either as a whistleblower to be eradicated or a hero to be lauded. The problem was, one wouldn't know which until the end, and he was uninterested in such a gamble. So you have been approached, Rev stated. I received a copy of the letter they sent in the spring of this year, yes. Is that the only contact you've had? Yes. You're lying to me. Assail stopped at a traffic light. There is naught you may say or do to pull me into this, dear Leodire. With menace in abundance, the male on the other end growled, Don't count on that, Assail. With that, Revenge hung up. Cursing, Assail tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. Then he made two fists and banged them on the steering wheel. If there was one thing he could not abide, it was being sucked into the vortex of other people's arguments. He didn't give a pence who sat on the throne, or who was in charge of the Glimera. He just wanted to be left alone to make his money off the backs of rats without tails. Was that so fucking hard to understand? When the light turned green, he stomped on the accelerator. Even though he had no real destination in mind, he just drove in a random direction, and about 15 minutes later, he found himself going over the river on one of the bridges. So his Range Rover had decided to take him home. As he emerged onto the opposite shore, his phone let off a chiming sound, and he nearly ignored it. But the twins had gone out to move Benloy's newest shipment, and he wanted to know if those petty dealers had shown up for their quotas after all. It was not a phone call or a text. That black Audi was on the move again. Assail stomped on the brake, cut in front of semi that blew its horn like the F-word, and plowed up and over the snow-covered median. He positively flew back over the inbound bridge. From his vantage point at a rather distant periphery, Ecker required his binoculars to properly sight his chosen. The car that she had been traveling in, that vast black sedan, had continued onward after the bridge, going about 5 or 6 miles before getting off on a rural road that took it north. After another number of miles, and with little warning, it had turned onto a dirt lane that was choked on either side with hardy all-season undergrowth. Finally, it came to rest before a low-slung concrete building that was lacking not just pretense of any kind, but windows and, seemingly, a door. He tightened up the focus as 2 males got out from the front. He recognized one instantly. The hair was a dead giveaway. Fury, son of Aganiho, according to the gossip, had been made pre-male of the chosen. Ecker's black heart began beating hard, especially as he recognized the second figure. It was the fighter with the mismatched eyes whom he had battled at Assails as the king was spirited away. Both males took out guns and surveyed the landscape. As Ecker was downwind, and there appeared to be no one else around, he figured there was a reasonable expectation, barring the revelation of his position by his chosen, that the pair would proceed with whatever they had planned for his female. In fact, it appeared as if she were being delivered unto a prison. Over his dead body. She was an innocent in this war, one used for nefarious purposes through no fault of her own, but clearly she was going to be executed or locked within a cell here for the rest of her time upon the earth. Or not. He palmed one of his guns. It was a good night to take care of this business. Indeed, now was his chance to have her as his own, to save her from whatever punishment had been doled out on account of her having unwittingly aided and abetted the enemy. and mayhap the circumstances around her unjust condemnation would make her favorably predisposed toward her enemy and savior. His eyes closed briefly as he imagined her in and among his bedding. When Ecker once again lifted his lids, Fury was opening the rear door of the sedan and reaching inside. When the brother straightened, the Chosen was drawn out of the vehicle and taken by both elbows, the fighters holding on to her on each side as she was led toward the building. When Ecker prepared to close in, after so long a lifetime, he finally had her once more in the vicinity of his person, and he was not going to waste the chance destiny was providing him. Not now, not when her life so obviously hung in the balance. And he would prevail in this. The threat to her strengthened his body to unimaginable power. His mind sharpened such that it both raced with attack possibilities and remained utterly calm. Indeed, there were merely those two males guarding her, and with them, a female who not only appeared weaponless, but did not regard her vicinity as if she were trained for or inclined to conflict. He was more than mighty enough to take his female's captors. Just as he prepared to lunge forth, his chosen scent reached him on the stiff, cold breeze, that tantalizing perfume unique to her causing him to weave in his combat boots. Immediately he recognized a change in it. Blood. She was bleeding, and there was something else. Without conscious thought, his body moved itself in close, his form re-establishing corporeal weight and heft at a distance of a mere 10 feet, behind an outbuilding set off from the main facility. She was not a prisoner, he realized, being led to a cell or execution. His chosen was having difficulty walking, and those warriors were supporting her with care. Even with their weapons out and their eyes searching for signs of an attack, they were as gentle with her as they would have been with the most fragile of blooms. She had not been ill-treated. She was marked not with bruises and welts. And as the trio progressed, she looked up at one male and then the other and spoke as if trying to reassure them, for in truth, it was not aggression tightening the brows of those warriors. In fact, it was the same terror he felt upon smelling her blood. Ecker's heart pounded even harder behind his breast, his mind trying to make sense of it all. And then he remembered something from his own past. After his birth mom had shunned him, he had been dropped at an orphanage in the old country and left for whatever fate befell him. Therein, he had stayed among the rare unwanted, most of whom possessed physical deformities such as his own, for nearly a decade, long enough to form permanent memories of what transpired at the sad, lonely place. Long enough for him to piece together what it meant when a lone female appeared at the gates, was let in, and then screamed for hours, sometimes days, before giving birth to, in most cases, a dead young, or miscarrying one. The scent of the blood back then had been very specific. And the scent upon the cold wind of this night was the same. Pregnancy was what he had in his nose now. For the first time in his life, he heard himself utter in absolute agony, "Dearest Virgin in the Fade." 34. The idea that members of the SHISB were in the Caldwell zip code made Trez want to pack up everything he owned, grab his brother, and RV it out of town. As he drove from the warehouse to the Iron Mask, his head was so fucked up, he had to consciously think of the turns to take, and the stop signs to brake at, and where he was supposed to park once he got to the club. And then after he turned the X5's engine off, he just sat behind the wheel and stared at the brick wall of his building for like a year. Hell of a metaphor, all the going nowhere in front of him. It wasn't like he didn't know how much he was letting his people down. The issue? He didn't give a shit. He was not going back to the old ways. The life he led now was his own, and he refused to let the promise he'd been born into cage him as an adult. Not going to happen. Ever since revenge had done his good deed for the century and saved his and his brother's asses, things had turned around for Trez. He and IM had been ordered to align themselves with the Symphoth outside of the territory in order to work off the debt, and that forcible repayment had been his ticket to ride, the way out he'd been searching for. And although he did regret sucking IM into the drama, the end result was that his brother had had to come with him, and that was just another part of the perfect solution he was now living. Leaving the SHISB and coming into the outside world had been a revelation, his first delicious taste of freedom. There was no protocol, no rules, no one breathing down his neck. The irony? It was supposed to have been a slap on the back of the hand for daring to go beyond the territory and tangling with unknowables. A punishment intended to bring him back in line. Ha! And since then, in the recesses of his mind, he'd kind of been hoping the extent of his dealings with the UKs over the past decade or so would have contaminated him in the eyes of the SHISB, making him ineligible for the honor he'd been given at his birth, soiling him into a permanent freedom, as it were. Problem was, if they'd sent Annesley, the high priest, clearly that goal hadn't been accomplished. Unless the visit had been to disavow him? He'd have heard from IM on that, though. Wouldn't he? Trez checked his phone. No VMs. No texts. He was in the doghouse with his brother again unless IM had decided to fuck all the bullshit and gone home to the tribe. Damn it. The sharp knock on his window didn't just bring his head around. It brought his gun out. Trez frowned. Standing outside his car was a human male the size of a house. The guy had a beer belly, but his thick shoulders suggested he did regular physical labor, and that heavy, rigid jawline revealed both his Cromanian ancestry as well as the kind of arrogance most common to big, dumb animals. With great, bull-like puffs of breath pouring from his flared nostrils, he leaned in and pounded on the window, with a fist as big as a football, natch. Well, obviously he wanted some attention, and what do you know? Trez was more than willing to give it to him. Without warning, he threw open the door, catching the guy right in the nuts. As the human staggered backward and grabbed for his crotch, Trez rose to his full height and tucked his gun into the small of his back, out of sight, but within easy reach. When Mr. Aggressive had recovered enough to look up, way up, he seemed to lose his enthusiasm for a moment. "Are you looking for me?" Trez said. "Reed, are you sure you want to do this, big guy?" "Yeah, I is." Okay, so both grammar and risk assessment were a problem for him. Probably had the same issue with single-digit adding and subtracting. "AM," Trez said. "What?" "Pronounced what?" "I believe it is." "Yeah, I am." "Not is." "You can kiss my ass." "How about that?" The guy came closer. "And stay away from her." "Her?" That narrowed it down to, 100,000 people. "My girl. She don't want you, she don't need you, and she ain't gonna have you no more." "Who exactly are we talking about?" "I'm going to need a name, and maybe even that wouldn't help." In lieu of an answer, the guy took a swing. It was likely meant to be a sucker punch, but the wind-up was so slow and laborious, the goddamn thing could have come with subtitles. Trez caught that fist with his hand, palming it like a basketball. And then, with a quick twist, he had the piece of beef turned around and held in place, proof positive that pressure points worked, and the wrist was one of them. Trez spoke into the man's ear, just so the ground rules were clearly received. "You do that again, and I'm going to break every bone in your hand. At once." He punctuated that with a jerk that left the guy whimpering. "And then I'm going to work on your arm, followed by your neck, which you will not walk away from." "Now, what the fuck are you talking about?" "She were here last night." "Lot of women were." "Can you be more specific?" "He means me." Trez looked over. "Oh, fucking wonderful." It was the chick who'd gone apes hit, his happy little stalker. "I told you I got this," her BF shouted. "Yeah, the guy really looked in control of things. So apparently both of them were into delusion, and maybe that explained the relationship. He thought she was a supermodel and she assumed he had a brain. "Is this yours?" Trez asked the woman. "Because if it is, would you take it home with you, before you need a bucket loader to clean up the mess?" "I told you not to come here," the woman said. "What you doing here?" And more evidence of why these two were a match made in heaven. "How about I let the pair of you sort this out?" Trez suggested. "I'm in love with him." For a split second, the response didn't compute. But then, trashy accent aside, the shit sank in. The floozy was talking about him. As Trez gave the woman the hairy eyeball, he realized this particular casual fuck had gone into the weeds in a big way. "You are not." Well, at least the boyfriend used the verb correctly this time. "Yes, I am." And that was when everything foobarred. The bull launched himself at the woman, breaking his own wrist to get free. Then the two of them went nose to nose, screaming obscenities, their bodies arching in. Clearly, they'd had practice at this. Trez looked around. There was no one in the parking lot, and nobody walking by on the sidewalk, but he didn't need a domestic dispute rolling out in the back of his club. Inevitably, someone would see it and do a 9/11 or worse. That 100-pound chippy was going to push her big, dumb boyfriend just 1 inch too far and get good and trampled. If he only had a bucket of water or, like, a garden hose to get them to disengage. Listen, you guys need to take this. I love you, the woman said, turning on Trez and grabbing the front of her bustier. Don't you get it? I love you. Given the sheen of sweat on her skin in spite of the fact that it was 30 degrees, it was pretty clear she was on something. Coke or meth, if he had to guess. X was generally not associated with this kind of aggression. Great. Another Benet. Trez shook his head. Baby girl, you don't know me. I do. No, you don't. Don't you fucking talk to her. The guy went for Trez, but the female got in the way, putting herself in front of a speeding train. Fuck, now it was time to get involved. No violence against women around him. Ever, even if it was collateral. Trez moved so fast it was close to turning back time. He shifted his protector out of the line of fire and threw out a shot that caught the charging animal right in the jaw. Made little or no impression. Like hitting a cow with a wad of paper. Trez got a fist in the eye, a light show exploding in half of his vision, but it was a lucky hit more than anything coordinated. His payback, however, was all that and so much more. With quick coordination, he unleashed knuckles in rapid succession, working that gut, turning the guy's cirrhotic liver into a living, breathing punching bag until the BF was doubled over and listing heavily to port. Trez finished things off by kicking that moaning deadweight onto the ground. Whereupon he outed his gun and shoved the muzzle right in tight to the guy's carotid. You have one shot at walking away from this, Trez said calmly. And here's how it's going to go. You're going to get up and you're not going to look at her or talk to her. You're going to go out around to the front of the club and get the fuck into a cab and go the fuck home. Unlike Trez, the man didn't have a well-developed and maintained cardio system, was breathing like a freight train. And yet, given the way his bloodshot, watery eyes were staring upward in alarm, he'd managed to focus in spite of the hypoxia, and had gotten the goddamn message. If you aggress on her in any way, if she's got so much as a split end thanks to you, if any of her property is compromised by anyone, Trez leaned in close. I'm going to come at you from behind. You won't know I'm there, and you won't live through what I'm going to do to you. I promise you this. Yup, shadows had special ways of disposing of their enemies, and though he preferred low-fat meat like chicken or fish, he was willing to make exceptions. The thing was, in both his personal and his professional lives, he'd seen how domestic violence escalated. In a lot of cases, something big had to intervene in order to break the cycle, and what do you know? He fit that bill. Nod if you understand the terms. When the nod came, he jabbed the weapon even harder into that fleshy neck. Now look into my eyes and know I speak the truth. As Trez stared down, he inserted a thought directly into that cerebral cortex, implanting it as surely as if it were a microchip he'd installed in and among the curling lobes. Its trigger would be any kind of bright idea about the woman. Its effect would be the absolute conviction that the man's own death would be inevitable and quick if he followed through. Best kind of cognitive behavioral therapy there was. 100% success rate. Trez jumped off and gave the fatty a chance to be a good little boy. And yup, the SOB dragged himself off the pavement, and then shook like a dog with his legs planted far apart and his loose shirt flapping around. When he left, it was with a limp. And that was when the sniffling registered. Trez turned around. The woman was shivering in the cold, her look-at-me clothes offering no barrier to the December night. Her skin pale, her high apparently drained as if his putting a 40 to her boyfriend's throat had been a sobering influence. Her mascara was running down her face as she watched Prince Chowhound's departure. Trez stared up at the sky and did the internal argument thing. In the end, he couldn't leave her out here in the parking lot by herself, especially looking as shaky as she was. Where do you live, baby girl? Even he heard the exhaustion in his own voice. Baby girl. The woman glanced his way, and instantly her expression changed. I never had someone take up for me like that before. Okay, now he wanted to put his head through a brick wall. And gee, there was one right next to him. Let me drive you home. Where do you live? As she closed in, Trez had to tell his feet to stay where they were, and sure enough, she burrowed in tight against his body. I love you. Trez squeezed his eyes shut. Come on, he said, disengaging her and leading her to his car. You're going to be all right. 35. As Layla was led into the clinic, her heart was pounding and her legs were shaking. Fortunately, Fury and Quinn had no problem supporting her weight. However, her experience was completely different this time through thanks to the Primal's presence. When the facility's exterior entry panel slid aside, one of the nurses was there to meet them, and they were immediately rushed back to a different part of the clinic from where she had been the night before. As they were let into an examination room, Layla glanced around and hesitated. What was this? The walls were covered in pale silk, and paintings in gold frames hung at regular intervals. No clinical examination table, such as the one she had been on the night before here. There was a bed that was covered with an elegant duvet and layered with stacks of fat pillows. And then, instead of a stainless steel sink and plain white cabinets, a painted screen obscured one whole corner of the room behind which, she had to assume, the clinical tools of Havers's trade were kept. Unless their group had been sent to the physician's personal quarters? He'll be right with you, the nurse said, smiling up at Fury and bowing. May I get you anything? Coffee or tea? Just the doctor, the Primal answered. Right away, Your Excellency. She bowed again and rushed off. Let's get you up on this, okay? Fury said over by the bed. Layla shook her head. Are you sure we're in the right place? Yup. The Primal came and helped her walk across the room. This is one of their VIP suites. Layla looked over her shoulder. Quinn had settled into the corner opposite the screen, his black-clad body like a shadow thrown by a menace. He stayed preternaturally still, his eyes focused on the floor, his breathing steady, his hands behind his back. Yet he was not at ease. No, he appeared ready and able to kill, and for a moment, a spear of fear went through her. She had never been frightened of him before, but then again, she'd never seen him in such a potentially aggressive state. But at least the banked violence didn't seem directed toward her, or even the Primal. Certainly not at Doc Jane as the female sat down in a silk-covered chair. Come on, Fury said gently. Up you go. Layla tried to lift herself, but the mattress was too far off the floor and her upper body was as weak as her legs. I've got you. Fury carefully slipped his arms around her back and ran them under her knees. Then he lifted with care. Here we go. Settling on the bed, she grunted, a sharp cramp gripping her pelvic area. As every eye in the room locked on her, she tried to cover her grimace up with a smile. No succeeding there. Although the bleeding remained steady, the waves of pain were intensifying, the duration of their grip growing longer, the spaces between them getting shorter. At this point, it was soon going to be one steady agony. I'm fine. The knock on the door cut her off. May I come in? The mere sound of Havers's voice was enough to make her want to bolt. Oh, dearest virgin scribe, she said as she gathered her strength. Yeah, Fury said darkly. Enter. What happened next was so fast and furious. The only way of describing it was with a colloquialism she had learned from Quinn. All hell broke loose. Havers opened the door, stepped inside, and Quinn attacked the doctor, springing forward from that corner, leading with a dagger. Layla shouted in alarm, but he didn't kill the male. He did, however, close that door with the physician's body, or mayhap it was the male's face. And it was hard to know whether the clap that resounded was the portal meeting the jambs, or the impact of the healer getting thrown against the panels. Probably a combination of both. The terrifyingly sharp blade was pressed against a pale throat. Guess what you're going to do first, asshole? Quinn growled. You're going to apologize for treating her like a goddamn incubator. Quinn yanked the male around. Havers's tortoiseshell glasses were shattered, one lens spiderwebbed with cracks, the earpiece on the other side sticking out at a wonky angle. Layla shot a look at Fury. The Primal didn't seem particularly bothered. He just crossed his arms over his huge chest and leaned back against the wall beside her, evidently completely at ease with this playing out as it did. Over in the chair across the way, Doc Jane was the same, her forest green stare calm as she regarded the drama. Look her in the eye, Quinn spat, and apologize. When the fighter jangled the healer as if Havers were naught but a rag doll, Some jumble of words came out of the doctor. Shoot. Layla supposed she should be a lady and not enjoy this, but there was satisfaction to be had at the vengeance. Sadness, too, however, because it should never have come to this. Do you accept his apology? Quinn demanded in an evil tone. Or would you like him to grovel? I'm perfectly fucking happy to turn him into a rug at your feet. That was sufficient. Thank you. Now you're going to tell her. Quinn pulled that shake move again. Havers's arms flopping in their sockets, his loose white coat waving like a flag. And only her. What the fuck is going on with her body? I need the chart. Quinn bared his fangs and put them right against Havers's ears if he were considering biting the thing off. Bullshit. And if you are telling the truth, that lapse of memory is going to cause you to lose your life. Right now. Havers was already pale, but that made him go completely white. Start talking, doctor. And if the pre-male, who you're so fucking impressed by, would be kind enough to tell me if you look away from her, that would be great. My pleasure, Fury said. I'm not hearing anything, document, and I'm really not a patient guy. You are, from behind those broken glasses. The male's eyes met her own. You're young is. She almost wished Quinn would stop forcing the contact. This was hard enough to hear without having to face the doctor who'd treated her so badly. Then again, Havers was the one who had to look, not her. Quinn's eyes were what she stared into as Havers said, You're losing the pregnancy. Things got wavy at that point, which she took to mean she had teared up. She couldn't feel anything, though. It was as if her soul had been flushed out of her body. Everything that had animated her and connected her to the world gone as if it had never been. Quinn showed no reaction at all. He didn't blink, didn't alter his stance or his dagger hand. Is there anything that can be done medically? Doc Jane asked. Havers went to shake his head, but froze as the sharp point of the knife cut into the skin of his neck. As blood leaked out and ran into the starched collar of his formal shirt, the red matched his bow tie. Nothing of which I am aware, the physician said roughly. Not on the earth, at any rate. Tell her it's not her fault, Quinn demanded. Tell her she did nothing wrong. Layla closed her eyes. Assuming that's true. In humans that's usually the case, provided there's no trauma, Doc Jane interjected. Tell her, Quinn snapped, his arm starting to vibrate ever so slightly, as if he were a heartbeat away from dispatching his own violence. 'Tis true, Havers croaked. Layla looked at the doctor, searching out the stare behind the ruined glasses. Nothing. Havers spoke quickly. The incidence of spontaneous miscarriage is presented in approximately 1 in 3 pregnancies. I believe, as with humans, it is caused by a self-regulation system that ensures defects of various kinds are not carried to term. But I am definitely pregnant, she said in a hollow tone. Yes, your blood tests proved that. Is there any risk to her health? Quinn asked. As this continues? Are you her ward? Havers blurted. Fury interjected. He's the father of her child. So you treat him with the same respect you would me. That had the physician's eyes bulging, those brows surfacing above the busted tortoiseshell frames. And it was funny. That was when Quinn showed a modicum of reaction, just a flicker in his face before the fierce features resettled into aggression. Answer me, Quinn snapped. Is she in any danger? Aye, Havers swallowed hard. There are no guarantees in medicine. Generally speaking, I would say Nosh is healthy on all other accounts, and the miscarriage appears to be following the generic course. Further, as the doctor continued to speak, his educated, refined tone so much more uneven than it had been the night before, Layla checked out. Everything receded, her hearing disappearing, along with any sense of the temperature in the room, the bed beneath her, the other bodies standing around. The only thing she saw was Quinn's mismatched eyes. Her sole thought as he held that knife against the other male's throat? Even though they were not in love, he was exactly what she would have wanted as a father for her young. Ever since she had made the decision to participate in the real world, she had learned how rough life was, how others could conspire against you, and how sometimes principled force was all that got you through the night. Quinn had the latter in spades. He was a great, fearsome protector, and that was precisely what a female needed when she was pregnant, nursing, or caring for a young. That and his innate kindness made him noble to her, no matter the color of his eyes. Nearly 50 miles to the south from where Havers was piss-pants terrified in his own clinic, a Sale was behind the wheel of his Range Rover and shaking his head in disbelief. Things just kept getting more interesting with this woman. Thanks to GPS, he had tracked her Audi from afar as she had decisively passed out of her neighborhood and gotten on the Northway. At each suburban exit, he expected her to get off, but as they'd left Caldwell well in the dust, he'd begun to think she might be heading all the way down into Manhattan. Not so. West Point, home of the venerable Human Military School, was about halfway between New York City and Caldwell, and as she exited the highway at that point, he was relieved. A lot happened down in the land of zip codes that started with 100, and he didn't want to get too far from home base for 2 reasons. 1, he still hadn't heard from the twins about whether those minor league dealers had showed up, and 2, Dawn was coming at some point, and he didn't like the idea of abandoning his heavily modified and reinforced Range Rover at the side of the road somewhere because he needed to dematerialize back to safety. Once off the highway, the woman proceeded at precisely 45 miles an hour through the township's preamble of gas stations, tourist hotels, and fast food joints. Then on the far side of all that quick, cheap, and easy, things started to get expensive. Grand houses, the kind that were set back on lawns that looked like carpets, began to crop up, their low, loose stone walls quaintly crumbling at the sides of the road. She bypassed all of the estates, however, finally pulling over into the parking lot of a little park that had a river view. Just as she got out, he drove right by her, his head turning in her direction, measuring her. 100 yards later, out of sight from where she was, a Sale stopped his car on the shoulder of the road, emerged into the biting wind, and did up the buttons on his double-breasted coat. His loafers were not ideal for tracking through the snow, but he didn't care. His feet would put up with the cold and the wet, and he had a dozen more pairs waiting for him in his closet at home. As her vehicle, not her body, had the tracking device on it, he kept his eyes on her. Sure enough, she was putting those cross-countries on, and then, with a white ski mask over her head and the pale camos covering her lithe body, she all but disappeared into the blue-washed winter landscape. He stayed right with her, flashing out ahead at clips of 15 to 20 yards. He found pines to shield himself behind as she progressed back toward the mansions, her skis eating up the snow-covered ground. She was going to go to one of those big houses, he thought as he kept pace with her, anticipating her direction and, for the most part, guessing correctly. Every time she went by him without knowing he was there, his body wanted to jump out at her, take her down, bite her. For some reason, this human made him hungry, and cat and mouse was very erotic, especially if only the cat knew the game was afoot. The property she eventually infiltrated was nearly a mile away, but in spite of the distance, her blistering pace on those skis didn't lag in the slightest. She entered at the front right corner of the lawn, stepping up on the perennial low wall, and then resuming her course. This made no sense. If she were compromised, she was an extra distance away from her car. Surely the nearer edge would have made more sense? After all, and in either case, she was exposed now, no trees to offer cover, no possible defense against trespassing available to her if she were sighted. Unless she knew the owner. In which case, why hide yourself and sneak up at night? The 7 or 8 acre lawn gradually rose toward a 15 to 20,000 square foot stone house, modernist sculptures sitting like blind, shiny sentries on the approach, the gardens sprawling out in the back. The whole time, she stuck close to that wall, and watching her from 75 feet up ahead, he found himself feeling impressed by her. Against the snow, she moved as a breeze would, invisible and quick, her shadow thrown against the gray stone wall such that it seemed to disappear. She'd chosen the route specifically for that, hadn't she? Yes, indeed, the angle of the moonlight placed her shadow exactly on the stones, effectively creating further camouflage. An odd tingle went through him. Smart. A Sale flashed forward, finding a hiding place in and among the plantings at the side of the house. Up close, he saw that the Grand Manse was not new, although not ancient either. Then again, in the New World, it was rare to run into anything constructed earlier than the 18th century. Lots of lead-paned windows, and porches, and terraces. All in all, wealth and distinction. That was no doubt protected by plenty of alarms. It seemed unlikely she was simply going to spy on the property as she had on his own. For one, there was a ring of forested growth on the far side of that stone wall she traversed. She could have jettisoned the skis, negotiated that stretch of 10 to 20-foot high bramble, and gotten plenty of view shed to the house. For another, in that case, she wouldn't need whatever was in the backpack she'd slung onto her shoulders. The thing was nearly big enough to carry a body in, and it was full. As if on cue, she stopped, got out her binoculars and surveyed the property, staying stock still, only her head subtly moving. And then she started across the lawn proper, moving even faster than she had before, to the point where she was literally racing toward the house. Toward him. Indeed, she headed directly for a sail, for this juncture between the bushes that marked the front of the mansion, and the tall hedge that ran around to the rear garden. Clearly, she knew the property. Clearly, he had chosen the perfect spot. And upon her approach, he stepped back only a little because he wouldn't have minded getting caught spying. The woman skied right up to within 5 feet of where he was, getting so close he could catch her scent not only in his nose, but down the back of his throat. He had to stop himself from purring. After the effort of covering that stretch of lawn so quickly, she was breathing heavily, but her cardiovascular system recovered fast, a sign of her overall health and strength. And the speed with which she now moved was likewise erotic. Off with the skis. Off with the pack. Open the pack. Extract. She was going onto the roof, he thought, as she assembled what appeared to be a spear gun, aimed the thing high and pulled the trigger on a grappling hook. A moment later, there was a distant metal clang from above. Glancing upward, he realized that she had picked one of the few stretches of stone that had no windows in it, and it was shielded by the very long wall of tall shrubs that he himself was obstructed by. She was going inside. At that point, a sail frowned and disappeared from where he'd been watching her. Reforming around the back of the house at ground level, he peered into a number of windows, cupping his hands on the cold glass and leaning in. The interior was mostly dark, but not completely so. Here and there, lamps had been left on, the bulbs casting a glow on furnishings that were a combination of old antiques and modern art. Fancy, fancy. In its peaceful slumber, the place looked like a museum, or something that had been photographed for a magazine. Everything arranged with such precision that one wondered if rulers hadn't been used to arrange the furniture and the objets d'art. No clutter anywhere. No casually thrown newspapers, bills, letters, receipts. No coats cast over the back of a chair or pair of shoes kicked off by a sofa. Each and every ashtray was clean as a whistle. One and only one person came to his mind. Ben Loys, he whispered to himself. 36. Based on the regular vibrations that came from his breast pocket, Ecker knew his presence was being sought by his fighters. He did not respond. Standing outside the facility that his chosen had been taken into, he was powerless to leave even as a regular flow of others of his kind drove up or materialized before the portal she had been taken through. Indeed, as so many came and went, there was no doubt this was a health clinic. At least none appeared to notice him. Too preoccupied were they with whatever ailed them in spite of the fact that he was standing all but out in the open. Fates. The very thought of what had brought his chosen here made him nauseated to the point of clearing his throat. Dragging icy air into his lungs helped fight the gag reflex. When had her needing come? It must have been fairly recently. He had last seen her. Who was the sire? He thought for the 100th time. Who had taken what was his? Not yours, he told himself. Not yours. Except that was his mind talking, not his instincts. At the core of him, in the most male part of his marrow, she was his female. And ironically, that was what kept him from attacking the facility with all of his soldiers, if necessary. As she was receiving care, the last thing he wanted to do was interrupt the process. Whilst time passed, and the information void tortured him to the point of madness, he realized that he hadn't even known about this clinic. If she had been his, he wouldn't have known where to take her for help. Certainly, he would have sent Thro to find someplace, somehow to ensure her care, but in the event of a medical emergency, an hour or two spent hunting for a healer could mean the difference between life and death. The Brotherhood, on the other hand, had known exactly where to deliver her. And when she was released from the facility, they would undoubtedly return her to a warm, safe home, where there would be food aplenty, and a soft bed, and a stout force of at least 6 full-blooded warriors to protect her as she slept. Ironic that he found ease in that vision. But then again, the Lessening Society was a very serious adversary, and say what one would about the Brotherhood, they had proven over the eons to be capable defenders. Abruptly, his thoughts shifted to the warehouse where he and his soldiers stayed. Those cold, damp, inhospitable environs were, in fact, a step up from some of the other places they had all made camp. If she were with him, wherever would he keep her? No males could e'er see her in his presence, especially if she were to change clothes or bathe. A growl percolated up his throat. No male would cast his eye upon her flesh, or he would flay him alive. Oh God, she had mated with another, had opened herself up and accepted another male within her sacred flesh. Ecker put his face in his palms, the pain in his chest making him weave in his combat boots. It must have been the pre-male. Yes, of course she had lain with Fury, son of Agony. That was the way the Chosen propagated, if memory and rumor served. Instantly, his mind was clouded by the image of her perfect face and her slender frame. To think that another had disrobed her and covered her with his body. Stop it, he told himself. Stop it. Dragging his mind away from that insanity, he challenged himself to define any appropriate living quarters he could have provided her. In any circumstance. The only thought that came to him was going back and killing that female his soldiers had fed from. That cottage had been quaint and lovely. But where would his Chosen go during the day? And besides, he would never shame her by allowing her to so much as walk upon that rug where all that sex had gone down. Pardon us. Ecker went for the gun inside his jacket as he wheeled around. Except there was no need, for Forciat was simply a diminutive female with her young. Apparently, they had gotten out of a station wagon parked about 10 feet away from him. As the young cowered behind its mother, the female's eyes flared in fear. Then again, when a monster was stumbled upon, its presence was not often greeted with joy. Ecker bowed deeply, in large measure because the sight of his face surely could not be helping the situation. But of course. At that, he backed away from them both and then pivoted, returning to the original spot he'd occupied. Indeed, he had not realized how exposed he'd become. And he did not want to fight. Not with the Brotherhood. Not with his Chosen as she was. Not here. Closing his eyes, he wished he could go back to that night when Zypher had taken him out to the meadow and under the guise of saving him, had condemned him to a kind of walking death. A bonded male who was not with his mate, dead though animated. Without warning, the portal pulled back and his Chosen appeared. Instantly, Ecker's instincts screamed for action, in spite of all the reasons to leave her be. Take her. Now. But he did not. The grim expressions of those who shepherded her with such care froze him where he stood. Bad news had been imparted during their tenure inside. As before, she was all but carried to the vehicle. And even still, there was the scent of her blood upon the air. His Chosen was resettled in the back of that sedan, with the female at her side. Then Fury, son of Agony, and the warrior with the mismatched eyes got into the front. The vehicle was turned about slowly, as if out of concern for the precious cargo in its rear compartment. Ecker followed in their wake, materializing apace to the steady speed that was gained first upon the rural road at the end of the lane, and then upon the highway. When the car approached the suspension bridge, he once again spotted it from atop the highest girder, and then after his female passed beneath him, he jumped from rooftop to rooftop as the sedan circumvented downtown. He tracked the vehicle north until it exited the highway and entered the farmland area. He stayed with her the whole time, and that was how he found the location of the Brotherhood. 37. As Blay twisted his family's signet ring around on his forefinger, his lit cigarette smoldered gently in his other hand, and his ass grew numb and no one came back in through the vestibule's doors. Sitting on the bottom step of the mansion's grand staircase, he wasn't going to fulfill his promise to his mother and head home. Not tonight, at least. After the craziness of the evening before, what with the crash landing and the attendant drama, Wrath had ordered the Brotherhood and the fighters to take 24 off. So technically, he should have called the rents and told his mom to bust out the mozzarella and the meat sauce. But there was no way he was leaving the house. Not after hearing yelling from Layla's room, and then seeing her all but carried down the grand staircase. Naturally, Quinn had been with her. John Matthew had not. So whatever had gone down apparently trumped the Ostrix Notrim thing, and that meant she had to be losing the young. Only something that serious would get a pass. As he continued to bump on a logget, with nothing but worry to keep him company. Naturally, his mind decided to make things worse. Shit, had he really slept with Quinn last night? Taking a hard drag off his Dunhill, he exhaled a curse. Had it really happened? God, that question had been banging around his skull from the moment he'd woken up out of a hot-as-hell dream, with an erection that seemed to think the other male was sleeping next to him. Replaying the scenes for the 100th time, all he could think was talk about a plan misfiring. After he'd turned Quinn down when the guy had been on his knees, he'd gone back to his room and paced around. A debate he wasn't interested in having with himself, turning his brain to foie gras. But he'd made the right decision in leaving. Really, he had. The problem was it hadn't stuck. As the daylight hours had worn on, all he'd thought about was the time he'd gotten caught by his father stealing a pack of cigarettes from one of the family's dog gen. He'd been a young pre-trans, and as a punishment, his dad had made him sit outside and smoke every one of those unfiltered Camels. He'd been horribly sick, and it had been a year or two before he'd been able to stomach even second-hand smoke. So that had been the new plan. He'd wanted Quinn so badly for so long, but it had all been a hypothetical, parceled out in fantasies in ways he could handle. Not all at once. Not the full-bore, overload, wrecking ball stuff, and he'd known damn well that in real life, Quinn wasn't going to hold back or be easy. The plan had been to have the actual experience, and learn that it was just rough sex. Or hell, find out that it wasn't even good sex. You weren't supposed to smoke all the cigarettes in the pack and only want more. Jesus Christ Almighty, it had been the first time reality had been better than a fantasy. The absolute best erotic experience of his life. Afterward, however, the kindness that Quinn had shown had been unbearable. In fact, as Blay recalled that tenderness, he burst up from where he'd been sitting and marched around the apple tree as if he had somewhere to go. At that moment, doors opened. Not the vestibule ones, however. The library. As he glanced over his shoulder, Saxton stepped out from the room. He looked like hell, and not just because, as fast a healer as the male was, he still had some residual jaw swelling thanks to Quinn's attack. Good one, Blay thought. Way to express disappointment in someone's behavior. Let them fuck the shit out of you after they tried to strangle your ex. So classy. How are you? Blay asked, and not in a social way. It was a relief as Saxton came over, looked him in the eye, smiled a little like he was determined to make an effort. I'm exhausted. I'm hungry. I'm restless. Would you like to eat with me? Blay blurted. I'm feeling exactly that way, too. And the only thing I can do anything about is the need for food. Saxton nodded and put his hands in the pockets of his slacks. That is a stellar idea. The pair of them ended up in the kitchen at the battered oak table, sitting side by side, facing out into the room. With a happy smile, Fritz immediately flipped into provide sustenance mode, and what do you know? 10 minutes later, the butler provided each of them with a bowl of steaming beef stew, as well as a crusty baguette to share, a bottle of red wine, and a stick of sweet butter on a little plate. I shall be back, my lords, the butler said on a bow. And then he proceeded to shoo everyone else out of the place, from the dog gen who were prepping vegetables to the ones who were polishing silver to the window cleaners in the alcove beyond. As the flap door shut behind the last of the staff, Saxton said, All we need is a candle, and this would be a date. The male leaned forward and ate with perfect manners. Well, I suppose we would need a few other things, wouldn't we? Blay glanced over as he put his cigarette out. Even with bags under those eyes and that mostly faded bruise on his neck, the attorney was something to look at. Why the hell couldn't he? Do not say you're sorry again. Saxton wiped his mouth and smiled. It really isn't necessary or appropriate. Sitting beside the guy, it seemed just as unlikely that they had broken up as it was that he had been with Quinn. Had any of the last couple of nights happened? Well, duh. What had gone down with Quinn wouldn't have if he and Sax were still together. That he was very clear on it was one thing to jerk off in secret, and that was bad enough. The full bifta? NFW. Shit, in spite of the fact that he and Saxton had split up, he still felt like he should confess the transgression, although if Quinn was right, Saxton had already moved on in one sense of the word. As they ate in silence, Blay shook his head. Even though he hadn't been asked a question and there was no conversation, he just didn't know what else to do. Sometimes the changes in life came at you so fast, and with such fury, there was no way to keep up with reality. It took time for things to sink in, the new equilibrium establishing itself only after some period of your brain sloshing back and forth against the walls of your head. He was still in the slosh zone. Or maybe decades. Yes, absolutely. Blay glanced over again. I was actually just thinking that very same thing. Such a morbid pair we are. Maybe we should wear black armbands, Saxton prompted. Whole deal head to toe. Whatever shall I do with my flair for color? Saxton flicked at his orange Hermes kerchief. Then again, one can accessorize anything. Certainly explains the theory behind dental grills. Pink plastic flamingos. The Hello Kitty franchise. All at once, they both burst into laughter. It wasn't even that funny, but the humor wasn't the point. Breaking the ice was. Getting back to a new kind of normal was. Learning to relate in a different way was. As things settled into chuckles, Blay put his arm around the male's shoulders and gave him a quick hug, and it was nice that Saxton leaned in for a brief moment, accepting what was offered. It wasn't that Blay thought that just because they'd sat down together, shared a meal, and had a laugh, all of a sudden everything was going to be smooth sailing. Not at all. It was awkward to think Saxton had been with someone else, and utterly incredible to know he'd done the same, especially given who it had been. You didn't downshift from being lovers for nearly a year to doing the pally-pally thing in the matter of a day or two. You could, however, start forging a new path, and put one foot after the other on it. Saxton was always going to have a place in his heart. The relationship they'd shared had been the first one he'd had not just with a male, but with anyone. And there had been a lot of good times, things he would carry with him as memories that were worth the brain space. Have you seen the back gardens? Saxton asked as he offered the bread. Blay broke off a piece and then passed the butter plate over as Saxton took a section for himself. They're bad, aren't they? Remind me never to attempt to weed with a Cessna. You don't garden. Well, if I ever do then. Saxton poured some wine in his glass. Vino? Please. And that was how it went. All the way from the stew through to the peach cobbler that miraculously appeared before them thanks to Fritz's perfect timing. When the last bite had been taken and the final napkin swipe made, Blay leaned back against the built-in bench's cushions and took a deep breath, which was about so much more than just a filled stomach. Well, Saxton said, as he laid down his napkin beside his dessert plate, I do believe I'm finally going to take that bath I talked about nights ago. Blay opened his mouth to point out that the salts the male preferred were still in his bathroom. He'd seen them in the cupboard when he'd taken his backup shaving cream out at nightfall. Except wasn't sure he should mention it. What if Saxton thought he was asking the male to come and bathe in his suite? Was it too much of a reminder of how things had changed and why? What if? I have this new oil treatment I'm dying to try, Saxton said as he slid out his side of the bench. It finally arrived from overseas in today's mail. I've been waiting for ages. Sounds awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Saxton resettled his jacket on his shoulders, pulled his cuffs into place, and then lifted his hand in a wave, striding out without any sign of complication or strain on his face. Which was helpful, actually. Folding his own napkin up, he placed it beside his plate, and as he scooted free of the table, he stretched his arms over his head and bent backward, his spine cracking in a good way. The tension in him returned as soon as he stepped into the foyer again. What the hell was going on with Layla? Damn it, it wasn't like he could call Quinn. The drama wasn't his own or anything he was connected to. When it came to that pregnancy, he was no different from the others in the house who had also seen and heard the show and were no doubt just as worried as he was but had no right to emergent updates. Too bad his now full gut didn't buy that. The thought of Quinn losing the young was enough to make him studiously consider the locations of the bathrooms, just in case an evac order was issued by the back of his throat. In the end, he found himself upstairs in the second floor sitting room pacing around. From that vantage point, it was no problem to hear the vestibule door, and yet it wasn't like he was waiting out in the open. The double doors of Rath's study were pushed wide, and John Matthew emerged from the king's sanctum. Immediately, Blaze strode across the sitting room, ready to see if maybe the guy had heard anything, but he stopped as he got a gander at John's expression, deep in thought, like he'd received personal news of the disturbing variety. Blay hung back as his buddy went off in the opposite direction, going down the hall of statues, no doubt to disappear into his room. Looked like things were afoot in other people's lives, too. Great. With a soft curse, Blay left his friend be and resumed his own useless walking and waiting. Far to the south, in the town of West Point, Solo was prepared to enter Ricardo Benloy's house on the second floor, through the window at the end of the main hallway. It had been months since she had been inside, but she was banking on the fact that the security contact she had carefully manipulated was still her friend. There were two keys to successfully breaking into any house, building, hotel, or facility: planning and speed. She had both. Hanging from the wire she'd thrown onto the roof, she reached into the inside pocket of her parka, pulled out a device, and held it to the right corner of the double-hung window. Initiating the signal, she waited, staring at the tiny red light that glowed on the screen facing her. If for some reason it didn't change, she was going to have to enter through one of the dormers that faced the side yard, which was going to be a pain in the ass. The light went green without a sound, and she smiled as she got out more tools. Taking a suction cup, she pushed it into the center of the pane immediately below the latch, and then made a little do-as-I-do around the thing with her glass cutter. A quick push inward, and the space to fit her arm was created. After letting the glass circle fall gently to the oriental runner inside, she snaked her hand up and around, freed the brass-on-brass contraption that kept the window locked, and slid the sash up. Warm air rushed to greet her, as if the house were happy to have her back. Before going in, she looked down, glanced toward the drive, leaned outward to see what she could of the back gardens. It felt like somebody was watching her, not so much when she'd been driving into town, but as soon as she'd parked her car and gotten on her skis. There was no one around, however, not that she'd been able to see, at any rate, and whereas awareness was mission critical in this line of work, paranoia was a dangerous waste of time. So she needed to cut this shit. Getting back in the game, she reached up with her gloved hands and pulled her ass and legs over and through the window. At the same time, she loosened the tension on the wire so there was slack to let her body transition into the house. She landed without a sound, thanks not only to the rug that ran down the long corridor, but to her soft-soled shoes. Silence was another important criterion when it came to doing a job successfully. She stopped where she was for a brief moment. No sounds in the house, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. She was fairly certain that Benloy's alarm was silent, and very clear that the signal didn't go to the local or even state police. He liked to handle things privately, and God knew, with the kind of muscle he employed, there was plenty of force to go around. Fortunately, however, she was good at her job, and Benloy's and his goons wouldn't be home until just before the sun came up. Lived the life of a vampire, after all. For some reason, the V-word made her think of that man who'd shown up by her car and then disappeared like magic. Craziness. And the only time in recent memory that someone had given her pause. In fact, after getting confronted like that, she was actually considering not going back to that glass house on the river, although there was a fucked up rationale for that. It wasn't that she was worried that she'd get physically hurt. God knew she was perfectly competent at defending herself. It was the attraction. More dangerous than any gun, knife, or fist, as far as she was concerned. With lithe strides, Sola jogged down the carpet, bouncing on the balls of her feet, heading for the master bedroom that looked out over the rear garden. The house smelled exactly as she remembered it, old wood and furniture polish, and she knew enough to stick to the left edge of the runner. No squeaking that way. When she got to the master suite, the heavy wooden door was closed, and she took out her lockpick before even trying the handle. Benloy's was pathological about two things: cleanliness and security. Her impression, though, was that the latter was more critical at the gallery in downtown Caldwell than here at his home. After all, Ben Loys didn't keep anything under this roof other than art that was insured to the penny, and himself during the day when he had plenty of bodyguards and guns with him. In fact, that was probably why he was a night owl downtown. It meant the gallery was never unattended, was present after hours, and his legitimate business staff was there during the day. As a cat burglar, she certainly preferred to get into places that were empty. On that note, she worked the locking mechanism on the door, sprang it free, and slipped inside. As she took a deep breath, the air was tinged with tobacco smoke and Ben Loys' spicy cologne. The combination made her think of black and white Clark Gable movies for some reason. With the drapes drawn and no lights on, it was pitch black, but she'd taken photographs of the room's layout back when she'd come for that party, and Ben Loys was not the type of man to move things around. Hell, every time a new exhibit was installed at the gallery, she could practically feel the squirming under his skin. Fear of change was a weakness, her grandmother always said. Sure made things easier for her. Slowing down now, she walked forward 10 paces into what was the middle of the room. The bed would be on the left against the long wall, as would the archway into the bath and the doors to the walk-in closet. In front of her were the long windows that overlooked the gardens. Over to the right there would be a bureau, a desk, some sitting chairs, and the fireplace that was never used because Ben Loys hated the smell of wood smoke. The security alarm panel was located between the entryway to the bath and the ornate headboard of the bed, beside a lamp that rose about 3 feet from a side table. Sola pivoted in place, walked forward 4 steps, felt for the foot of the bed, found it. Sidestep 1, 2, 3. Forward down the flank of the king-size mattress. Sidestep 1 to clear the table and the lamp. Sola reached out her left hand. And there was the security panel right where it needed to be. Flipping the cover off, she used a penlight that she kept between her teeth to illuminate the circuitry. Taking out another device from her backpack, she hooked wires up to wires, intercepted the signals, and with the help of a miniature laptop and a program that a friend of hers had developed, created a closed loop within the alarm system such that, as long as the router was in place, the motion detectors she was about to set off wouldn't register. As far as the motherboard was concerned, nothing was going to be amiss. Leaving the laptop hanging by its connection, she walked out of the room, hit the hall, and took the stairwell down to the first floor. The place was decorated to within an inch of its life, perpetually ready for a magazine shoot, although, of course, Ben Loys protected his privacy far too carefully to ever have his digs photographed for public consumption. On fleet feet, she passed through the front receiving hall, the parlor to the left, and went into his study. Going around in the semi-darkness, she would have much preferred to strip off her white-on-white camo parka and snow pants. Doing this in her black bodysuit was a cliché that was nonetheless practical. No time, though, and she was more worried about being sighted outside in the winter landscape than here in this empty house. Ben Loys' private workspace was, like everything else under this roof, more stage set than anything functional. He didn't actually use the great desk, or sit on the mini-throne, or read any of the leather-bound books on the shelves. He did, however, walk through the space, once a day. In a candid moment, he'd once told her that before he left each night, he strolled through his house looking at all his things, reminding himself of the beauty of his collections and his home. As a result of that insight, and some other things, Sola had long extrapolated that the man had grown up poor. For one, when they spoke in Spanish or Portuguese, his accent belied lower-class pronunciations ever so subtly. For another, rich people didn't appreciate their things like he did. Nothing was rare to the rich, and that meant they took stuff for granted. The safe was hidden behind the desk in a section of the bookcases that was released by a switch located in the lower drawer on the right. She'd discovered this thanks to a tiny hidden camera she'd placed in the far corner during that party. Following her triggering the release, a 3x4-foot cutout in the shelving rolled forward and slid to the side. And there it was, a squat steel box, the maker of which she recognized. Then again, when you'd broken into more than 100 of the damn things, you got to know the manufacturers intimately. And she approved of his choice. If she had to have a safe, this was the one she'd get, and yes, he'd bolted it to the floor. The blowtorch she took out of her backpack was small, but powerful, and as she ignited the tip, The flame blew out with a sustained hiss and a white and blue glow. This was going to take time. The smoke from the burning metal irritated her eyes, nose, and throat, but she kept her hands steady as she made a square about a foot high and 2 feet across in the front panel. Some safes she was able to blow the doors off of, but the only way in with one of these was the old-fashioned way. Took forever. She got through, though. Placing the heavy door section aside, she bit down on the end of her penlight again and leaned in. Open shelving held jewelry, stock certs, and some gleaming gold watches he'd left within easy reach. There was a handgun that she was willing to bet was loaded. No money. Then again, with Benloy's, there was so much cash everywhere, it made sense he wouldn't bother having the stuff take up safe space. Damn it. There was nothing in there worth only $5,000. After all, on this job, she was merely after what she was fairly owed. With a curse, she sat back on her heels. In fact, there wasn't one damn thing in the safe under $25,000. And it wasn't like she could break off half of a watch band, because how in the hell could she monetize that? 1 minute passed. A second one. Screw this, she thought as she leaned the panel she'd cut out against the side of the safe and slid the shelving back into place. Rising to her feet, she looked around the room with the penlight. The books were all collector's editions of first-run antique stuff. Art on the walls and the tables was not just super expensive, but hard to turn into cash without going underground to people Benloy's was intimately connected to. But she was not leaving without her money. God damn it. Abruptly, she smiled to herself, the solution becoming clear. For many eons in the course of human civilization, commerce had existed and thrived on the barter system, which was to say one individual traded goods or services for those of like value. For all the jobs she'd done, she'd never before considered adding up the aftermath ancillary costs to her targets. New safes, new security systems, more safety protocols. She could bet these were expensive, although not nearly as much as whatever she typically took. And she'd entered here taking for granted those additional costs were going to be borne by Benloy's kind of pecuniary damages for what he'd cheated her out of. Now, though, they were the point. On her way back to the stairs, she looked over the opportunities available to her, and in the end, she went over to a Degas sculpture of a little ballerina that had been placed off to the side in an alcove. The bronze depiction of the young girl was the kind of thing her grandmother would have loved, and maybe that was why, of all the art in the house, she zeroed in on it. The light that had been mounted above the statue on the ceiling was off, but the masterpiece still managed to glow. Sola especially loved the skirting of the tutu, the delicate yet stiff explosion of tulle delineated by mesh metalwork that perfectly captured that which was supposed to be malleable. Sola cozied up to the statue's base, wrapped her arms around it, and threw all of her strength into rotating its position by no more than 2 inches. Then she raced up the stairs, unclipped her router and laptop from the alarm panel in the master bedroom, relocked that door, and headed out of the window she'd cut the hole in. She was back in her skis and slicing through the snow no more than 4 minutes later. In spite of the fact that there was nothing in her pockets, she was smiling as she left the property. 38. When the Mercedes finally pulled up to the front entrance of the Brotherhood's mansion, Quinn got out first and went to Layla's door. As he opened it, her eyes lifted to meet his. He knew he was never going to forget the way her face looked. Her skin was paper white and seemed just as thin, the beautiful bone structure straining against its covering of flesh. Eyes were sunken into her skull. Lips were flat and thin. He had an idea in that moment of how she would look just as she died, however many decades or centuries that would happen in the future. "I'm going to carry you," he said, bending down and picking her up. The way she didn't argue told him exactly how little of her there was left. As the vestibule doors were opened by Fritz, like the butler had been waiting for their arrival, Quinn regretted the whole thing, the dream that he'd briefly entertained during her kneading, the hope he'd wasted, the physical pain she was in, the emotional anguish they were both going through. You did this to her. At the time, when he'd serviced her, he'd been solely focused on the positive outcome he'd been so sure of. Now, on the far side, his shit-kickers planted on the solid, foul-smelling earth of reality? Not worth it. Even the chance of a healthy young wasn't worth this. The worst was watching her suffer. As he brought her into the house, He prayed there wasn't a big audience. He just wanted to spare her something, anything, even if it was simply being paraded in front of a cast of sad, worried faces. No one was around. Quinn took the stairs 2 at a time, and as he came up to the second story, the wide-open double doors of Wrath's study made him curse. Then again, the king was blind. As George let out a chuff of greeting, Quinn just strode by, gunning for Layla's bedroom. Kicking open the door, he found that the dog Jen had been in and tidied up, the bed all made, the sheets undoubtedly changed, a fresh bouquet of flowers set on the bureau. Looked like he wasn't the only one who wanted to help in whatever way he could. "Do you want to change?" he asked as he kicked the door shut. "I want a shower. Let's get one started. Except I'm too afraid. I don't want to see it, if you know what I mean." He laid her down and sat on the bed beside her. Putting his hand on her leg, he rubbed her knee with his thumb, back and forth. "I'm so sorry," she said roughly. "Fuck no, don't do that. You don't ever think that or say it. Clear? This is not your fault. Who else's is it? Not the point." Shit, he couldn't believe the miscarrying thing was going to go on for another week or so. How was that possible? The grimace that contorted Layla's face told him that a cramp had hit her again. Glancing behind, and expecting to find Doc Jane, he discovered they were alone, which told him more than anything else that there was nothing to be done. Quinn hung his head and held her hand. It had started with the pair of them. It was ending with the pair of them. "I think I'd like to go to sleep," Layla said as she squeezed his palm. "You look as if you need some, too." He eyed the chaise lounge across the way. "You don't have to stay with me," Layla murmured. "Where else do you think I would be?" A quick mental picture of Blay holding his arms wide flashed through his mind. What a fantasy, though. "Don't you touch me like that." Quinn shook the thoughts out of his head. "I'll sleep over there. You can't stay in here for 7 nights straight. I'll say it again. Where else would I be?" "Quinn." Her voice got strident. "You have a job out there, and you heard Havers. This is just going to take as long as it does, and it's probably going to be a while. I'm not in any danger of bleeding out, and frankly, I feel as though I have to be strong in front of you, and I do not have the energy for that. Please come and check in, yes, do. But I will go mad if you camp out here until I stop with all this." Quiet despair. That was all Quinn had as he sat there on the edge of that bed, holding Layla's hand. He got up to leave shortly thereafter. She was right, of course. She needed to rest as much as she could, and really, aside from staring at her and making her feel like a freak, there was nothing he could do. "I'm never far. I know that." She brought his fist to her lips, and he was shocked by how cold they were. "You have been more than I could have asked for." "Nah, there's nothing that You have done what is right and proper. Always. That was a matter of opinion. Listen, I've got my phone with me. I'll be back in a couple of hours just to look in on you. If you're asleep, I won't disturb you." "Thank you." Quinn nodded and sidestepped over to the door. He had heard once that you were not supposed to show your back to a chosen, and he figured the display of protocol couldn't hurt. Closing the door behind him, he leaned back against it. The only person he wanted to see was the one guy in the house who had no interest in. "What's going on?" Blay's voice was such a shock that he figured he'd imagined it. Except then, the male himself stepped into the doorway of the second-floor sitting room, as if he'd been waiting there all along. Quinn rubbed his eyes and then started walking, his body seeking out the very thing he had been praying for. "She's losing it," Quinn heard himself say in a dead voice. Blay murmured something in return, but it didn't register. Funny, the miscarriage hadn't seemed real until this moment. Not until he told Blay. "I'm sorry," Quinn said, aware that the guy seemed to be waiting for an answer. "Is there anything I can do?" So funny. Quinn had always felt as though he'd come out of his mother's womb an adult. Then again, there had never been any coochie-coo crap for him. No darling little boy stuff. No hugs when he hurt himself. No coddling when he was frightened. As a result, whether it was character or the way he'd been brought up, he'd never regressed. Nothing to go back to there. Yet it was in the voice of a child that he said, "Make it stop. as if Blay alone had the power to work a miracle. And then the male did. Blay extended his arms wide, offering the only haven Quinn had ever known. "Make it stop." Blay's body started to shake as Quinn uttered those words. After all these years, he'd seen the guy in a lot of moods and in a lot of circumstances. Never like this, though. Never so completely and utterly ruined. Never like a child, lost. In spite of his need to keep really and truly far away from any emotional anything, his arms opened of their own accord. As Quinn stepped in against him, the fighter's body seemed smaller and frilier than it actually was, and the arms that wound around Blay's waist simply lay against him, as if there were no strength in the muscles. Blay held them both up, and he expected Quinn to pull back quickly. Usually, the guy couldn't handle any kind of intense connection other than a sexual one for longer than a second and a half. Quinn didn't. He seemed prepared to stand in the doorway to the sitting room forever. "Come here," Blay said, drawing the male inside and shutting the door. "Over on the couch." Quinn followed behind, shitkickers shuffling instead of marching. When they got to the sofa, they sat down facing each other, their knees touching. As Blay looked over, the resonant sadness touched him so deeply, he couldn't stop his hand from reaching out and stroking that black hair. Abruptly, Quinn curled in against him, just collapsed, that body folding in half and all but pouring into Blay's lap. There was a part of Blay that recognized this was dangerous territory. Sex was one thing and hard enough to handle. Fuck him very much. This quiet space was potentially devastating, which was precisely why he'd gotten the hell out of that bedroom the day before. The difference tonight, however, was that he was in control of this. Quinn was the one seeking comfort, and Blay could withdraw it or give it depending on how he felt. Being relied on was something altogether different from receiving or needing. Blay was good with being relied on. There was a kind of safety in a certainty, a control. It was not the same as falling into the abyss. And hell, if anyone would know that, it was him. God knew he'd spent years down there. "I would do anything to change this," Blay said while stroking Quinn's back. "I hate that you're going through." Oh, words were so damned useless. They stayed that way for the longest time, the quiet of the room forming a kind of cocoon. Periodically, the antique clock on the mantel chimed, and then after a long while, the shutters began to descend over the windows. "I wish there was something I could do," Blay said as the steel panels locked into place with a chunk. "You probably have to go." Blay let that one stand. The truth was not something he wanted to share. Wild horses, loaded guns, crowbars, fire hoses, trampling elephants, even an order from the king himself could not have pulled him away. And there was a part of him that got angry over that. Not at Quinn, but at his own heart. The trouble was, you couldn't argue with your nature, and he was learning that. In the breakup with Saxton, in coming out to his mom, in this moment here, Quinn groaned as he lifted his torso up and then scrubbed his face. When he dropped his hands, his cheeks were red and so were his eyes, but not because he was crying. Undoubtedly, his decade's allotment of tears had come out the night before as he'd wept in relief that he'd saved a father's life. Had he known that Layla wasn't doing well then? "You know what the hardest thing is?" Quinn asked, sounding more like himself. "What?" God knew there was a lot to choose from. "I've seen the young." The fine hairs on the back of Blay's neck tingled. "What are you talking about?" "The night the honor guard came for me, and I almost died, remember?" Blay coughed a little, the memory as raw and vivid as something that had happened an hour ago. And yet Quinn's voice was even and calm, like he was referencing an evening out at a club or something. "Ah yeah, I remember. I gave you CPR at the side of the goddamn road," he thought. "I went up to the fade." Quinn frowned. "Are you okay?" "Oh sure, doing great. Sorry. Keep going." "I went up there. I mean, it was like what you hear about. The white." Quinn scrubbed his face again. "So white. Everywhere. There was a door, and I went up to it. I knew if I turned the knob I was going in, and I was never coming out. I reached for the thing, and that's when I saw her. In the door." "Layla?" Blay interjected, feeling like his chest had been stabbed. "My daughter." Blay's breath caught. "Your?" Quinn looked over. She was blonde, like Layla, but her eyes he touched next to his own. They were mine. I stopped reaching forward when I saw her, and then suddenly, I was back on the ground at the side of the road. Afterward, I had no clue what it was all about. But then, like so much later, Layla goes into her kneading and comes to me, and everything fell into place. I was like, this is supposed to happen. Felt like fate, you know. I never would have lain with Layla otherwise. I did it only because I knew we were going to have a little girl. Jesus. I was wrong, though. He rubbed his face a third time. I was totally fucking wrong, and I really wish I hadn't gone down this path. Biggest regret of my life, well, second biggest, actually. Blay had to wonder what the hell could be worse than where the guy was at. What can I do? Blay wondered to himself. Quinn's eyes searched his face. Do you really want me to answer that? Apparently he'd spoken out loud. Yeah, I do. Quinn's dagger hand reached out and cupped the side of Blay's jaw. You sure? The vibe instantly shifted. The tragedy was still very much with them, but that powerful sexual undertow came back between one heartbeat and the next. Quinn's stare started to burn, his lids dropping low. I need an anchor right now. I don't know how else to explain it. Blay's body responded instantly, his blood spiking to the boiling point, his cock thickening, growing long. Let me kiss you. Quinn groaned as he leaned in. I know I don't deserve it, but please, it's what you can do for me. Let me feel you. Quinn's mouth brushed his own. Came back for more. Lingered. I'll beg for it. More, with the caress of those devastating lips. If that's what it takes. I don't give a fuck. I'll beg. Somehow that wasn't going to be necessary. Blay allowed his head to get tilted, so there was more room to maneuver. Quinn's hand on his face, both gentle and in command. And then there was more of the mouth-on-mouth, slow, drugging, inexorable. Let me inside you again, Blay. 39. Assail got home about half an hour before dawn. Parking his Range Rover in the garage, he had to wait until the door went down to get out. He had always considered himself an intellectual, and not in the glimmer sense of the word, where one sat tall with self-importance and pontificated about literature, philosophy, or spiritual matters. It was more that there was little in life he could not apply his reasoning to and understand in its totality. What in the hell had that woman done at Benloy's? Clearly, she was a professional with both the proper equipment and know-how, and a practiced approach to infiltration. He also suspected she'd either gotten plans to the house or had been in there previously. So efficient, so decisive, and he was qualified to judge. He'd followed her the whole time she'd been inside, ghosting through the window she'd opened, sticking to the shadows, tracking her from behind. But this he did not understand. What kind of thief went to the trouble of breaking into a secured house, finding a safe, burning it open, and discovering plenty of portable wealth to lift but didn't take anything? Because he'd seen full well what she'd had access to. As soon as she'd left the study, he'd hung back, freed the shelving section as she had done, and used his own penlight to glance in the safe, just to find out what, if anything, she'd left behind. When he'd come back out into the house proper, avoiding any pools of light, he'd watched as she'd stood for a moment in the front hall, hands on her hips, head rotating slowly, as if she were considering her options. And then she'd gone over to what had to be a degas and pivoted the statue only an inch or so to the left. It made no sense. Now, it was possible that she'd gone into the safe looking for something specific that was not in fact there. A ring, a bauble, a necklace, a computer chip, a SanDisk, a document like a last will and testament or an insurance policy. But the delay in the hall had not been characteristic of her previous alacrity, and then she'd moved the statue? The only explanation was that it had to be a deliberate violation of Benloy's property. The problem was, when it came to vendettas against inanimate objects, it was hard to find much significance in her actions. Knock the statue over, then take the damn thing. Spray paint it with obscenities. Beat it with a crowbar so it was ruined. But a minuscule turn that was barely noticeable? The only conclusion he could draw was that it was a kind of message. And he didn't like that at all. It suggested she might know Benloy's personally. Assail opened the driver's side door. "Oh God," he hissed, recoiling. "We were wondering how long you were going to stay in there." As the dry voice drifted over, Asael got out and looked around the 5-car garage in distaste. The stench was somewhere between 3-day-old roadkill, spoiled mayonnaise, and denatured cheap perfume. "Is that what I think it is?" he asked the cousins, who were standing in the doorway from the mudroom. Thank the scribe virgin, they came forward and closed the way into the houser. That hideous smell was going to flood the interior. "It's your drug dealers. Well, part of them, at any rate." "What the hell?" Asael's long strides took him in the direction Eric was pointing to the far corner, where there were 3 dark green plastic bags thrown in a heap without care. Getting down on his haunches, he loosened the yellow tie of one, yanked apart the neck, and met the sightless eyes of a human male he recognized. The still animated head had been severed cleanly from the spine about 3 inches below the jawline, and had oriented itself so that it could look out of its loosey-goosey coffin. The dark hair and ruddy skin were marked with black, glossy blood, and if the smell had been bad over by the car, up close and personal it made his eyes water and his throat tighten in protest. Not that he cared. He opened the other 2 bags and, using the hefty plastic as a skin barrier, rolled the other heads into the same position. Then he sat back and stared at the 3 of them, watching those mouths gape impotently for air. "Tell me what happened," he said darkly. "We showed up at the prearranged meeting place. Skating rink, waterfront park, or under the bridge?" "The bridge." We arrived. Eric motioned to his twin, who stood silent and watchful beside him, on time with the product. About 5 minutes later, the 3 of them showed up. As lessers. They had the money. They were ready to make the transaction. Asael whipped his head around. "They didn't come to attack you?" "No. But we didn't figure that out until it was too late." Eric shrugged. "They were slayers who came out of nowhere. We didn't know how many of them there were, and we were not taking any chances. It wasn't until we searched the bodies and found the correct amount of money that we realized they'd just come to do the deal." "Lessers in the trade?" This was a new one. "Did you stab the bodies?" "We took the heads and hid what was left. The money was in a backpack on that one on the left, and naturally we brought the cash home." "Phones?" "Got them." Asael started to slide a cigar out, but then didn't want to waste the taste. Losing the bags, he rose up from the carnage. "You are certain they were not aggressive?" "They were ill-equipped to defend themselves. Being badly armed does not mean they weren't there to kill you. Why bring the money? They could have been dealing elsewhere. As I said, it was in the correct amount and not 1 penny more." Abruptly, Asael motioned for them all to proceed into the house, and oh, the relief that came with clean air. With the screens slowly descending over all the glass, and the coming dawn getting shut out, he went to the wine bar, retrieved a double magnum of Bouchard Pear Et Fils, Montrachet 2006, and popped the cork. "Care to join me?" But of course. At the circular table in the kitchen, he sat down with 3 glasses and the bottle. Pouring the trio, he shared the Chardonnay with his 2 associates. He didn't offer the cousins any of his Cubans. Too valuable. Fortunately, cigarettes made an appearance, and then they all sat together, smoking and taking hits of bliss off the knife edge of his baccarat. "No aggression from those slayers," he murmured, leaning his head back and puffing upward, the blue smoke rising above his head. "And the exact amount." After a long moment, he returned his eyes to level. "Is it possible the lessening society is looking to get into my business?" Ecker sat in candlelight, alone. The warehouse was quiet, his soldiers yet to come home, no humans or shadows or anything walking above him. The air was cold. Same with the concrete beneath him. Darkness was all around, except for the shallow pool of golden illumination he sat at the outer rim of. Some thought in the back of his mind pointed out that it was getting dangerously close to dawn. There was something else, too, something he should have remembered. But there was no chance of anything getting through his haze. With his eyes focused on the single flame before him, he replayed the night over and over again. To say that he had found the Brotherhood's location was mayhap a stretch of the truth, but not a total fallacy. He'd been following that Mercedes out into the countryside incremental mile by incremental mile, with no real plan of what he could or should do when it stopped, when from out of nowhere, the The signal of his blood in his chosen's body had not just been lost, but wildly redirected, sure as a ball thrown against a wall sharply changed its trajectory. Confused, he had scrambled about, dematerializing this way, that way, up and back, as all the while a strange feeling of dread came over him, like his skin was an antenna for danger and it was warning of imminent harm. Backing off, he had found himself at the base of a mountain, the contours of which registered, even in the bright, clear moonlight, as fuzzy, indistinct, unclear. This had to be where they stayed. Mayhap up at the top. Mayhap down the far side. There was no other explanation after all. The Brotherhood lived with the king to protect him, so undoubtedly they would take precautions the likes of which no one else would, and perhaps have at their disposal technologies as well as mystical provisions that were otherwise unavailable. Frantic, he had circled the vicinity, going around the base of that mountain a number of times, sensing nothing but the refraction of her signal and that strange dread. His ultimate conclusion was that she had to be somewhere in that vast, thick acreage. He would have sensed her traveling beyond it, in any direction, if she had come out on another side, and it seemed reasonable to assume that if she had gone to her sacred temple, upon some alternate plane of existence, or fates forbid died, the resonant echoing of himself would have disappeared. His chosen was there somewhere. Returning to the warehouse, to the present, to where he was now, Ecker rubbed his palms back and forth slowly, the rasping of the calluses rising up into the quiet. Over on the left, on the edge of the candlelight, his weapons were laid out one by one, the daggers, the guns, and his beloved scythe carefully arranged next to the messy pile of outer clothing he'd removed as soon as he'd chosen this particular spot on the floor. He focused upon his scythe and waited for her to talk to him. She often did that, her bloodthirsty ways in lockstep with the aggression that flowed in his veins and defined his thoughts and motivated his actions. He waited for her to tell him to attack the Brotherhood where they lay, where their females were, where their young slept. The silence was worrisome. Indeed, his arrival in the new world had been predicated upon a desire to gain power, and the biggest, boldest expression of that drive was overthrowing the Throniso. Naturally, that was the course he had chosen. And he was making headway. The assassination attempt in the fall, which had without a doubt put death sentences upon his and his soldiers' heads, had been a tactical move that had very nearly finished the whole war before it had gotten started. And his ongoing efforts with Elon and the Glimmerer were promoting his agenda and shoring up his support in and among the aristocracy. But what he had learned this night, fates, nearly a year's worth of work and sacrifice and planning and fighting paled in comparison to what he had discovered this night. If his hunch was correct, and how could it not be? All he had to do was marshal his soldiers and begin a siege as soon as night fell. The battle would be epic, and the Brotherhood and First Family's home permanently compromised no matter the outcome. It would be a conflict for the history books after all. The last time the royal homestead had been hit had been when Wrath's sire and Mammon had been slaughtered before his transition. History repeating itself. And he and his soldiers had a serious advantage that those slayers back then had not possessed. The Brotherhood now had several bonded members. In fact, he believed they were all bonded, and that was going to split those males' attentions and loyalties as nothing else could. Although their primary directive as the personal guard of the king was to protect Wrath, their very cores would be torn, and even the strongest fighter with the best of weapons could be weakened if his priorities were in two places. Moreover, if Ecker or one of his males could get hold of even one of those Shellens, the Brotherhood would fold, because the other thing that was true of them was that the pain of their brothers was agony of their own. One female of any of theirs would be all that was required, the ultimate weapon. He knew it in his soul. Sitting in the candlelight, Ecker rubbed his dagger hand against his other palm, back and forth, back and forth. One female. That was all he needed. And he would be able to claim not only his own mate but the throne. 40. Quinn knew he'd put Blay in a totally unfair position. Talk about pity fucks. But oh God, looking into those blue eyes, those goddamn bottomless blue eyes that were open to him in the way they'd once been, it was all he could think about. And yeah, technically it was sex in terms of where he wanted his various body parts, well, one specifically. There was so much more to it than that, though. He couldn't put it into words, he just wasn't that good working with syllables. But his desire for the connection was why he'd gone in for the kiss. He'd wanted to show Blay what he meant, what he needed, why this was important. His whole world felt like it was crashing and burning, and the loss that was happening just one door down the hall was going to hurt for a very long time. Yet being with Blay, feeling the heat, making that contact was like a promise of healing. Even if it lasted only as long as they were in this room together, he would take it and hold it dear and relive the memory when he needed to. "Please," he whispered. Except he didn't give the guy a chance to reply. His tongue snaked out and licked at that mouth, slipping inside, taking over. And Blay's answer was in the way he allowed himself to get pushed back into the cushions of the couch. Quinn had two vague thoughts. One, the door was only closed, not locked, and he took care of that by willing the brass bolt into place. His second oh hey now was that they couldn't trash the place. Going H-bomb all over his bedroom was one thing. This sitting room was public property and done up all nice with silk throw pillows and fancy-dancy drapes, and a whole lot of stuff that looked easily rippable, crushable, and, God forbid, stainable. Besides, he had already wrecked his Hummer, torn up the garden, and then blendered his bedroom. So his destructor quota had been way reached for this calendar year. Naturally, the most reasonable solution to not giving Fritz more to worry about was a quick trip down the hall to his own place, but as Blay's talented hands shot around to the front of Quinn's hips and started working his fly, he tossed that bright idea right into the shitter. "Oh God, touch me," he groaned, thrusting his pelvis forward. He was just going to have to be neat and tidy about this. Assuming that was possible. When Blay's palm shoved into his leathers, Quinn's body went into an arch, his torso bowing back as he started to get worked. The angle was kind of wrong, so there wasn't a lot of friction, and his balls were getting pinched to fuck in the crotch of his pants, but holy hell, he didn't care. The fact that it was Blay was enough for him. Man, after how many years of blowjobs, hand jobs, and jerking off, this felt like the first time anyone had ever touched him. He needed to return the favor. Snapping into action, he threw his chest forward, bringing their faces close. Man, he loved the look in those blue eyes as Blay stared up at him, hot, wild, glowing, willing. Quinn grabbed on hard and brought their mouths together, grinding against those lips, shooting his tongue out, taking like a crazy. Wait, Blay yanked back. "We're going to break the couch." Wah! The guy was apparently talking English, but damned if he could translate. Couch! And then he realized that he'd pushed Blay so far back into the arm, the thing was starting to bend out, which was what more than 500 pounds of sex would do to a piece of furniture. "Oh shit, sorry." He was starting to retreat when Blay took control and Quinn abruptly found himself off the sofa and onto the floor on his back. His legs shoved together, his leathers being yanked down to his ankles. Perfect. Fucking. Idea. Thanks to the fact that he went commando. His cock was all about the airtime, thick and straining as it popped out and lay, aching and swollen, upon his belly. Reaching down, he gave it a couple of strokes as Blay ripped off the shitkickers that blocked the way and tossed them aside. Pants were the next goodbye, and as God was his witness, Quinn had never been so glad to see a pair of leathers flying over a shoulder in his life. And then Blay got to work. Quinn had to shut his eyes as he felt his thighs get parted and a pair of fighter's hands drag up the inside of his legs. He immediately let go of his erection. After all, why have his palm in the way when Blaze could? It wasn't the guy's hands that gripped him. It was the warm, wet mouth Quinn had just kissed the hell out of. For a split second, as the suction grabbed onto his head and shaft, he had a ball-shrinking thought that Saxton had taught Blay how to do this. His fucking cousin had done this to the guy and had this done to him. Stop it, he told himself. Whatever the history or the lessons learned, his erection was the one getting the attention at the moment. So fuck that shit. To make sure that was clear, he forced his lids open. Fucking hell. Blay's head was going up and down over his hips, his fist holding the base of Quinn's cock, his other hand working his balls. But then, like he'd been waiting for eye contact, the guy pulled up to the top, popped the head free, and licked his lips. "Wouldn't want you making a mess in this nice room," Blay drawled. And then he extended the tip of his tongue to flick Quinn's PA, the pink flesh teasing at the gunmetal gray hoop and ball. "Fuck! I'm coming right now," Quinn barked, a tremendous release boiling up. He was powerless to stop things, any more than someone who jumped off a cliff could decide, like 10 yards into the free fall, to pull back. Except he didn't want to put the brakes on. And he didn't. With a mighty roar that most certainly was heard elsewhere, Quinn's spine jacked off the floor, his ass going tight, his balls exploding, his arousal kicking hard in Blaze's mouth. And it wasn't just his sex that was affected. The release coursed throughout his whole body, shimmering energy surging through him as he dug his fingers into the rug he was on, and gritted his teeth and came like a wild animal. Fortunately, Blaze was more than capable at cleanup, and didn't that just make him orgasm even more? Also gave him plenty to watch. For the rest of his days, Quinn was never going to forget the sight of the male's mouth wrapped around him, cheeks sucking in as he drew out the release and took it all, over and over and over again. Usually Quinn was ready to go immediately afterward, but when the rolling waves finally stopped crashing into him, he went utterly limp, arms falling flat to the floor, knees going lax, head lolling. All things considered, that had probably been the best orgasm of his life. Second only to the ones he'd had earlier in the day with the guy. "I can't move," he mumbled. Blaze's laugh was deep and sexy. "You look a little wrung out. Can I return the favor? Can you lift your head? Is it still attached to my body?" "From what I can see, yes." As Blaze chuckled again, Quinn knew what he wanted to do and was kind of surprised at himself. In all his sexual exploits, he'd never allowed himself to get fucked. That just wasn't part of the way things went. He was the conqueror, the taker, the one who established control and retained that superiority. Bottoming just wasn't anything he'd been interested in. Now he wanted it. The only problem was, he literally couldn't move. And, well, there was something else. How could he tell Blaze that he was a virgin? Because he wanted to. If they ever went there, he wanted Blaze to know. For some reason that was important. Abruptly, Blaze's face came into his line of vision. And God, the fighter was beautiful. His cheeks flushed, his eyes gleaming, those big shoulders blocking out everything. And oh yeah, that smile was sexy as hell, so self-satisfied and self-confident, as if the fact that Blaze had given such pleasure to someone else was enough to make him not even need a release of his own. But that wasn't fair, was it? "I don't think you're moving anytime soon," Blaze said. "Maybe. But I can open my mouth," Quinn replied darkly. "Almost as wide as you can." Right, okay. The idea that he'd given Quinn an orgasm like that was so goddamn affirming. Blaze had forgotten all about his own body. The thing was, after so many years of getting shut down, it was a total rush to feel powerful against the guy, to be the one who set the pasito, be the person who took Quinn to an erotic, vulnerable place that was so much more intense than any other he'd been to. And that was what had happened. He knew exactly what Quinn looked and sounded like when he came, and Blaze could say, without any equivocation, that he'd never seen his buddy undone like that, sprawled out on a rug, neck muscles straining, abs seized up, hips pumping hard. Quinn had literally come for about 20 minutes straight. And now, in the aftermath, a strange revelation. Until just this moment, Blaze had never recognized the cynicism that Quinn carried in his face at all times, the furrowed brow, the perpetual snarking turn on one side of that mouth, the jaw that never, ever loosened up. It was as if all the nastiness his family had done to him had permanently warped the features. But that wasn't true, was it? During that orgasm, and now, as things calmed down, none of the tension was anywhere to be found. Quinn's face was wiped clean of all reserve, appearing so much younger. Blaze had to wonder why he'd never noticed the age before. "So will you give me something to suck on as I recover?" Quinn asked. "Wah! I said I'm thirsty, and I need something to suck on." At this, Quinn bit his lower lip, his bright white fangs sinking into the flesh. "Will you help me?" Blaze's eyes rolled back into his head. "Yeah, I can do that." "Then let me see you take your pants off." Blaze's legs popped him up from the floor so fast. He had fresh insights into the laws of physics, and while he kicked off his loafers, his hands shook to get his trousers unbuttoned. Things went quickly from there. And the whole time he was stripping, he was preternaturally aware of everything in the room, especially Quinn. The male was getting hard again, his sex thickening in spite of everything it had just been through, those heavy thighs clenching and that pelvis rolling, the lower belly so lean that every minute shift of the torso was reflected under taut, tan skin. "Oh yeah," Quinn hissed, his fangs extending from his upper jaw, his hand seeking out his sex and stroking long and slow. "There it is." Blaze's breath started to pump, his heart rate going through the roof as Quinn's mismatched eyes latched onto his sex. "That's what I want," the male growled, letting go of himself and reaching up with both hands. For a split second, Blay wasn't sure how the body parts were going to work. Quinn was in front of the sofa, running parallel to the thing, so there wasn't a lot of room. A subtle pumping growl percolated through the air as Quinn flexed his fingers like he couldn't wait to get hold of what he wanted. Fuck the advanced planning. Blay's knees obeyed the call, hinging forward, bringing his weight down to the floor by Quinn's head. Quinn took over from there. His palms snaked out and grabbed on, drawing Blay in so that before he knew it, he had one knee behind the guy's head and the other leg thrown out to the side, all the way down by Quinn's hip. "Oh fuck," Blay groaned as he felt his sex go in between Quinn's lips. His body listed forward until his torso ended up sprawled on the couch cushions, and that was when he unexpectedly found himself with a boatload of leverage. Bracing his arms on the sofa, he distributed his weight among his knees, his feet, and palms, and then procked to fuck the ever-loving shit out of Quinn's mouth. The guy took it all, even as Blay unhinged his hips and thrust with everything he had. With Quinn's fingers biting into his ass, and that incredible suction, and Christ, that tongue piercing, the ball of which dug into his shaft with every stroke, Blay started to gear up for exactly the kind of orgasm Quinn had just had. And yet, in the back of his mind, he wondered whether he was hurting the guy. At this point, he was going to come into his friend's stomach, for God's sakes. Too late to worry about that. His body took over, going rigid in a series of racking spasms that ran from the top of his spine down into his legs. And just as the out-of-control sensations were beginning to ebb, the world went wonky on him, like his sense of balance had been blown along with his. No, the world was fine. Quinn had just popped him up off the floor, gotten out from underneath, and was positioning himself behind. As Quinn pushed inside with a lightning-fast strike, Blay let out a moan that he was quite sure could have been heard in Canada. The squeal that pierced through the room made him frown, even through the pressure and the pleasure. They were moving the couch over the floor. Whatever. He'd buy the house another one if they broke the damn thing. He was not stopping this. The rhythm was every bit as punishing as his had been, and in this case, payback was not just what he deserved. It was exactly what he wanted. With every thrust, his face got pushed into the soft cushions. With every retreat, he could take a breath. Then it was back in tight, the cycle starting all over again. Readjusting his legs so that Quinn could go even deeper, Blay had some vague thought that they had definitely banged the sofa into a different position. But who the hell cared as long as it wasn't out into the hall? At the last moment, just before he came again, he had the presence of mind to grab for his pants. Shaking his boxers free, Quinn's hand reached over, took the Calvins and did the deed, making sure there was something to catch his release. Then a moment later, his chest was hauled off the couch so he was upright on his knees. Quinn handled everything, gripping Blay's cock while covering the head, all the while pounding. They came at the same time, a pair of shouts echoing around the room. In the midst of the orgasm, Blay happened to glance up. In the big old-fashioned mirror that hung between the two windows across the way, he saw them both, knew they were joined, and it made him come all over again. Eventually, the thrusting slowed. Heart rates went down. Breathing grew easier. In the leaded glass of the mirror, he watched as Quinn shut his eyes and tucked his head downward. Against the side of his throat, Blay felt the softest of brushes. Quinn's lips. And then the male's free hand drifted upward, pausing to stroke across Blay's pecs. Quinn froze, jerked back, removed his lips, his touch. Sorry. You're not into that with me. The change in the guy's face, that return to the cynical normal, was like being robbed. And yet Blay couldn't tell him to come back in close. Quinn was right. The instant that tenderness appeared, he started to get panicky. The withdrawal was quick, too quick, and Blay missed the feeling of fullness and possession. But it was time to end this. Quinn cleared his throat. "Otto, you want to? I'll take care of it," Blay mumbled, replacing Quinn's hand over the crumpled boxers at his hips. During the sex, the silence in the room had been about privacy. Now it just amplified the sounds of Quinn pulling his leathers back on. Shit, they had gone down the rabbit hole again. And while it was happening, The sensations were so intense and overpowering. There was no thinking of anything other than the sex. In the aftermath, though, Blaze's body felt too cold in the 70-degree air. Different places throbbing from use, his legs loose and wobbly, his brain fuzzy. Nothing seemed secure or sure. In the slightest. Forcing himself to get dressed, he piled the clothes on as fast as he could, right down to his loafers. Meanwhile, Quinn was the one who returned the sofa where it belonged, carefully putting the feet of the legs back in the divots they'd made in the carpet. He also rearranged the throw pillows, straightened the oriental. It was like it had never happened, except for the boxers that Blaze crushed in his fist. "Thank you," Quinn said quietly. Yeah. So I guess I'll go now." "Yeah." That was it. Well, other than the door closing. Left alone, Blaze decided he needed a shower. More food. Sleep. Instead, he stayed in the second-story sitting room, looking at that mirror, remembering what he had seen in it. In his mind, he had some vague thought that they couldn't keep doing that. It wasn't safe for him emotionally. In fact, it was the equivalent of holding your palm above a lit burner over and over again, except every time you put your hand back above the flame, you lowered the distance between your flesh and the heat. Sooner or later, third-degree burns were the least of your problems, because your whole goddamn arm was on fire. After a while, however, that self-preservation thing wasn't what he dwelled on. It was what had started the whole thing. Make it stop. Blaze drew a hand through his hair. Then he looked at the closed door and frowned, his mind churning. A moment later, he left in a rush, walking quickly, before breaking into a jog, and then falling into a flat-out run.